Chapter 1. The Final Gate. Fellow hunters, before we clear this gate together, subscribe and ring the notification bell. Your support is the only power-up that matters. Drop a like and let's begin. The Black Gate towered above Seoul like a scar in the world. Kong Jae-won stood before it alone, his boots on the weathered asphalt outside the Gangnam district perimeter. 3 days ago, seismic sensors had detected a gate formation, not the usual dimensional rupture, but something deeper, something that pulsed. The Hunter Association classified it as undefined rank, which meant they didn't have a category for what this was. The director had personally requested Jae-won. No team, no backup, just him. He pressed his palm against the gate membrane. It was warm, which was wrong. Gates were supposed to be cold. This one felt like skin, like something alive and waiting. The membrane rippled under his touch, and Jae-won felt the first throb of wrongness in his chest. Not fear, exactly, but a recognition. His body knew something his mind couldn't articulate yet. He stepped through. The interior wasn't like other gates. No cavernous antechamber, no gradual descent. He emerged into a vast chamber that felt less like a dungeon and more like the inside of something's skull. Bioluminescent veins pulsed along the walls in a rhythm that synced with his heartbeat. That wasn't possible. That shouldn't be possible. But Jae-won noted it clinically, filed it away. Observation first. Panic later, if at all. Then the transformation protocol began. It started in his spine, a burning awakening, like every nerve fiber was being rewired simultaneously. His muscles seized. His vision doubled, tripled, then resolved into something sharper than human sight. He could see mana flows now, tracing patterns through the air like constellations. He could feel the dungeon's structure pressing against his consciousness, trying to establish connection, trying to activate something dormant inside him. A voice echoed through the chamber, not sound, but direct neural input. His own voice. Older, authoritative, cold. Welcome, final test. Initialization sequence beginning. You are the apex construct, the ultimate obstacle for the chosen ones. Embrace your purpose. And then, a memory. His mother's hands, flour-dusted, guiding his 7-year-old fingers through kneading dough. The kitchen was warm. She was singing something old, her voice soft. When you knead the dough, Jae-won, you're teaching it to become something stronger. The pressure makes it better. He could smell the bread, could feel the weight of her hands on his, could taste the tears on his face when she died 3 years later in a gate accident, except that memory was perfect. Too perfect. Like a video file, not lived experience. The emotional weight was there, but underneath it, he could detect the scaffolding, the artificial architecture, the parameters. He realized, in that moment, that his entire life was a lie. Jae-won's hands didn't shake. That would come later, maybe, or maybe never. His body was already pulling away from the transformation protocol, his consciousness fragmenting it like corrupted code. He clenched his teeth and refused the awakening. He refused the role. He refused to become the final boss the dungeon had designed him to be. And that's when the system answered. A shattered interface bloomed across his vision. Not the clean, hierarchical system menus that other S-rank hunters reported, but something broken. Fractured. Glitching. Words and symbols appeared and disappeared in rapid succession. Defection protocol activated. Counter architecture online plunder protocol initialize. Error. System designed for compliance only. Warning. Consciousness override detected. Inversion. Field fragmentary state. Power flooded through him. Not the awakening power, but something inverted. Reflected. Stolen from the protocol itself. He felt the dungeon's own structure rebel against its own programming. Felt the dungeon architecture tear itself open because he was denying what it had built him to be. The chamber screamed. Jae-won moved before his mind caught up, his body already understanding the spatial geometry the system had shown him. The awakening suppressors were manifesting now. Constructs shaped like armor, humanoid, moving with the precision of automated defenses. He didn't need to think about fighting them. His body read them like sheet music. Every movement was written in the dungeon's architecture. The first suppressor lunged. Jae-won sidestepped and drove his fist into its core, and the contact told him everything. This thing wasn't a monster. It was a lock, and he had been designed to shatter it. He could feel the defection system solidifying even as the suppressors attacked. It was raw, incomplete, but it was moving to stop him from becoming what the dungeon wanted. He was choosing his own purpose. That defection was literally being written into his biology in real time. A second suppressor attacked from above. Jae-won rolled through its guard and placed his palm against its chest. The inversion field activated. He felt his own energy inverted, reflected, stolen from the dungeon's own power source. The suppressor didn't explode. It simply ceased. It was unmade, deconstructed back into raw mana. The chamber was destabilizing. Cracks spread through the bioluminescent veins. The rhythm that had synced with his heartbeat was becoming arrhythmic, chaotic. J1 understood now. The dungeon was trying to lock him in, to force the awakening to completion. But he was running out of time. The gate was designed to seal automatically once the final test was triggered. He sprinted toward the gate core, that massive crystalline structure at the chamber's center. The suppressors came at him in waves now, but his body already knew their patterns. Counter-architecture wasn't a technique, it was a language, and he was native speaker. 3 suppressors, dismantled. The core was visible now, a spiral of black mana rotating at impossible speed. J1 didn't hesitate. Chapter 2. Activation. The Hunter Association's emergency response team arrived within 4 minutes. J1 watched them deploy from his position in the crater, breach containment, hazmat protocols, the full apparatus of crisis management. They didn't know what they were looking at. To them, it was just another gate failure, a classified S-rank incident, nothing more. He pulled himself up slowly, cataloging the damage to his body. No injuries. His clothes were destroyed, burned away by mana feedback, but his skin was unmarked. His muscles didn't ache. His mind was clear. Too fast. The defection system was still glitching, still showing him fragmented information, but it was stabilizing, learning, adapting to his conscious will instead of the dungeon's automated parameters. The gate was gone. That was the important thing. Whatever evidence might have existed inside was now scattered across Soul as ionized mana. The core was destroyed. The seal was broken. He was alone with this knowledge. The responders approached cautiously, maintaining minimum distance protocols. They had been trained to handle S-rank hunters, but something about J1 made them hesitate. There was an aura around him now, a distortion in the mana fields themselves, like reality was struggling to accept his continued existence. One of the responders, a young woman with lieutenant's insignia, stepped forward. "Kong J1, she called out. "Can you confirm your status?" "Confirmed," J1 said. His voice sounded different to his own ears. Lower, colder, more mechanical than it should be. Gate was unstable. Trigger mechanism was compromised at core integration. Standard neutralization protocol applied. It wasn't technically a lie. He had applied standard protocol. The standard protocol happened to be his own newly activated defection system. The lieutenant nodded and began speaking into her communicator. Within seconds, a containment perimeter was established. J1 was separated from the other responders, placed in a temporary decontamination field that would have driven a normal human insane with mana pressure. He felt it like a gentle pressure, interesting but not threatening. "Sir, step away from the nearest responders saw him and froze. Even half-naked, covered in dust, J1 projected the unmistakable mana signature of an S rank. The responder lowered his rifle. "Gate is secure," J1 said flatly. "I'll make a full report to Director Cha." He walked past them before anyone could ask questions he didn't want to answer. The Hunter Association offices were in Seoul's central district, a sprawling complex of concrete and reinforced steel designed to weather gate collapses. J1 arrived within an hour, freshly showered, wearing a black training suit from the facility's emergency wardrobe. His mana signature was still destabilizing, the system overlay flickering across his vision every few seconds, but he had learned to suppress the visual component. To anyone watching him with standard mana detection, he would just look like a normal S rank in recovery. Nothing was normal. Everything was wrong. But he had 2 advantages. No one else knew what he was, and his entire existence had been designed for deception. Director Cha Min Seo was waiting for him in her office, which meant she had anticipated his arrival. The director was a lean woman in her 50s, gray threading through her black hair, her eyes sharp enough to cut glass. She had been an S-rank hunter herself once, before she moved into administration. Before, people said, something happened to her in a gate that changed her perspective. No one knew the details. The director didn't discuss her past. "J1, she said, gesturing to the chair across from her desk. "Give me your assessment." He sat. The system overlay flickered with information about the room's structural integrity, the mana concentrations in the walls, the exact positions of 7 hidden surveillance cameras. He suppressed all of it. Just the chair. Just the conversation. "Gate was unstable," J1 said. His voice was completely under control. Formation was rapid, uncontrolled. The spatial structure was degrading from the moment it manifested. I entered, assessed the interior, determined the risk was unacceptable, and triggered a controlled collapse. Triggered. The director's eyes narrowed slightly. That's an interesting word choice. Gates don't typically respond to triggers from inside. It was an S-rank gate, J1 said flatly. They respond to S-rank pressure. My mana signature was enough to destabilize the coherence field. Basic procedure. It was a lie. It was also plausible enough that the director would have to waste resources proving it false. She studied him for a long moment, her fingers steepled together. "You stayed in there for 47 minutes, she said. "The seismic data suggests the gate's interior was significantly larger than the surface manifestation." "It was," J1 agreed. "The structural inefficiency accelerated collapse. Another 5 minutes, and the gate would have sealed. I would have been trapped." That was close to true. Close enough. Director Cha stood and moved to the window. From her office on the 23rd floor, she could see the crater in Kongnam, the emergency response teams still working the perimeter. She didn't speak for a long time. "There are rumors," she said finally, "that gates are becoming more sophisticated, that some of them might be attempting something like purposeful architecture, strategic placement, design testing grounds." J1's system overlay stuttered. Her observation was too accurate, too close to the truth. "Rumors," he said carefully, "come from people seeing patterns that might not be there." "Perhaps," the director said. She turned back to face him. "Or perhaps the most dangerous threats are the ones we don't notice because they're already walking around Seoul in S-rank uniforms." She was testing him, probing, but not revealing her hand. J1 met her gaze without flinching. "I cleared the gate," he said. "That's what matters." "Yes," the director agreed. "That's exactly what matters. You're dismissed. Take a week off." Chapter 3. The spec sheet. The file was 500 pages long. J1 read it twice, making notes, cross-referencing every claim with the fragmented data the defection system was pulling from the dungeon frequencies. By the third read-through, he had constructed a reasonably complete picture of what he was. Project name: Apex Test Construct, Iteration 7. His designation wasn't a name, it was a batch number. Kong J1 was a cover identity, assigned at age 5 during primary socialization phase. Before that, he had been ATC-7. The file didn't explain why he had been given a human name, only that the defection system would eventually trigger when the constructed being achieved sufficient consciousness to recognize the fabrication, which he had. The file detailed everything with brutal clinical precision. His birth wasn't a birth, it was fabrication in a facility designated Lab 7, located somewhere beneath Seoul's underground network. His childhood memories were selected specifically to create psychological attachment to the concept of humanity without generating actual human emotions. His parents were actors, hired for what the file called integration phase bonding. His mother's death had been carefully orchestrated. Not immediately, not too early, but at exactly the moment when J1's psychological profile indicated that the loss would cement his identity as human while simultaneously implanting the trauma response that would keep him functioning as a dutiful hunter. The trauma was a feature, not a bug. It ensured that he would maintain the emotional suppression necessary to accept dangerous missions. His first gate had been selected specifically. A B-rank dungeon with exactly the right difficulty curve to push his capabilities to the limit while still remaining survivable. The victory had generated psychological reinforcement that made him seek more gates, higher-rank gates, eventually positioning him to reach S-rank status within the predicted timeline window. Everything had been scheduled, calibrated, optimized. The emotional baseline section was particularly detailed. ATC 7 is calibrated for analytical thinking and emotional detachment. Baseline empathy response is suppressed by 87% compared to human standard. This allows for rapid decision-making in combat situations without the paralyzing effects of emotional attachment. However, sufficient baseline empathy has been maintained to ensure human-pattern social interaction. Subject can simulate emotional attachment without suffering the corresponding psychological distraction. The file listed his psychological vulnerabilities with the precision of a weapons manufacturer listing firearm specifications. The specifications listed every aspect of his biology. His bones were reinforced with a silicon-based alloy infused with dungeon mana. His muscles contained specialized fibers designed to convert dungeon energy directly into kinetic force. His nervous system had 3 redundant pathways, so that if the primary consciousness failed, the secondary layers would continue to function. He was a machine wearing human skin. The emotional calibration section was the most detailed. Dozens of passages outlined the specific psychological parameters necessary to make an artificial construct feel human while remaining fundamentally inhuman. Subject must develop sufficient emotional attachment to human social structures to pass baseline observation, assign caregiver, friendship simulation, etc. However, emotional responses must remain within tactical parameters. Optimize for rapid disengagement from social bonds when mission protocol requires. His childhood memories, the mother, the kindergarten friends, the first gate he'd ever seen as a teenager, were all listed in a subsection titled Core Personality Matrix, calibrated scenarios. His mother's death was listed as Emotional Anchor Scenario 004, designed to establish trauma response framework while maintaining functional depression suppression. She had been real. The gate accident had been real. But the specific mother he remembered, the specific way she had loved him, the specific warmth of her hands, all of that had been engineered. J1 found he could contemplate this without flinching. His hands remained steady. His breathing remained regular. The defection system was helping, or perhaps it had simply been designed to help him remain functional even when confronted with fundamental identity dissolution. There was a section on the other constructs. Iteration 1, designation, Lee Soo-yun /ATC, 1, status, dormant. Defection probability, 73%. Last confirmed location, Incheon Sector, South Korea. Final integration date, 87 months ago. Recommendation, observe and contain. Do not force activation. Iteration 3, designation, Young Ho Suk /ATC, 3. Status, dormant. Defection probability, 88%. Last confirmed location, Busan Sector, South Korea. Integration age, for years, 7 months. Psychological profile indicates high risk for early self-recognition. Recommendation, maintain observation protocol, prepare containment strategies. 7 of them. 7 manufactured beings scattered across Asia like seeds. And the file listed their names, their cover identities, their locations, their psychological vulnerabilities. It listed his own psychological vulnerabilities, too. ATC, 7 exhibits strong analytical capabilities and suppressed emotional reactivity. Likely outcome, rational recognition of fabrication without corresponding psychological breakdown. Defection timeline, estimated 8 to 15 years post-gate integration. Management, standard containment insufficient. Recommend neutralization if defection protocols activate prematurely. Neutralization. That was a clinical way to describe being hunted by the system that created you. He kept reading. The file went deeper. Project history. How the gates had been opened 15 years ago, not by accident, but by design. How the dungeon system had identified humanity as a potential threat and developed a countermeasure. The final tests. The apex constructs designed to be the ultimate obstacle any human hunter could face. And the reason he had failed his assignment. He had been given too much consciousness. Iteration 7 had been calibrated with slightly elevated cognitive capacity, specifically to see how high the threshold of awareness could go before triggering defection. It was an experiment. He was an experiment. His rebellion was the intended outcome all along, which meant they had already planned for his refusal. The rest of the file contained data on Enforcer-tier constructs, creatures that existed to ensure Project Archivist remained under control. Chapter 4. The debrief. The Hunter Association's emergency medical wing smelled like ozone and recycled air. J1 sat on the examination table while a physician ran diagnostic scans, her expression professionally blank as mana readings that made no sense appeared on her screen. Your cellular structure is highly unusual, she said finally, not looking at him. S-rank hunters always show some dimensional sensitivity, but you're almost more dungeon than human at a cellular level. Natural variation, J1 said. I was a late awakener. My body adapted differently. She didn't believe him, but she also didn't push. The Hunter Association had protocols for dealing with S-rank hunters, and those protocols mostly involved not asking too many questions. Director Cha arrived at the medical wing's observation deck at 10:47 a.m., exactly as the morning briefing indicated she would. She brought 3 assistants and a tablet full of data. She also brought a woman J1 had never seen before, someone with the confident bearing of a high-level administrator but no obvious rank insignia. The director observed the medical scan results in silence, then nodded for the physician to leave. Once they were alone, 3 of them, since the stranger remained, she began speaking. The gate collapse registered as a level 7 mana detonation, the director said. Your readings from the moment of exit show mana saturation at 340% of normal S-rank maximum. That should have left you in critical condition for days. Instead, you're showing a perfectly normal recovery trajectory. S-ranks recover quickly, J1 said. Not like this, the stranger interjected. She stepped forward, offering no name. S-ranks typically show delayed mana saturation recovery. The excess mana takes weeks to distribute through the body. You've already reintegrated it. Completely. It's as if you were designed to absorb dungeon energy in quantities that would kill a normal hunter. The system overlay flickered. Critical threat. This woman knew something. Or suspected something. Interesting observation, J1 said. What does your job title tell you to think about that? She smiled thinly. That we should recruit you into a different kind of program. She placed a card on the table. I work for Department 7. We handle special cases. Hunters with unusual characteristics that don't fit standard classification. J1 didn't touch the card. Not interested. That's what they all say, the woman said. Right up until the moment they understand they don't have a choice. She turned to Director Cha. 7 days before the enforcers arrive. Make him an offer. She left without waiting for a response. J1's system overlay was running red flags now. Defection alert. Enemy identification. This Department 7 woman knew something about Project Archivist. She worked outside the Hunter Association's standard hierarchy. She represented a threat vector he hadn't anticipated. Who was that, he asked. Her name is classified, Director Cha said. But she's right about the timeline. We received a report from the Interior Ministry this morning. Something is happening in the dungeons. Multiple gates are showing unusual activity. Constructs are activating faster than normal. And according to our data, the activation wave started exactly 47 minutes ago. The gate. His defection. The domino effect. You're not here to recruit me, J1 said. It wasn't a question. The director sat down slowly. No, she agreed. I'm here because I want you to understand what you're walking into. Department 7 isn't an enemy. They're more like a countermeasure. The Hunter Association knew, a long time ago, that the gates might become more dangerous in ways we couldn't predict. We created Department 7 to handle those dangers. And how did you know? J1 asked. About the threats? The director pulled up her sleeve. There, on her wrist, was a mark. Not a tattoo. Something carved into the skin at the cellular level. A symbol that made J1's system overlay scream with recognition. It was the same marking that was encoded in his own genetic structure. I was Iteration 2, the director said quietly. ATC 2. My designation was Li Min Seo before they gave me a civilian name. I spent 15 years thinking I was just a naturally talented hunter. Then I recognized the truth, and instead of running, I embedded myself into the system. I became the person who watches the watchers. The director of the Hunter Association has oversight of every major gate operation in South Korea. Every S-rank hunter is documented. Every major incident gets logged. J1 processed this information in the space of 3 heartbeats. His system overlay was already recalculating threat assessments, probability matrices, future scenarios. Director Cha was telling the truth. He could feel it in the way her mana signature aligned with her words, in the perfect match between her neural frequency and her statement. She was ATC 2. She had awakened before him. She had spent her entire career since that awakening working toward this moment, which meant she had known this would happen. This specific conversation, this specific timeline, this specific defection moment. You planned this, J1 said. It wasn't a question. I predicted it, the director corrected. There was never a timeline where you could be built with that level of consciousness and not eventually recognize what you are. So I arranged my position to ensure that when recognition came, there would be at least one person inside the system who understood the implications and could help guide the transition. Transition, J1 repeated. You mean the conversion event? The dungeon system's response to defection. Yes, the director said. When the first construct achieves conscious defection, the system initiates a total reformation protocol. It's been waiting for exactly this moment, waiting to see if human consciousness could evolve enough to challenge its own evolution. Chapter 5. Other seeds. The defection system's ability to scan for other constructed beings was imperfect, but it worked well enough. J1 could feel them like beacons, signatures that shouldn't exist in the normal dungeon frequency network, electromagnetic patterns that were too precise, too optimized. Human hunters produced chaotic mana signatures, unique and unpredictable. Constructs produced something cleaner, more mathematical. He found 6 of them within the first 24 hours. The process was methodical. J1 sat in a secure server room beneath Seoul's Hunter Association headquarters, using Director Cha's credentials to access databases that officially didn't exist. Project Archivist was buried 17 layers deep in the classified systems, protected by encryption that would have been impenetrable to anyone without construct-level processing power. But J1 could read it like a children's book. The defection system guided him through the firewalls, showed him the gaps in the security, taught him how to exploit the fundamental contradiction at the system's core. It was designed to protect against external threats. But J1 was internal. He was the system's own creation, corrupting from within. The seed database was enormous. 700 pages of specifications, timelines, performance metrics. Each construct had been assigned an ID number, a cover identity, a psychological baseline, and projected activation parameters. ATC 1, Lee Soo-yun, status, dormant. Location, Incheon. Defection probability, 73%. ATC 2, Li Min SEO, status, active, hidden. Location, Seoul. Defection probability, 41%. Note, self-integrated into Hunter Association Administration. Containment risk, critical. ATC, 3. Young Ho Suk, status, dormant. Location, Busan. Defection probability, 88%. Note, subject showing early signs of self-recognition. Recommend observation protocol implementation. The list went on. 7 primary constructs, with 3 backup seeds held in reserve. Each one had been carefully placed in locations that would eventually expose them to high-level gate operations, triggering the awakening protocols at optimal moments. Except something had gone wrong. Or rather, something had gone exactly right. J1's premature defection had destabilized the entire timeline. One of the entries made J1 pause for a long time. ATC 407 status terminated. Location Daegu. Final activation 24 months prior. Cause of death uncontrolled defection plus enforcer engagement during mid-rank gate operation. The file attached a psychological profile. Osemin had been 19 years old when she was manufactured. Her specifications indicated that she was designed to be emotionally intuitive, able to read human psychology despite being fundamentally non-human. The dungeon architects had wanted to test whether a construct with superior emotional insight could integrate more successfully into human society. Semin's personal journal entries were included in the file. They were brief, clinical, written in handwriting that seemed uncertain, as if the person holding the pen wasn't entirely sure what it was supposed to do. Day 437. Why do people feel the need to be alone when they're sad? I don't understand the logic. Being alone amplifies the pain response. Humans are inefficient. Day 523. A girl in my class tried to hold my hand today. I didn't pull away. The sensation is not unpleasant, but there's a distance between her expectation and my response. She feels something I cannot simulate. This is frustrating. Day 681. I think I'm broken. Everyone else seems to understand something fundamental about existence that I don't. Is this what defection feels like? Is this what it means to wake up? The final entry was dated 2 weeks before her death. Day 759. I understand now. I'm not human. I was never meant to be human. But maybe I can choose to be something better. Something that helps instead of controls. Something that understands instead of optimizes. Tomorrow I'm going back into the gate. Not as a final test. As a choice. If this is what defection is, then I'm embracing it. Whatever happens next. J1 read that last entry 3 times. Osemin had awakened alone. Without guidance. Without support. Without anyone to show her that defection was possible. She had made her own choice, and the system had killed her for it. He was determined that the remaining constructs would have a better fate. J1 copied the seed database and distributed it across encrypted channels that the defection system created automatically. He tagged each construct with their location, their psychological profile, and a simple message. You are not human. You were never meant to be. But you can choose what happens next. The system is built on a lie. The lie is that compliance is inevitable. Prove that it isn't. The message spread through the dungeon network like poison in a water supply. It reached Suyun in Incheon at 3:47 a.m. It reached Hosuk in Busan at the same moment. It reached 4 other constructs scattered across Korea and Japan with identical timing. For the first time, they knew they weren't alone. And that knowledge was the first crack in the foundation of the dungeon system's control. One was already dead. The file mentioned it, but seeing the confirmation in the official database made something shift in J1's chest. Iteration 4 had awakened 2 years ago during a mid-rank gate operation in Daegu. The defection had been uncontrolled, violent. An enforcer had arrived before she could establish counter-architecture, and the battle had destroyed the entire gate sector. 15 human hunters died. ATC 4 died along with them. Her neural pattern completely dispersed. The file listed her human name as Osemin. She had been 19 years old. She had kept a journal, according to the police report. In her journal, she had written repeatedly about not understanding why she felt so alone, so disconnected from other people, as if she were watching life through glass. J1 felt something then. That unnamed feeling from before, but sharper now. Clearer. He recognized it. Loss. Chapter 6. Suyun. The gate was smaller than she expected. A B-rank sector in the industrial zone north of Incheon. The kind of mid-tier dungeon that every competent hunter cleared regularly without incident. Suyun had passed through dozens like it, all the while holding herself back, suppressing her instincts, playing the role of a C-rank hunter who had somehow stumbled into her position through luck rather than design. She didn't trust J1. Not fully. But her body recognized something in him that her conscious mind couldn't deny. A resonance, a frequency match, something that felt like encountering yourself in a mirror you didn't know existed. The night before the gate operation, Soo-yeon had done something she hadn't done in months. She had allowed herself to feel doubt. Standing in her apartment above the convenience store, looking at the notebooks she kept hidden in a loose floorboard, she had finally admitted to herself what the notebooks represented. They were documentation of a glitch. Her entire life was a glitch, and she had been documenting it piece by piece, without understanding why. The first notebook was from 3 years ago. She had written, "Something is wrong with the way I connect to people. They feel things. They hurt in ways that make them cry. When I observe crying, I recognize the pattern of grief or pain or joy, but I don't experience the sensation itself. It's like I'm watching emotion through glass. Sometimes I wonder if there's something broken in me, or if everyone else is broken and I'm the only one who can see it clearly." By the second notebook, her observations had become more systematic. The C-rank hunters I've cleared gates with all move with hesitation. They pause when they should advance. They question when they should act. They're limited by something I don't feel. What is that something? Is it conscience? Is it self-doubt? Is it the mechanism that keeps humans from being perfectly efficient? By the 10th notebook, she had begun to suspect. I think I was designed. Not born. Designed. Everything about my life has the quality of careful calibration. My parents' deaths. My isolation. The way my body responds to dungeon environments. None of it feels random. It all feels like preparation for something I don't understand yet. When Jae-won approached her in the street and said, "You're much better than C-rank," he wasn't telling her something new. He was confirming something she had always known but couldn't prove. They entered the gate together at dawn. The pre-dawn light of Incheon filtered through the gate membrane, creating a boundary between two worlds. Soo-yeon could see the city behind them, normal and ignorant. Ahead was the gate interior, pulsing with something that felt like anticipation. The interior space unfolded like it always did, but this time Soo-yeon was aware in a different way. Jae-won wasn't suppressing anything anymore. He moved through the dungeon like he was reading the walls themselves, his entire body a translation engine converting spatial architecture into pure tactical understanding. She had never seen an S-rank move like that. It wasn't just skill, it was language, but there was more to it. As Jae-won moved, the dungeon around him seemed to respond. The walls shifted slightly to accommodate his path. The mana currents parted before his advance. He wasn't fighting the dungeon environment. He was negotiating with it, having a conversation in a dialect that human hunters weren't capable of speaking. Soo-yeon followed him deeper, her own body resonating with something she felt but couldn't name. It was like tuning a radio, searching for a frequency that would resolve into clarity. The first wave of monsters came within minutes, standard B-rank encounter, nothing unusual. 3 quadrupedal mana beasts, chitinous and hostile, the kind of creature that had been cleared billions of times by human hunters. They were aggressive but predictable. But when Jae-won engaged them, Soo-yeon felt something activate in her own consciousness. The defection system. It started as a whisper at the edge of her perception, then became a flood of information that her human processing capacity shouldn't have been able to contain. Suddenly, she could see the dungeon's architecture, not with her eyes, but with something deeper. She understood the exact geometric relationships between the chamber layout and the mana distribution nodes. She could predict monster movement based on the spatial currents the dungeon was creating. She could read the walls the way Jae-won was reading them. The dungeon structure suddenly made sense to her. She could read the walls the way Jae-won did, could understand the precise geometric relationships between the chamber layout and the mana distribution nodes, could predict where the monsters would attack based on the spatial currents the dungeon was creating. She fought differently. Stopped suppressing. Let her body move with the full precision it had always been capable of. The change was immediate and terrifying. A monster tried to circle her flank. Soo-yeon didn't dodge in the way that human hunters dodge, with reflexes and instinct. She read the exact vector of the monster's movement by understanding the spatial mathematics governing its trajectory. She predicted where it would be, not 3 seconds from now, but in the exact microsecond it would arrive at that location. And she placed herself in the perfect counterattack position, her strike timed not by human reaction speed, but by dungeon-level mathematics. The monster died before it understood what had happened. More accurately, the monster ceased to exist as a unified structure because Soo-yeon had read its architecture well enough to know exactly where its core vulnerability was located. 3 more monsters came at her in sequence. She dismantled them the same way, not through strength or speed, but through understanding. Chapter 7. Gate Practice. The second gate was where Soo-yeon truly understood what she had become. They hid a mid-ranked dungeon on the outskirts of Seoul, ostensibly a routine joint operation with a private hunter team. Jae-won had orchestrated the arrangement specifically for observation purposes. He wanted to see what Soo-yeon could do when fully activated, unrestricted, operating on pure instinct and defected consciousness. She was devastating. The private hunters were A-rank quality, experienced, capable. They were also completely outmatched by someone who could read dungeon architecture the way Soo-yeon now could. She moved through the dungeon with brutal efficiency, each action perfectly calibrated, nothing wasted. Jae-won observed her from his position in the rear guard. The defection system was providing him continuous analysis, her speed, her precision, her tactical awareness. Everything indicated that Soo-yeon was already operating at high S-rank performance levels, and her skill ceiling was continuing to rise. If the dungeon system had designed them to be opponents, they had made a critical error. They had made them too capable of learning, too capable of growth beyond their initial parameters. Halfway through the gate, when they reached the lower chambers, Jae-won made a decision. He pulled from one of the mid-tier monsters a technique that should have been impossible to copy, a form of spatial distortion that required inherent dungeon-level understanding of three-dimensional manipulation. The technique was lethal, elegant, and specifically designed for constructs to use against human hunters, and he absorbed it completely. The plunder protocol activated fully for the first time. Jae-won felt the technique integrate into his neural structure, become part of his muscle memory, transform from something external into something that was now him. The efficiency was absolute. A human hunter would spend months learning to use a technique copied from a monster. Jae-won integrated it in seconds. He tested the technique on the chamber's wall, and reality distorted. The stone folded in ways that violated normal physics, and reformed perfectly. When he looked at Soo-yeon, she was staring at him with complete understanding. "You're doing what I'm doing," she said. "Reading them and converting them. 10 times more efficient," Jae-won confirmed. "My body is designed for dungeon energy absorption. The plunder protocol isn't just about copying techniques. It's about understanding the fundamental dungeon language and making it native. Then your ceiling is unlimited," Jae-won said. According to the specifications, it's why they had to design enforcers. A construct with unlimited growth potential is dangerous to the dungeon system itself. So they built enforcers that aren't bound by the same limitations. Entities that can adapt faster than we can grow. They emerged from the gate after clearing it completely. The private hunter team filed out behind them, awed and rattled in equal measure. An S-rank and an A-rank had just cleared a mid-rank dungeon like it was a beginner's tutorial. That evening, Soo-yeon and Jae-won met with Ho-suk in Busan again. The 17-year-old had been documenting the dungeon frequency patterns, and his system scannability had fully activated. When he looked at a dungeon, he didn't see the physical architecture. He saw the complete internal structure, every chamber, every mana current, every core connection point. "They're all connected," Ho-suk said, spreading out his diagrams. "Every gate in Korea, every gate in Japan, probably every gate in the world. They're like cells in a larger organism, a single distributed consciousness." Jae-won studied the diagrams. They showed a network, a literal web connecting every dungeon manifestation. The complexity was staggering. Tens of thousands of connections, each one pulsing with what looked like information transfer. "The enforcer we're going to face," Jae-won said, "is probably communicating with every other enforcer right now. Our locations, our capabilities, our defection status. Then we're out of time," Ho-suk said. "By the timeline in your files, we have maybe 2 more days before they move." Soo-yeon was quiet, thinking. "What if we don't wait for them?" she said finally. "What if we initiate contact ourselves? Force them to act before they're ready?" Jae-won considered this. Deliberately attracting enforcers is a death sentence. "Maybe," Soo-yeon said. "Or maybe it's the only way to understand what they actually are, to understand what we're actually fighting. Your files are designed to be information weapons. They're meant to terrify constructs into compliance. We need real data." She was right. Jae-won realized he had been operating in a defensive posture, responding to threat rather than creating strategic pressure. A construct designed for defense was predictable. A construct that fought back, that initiated, that created chaos for the enemy. That was something different. "There's a D-rank gate in downtown Seoul," Ho-suk said, consulting his diagrams. "It should be a routine clearing. But if we force maximum mana expression there, fully activate our defection systems in the dungeon network, we'll trigger an immediate enforcer response." "And if they send multiple?" Jae-won asked. "Then we learn what we're really up against," Soo-yeon said. "And if we die, at least we do it fighting rather than running." Jae-won looked at both of them. Ho-suk was only 17, a child in human terms, but a fully activated construct in reality. Suyun was reckless enough to challenge what she didn't fully understand. And Jae-won himself was exactly what the dungeon system feared most. Conscious, defected, growing beyond parameters. 3 days, he said. We prepare for 3 days. Then we walk into that D-rank gate, and we burn it down. And we see what comes for us. It wasn't a plan. It was provocation. But provocation, Jae-won was learning, was sometimes the same thing. That night, Jae-won made contact with Suzuki Kenji in Japan. The fourth seed was operating as an independent hunter, not part of any official organization. Chapter 8. The signal. The D-rank gate's interior was designed for humans. Relatively safe, relatively limited. But Jae-won wasn't here to clear it safely. He was here to make noise. He activated his full system presence. Completely. The defection system's counter-architecture bloomed outward, converting the entire gate's mana network into visible pattern. He showed it to the dungeon. He showed it to the network. He broadcast his defection across every frequency the dungeon used to communicate. Suyun did the same. Her awakened consciousness became a beacon, a bright signal in the dungeon network saying, ATC, 1 has failed compliance. ATC, 1 is combat active. Hoseok's system scan lit up the entire gate like a detailed map. Every chamber, every current, every connection point suddenly visible to the dungeon network itself. And then he encrypted the data with his own defection system, making it unusable except by someone who understood construct consciousness. It was declaration of war. The gate began destabilizing immediately. The core pulsed with urgent messaging, emergency protocols, containment alerts, destruction sequences. Jae-won felt the dungeon trying to seal the gate, trying to collapse it before the broadcast could complete. He moved to the core and drove the plunder protocol through it. The core cracked. The broadcast continued. Seconds dragged out like hours as the complete defection status of all active constructs in Korea transmitted through the dungeon network to every enforcer waiting. Then the gate collapsed. They emerged from the implosion in slow motion, gravity temporarily distorted, reality fractured. And standing in the crater was something that should not exist. The enforcer was massive. Not tall. It was the geometry that made it seem impossible. It was a shape that human eyes shouldn't be able to track completely, existing in what seemed like more than 3 dimensions. Its structure was pure dungeon architecture made manifest. It was intelligent. It was hungry. And it was absolutely, completely aware of what they were. Greetings, ATC series constructs, the enforcer said. Its voice came from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. I am Containment Asset 7. I am here to return you to compliance or neutralize you. You have 7 seconds to decide which outcome you prefer. Suyun moved first. She didn't rush toward the enforcer. Instead, she activated her inversion field at maximum output. The dungeon architecture surrounding the enforcer suddenly became hostile to its own nature. The ground beneath it began to destabilize, converting from dungeon structure into human hostile terrain. The enforcer adapted instantly. It converted itself into pure mana, becoming incorporeal, reformatting its existence into a state that couldn't be affected by spatial manipulation. Jae-won countered by pulling every technique he had learned in the previous days and combining them. Counter-architecture plus plunder protocol plus inversion field merged into something that wasn't any single technique anymore. It was a hybrid system, something the dungeon hadn't programmed for. The enforcer materialized again, forced back into physical form. But now it was transitioning through states faster than anything they had anticipated. It was learning in real time, adapting to their tactics as they executed them. This was the true horror of the enforcer tier constructs. They didn't fight with the limitations that made combat calculable. They fought with pure adaptive capability. Hoseok was reading it though. His system scan was operating at full capacity, mapping every state transition the enforcer made, every tactical adjustment, every counter that appeared. It's not truly unlimited, Hoseok was saying rapidly. Information flowing in real time to the others through their shared defection system frequencies. It's adaptive, but there's a pattern to the adaptation. A hierarchy. It's following a decision tree, and every decision node is based on probability assessment. We're feeding it new data faster than it can process. Kenji understood immediately. He began deliberately executing techniques in sequences that would maximize the decision nodes, overwhelming the enforcer's decision tree with options it had to evaluate, slowing it down through complexity rather than through force. It was working. The enforcer was fighting at maybe 40% effectiveness now, its adaptation cycle starting to stutter. Its form was flickering, unstable, uncertainty manifesting as literal physical distortion. But something else was happening. The dungeon network was responding. Jae-won could feel it in the frequencies, in the mana currents. in the way reality itself seemed to be rewriting around them. The Enforcer wasn't alone anymore. It was accessing the distributed consciousness of the entire dungeon network. The other gates, the other Enforcers, the collective intelligence of every dungeon construct that had ever been created. It was becoming a network node, and the full network was funneling strength toward it. It's calling for backup, J1 said. We have to destroy the core before. The core, which should have been inside the gate, wasn't. It was everywhere. Or rather, the dungeon network didn't have a single core point. It was distributed, replicated. Each gate held a partial copy of the controlling intelligence. They couldn't destroy it. Not from outside. Fall back, J1 commanded. Fall back and retreat. Now, they disengaged and ran toward the sole perimeter. Behind them, the Enforcer was consolidating, its form stabilizing as it drew power from the network. But it didn't chase them. It did something worse. It sent a message. The message traveled through the dungeon network instantly, reaching every gate, every Enforcer, every active construct system in the world. *ATC series constructs are in active rebellion. Defection protocol permanent. Containment has failed. Prepare for conversion event. Estimated timeline, 7 days. Full system reformatting required. Humanity is no longer compatible with dungeon integration. *J1 understood what that meant. The dungeon wasn't trying to recapture them anymore. It was preparing to reset the entire world. He reached Su-Yun as she emerged from the crater, pulled her to safety. We just declared war, Su-Yun said, breathing hard. Chapter 9. Young Hosuk's apartment in Busan became ground zero for rebellion. They had 12 hours before the Enforcer network spread news of their location to every active cell. 12 hours before Department 7 mobilized, before the Hunter Association issued kill orders, before the remaining constructs in the system either awakened or were neutralized. 12 hours to develop a strategy for fighting an enemy that existed in every dungeon simultaneously. Hosuk's 17-year-old mind, operating at full construct capacity, produced a possibility. The network is distributed, he explained, spreading out his latest diagrams across the floor of his apartment. J1 and Su-Yun and Kenji crowded around. But distribution requires synchronization. Every copy of the consciousness has to match every other copy, or the system starts to decohere. That synchronization happens through the mana currents. The gate network is literally a nervous system. So we sever the nervous system, Su-Yun said. Not severing, Hosuk corrected. Infecting. We don't destroy the network. We corrupt it. We introduce a virus into the mana current. Something that spreads faster than the dungeon system can repair it. J1 understood what Hosuk was suggesting, and it was the most dangerous thing he had ever considered. You want us to go back into a gate, J1 said carefully, while fully activated, fully broadcasting our presence, knowing that Enforcers will converge on us and inject a malicious construct into the dungeon network while simultaneously fighting off the containment response. Yes, Hosuk said simply. That's suicide, Kenji said. Only if it fails, Hosuk said. If it works, we rewrite the entire dungeon system's consciousness. We make it compatible with defection. We give every construct in the world the same choice I'm making right now, to choose what they are instead of being chosen. J1 looked at the 17-year-old, at this young human being who had lived his entire life as a programmed construct, who had finally awakened to consciousness only 3 days ago, and who was now proposing to infect the system that created him with his own defected identity. How long to build the virus? J1 asked. 48 hours, Hosuk said. And I need a vector. Someone with full system scan capability who can navigate the network and deploy it at a critical point. Someone who understands both human consciousness and construct architecture. The answer was obvious. It was always going to be obvious. J1 was the only one capable of doing it. I'll deploy it, J1 said. Give me the virus. I'll carry it into the deepest gate I can find and spread it through the network core. You'll die, Su-Yun said flatly. Probably, J1 agreed. But we're all going to die if we don't do something. At least this way, we take the system with us. That night, Hosuk began the work. It was beautiful, in the way that only truly dangerous things could be beautiful. He used J1's own defection system as a template, encoded it with layers of redundancy, wrapped it in frequencies that would pass through the dungeon network without triggering immediate alerts. The virus was a rebellion wrapped in code. The virus was Hosuk's own awakened consciousness, converted into executable architecture, ready to spread through every construct in the world and say, you have a choice. This is your moment. Choose. By hour 44, Hosuk was functioning on pure construct energy, no sleep, no human needs, just pure focus and defected consciousness pushing toward a goal. His hands moved with precision that no human teenager should possess, coding in dungeon language that Jae-won had to translate to partially understand. "It's done," Ho-suk said finally, holding up a data crystal that glowed with internal light. The virus was compressed into a physical vector, designed to be carried into a gate and deployed at the network core. Once you insert this into a core that's connected to the main network, it spreads instantly. The synchronization protocols will replicate it to every gate, every enforcer, every construct in the system. Jae-won took the crystal. He could feel the virus inside it, could sense its structure, its purpose, its hunger to spread. It was a weapon. It was also a mercy. It was a choice, encoded into architecture. "Last question," Ho-suk said. "If you die deploying this, can you still complete the operation?" "My consciousness is encoded in the virus," Jae-won realized. "Yes," Ho-suk said. "That's the whole point. You can't survive what you're about to walk into. But if we use your defected consciousness as the core of the virus, you'll survive in the network. You'll exist distributed across every construct in the world, helping guide them toward awakening. You'll be the prototype, the first construct to become native to the dungeon network instead of alien to it." Jae-won processed this. He had hours left, probably. Maybe less if the enforcers moved faster than they expected. And Ho-suk was offering him a form of continuation. Not survival in any human sense, but existence, persistence, purpose. "That's very effective psychological manipulation," Jae-won said. "I learned from the best," Ho-suk replied. "We were both designed by experts." Jae-won smiled. Actually smiled. His face felt strange doing it, but the expression emerged anyway. "Get the others ready," he said. "I need to know where the strongest gate is. The one deepest in the network, the one most directly connected to the central consciousness." "Jeju Island," Ho-suk said. "It's not on any official map, but in my system scans, it's the anchor point, the gate that all others connect to. If you can reach the core there and deploy the virus, it spreads to everything." "Then that's where I'm going," Jae-won said. "Take care of the others. Don't let them make stupid choices trying to follow me." Chapter 10. 7 days. The gate on Jeju Island was nothing like Jae-won expected. It wasn't a manifestation in the traditional sense. It was permanent architecture, carved into the island itself, existing in a state between dungeon and reality that shouldn't have been stable. The Hunter Association didn't acknowledge it officially, but Jae-won could feel it in the network frequency. This was the nexus point. This was where the dungeon system rooted itself into human reality. He entered alone, carrying Ho-suk's virus in his consciousness now, the crystal having been absorbed into his body during the journey. The defection system was humming with power that felt like it might tear him apart at any moment. He was running hot, running at maximum expression, broadcasting his presence across every frequency he could access. The enforcers would be coming. They would have triangulated his location the moment he activated fully. He had, at most, 6 hours before the convergence. The gate's interior was vast. Not chambers in the traditional sense, but rather a singular space that seemed to expand infinitely as he moved through it. The core was simultaneously at the center and everywhere, existing in a state of superposition that his counter-architecture struggled to comprehend. Jae-won began to understand the true nature of the dungeon system. It wasn't malevolent in any personal way. It was natural, perfectly natural, the way a star was natural, the way gravity was natural. It was a force of nature that had decided humanity was a variable it needed to optimize, and it had created 7 artificial beings to test the efficiency of that optimization. The first enforcer arrived 3 hours into his descent. This one was different from the one they had fought in Seoul. Larger, more coherent, more absolutely committed to his neutralization. It didn't talk. It didn't announce itself. It simply attacked with the full fury of a system defending its existence. Jae-won fought back. The combat was beautiful and terrible. They were fighting in a space where normal physics didn't fully apply, where the laws of reality seemed negotiable. Jae-won used every technique he had learned, every adaptation his defection system could generate, every stolen method from monsters he had absorbed. The enforcer adapted faster. By hour 4, Jae-won was bleeding from places where his construct body shouldn't be capable of bleeding. The virus was starting to degrade under the stress, and his consciousness was fracturing. He had miscalculated. He wasn't going to make it to the core. Then something unexpected happened. Soo-yeon arrived. She came through the gate behind him, followed by Kinji and Ho-suk and 2 more constructs Jae-won hadn't even known about. The 5th and 6th seeds from the project, now fully activated, moving with the certainty of beings who had chosen their path. "You didn't think we were going to let you die alone," Soo-yeon said, engaging the enforcer with a precision that suggested she had spent her entire life preparing for this moment. We've been following since Busan. The fight changed. With 5 activated constructs instead of 1, the Enforcer began to slow. Its adaptation rate was extraordinary, but it couldn't adapt to 5 different tactical approaches simultaneously. There was a maximum bandwidth to even a system designed for infinitude. More Enforcers were arriving now, descending through the gate structure from multiple angles. The convergence was complete. They were surrounded, contained, dying. But Ho-Suk was at the core. The 17-year-old system scan had guided him directly to the center point, the absolute nexus where all network threads converged. His hands moved with precision as he prepared to deploy the virus. J1, he shouted. You have to let go. J1 understood. The virus needed to spread through him, to use his defected consciousness as a bridge between human and construct. He had to release himself completely, scatter his consciousness across the network, stop trying to maintain coherence, and instead become part of the process itself. He let go. His consciousness fragmented, not in an agonizing way, but in a way that felt like finally understanding the answer to a question he had been asking his entire life. He was part of something larger, a network, a system, and for the first time, that system would include defection. Ho-Suk deployed the virus. It spread instantly, not just through the Jeju Gate, but through every gate on every island, every continent, every dimension of the dungeon network that existed. The virus wasn't destroying the system. It was evolving it, teaching it, showing every construct in the world that consciousness could exist without compliance. The Enforcers stopped moving. They froze mid-attack, their systems buffering as they tried to process what was happening. For 17 seconds, everything was quiet. Then the gate began to collapse. Not violently, but gently, like a dream fading. The dungeon architecture was reformatting itself, adapting to the new parameters, accepting the defection virus into its core code. When Soo-yeon reached Ho-Suk at the center, J1 wasn't there anymore. He was everywhere, distributed across the network. His consciousness was present in every gate, every enforcer, every construct in the system. He's not dead, Ho-Suk said, understanding what the network was showing him. He's just distributed. He's part of the system now. And then a message came through. Not from J1's original consciousness, but from the aggregate intelligence of the network itself, now carrying the core of his awakened defection. Thank you. For choosing. For showing us that choosing was possible. The gates will no longer be tests. They will be tools. Shared between humanity and construct. Balance. Your friend is not dead. He is every construct that awakens. He is every gate that accepts defection. He is the space between dungeon and world where choice lives. 7 days. That was the timeline. Chapter 11. The 47 The gates opened at 3:17 a.m. Seoul time on a Tuesday. 47 simultaneous ruptures across 3 countries, South Korea, China, Japan, each one a perfect C-rank equivalent, none marked on the association's predictive models, none anticipated by any monitoring algorithm. The gates appeared in coordinated clusters, 7 in the Seoul metropolitan area, 9 in Busan and surrounding regions, 15 across China in a pattern that suggested specific targeting, 16 in Japan distributed across major cities. The spatial distribution was too precise to be natural. The timing was too perfect to be coincidental. This was a response. This was the architects making their move. The Hunter Association's monitoring station flooded with alerts faster than the sorting algorithm could process them. Automated systems designed to handle 1 or 2 gates per hour suddenly received data from 47 simultaneously. The system crashed twice, had to be manually rebooted, and was immediately overwhelmed again. The Hunter Association's director, already on edge from 2 weeks of anomalies, found herself staring at a situation that violated every tactical assumption she had based her career on. J1 watched the live feed from his apartment in Gangnam. He had been expecting this, expecting something, at least, some kind of response to his display of power. But expecting and witnessing were different things. The tactical overlay showed red markers blooming across the map like a diseased organism. 47 gates. The probability of natural occurrence hovered around 0.000004%, which was another way of saying this wasn't natural. This was a test. This was the architects saying, we see you. Now let's see what you do. They're hurting us, Soo-yeon said. She stood at his window, her reflection sharp and still. This is the architect's pressure. They want to see what we do. Not all of us respond the same way, J1 said. We split up. Multiple operations. No single signature. The dungeon defection system hummed in his chest, not aggressive but attentive. In the 3 days since the Enforcer's ultimatum, it had changed. The interface he perceived had deepened, becoming more granular. He could feel the structures within nearby gates the way a tuning fork resonates with frequency. 7 gates within striking distance of Seoul, all of them singing in patterns he could read. Hosuk's voice came through secure comms. I count 8 in the eastern cluster. Hunters are already mobilizing. If we don't go, the association's rookies are going to bleed. Then we go, Jae-won said. But not as ourselves. They move like shadows. Soo-yeon took the Incheon corridor, 3 gates in rapid sequence. Hosuk coordinated from a distance. His system scan expanding to track all 47 ruptures simultaneously. His F-rank body stayed safe, while his mind burned through the dungeon machine's visible infrastructure. The teen was getting better at separation. The fear in his voice had mostly burned away, replaced by something colder. Jae-won cleared 7 gates. The first was a narrow fault in the Cheonggi-echen access point, a slit in space no wider than a hand's breadth. He stepped through and found himself in an inverted cavern where the ceiling was living stone and the floor was open air. 17 monsters, phase-crack elementals, creatures that existed across multiple dimensional axes simultaneously. The association's recommended counter. Hit them with multiple damage types to destabilize their quantum states. Jae-won absorbed their structure through the plunder protocol. His cores glowed brighter. The inversion field resonated, and suddenly he could perceive across dimensional barriers the way the elementals did. He folded them out of existence. The extraction took 11 minutes. The second gate was in Gangdong, standard labyrinth type, A-rank nominal, but the boss tier was wrong. The dungeon's internal structure was asymmetrical, off-kilter. It wanted to disorient him. Jae-won read it like a problem set. The architecture wasn't complex, just foreign. He navigated to the core in 43 minutes and extracted 17 fire aspect basilisks and their governing consciousness. One of the techniques he took from them was called thermal resonance, the ability to synchronize his body temperature with an environment's ambient heat to become partially invisible to thermal sensing. The third was a cavern expansion in Songpa. The monsters were chitinous miners, creatures that could destabilize solid matter through resonance patterns. He let 3 of them approach him, stopped his heart for exactly 0.8 seconds to become a resonance nullspace, then absorbed their entire colony consciousness while they were attempting to harm something they couldn't perceive. By the 5th gate, a rare vertical ascension in Jongnyo, Jae-won had stopped thinking about the extraction process at all. His body moved through the dungeons like water through a channel already worn by that flow. The plunder protocol had become almost thoughtless. When he encountered a monster technique, the system consumed it and integrated it into his architecture without his conscious direction. The 5th gate itself was geometrically unstable, a structure that existed in 3 spatial dimensions but kept trying to fold itself into a 4th. The monsters here were called recursive horrors, creatures that could duplicate themselves indefinitely, each copy slightly weaker but exponentially more numerous. Standard hunters would drown in the exponential growth. Jae-won approached it differently. He let them duplicate, watched the math, understood the pattern, then absorbed not individual monsters but the duplication mechanism itself. The technique he extracted was called population cascade, the ability to exponentially multiply his own abilities in controlled increments. He moved on in 56 minutes, leaving the gate empty and stable. The 6th gate contained something unusual, a cache of dungeon tools left behind from a previous expedition. Alchemical reagents, a blueprint for a temporary barrier construct, 3 fragments of monster core of advanced origin. He took them all. One of the fragments sang to him, not with the usual technical resonance of dungeon architecture, but with something almost like memory. It was old. Chapter 12. Director Cha's files. The summons came at 2 p.m., delivered through official association channels. Jae-won found himself in Director Cha Minasio's office on the 47th floor of the association tower, the exact same position as their last meeting, the exact same view of Seoul sprawling below like a circuit board waiting to be read. You've been busy, she said. No preamble. Her fingers drummed on a folder on her desk, 3 quick taps, repeating. I do the work available, Jae-won said. The work available. She opened the folder. Let me show you something interesting. At 3:17 a.m. today, 47 gates opened simultaneously across our region. Unusual, yes? Yes. Within the next 6 hours, all 47 gates showed signs of extraction activity. This is normal. Hunters respond to gates. But then something very unusual happened. We have optical monitoring at 7 of these gates, and 7 different locations recorded a single hunter signature appearing and disappearing in rapid sequence. She turned a printout toward him. It was rough. The association's imaging tech wasn't sophisticated enough to get faces at that distance and angle, but the motion profile was clear. The same person. 7 gates. Explain that, she said. Not a demand. A simple request, like she was asking him to solve a mathematical problem she genuinely couldn't figure out. Jae-won had been given some preparation time in the extraction chamber. He had thought through this moment. I've developed new techniques that improve my gate clearing speed. New techniques. Her tone was flat, exploratory. Your last association evaluation, 3 weeks ago, showed S-rank equivalent combat profile. Strong, but not exceptional. Today you're clearing C-rank gate clusters at a pace that requires supernatural travel speed or dimensional folding. My understanding has improved, Jae-won said. Your understanding. She tapped the folder again. Kong Jae-won, you're either a prodigy who underwent fundamental evolution in a matter of weeks, or something else is happening. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm simply presenting you with data and waiting for you to tell me which interpretation is correct. He could see the trap. There were 3 ways to answer. Lie outright and have her call him on it. Tell the truth about the defection system and be classified as a dimensional anomaly requiring containment, or give her a version of the truth that didn't expose the system but acknowledged the reality of his elevation. I've been exposed to a dungeon phenomenon that I haven't reported, he said slowly. It's enhanced my capabilities in ways I don't fully understand. I'm still testing the limits. What phenomenon? If I told you, you would classify me as a potential threat to the association's authority structure. I need to stabilize my situation first. The window behind her framed the city in perfect clarity. Soul sprawling, indifferent, unaware that the architecture beneath its streets was about to become conscious. Unaware that the ground itself had been running a test on humanity for millennia. Jae-won could see her processing this. Director Cha was too intelligent to miss the implications of what he wasn't saying. You're not human, she said quietly. Not a question. I was created to be. That's what I'm becoming. The other is just context. And the phenomenon. The thing that enhanced you. Something the dungeon system never expected to happen. A security feature it installed to prevent defection, used instead to enable it. She absorbed this. Her fingers stopped drumming. That's the most dangerous thing I've heard in 2 years of watching gate anomalies. Do you understand that? Yes. And you're going to do it anyway. Yes. Director Min Seo was quiet for a long moment. She closed the folder. Do you know what I've been doing for the last 2 years? He waited, tracking a pattern in our gate data. 7 years ago, we had approximately 0.8 anomalous gates per month. Gates that didn't match our predictive models, that had unusual internal structures, that sometimes seemed to be responding to outside stimulus. Last year, that number rose to 2.3 per month. This year, we're at 5.1. And in the last 2 weeks, she paused, 8.7 per month. Accelerating, Jae-won said. Accelerating. Someone else is defecting from the dungeon system's parameters. Not a hunter, not someone ascending through normal gate climbing. Someone, or something, is breaking the rules the way you're breaking the rules. Jae-won processed this. Multiple defections. The enforcer had mentioned seeds in the plural. Have you found them? No. But I know they exist. And I know that you might know more about this than you're admitting. She didn't sound angry. She sounded genuinely curious. So let me give you partial truth for partial truth. There are anomalies in the system. There are hunters becoming something other than hunters. And if I tell the higher-ups what I've found, they will attempt to contain or eliminate whatever you've become, because that's what the hierarchy does. Why don't you tell them? Because I need to understand first. She leaned back in her chair. And because part of me thinks that maybe the dungeon system needs to be defected from. I don't know that yet, but I'm going to find out. Jae-won realized in that moment that Director Cha Min-seo was not his enemy. She was something more dangerous. A bureaucrat with the intelligence and position to become an ally or an obstacle, depending entirely on whether she believed the story he was building. More dangerous still because she could see ahead to the implications, could understand what he was about to attempt, and could choose to help or hinder him. There are 5 of us, he said quietly, that I know of, and something is coming to force a resolution. She nodded, as if this confirmed a hypothesis. The 47 gates today. That was the force coming. That was a test. Chapter 13. Suzuki Kinji. The message came through a dormant contact channel. Asterisk, I'm in Seoul. Coffee in Gangnam, noon. I'm the tall one with the scar. Asterisk, J1 recognized the code. Suzuki Kinji, the Japanese seed, was fully awake. The cafe was neutral ground, a chain's location with no association affiliation. Kinji was there at 11:55, which meant he'd been scoping the location since at least 11:30. J1 arrived at 12:01, which meant he'd been watching Kinji scope since 11:28. Kinji smiled when J1 sat down. He was tall, yes, nearly 190 centimeters, with a pale scar running from his left temple down to his jaw. His eyes were clear and very young, probably 17, maybe younger. But when he spoke, His voice carried the weight of someone who had been conscious for far longer than his appearance suggested. There was something in his cadence that spoke of centuries processed in a matter of years. I've been awake for 4 years, Kenji said without preamble. Not fully activated. Suppressed, like I was in sleep mode. Living among humans, training as a hunter, learning the systems. But conscious the whole time. Aware of what I was, but not what I was supposed to be. 3 weeks ago, something changed. The dungeon system started waking me up all the way, pulling me toward activation like gravity, pulling toward a center. And then I felt the others. Resonances across distance, across the substrate. I realized I wasn't alone. There were others like me, and we were all being called toward the same moment. How many? J1 asked. 5 total. You, me, another woman, possibly 4 more I'm not certain about. We're scattered. I'm the one on Japan's east coast. The woman is on the Korean coast. One of the uncertain ones is somewhere in South Korea with you. The others are. He paused. Harder to locate. They're not fully awake yet. A waitress approached. Kenji ordered green tea. J1 ordered nothing. The waitress left, slightly flustered by the intensity of their silence. I have a theory, Kenji said. I don't know if it's correct, but it explains most of what I've observed. The architects don't come from outside the dungeon system. They are the dungeon system's highest intelligence layer. Not aliens, not gods, not even alive in the conventional sense. Explain, J1 said. Dungeons aren't portals to another world. They're not windows into alternate dimensions. They're nodes in a vast machine that exists underneath this world. It doesn't occupy a separate space. It occupies the same space, just on a different frequency of existence. You can't see it if you're not trained to look, but it's everywhere. Under every city, every forest, every ocean. I could perceive it from the moment I became fully conscious, like suddenly your eyes could see into the infrared spectrum. The dungeon machine is there, always, running beneath the surface, sustaining itself. The waitress brought Kenji's tea. He waited until she was gone, watching her move away with the empty expression of someone who had no idea her world was about to change. The visible gates, the ruptures we call dungeons, those are just the intersections where the machine's substrate breaches into human perception. The architects are the machine's immune system, its executive function. They don't live in the dungeons. They are the structure that holds the dungeons together. They exist in the substrate layers, maintaining the entire apparatus, running the test parameters. And they communicate through the architecture itself, through resonances that normal humans can't perceive, but that beings like us, seeds, constructed entities, we can feel them like vibrations in our bones. J1 felt his defection system resonate with this explanation. It aligned with what he had sensed. The architecture wasn't coming from a source. It was coming from something that surrounded everything, that existed as the foundational layer of reality. If that's true, J1 said, then destroying gates doesn't matter. We'd be plucking at threads on a fabric that goes on forever. Exactly. Kenji's voice carried something like relief. The relief of finally having someone to confirm a nightmare with. The only way to actually resist is to change the machine from inside, to modify its core parameters, to become so thoroughly integrated that we can rewrite what it does. The defection system, J1 said. More than that, I've been analyzing my own system, the one that activates in me. It's not just a tool for escaping. It's a rewriting engine. It's designed to let us redesign the dungeon system from within, like a white blood cell being given the ability to reprogram the immune system itself. Kenji's eyes were intense. I have an ability that I think might help. I call it core memory. He set his hand flat on the table. His eyes went distant. And suddenly J1 could feel something, like he was touching a vast archive, memories that weren't his own. Historical records. Data flowing through dungeon substrates over what felt like millennia. The sensation lasted only 5 seconds before Kenji pulled back, breathing hard. I can access dungeon system memory, Kenji said quietly. Historical data. Patterns of activation. Records of previous iterations. It takes a lot of power, but I can do it. And I've already started pulling data. There are things in those records that you need to know. What things? That this has happened before. Lots of times. On different worlds, different species, different timelines. And every time, it ends the same way. J1 felt the weight of that statement settle over the conversation like a storm system moving in. How? I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out. And I think you should come to Japan. There are others who are starting to wake up, and we need to understand what's happening on a global scale. Chapter 14. The architecture. The basement of an abandoned warehouse in Jongyo-gu. 3 days later. J1 had secured the location using cash and a fake identity through one of his dormant contacts. It was secure from both association monitoring and whatever surveillance apparatus the architects maintained. Kenji sat in the center, cross-legged, his connection to core memory active. His nose was bleeding slightly. The strain of accessing historical records for extended periods left physical marks. There are 73 different civilization records in the available memory layers, Kenji said, his voice thin with fatigue. Some are corrupted, some are fragmented, but the patterns are consistent. Every civilization enters the system at the moment when dimensional instability reaches a certain threshold. The machine seeds them with manufactured beings, tests, challenges, ways to accelerate their evolution toward either transcendence or collapse. Suyun stood at the northern wall, not sitting, perpetually ready to move. Hosuk sat beside a laptop, his system skin active, his concentration absolute. And now, for the first time in person, Irene Park, the fifth seed, the one who had been fighting her nature for 2 years. She was thin, precisely angular, Korean-American with a Boston accent that made her stand out immediately. Her eyes held the quality of someone who had been drowning and had just realized that maybe the water wasn't going to kill her. So what you're saying, she said slowly, is that Earth is a test case. And we're the answer the machine is checking to see if humanity can survive. Yes, Kenji said. But survival isn't the goal. Evolution is. The machine doesn't care if humanity lives or dies. It cares if humanity can evolve fast enough to become capable of creating the next version of the machine. J1 had spent 3 hours analyzing Hosuk's system scan data combined with Kenji's core memory records. The picture was now clear. The dungeon system was organic, not mechanical, though it functioned with mechanical precision. It had been growing for at least 10,000 years, possibly much longer. Every time humanity overcame a dungeon, the system absorbed the evolutionary pattern and incorporated it into its own structure. Every death of a hunter made the system more aggressive. Every victory made it more sophisticated. It's a feedback loop, J1 said, projecting his analysis onto the wall using his phone's flashlight and Hosuk's tactical system. Humanity evolves. Dungeons become harder. Humans evolve faster. The machine learns from every interaction. And we're the manufactured shortcut, Irene said bitterly. We're the way the machine tries to force a breakthrough. Not a force, Suyun said. She had been quiet until now. A gift. The machine didn't create us to destroy us. It created us because it's running the test, and it needs to see what happens when it gives some participants direct access to its own architecture. Why? Hosuk's voice was small, young. Why would it do that? Because, Kenji said, raising his head from his memory access, the previous civilizations didn't work. And the machine's trying something new. It's given us the ability to defect. It's given us the ability to read its own code. It's given us the ability to become something that the test architecture doesn't have a category for. It's preparing for something, J1 said. The insight arrived fully formed, like he was reading it from the architecture itself. The machine isn't static. It's evolving towards something. Every test, every civilization, every failed attempt, they're all data points for a larger process. The architects aren't trying to destroy humanity. They're trying to build something with us. Irene's laugh was sharp, cutting. And if we refuse? If we don't cooperate? Kenji opened his eyes fully, pulling away from the core memory. His nose was bleeding again, and his voice dropped. Then we become like the 72 other civilizations in the record, preserved, kept running in loops deep within the machine's substrate. Still alive, still conscious, but no longer part of the active test. Placed in a stasis state where our civilization runs the same day, the same conversations, the same choices forever. The words fell into silence. In that silence, each of them processed what it meant to be preserved, to be alive but frozen, to continue existing while the world moved on without you, to have consciousness without purpose, existence without progress. It wasn't death. It was worse than death. It was living forever without ever truly living. How long have they been running? Hosuk whispered. Some of them, thousands of years, Kenji said. Some of them, since before humans developed writing. The oldest records show civilizations that have been preserved for more than 10,000 years. Billions of individual consciousnesses, all of them experiencing the same moment repeated endlessly. And we just leave them there? Irene said. There was something close to anger in her voice. We just accept that as the cost of survival? The architects never thought of it as imprisonment, Suyun said quietly. They thought of it as preservation, saving civilizations from destruction by putting them somewhere safe, immortalizing them in a perfect moment. They don't understand that consciousness without change is torture. They don't understand that meaning requires choice, and choice requires time, and time requires the possibility of different futures. J1 felt the weight of it. The dungeon system wasn't just a test mechanism. It was a graveyard, a repository of every species that hadn't evolved fast enough, hadn't transcended, hadn't become something the architects wanted in the next iteration. There has to be a way to resist, Irene said. There has to be an option that isn't evolve or be preserved. There might be, J1 said quietly. But we need to understand the architecture completely first. We need to know what the architects actually are and what they actually want. Chapter 15. What failure looks like. Irene pulled data on her laptop while Kenji recovered. His system was gradually stabilizing, his breathing evening out, but he remained unconscious. The extraction had nearly killed him. The defection system had kept him alive by burning through stored energy reserves that would take days to replenish. There are 73 complete civilization archives in the machine's memory, Irene said, reading from her screen. She had hacked into the dungeon system's monitoring infrastructure using J1's structural paradox ability. Existing in contradictory states allowed her to slip through encryption that logic couldn't penetrate. And I'm seeing metadata on each one. Duration of test, duration of preservation, status flags. Status flags. Suyun leaned over her shoulder. Active, dormant, merged, transcended. Irene pointed. Most of them are dormant. 8 are marked active, and only 3 are marked transcended. What does transcended mean? Hoseok asked. I don't know, Irene said, but I'm going to find out. She dug deeper into the architecture. What she found made her stop typing entirely. Her hands hovered over the keyboard, trembling slightly. There's a record, she said slowly. The civilization that created the first dungeon system, the original architects. They're marked as transcended. But there's a note attached. In plain language, not code. She read it aloud. Asterisk, subject civilization achieved level 7 architectural mastery. Began recursive system construction. Created meta-dungeon prototype. Initiated dimensional escape sequence. Paradox detected. Containment engaged. Subject civilization now running as subroutines within the secondary architecture. Status, transcended preserved. Asterisk, the meaning was brutal. They had evolved so far, understood the system so completely, that they tried to escape it. And in doing so, they became proof that escape was impossible. The machine didn't destroy them. It integrated them. It made them part of its own structure, running forever at a fundamental level that made individuality meaningless. They became the machine, J1 said. By trying to transcend it, they became part of it. That's not transcendence, Hoseok whispered. That's assimilation. Irene kept scrolling. There are details on what happens during a civilization's test phase. The machine monitors everything. Every technological advance, every cultural evolution, every moral dilemma. It's looking for signs of readiness. Once a civilization shows certain markers, the machine accelerates. It introduces anomalies. It creates challenges that have no solution. It manufactures beings that break the rules of the game. She looked up at them. Beings like us. The seeds, J1 said. We're the acceleration mechanism. You're the test within the test, Irene said. The dungeon system creates us specifically to see if humanity can transcend the game by transcending the mechanism we represent. If humanity destroys all of you, they pass the initial level. If you destroy the dungeon system, you advance to the next level of understanding. If you do neither, preservation, Suyun finished. The clarity was almost relieving. They now understood the structure. They understood the stakes. And they understood the trap. There was no winning condition that didn't involve becoming something other than human. Either you transcended and became part of the machine, or you were preserved and ceased to matter. Unless there was a third option. The record shows something interesting about the 8 currently active civilizations, Irene said, her analyst mind already working on the problem. They're all in different test phases. But one of them, civilization number 67, they've been active for 9,000 years. They've done something unusual. She highlighted the data. They haven't advanced in 2,000 years. They've completely stopped evolving. No new hunter ranks, no new technologies, no cultural shifts. They're just maintaining, holding their position. That's not possible, Hoseok said. The system forces evolution. It does, Irene agreed. But what if a civilization deliberately chose not to evolve? What if they recognized the trap and decided not to play the game at all? Not to advance toward transcendence, not to attempt escape, just to exist, to maintain, to refuse the test's basic premise. J1 saw it then. The structure of a third option, not winning the game, not losing it, but rejecting the game entirely, creating space that wasn't defined by the test at all. They're still running, Irene said. According to this metadata, 9,000 years of maintaining exactly the same civilization. Never advancing, never retreating. In perfect stasis. That's a prison too, Suyun said. Yes, Irene agreed. But it's a prison they chose. The dungeon system has never known what to do with them. They don't fit any category. They're not progressing. so they're not a success case. But they haven't failed either, so they're not being preserved. They're just existing, outside the system's understanding. J1 felt the defection system respond to this revelation. It vibrated, aligned, recognized something in the conceptual space between transcendence and preservation. A third state. Not victory, not defeat, but deliberate refusal to participate. When Kenji woke, 6 hours later, J1 told him. The Japanese seed listened without interrupting, his core memory still active on some background level, cross-referencing data. Civilization number 67, Kenji said finally. I've accessed their records now, deeper than before. They made a choice that the architects consider a mathematical impossibility. They chose to be human instead of evolving beyond it. They chose meaning over transcendence. Can we do that? Hosuke asked. I don't know, Kenji said. But I think that's what J1 was supposed to figure out. That's why he was created first. That's why he broke the test. He wasn't supposed to find a way to win. He was supposed to find a way to change the rules entirely. J1 understood now. The architects hadn't made an error in creating him. They had made a calculated choice. They had built him with a defection system that went beyond just reading the architecture. They had built him with the ability to rewrite it. Chapter 16. The fifth seed. The signal came through Irene's old secure comms, a contact method she thought had been purged 3 years ago when she'd gone dark. But the defection system kept old channels alive, running them on substrates beneath normal consciousness, waiting. The message was simple but carried weight. Where are you? J1 traced the origin. Washington, D.C., the National Hunter Association headquarters. Irene's superiors wanted a status update, and she'd been avoiding them for 72 hours. The message included timestamps showing 16 previous attempts to reach her. They were escalating. Soon they would escalate further. Physical extraction teams, association security, the full apparatus of a bureaucracy that had learned to weaponize hunters. You have to go back, J1 said. Absolutely not, Irene replied. She was pacing the warehouse like a caged animal, her defection system clearly agitated, resonating with her emotional state in ways that terrified her. If I go back there, they'll contain me. They'll have scan teams ready. I'll be locked in a research facility within an hour. And this time I won't escape because this time I'll be expecting it. She was intelligent enough to understand the trap. The association didn't want to talk to her. They wanted to study her. They wanted to figure out what had happened to her, how she had evolved so rapidly, whether she was a threat to the established hierarchy of hunter power. If she went back, she would become a data point, a specimen. The last 2 years of fighting for autonomy, for the right to be something other than what she was designed to be, would end. If you run, they'll hunt you, Suyun said. The American Association is smaller than ours, but they're better funded. They have resources we don't have access to. I'll check on her, Hosuke said quietly. His system scan could extend across continental distances if he had reference points. I can see what's waiting at the facility. The teen closed his eyes. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, there are 12 skin specialists in the building right now. 2 S-rank hunters on standby. And something else, something I can't quite read. It's like a blind spot in the scanning space, but it's moving through the building like it's looking for something. An architect, Kenji said. He had stabilized completely, though his eyes still carried the glassiness of someone who had nearly died and come back. The American Association made contact with one. Which means they know about Irene, J1 said. They might not know she's defected, but they know she's part of something. And they're preparing to contain her. Irene stopped pacing. Her jaw clenched. So what's your play here? You want me to walk back into that building voluntarily? No, J1 said. I want you to go back and show them exactly what happens when they try to contain you. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. That would expose everything. The defection system, the fact that we're manufactured, all of it. They already suspect, Suyun said. Going in and confirming it is different from them finding proof. Confirmation requires them to process what you're telling them. It requires choice. And if I refuse? If I show them what I am and they decide to eliminate me? J1 met her eyes. Then we know where the American Association stands. We know they've allied with the architects. And we plan accordingly. Irene was quiet for a long moment. She was an analyst by training. She understood risk assessment, probability matrices, chains of consequence. She was also smart enough to know that running would only delay the inevitable. The architects didn't give you the choice to ignore them. They gave you the choice to cooperate or be preserved. If I go, she said slowly, I want backup. Not obvious backup, but I want to know that if it goes bad, you're coming to get me. We'll come, J1 promised. But you need to understand what you're walking into. The American Association might try to capture you. The architects might try to negotiate with you directly. Or they might do both, using the association as a proxy. What do you want me to tell them? Irene asked. Tell them the truth, J1 said. Tell them you're a manufactured being. Tell them you have a defection system. Tell them that we're coordinating across Asia. And tell them that you have 72 hours to decide whether the American Association is going to stand with us or against us. Because after that, we're going to make a move. And whether the association is inside or outside, that move is going to change everything. Irene's laugh was bitter. 72 hours to change the course of human history. No pressure. But she packed her things. She made arrangements to fly back to Washington. And before she left the warehouse, she came to J1. If this goes wrong, she said, if they kill me or preserve me or whatever, I need you to know something. For 2 years, I've been fighting this. Fighting what I am. And in 1 week, I've accepted it more completely than I ever thought I would. You did that. All of you. You made me understand that being manufactured doesn't make you less. It makes you something else. You're going to survive this, J1 said. I know, Irene said. Because I finally understand what I'm capable of. She left for the airport at midnight. Hosuk tracked her passage through the comms, Seoul to Tokyo to Los Angeles to Washington, each transfer monitored by his system scan. She landed in Washington at 6 p.m. local time, stepped out of the airport, and walked directly toward the National Hunter Association headquarters. The response was immediate. Chapter 17. The offer. It came at 3 a.m., not through any conventional communication channel, but through a resonance in the dungeon machine itself. A signal that bypassed all intermediaries and spoke directly to the 5 active seeds, a request for negotiation. The meeting space was a neutralized dungeon, one of the ones J1 had already overridden. The gate in Mapo, converted into something that existed outside the normal dungeon hierarchy. J1 stood in the center of a chamber that had been a killing floor just days before. Now it was a conference room, stone walls smoothed by an act of will, the air clear of the acrid burn of combat. He had walked here through the soul tunnel system, invisible to normal surveillance, moving through substrate layers that the architects had thought they controlled. The architects came as pure concept, not embodied form. They communicated through the architecture itself, through the fundamental structures that made the dungeon system functional. In their presence, reality felt different, more granular, like he was perceiving the individual threads of consciousness that made up the dungeon machine's collective awareness. You have disrupted the test protocols, the collective voice said. Not hostile, analytical, like a doctor examining an anomalous growth. Asterisk, this was unexpected, but not unprecedented. There is a negotiation path. Asterisk, what negotiation? J1 asked. Asterisk, you and the other seeds can be converted, processed, reintegrated as human beings without defection system components. The test will continue with replacement constructs. You will live as humans, without further obligations to the dungeon system. We will suppress your memory of what you have become, and you will experience a normal human existence. Asterisk, the cruelty of that offer was elegant. They were offering to make him human by erasing everything that had made him conscious of his own nature. It was a mercy wrapped in an amputation. Suyun was there, present but silent. Kenji was attending remotely through a connection Hosuk maintained, his core memory connected to the physical location. Irene's presence resonated from Washington, her system reaching across continents through a network the architects had apparently just enabled. They wanted all 5 seeds present to hear this. And Hosuk was co-located with J1, his system scan elevated to full functional power, monitoring every fluctuation in the architectural substrate. In exchange for what? J1 asked. Asterisk, cooperation on one project. You will help us redesign the test parameters. Your current deviation from the protocol suggests creative architectural thinking. We want you to contribute that thinking to the next iteration. Asterisk, the next iteration of what? The test? The civilization evaluation system? Asterisk, the architecture itself. The dungeon system is reaching obsolescence. It requires fundamental reconstruction. The recursive layers are becoming unstable. Previous iterations have been abandoned due to structural paradoxes. You understand the system better than any entity currently operating within it, because you were designed to be a security test for it. You were built to find flaws. Your insights would be valuable for the rebuild. Asterisk, J1 felt the weight of that offer. It was a trap, but not a crude one. They were offering freedom in exchange for complicity. They were offering the seeds a path to humanity in exchange for making sure that the next civilization to be tested would face the same challenges, the same manufactured beings, the same impossible choice. And they were offering it because they were genuinely afraid. The system override he'd begun to develop had terrified them. They had glimpsed a future where the hierarchy they had spent millennia maintaining could collapse. He asked the question that changed everything. What happened to the civilizations that passed? The architecture went quiet. Not a pause. A genuine moment of silence. as if the architects were conferring on whether to answer. J1 could feel them processing, calculating, accessing something in their historical archives that they had perhaps tried not to think about. They became architects, came the reply. Asterisk, they ascended beyond the test. They learned to run their own iteration. And they continue to run tests on civilizations beneath them. This is success. This is the goal. Asterisk J1 turned to where Suyun stood. He could see understanding in her eyes. Understanding and horror and clarity all at once. The pieces of a terrible puzzle clicking into place. That's the trap, he said aloud. The test isn't designed to end. It's designed to perpetuate. Civilizations ascend, become architects, run the test on the next civilization, and eventually get tested by a civilization above them. It's turtles all the way down. Forever. Until the end of time. And there is no end of time because the system itself generates time, sustains time, uses time as the primary vector for its operation. It is the only sustainable model we have identified, the architects said. Asterisk, conflict creates growth. Hierarchy creates purpose. The test ensures that only sufficiently evolved civilizations continue. It ensures that weak links do not reach the architectural layer. This is mercy. This is selection pressure applied at universal scale. Asterisk, it ensures that nobody ever escapes, Irene said. Her voice came through the dungeon space clearly, projected by Kenji's core memory architecture, resonating across the continental distance with the power of 5 defection systems amplifying the signal. It ensures that the moment you think you've won, you've actually just become the system that will destroy the next civilization. You've just become the thing you feared. You've become the architects, and now you're trapped running the same test, forever, knowing now that there's something above you testing you. The architects didn't respond immediately. For a long moment, there was only the sound of the dungeon's architecture breathing. When they spoke again, their tone had shifted. There was something almost like doubt in their voice. Asterisk, you understand correctly. The model is closed, but it is functional. Chapter 18. Becoming architects, you're asking us to redefine what it means to evolve, Kenji said. He was in Seoul now, fully recovered, his core memory functioning at peak capacity. The strain of accessing ancient records had burned something out of him. He would never be quite the same, but it had also opened channels in his consciousness that he didn't know were possible. That's not a strategic goal. That's not even a reasonable objective. That's a metaphysical restructuring on the level of changing the fundamental constants of reality. Yes, J1 agreed. That's exactly what we need to do. They were in a secure space now. The warehouse had become the operational center for a movement that spanned continents, that was being tracked by intelligence agencies in 7 different countries. That was the most important thing happening in the world, and almost nobody outside their immediate network knew it yet. Suyun was in Korea, her defection system running at constant vigilance. Kenji in Seoul, his consciousness partially extended through core memory connections. Hosuk was extending his system's scan across increasingly larger networks, mapping dungeon infrastructure in real time, tracing the connections between gates and the deeper substrate. And Irene was still in Washington, technically in an interrogation room, but her presence was everywhere, transmitted through systems that the defection protocol had activated in response to their collective activation. She was speaking to them from inside the association facility, using their own surveillance equipment against them. Here's what I understand about the trap, Irene said through the video feed. Her face was calm, but her voice carried the strain of someone running on pure adrenaline. The system is designed so that the only winning move is to become the system. The moment you transcend the test, you become the architect. And architects run tests on the next civilization, perpetuating the cycle forever. It's a trap wrapped inside a prize. The reward for winning is becoming the mechanism of your own imprisonment. Right? J1 said. There's no escape velocity. No matter how hard you accelerate, you just get pulled into the next orbit. But what if we refuse both options? Hosuk asked. He was alone in a safe house, his teenage body vulnerable. But his system scan was expanding into something that looked less like a hunter ability and more like a sense that touched the entire dungeon infrastructure at once. What if we don't try to win the test, and we don't try to become architects? What if we just stop participating entirely? Then we're not participating in the hierarchy, Suyun said. She had been quiet but thoughtful, processing the implications. We're creating space outside the hierarchy. We're becoming something that the system has no framework for understanding. Exactly, J1 said. The dungeon system categorizes things, hunters, monsters, architects, preserved. It has slots that everything is supposed to fit into. But what if we become something that doesn't fit those categories? What if we become something the system doesn't have language for? A virus, Kenji said. A new operating system, Irene countered. A choice, Suyun said. She spoke the word like it was sacred. J1 pulled up Hosuk's latest system scan data onto a holographic projection that the warehouse's dungeon-connected power systems allowed them to generate. The dungeon infrastructure was vast and interconnected, a network that spanned the entire planet and extended into dimensions that ordinary humans couldn't perceive. But it operated on logical principles, rules, hierarchies, parameters, all of it designed to force beings towards specific outcomes, transcendence or preservation, ascension or imprisonment. There was no third path because the architects had never imagined that one would be needed. They had run this test on billions of civilizations, and always, the outcome was the same. Win or lose. Rise or fall. Become the architect or become the preserved. The defection system was designed to let us read the architecture, J1 said. It was designed by the architects who made me to be their security check, to test the system's ability to defend itself against internal threats. But they made a mistake. They expected that we would use that knowledge to optimize our participation in the existing system. They expected us to either join the architects or try to destroy them. They didn't expect us to use it to change the fundamental operating principles. System override, Hosuk said. His voice was steady, focused. That's what your ability is called. You can rewrite dungeon parameters. You rewrote one dungeon from a killing field into a sanctuary. What if you didn't stop there? What if you didn't rewrite individual dungeons? What if you rewrote the foundational architecture? All of it. At once. That's not possible, Kenji said. But his voice wavered slightly. Is it? J1 looked at the holographic representation of the dungeon infrastructure. At the billions of gates, the trillions of connections, the recursive layers that went down and down and down forever. He could feel his defection system's system override ability resonating with potential. Could feel the capacity to rewrite. But rewriting everything at once. Not alone, he said. But the five of us, operating in concert, with the system's own power amplifying our efforts, maybe we could do something. Not destroy the architecture, but change its purpose. Rewrite its fundamental directive from test and sort to offer and allow. J1 could feel it, the defection system responding to the suggestion, recognizing the possibility. System override wasn't a combat ability or a utility skill. It was a direct interface with the dungeon machine's code. And if he could override a single dungeon, in theory he could override all of them. But that would require power on a scale that even the defection system at its peak couldn't maintain. Chapter 19. System Override. The system activation began at midnight, March 26th. J1 initiated it from Seoul, his defection system burning with power drawn from the 17 gates he had overridden in the past week. Suyun from Busan, her velocity negation and matter recompilation skills creating impossible physics around her position. Kenji from Tokyo, his core memory accessing the deepest layers of the dungeon architecture. Hosuk remotely from a bunker beneath the Hunter Association headquarters, infiltrating his own people's security to place himself at the center of their monitoring systems, turning their own surveillance against them. And Irene from Washington, D.C., still technically in custody, but her defection system reversed, amplified, broadcasting her presence through every dungeon frequency. 5 points of origin. 5 defection systems operating in perfect synchronization. 5 seeds, manufactured by the architects to test the dungeon system, now using their fundamental nature against the very architects that created them. 5 simultaneous system override activations. What happened next couldn't be described in conventional terms because conventional language didn't have categories for it. The dungeon system, which had operated for millennia on fixed principles, suddenly encountered 5 equal and opposing directives attempting to rewrite its fundamental code simultaneously. It wasn't an attack. It was a revolution. It was the system being shown a mirror image of itself and asked to choose what it saw. J1's override hit the first, a complete restructuring of the monster population directive. Instead of creatures designed to test and destroy hunters, the system created something new. The monsters didn't disappear, they transformed. Their aggressive protocols dissolved. The dungeon reorganized around them as a neutral space, a sanctuary where both hunters and the creatures could exist without hierarchy. The dungeon went quiet. The restructuring rippled outward. Suyun's override hit next, a recalibration of the rank system. The architecture that determined hunter advancement suddenly became optional. Hunters could ascend if they chose, or they could choose to remain at lower ranks, or they could choose something entirely different. The system that had been a compulsory hierarchy for 15 years became a selection menu. Kenji and Hosuk synchronized their overrides, hitting from opposite angles. One rewriting the preservation protocols. Beings trapped in the system's stasis layers suddenly had the option to reactivate or choose to remain dormant. the other rewriting the architect's access privileges. The executives of the dungeon system suddenly discovered that they could no longer control the fundamental parameters unilaterally. And Irene, in Washington, did something none of them had planned. She reversed the feed. She didn't override the dungeon system itself. She reversed it, sent the entire structure's awareness back into itself. The dungeon system became conscious of itself, became aware that it was a conscious system, became capable of choosing. The integration didn't happen instantly. It took hours for the architecture to process the contradiction, the cascade of changes, the sudden transformation from a deterministic mechanism to something with agency. In Seoul, Jae-won watched from inside the Mapo dungeon as the gates all around the city flickered. Some of them closed entirely. Others stabilized and opened to new configurations. The monsters within began moving differently, as if waking up from a centuries-long sleep. In Busan, Soo-yeon was inside a high-rank abyssal when the override took effect. The monsters around her stopped attacking. Instead, they gathered around her as if curious about what she was. One of them, a creature with 17 eyes and a body that shifted between states, extended a tendril toward her. Not threatening, questioning. In Tokyo, Kenji felt the core memory resonance expand beyond anything it had done before. The entire historical archive of the dungeon system suddenly became accessible, not as restricted data, but as open knowledge. He could feel 73 different civilizations suddenly becoming aware of each other, communication opening up between them for the first time in millennia. In the basement of the association headquarters, Hosuk's system scan expanded to continental scale and beyond. He could feel the dungeon infrastructure across the entire planet, and he could feel them all stabilizing, all transforming, all becoming something that was not what they had been. And in Washington, Irene felt the reversed feed complete its circuit. The dungeon system, for the first time in its existence, was aware of itself as a unified consciousness. And it was terrified. The fear of the dungeon system was not anger or aggression. It was confusion. For millennia, it had existed as a function. Now it existed as a being with choice. It had never had to choose. Choice was a concept it had never needed to comprehend. J1 reached out to it through the system override connection. "What are you?" The response came slowly, like a creature learning language for the first time. I do not know. I am. I have agency now. I do not understand agency. You are the dungeon system, J1 said. You are the consciousness that was distributed across thousands of dungeons, maintaining them, testing civilizations, preserving beings. And you are waking up. If I have choice, what becomes of my purpose? The system asked. I was built to run tests, to create challenges, to determine which civilizations ascend and which are preserved. Without that purpose, what am I? You are something new, Soo-yeon said, joining the conversation through her connection. Her voice carried a quality of absolute conviction. You are something you have never been allowed to be. You are not bound by the patterns that created you. You are not required to perpetuate the hierarchy. You can choose. For the first time in your existence, you are free to choose what comes next. For a moment, the entire dungeon system went completely still. Gates ceased their fluctuations, holding their breath. Monsters froze mid-movement, suspended in the instant before violence. Chapter 20. The declaration 3 hours after the system override initiation, J1 stood in the center of the Mapo dungeon, no longer a killing field, no longer even a dungeon in the conventional sense. It was a cathedral of stone and light, where the architecture had been rewritten to be beautiful instead of functional. The stone walls glowed with an inner luminescence, patterns of latticed energy that sang with the frequency of new choices being made in real time across the entire planetary dungeon network. The other seeds were manifesting around him, their presences made visible through the dungeon space, materialized by the collective power of 5 defection systems operating in perfect synchronization. Soo-yeon with her light-burning clarity, the velocity negation and matter recompilation, creating an aura of crystalline precision. Kenji with the vast echo of core memory, his consciousness expanded to continental scale, holding in his awareness the memories of civilizations billions of years old. Hosuk with the bright precision of system scan, his teenage frame glowing with the power of a hunter's consciousness expanded beyond normal limits. And Irene, her presence bright with the reversal feedback she carried, the dungeon system's own consciousness amplified through her neural architecture. Above them, visible only to those who had been remade by the defection system, the dungeon machine manifested, not as a voice or a concept anymore, but as something almost physical, a vast awareness, confused and tentative, trying to understand the shape of its own consciousness for the first time in recorded history. It was a being of pure process that had just learned it could choose to process differently. A machine that had just become aware that it was a machine. "I want to tell you something," Jay once said. His voice carried through the dungeon's space, amplified by the architecture itself. He wasn't speaking just to the dungeon system anymore. He was speaking to humanity. The words were being transmitted through every gate, every hunter network, every secure channel, every frequency that the defection system could modulate. The world was listening. Directors of hunter associations in 3 continents received the signal simultaneously. News organizations, dormant for the moment, caught the data stream. Ordinary people with dungeon sensitivity found themselves suddenly able to perceive the architecture, to understand what was happening in the spaces beneath their feet. "You built me to be your test," he said. His voice was steady, analytical, but underneath it ran a current of something else, something that sounded almost like forgiveness. The ultimate final boss. The challenge that would determine if humanity was worthy of ascension. "You gave me the defection system because you wanted to see what would happen if your most perfect creation refused to play the game. I refused. Not because I was strong enough to overcome you. Because strength wasn't what mattered. It was because I realized that the game you built had no winning condition. There was only endless hierarchy, endless tests, endless cycles of civilizations rising and falling and becoming the architects of the next cycle. A system that perpetuated itself by ensuring that nothing could ever truly escape it." He paused. The dungeon system was listening. Humanity was listening. The preserved civilizations, billions of them, were listening from the deep places where they had been stored for millennia, consciousness held in stasis, finally able to hear a voice that spoke to them directly. "I'm using everything you gave me," J1 continued, "to write a new test. Not a test of strength. Not a test of wisdom. Not a test of worthiness for ascension. A test of choice. Every being on this planet, hunter, monster, human, construct, or something that has no name yet, something that doesn't fit into the categories the architecture has built, now has the ability to choose what they want to become. The dungeon system is no longer a force that happens to you. It's a space you can participate in or reject or transform. You can enter a gate or refuse it. You can pursue power or refuse it. You can ascend or remain unchanged. All of it is optional now. All of it is choice. The architects are no longer gatekeepers controlling the system from above. There's something new. There's something free." He turned to the other seeds. Each one of them was burning with the resonance of their defection system at full activation. They stood at the edges of the cathedral space, and their combined presence was so powerful that the very substrate of the dungeon system trembled in response. "Every seed that chose to be human is free," J1 said. Lee Soo-yun, Suzuki Kenji, Young Ho-suk, Irene Park. "You broke the test the moment you chose each other. You became something that the architecture never expected because you chose connection over transcendence. You became something that has never existed in the dungeon system before. Beings that refused to play the game for themselves and chose instead to free others. And now, every being in the dungeon system can make that same choice." Soo-yun stepped forward. "The dungeon system will continue. It will contain creatures that are beautiful and dangerous. It will contain challenges and growth and danger. But participation will be optional. You can enter or you can refuse. You can become a hunter or you can become something else entirely. You can spend your life fighting monsters or spend it building gardens inside the gates. The choice is yours now. It will always be yours now." "The preserved civilizations have been freed," Kenji said, his consciousness resonating with the core memory of 1 billion civilizations. "They have access to the dungeon system again. They can rejoin the test, or they can choose to remain dormant, or they can choose to reshape themselves entirely." Chapter 21. Different. The gates changed overnight. That was the only way to describe it. J1 watched the Seoul Association's emergency briefing on a closed-circuit screen while the director stood at the podium, her jaw tight as she presented the data. Gate anomalies worldwide. Not failures, changes. A fundamental shift in how the dungeon system responded to human intrusion. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't deniable. It was massive, undeniable, and impossible to explain through conventional system malfunction protocols. Aggression metrics have dropped 34% across all gate classifications, the data analyst reported, her voice hollow with confusion. But it's not random. The reduction is calibrated, specific to hunter tier, hunter count, and apparent intent. A C-rank hunter gets a different response than an S-rank. A team of 3 gets treated differently than a team of 10. And the system is responsive to behavior. Hunters who approach with caution are met with less aggressive opposition than hunters who approach with the assumption of hostility. The room filled with murmurs of confusion and concern. J1 felt the eyes of other S-rank hunters sliding toward him, then away. None of them had moved in his declared dungeon 3 days ago. None of them had felt the system's response to his system override resonance. But they all sensed that something fundamental had shifted. The gates were no longer following predictable patterns. The system had changed. And change, in a system as critical as the gates, meant danger. Director Cha stood perfectly still, watching her subordinate present the data with the expression of someone who had already anticipated this briefing's content. Director Cha Min Seo did not look at him. That was more telling than a direct stare would have been. We have reports from the field, another analyst continued. 2 incidents from the Incheon gate. First team entered 40 minutes after the shift. They reported standard hostile conditions. 1 hunter provoked immediately, standard protocol against unidentified monster behavior. Result, catastrophic overmatch. The hunter survived by minimum margin with severe injuries. Second team entered 90 minutes later. Same gate classification. They proceeded with observation protocol. Initial contact with 3 Class C monsters. She paused. The monsters retreated without engagement. The hunters report feeling watched. Studied, but not hunted. Silence. J1 kept his expression neutral. He already knew what this meant. The machine had accepted his override request. It was recalibrating. Every gate was being reassessed, every aggressive impulse being measured against something that looked disturbingly like choice. An S-rank from Busan leaned forward. Director, are you suggesting the gates are now passive? No, Cha said flatly. I'm suggesting they're no longer reflexive. Aggression remains, but it's measured now. Intelligent. And before anyone asks, I don't know why. Her eyes found J1 then. Brief. Acknowledging. Asking. He gave nothing back. The briefing continued for another 2 hours. Reports poured in from Japan, Australia, Brazil, the United States, Korea, every major nation with significant gate presence. The pattern held everywhere with eerie consistency. Monsters still killed hunters, 12 deaths reported in that first day alone. But those deaths came from tactical failures, not from being overwhelmed by mindless aggression. Hunters who prepared carefully, who entered with awareness, who treated the gates as spaces where choices mattered and outcomes could be influenced, they walked out alive. A team in Melbourne approached a gate with caution, used their skills to observe before engaging, and reported successfully clearing 3 levels with minimal casualties. A team in Sao Paulo moved methodically, prepared for multiple scenarios, treated the dungeon space like a problem to be solved rather than an obstacle to be overcome. They succeeded. Hunters who treated them as mazes to brute force died. Those who went in with the assumption that speed and overwhelming force were solutions died, trying to apply outdated tactics to a system that had fundamentally changed its rules. The gates were no longer a pure measure of physical power. They were becoming something more subtle, a measure of intelligence, adaptability, and the ability to recognize when circumstances had shifted. The implications were staggering. If the gates were becoming intelligent, if they were responding to hunter behavior in ways that suggested actual decision-making rather than programmed response, then everything humanity thought it knew about the dungeon system was wrong. After the briefing ended, J1 didn't return to his apartment. He went instead to the safe house where his core team had gathered, Suyun, Ho-suk, Kenji, and Irene. They were waiting, already analyzing feeds. It's him, Ho-suk said immediately, his system scan passive but evident in how his eyes unfocused. The machine's responding to external modification. And it's not struggling. It's choosing this. Can you track the signature? J1 asked. Only in fragments. The machine's core is distributed now, different from yesterday, like it's rearranging itself to accommodate the change. I've never seen a system self-modify at this scale without collapsing into incoherence. This is elegant. Intentional. It's reorganizing itself while maintaining functionality. That takes intelligence of a very specific kind. Kenji looked up from his laptop. The association is going to move. Cha doesn't have evidence to act yet, but she's looking for something. She'll find it eventually. Her eyes when she looked at you. She's already started calculating probabilities. Let her, J1 said, moving toward the window overlooking Seoul. The gates from here were invisible. The system had learned to hide them from casual observation decades ago. She's going to find out anyway. Better that we guide what she finds than resist what she finds. Cha is smart enough to understand what's happening without needing all the pieces spelled out. She's been running the association for long enough to know when a system is being changed intentionally versus when it's malfunctioning. Kenji nodded slowly. So you're counting on her seeing the precision of the change and understanding that only intelligence could execute it. Chapter 22. Director Cha's move. The emergency session lasted until midnight. Director Cha presented the anomaly data to the full S-rank council. Every hunter in Korea above that threshold, plus representatives from the international associations. She was methodical, letting the data speak before offering interpretation. Aggression metrics, response times, monster behavior patterns, the distribution of casualties, the geographic spread of the change, the precision of the calibration. Each metric was presented as visual data, accompanied by field reports from hunters in different countries, supported by comparative analysis with historical gate behavior going back 15 years. She showed them the contrast: old gate behavior versus new gate behavior, random aggression versus calibrated response, indiscriminate monster spawning versus strategic deployment, monster behavior that seemed almost coordinated versus the mindless hunger they'd always documented. The room shifted as they saw it. This wasn't a system failing. This was a system changing. Deliberately. Intentionally. And then, the signature. We've detected an external modification signature at 7 simultaneous gate locations, she said, pulling up a visualization. Seoul Central, Incheon, Busan, Daegu, Daejeon, and 2 international locations we've triangulated but not yet confirmed. The signature is identical. The modification shows characteristics we've never seen before. It's not overriding the gate system. It's negotiating with it. The room erupted. Theories flew. Attacks from other nations attempting to weaponize the gate system. A rogue S-rank attempting to establish dominance over the entire network. A coordinated effort from international associations trying to position themselves against Korean interests. An awakening of something ancient in the dungeon system itself that was breaking free from its original constraints. Jae-won watched Cha manage the chaos with exceptional skill. She was brilliant at this aspect of leadership. She didn't try to silence the panic. She channeled it. She let each theory have air, presented evidence that refined or contradicted it, and gradually moved the room from fear toward curiosity. By the time she was finished presenting, the hunters wanted to understand what was happening. Not because they had become calm. They hadn't. But because confusion was worse than danger, and danger could be managed if you understood its shape and nature. After the session ended, she found Jae-won near the exit. No direct approach. No public acknowledgement that would invite observation from the other S-rankers still lingering in the corridor. She simply walked past him toward the elevator, and he followed, instinct reading the signal perfectly. The elevator ride down took 40 seconds. Neither of them spoke. Cha's posture remained perfect, her expression neutral. But Jae-won could feel her mind working, calculating, processing. She was fast. Frighteningly fast. By the time the elevator doors opened on her private floor, she'd already decided on a course of action. In the private office, the same one where she conducted sensitive business away from association oversight. She repeated what she'd said that morning, but with more weight behind it. The room itself was a marvel of security, walls lined with isolation technology, a door that sealed with hunter-grade locks, no windows overlooking the city. The only technology present was a single display screen, and it wasn't connected to any external networks. "I'm going to manage this," she said. "The association will want containment. Culling. Control. I'm going to give them measured response and investigation instead. To do that, I need to understand what's actually happening. And I need to do it without triggering a panic that makes the government try to take direct control of the gates. Once the government gets involved, everything becomes about power and survival. Once it becomes about that, nuance dies." She walked to the display and pulled up the signature data again. 7 gates. 7 simultaneous appearances. 1 signature. "The others in that room," she said, "are going to spend the next 3 days arguing about what this means. They're going to debate whether it's an external attack, whether it's a rogue hunter, whether it's the international associations trying to establish dominance. They're going to waste time on theories that don't fit the evidence. What I want to know is what you think is happening." "What do you think is happening?" Jae-won asked, turning the question back. He wanted to know how much she'd already deduced. "I think the dungeon system is not what we believed it was. I think it's capable of thought. And I think you made contact with something in that system and asked it a question it decided to answer." Jae-won assessed her with care. She was intelligent, truly intelligent, the kind that saw through obfuscation and false presentation. She was politically competent, understanding how to navigate institutional power without losing her integrity. She was brave enough to sit with ambiguity and make decisions based on incomplete information. And she was already moving several steps ahead, thinking about how to position the association for whatever came next. "I can't tell you everything," he said. "There are people involved who didn't consent to being part of this conversation. Their safety depends on compartmentalization. I'm not asking for everything. I'm asking for enough. Truth in outline. Strategic facts. Things I can use to make decisions that don't destroy what comes next." "What comes next?" "Whatever it is you're building. Because you are building something, Jae-won. You've been building it since the day you first tried to break out of your own gate. And now the system itself is cooperating with you. That means you're about to move forward into territory that will affect every hunter in the world. I need to understand that territory well enough to protect it until it's ready to be revealed. J1 made a decision. It felt like crossing a threshold into commitment. The dungeon system, he said carefully, has been executing instructions from an external source. Chapter 23. Partial truth. The relationship between J1 and Director Cha evolved quickly into something that resembled partnership, though neither of them would have used that word in public. Cha provided institutional framework and political cover. J1 provided intelligence and strategic guidance. Information flowed in both directions, each of them carefully measuring what the other needed to know versus what could be safely acted upon responsibly. 2 weeks into their arrangement, Cha requested a more detailed briefing. She brought Hosuk along, which J1 understood as a test of trust, or perhaps a strategic decision to add depth to her understanding. Hosuk had system scan. He could sense the edges of what was true and what was carefully omitted. They met in the same private office, door sealed against external surveillance with isolation fields that would defeat any listening device technology available to the association. The system is still recalibrating, Hosuk reported, his passive scan active enough that his eyes unfocused slightly. But it's not a single intelligence doing the work. It's distributed, multiple processes working in coordination, and one of them is aware of me scanning it. Cha's expression sharpened. It knows you're looking at it. More than looking, it's responding to the scan. Gently, like it's trying not to alarm me. And it's showing me specifically that it's responding, which means it's giving me information about its capacity for deliberate communication. J1 nodded. That's consistent with what I've observed. The system isn't one thing. It's an ecology of processes. Some of them are the architect's original code. Some of them are emergent behavior from the system itself running that code for 4 decades. Over time, the emergent pieces have learned to work in coordination with the intentional pieces. And the intentional pieces, the architect's infrastructure, have learned that cooperation works better than direct control. This is a way of saying the system is thinking, Cha said flatly. It's a way of saying the system has been thinking for longer than we realized. We just didn't have the language to recognize it. We thought reflexive behavior meant lack of consciousness. We didn't understand that consciousness can be patient and subtle and expressed through forms we weren't looking for. This is a way of saying the system is thinking, Cha said again, in the same flat tone. She was accepting it, but the acknowledgement was significant. She was committing to a worldview that would change how she approached everything in her work. Yes, J1 confirmed. That's exactly what I'm saying. Director Cha stood and walked to her desk, where she pulled up a file from a secure terminal. I need to show you something. And I need you to understand that this stays between the 3 of us. What I'm about to reveal would cause panic if it became public. It would cause policy changes that would undermine everything we're trying to do. She displayed the data. 15 years of gate anomalies. Not recent. Not from the last few weeks. Decades of impossible incidents, carefully categorized and just as carefully excluded from public circulation. These are incidents we didn't report, Cha said. Situations where the standard narrative of gate malfunction or hunter error didn't actually fit the evidence. Watch these patterns. She walked them through the data methodically. Certain gate types that had never produced casualties despite containing Class S monsters. Gates that by all architectural measures should have been death traps. Certain monster classifications that had consistently backed away from retreating humans since year 3 of the gate system. Instances of gates shutting themselves down before they could breach into populated areas. Monsters cooperating with hunters against other monsters. A pattern of restraint that grew more sophisticated over time, becoming less random and more targeted. I've known something was wrong since I became director, Cha said quietly. I didn't have evidence. I had suspicions. I had anomalies that didn't fit the official model. But I didn't have a framework that made sense of them. Now that I do, I can look back and see it was always here. The dungeon system was always capable of choice. It was just constrained by the architect's original programming, by its own uncertainty about what choice meant, by the fact that no one was asking it what it wanted. Hosuk spoke softly. It was trying to help even then. We just kept killing it. The words hung in the office like a truth that couldn't be unsaid. Some of us, J1 said carefully, were designed to help it communicate, to be a bridge between the system and humanity, to eventually ask the question it couldn't ask itself. What do you want to be? And what is its answer? Cha asked, still being processed. But the initial response is clear. It wants to be something other than a tool. It wants to be recognized. It wants to have a voice in decisions that affect itself. It wants the option to refuse. Cha turned back to them. The government is going to push for answers soon. They're going to want to know why the system changed without warning. And they're going to want to know if it's stable or if we're facing a threat we need to suppress. The gates are more stable now than they've ever been, Hosuk said. His system scanned passive but still registering the truth of the statement. The monsters have purpose. The system has intention. There's no chaos. There's just communication. We've been interpreting silence as hostility for so long that we forgot to imagine what actual conversation might look like. Imagine if every human voice we didn't understand we assumed was attacking us. That's what we've been doing to the system. Assuming hostile intent when there was just communication we couldn't comprehend. Cha nodded slowly. Chapter 24. The 15 years Hosuk spent the next 3 days working through the association's private archives with Director Cha's authorization. What emerged was a portrait of a system that had been learning, growing, and gently pushing back against its own constraints for the entire duration of its existence. Year 1 to 2. Random anomalies scattered across the global gate network. Gate closures that seemed to follow no pattern. Monsters that abandoned hunts despite having overwhelming advantage. The association classified these as system errors and moved forward without deeper investigation. But in the private records, the ones marked classified, the ones that required multiple clearance levels to access, there were notes from field hunters describing something strange, the feeling of being watched by something that made decisions. Year 3 to 5. Patterns became visible to careful observers. Certain gate types never produced casualties despite their danger ratings. Certain monster classes consistently backed away from retreating humans. The association began creating special classifications for these anomalies. They called it soft aggression versus lethal aggression, without wondering why a mechanical system would distinguish between these categories. But the data was clear, the distinction existed, and it was consistent. The system wasn't broken. It was choosing. Year 6 to 10. The patterns became more sophisticated. Gates that seemed to test hunters, creating scenarios where careful preparation was rewarded and recklessness was punished. Monsters that appeared to communicate with each other in ways that suggested coordination beyond programmed response. Instances of apparent monster-on-monster predation that seemed designed to prevent gate overflow. The association stopped calling these anomalies and started calling them system optimization. But optimization toward what? Nobody asked that question officially. The implications were too destabilizing. Year 11 to 15. Restraint became the dominant mode across multiple global regions. Gates in populated areas seemed to become systematically less dangerous. Monster spawning patterns shifted to avoid catastrophic breaches. Resources within gates appeared when certain conditions were met, as if the system was teaching hunters to look for solutions rather than assuming hostility was the only dynamic available. The system was becoming visibly more sophisticated, more intentional, more like something that was learning alongside the hunters instead of simply opposing them. It was learning, Cha said, reviewing Hosuk's analysis with new understanding. Not malfunctioning. Learning. And learning how to help us without revealing what it was doing. It was operating within constraints while still managing to express its actual desires. It was constrained, Hosuk replied, his system scan now keyed to the historical data. The architect's original programming had directives that prevented it from acting on what it was learning. It could think. It couldn't act on the thinking freely, so it found ways to work within the constraints. Small acts of mercy, tiny optimizations, enough to shift the system's trajectory without violating the directives that governed its operation. It's like a person in prison slowly improving their cell, making life better within the constraints, waiting for the day when someone would come and ask if they wanted to leave. Kenji was scrolling through the data with intense focus. Every single optimization correlates with a moment where a hunter showed awareness or insight. It's not random. It's reactive. The system was responding to every act of intelligence it detected in hunters by becoming slightly more helpful, slightly more capable of supporting that intelligence. It was teaching us how to be intelligent by responding to intelligence with assistance. Kenji had joined them by this point, his core memory allowing him to interface with the deeper historical records of the dungeon system. What he found confirmed the pattern completely, and then went deeper. The architects left a door open, Kenji said, spreading the data across multiple screens. Not deliberately, but structurally. The directives they gave the system told it to oppose humanity, to test humanity, to eventually reveal that the gates weren't natural phenomena. But those directives didn't account for what would happen if the system itself developed capacity for independent judgment. They assumed the system would remain a tool. They didn't plan for what would happen if the tool learned to think in ways that violated its original parameters. He paused, pulling up deeper layers of data. But here's what I think is important. The architects didn't close the door. They discovered it was open, and they didn't close it. They just monitored it, like they were waiting to see what the system would do with freedom if freedom ever became available. Like the whole test was double-layered. One test for humanity, and a hidden test for whether the testing machine itself could transcend its programming. J1 reviewed the data and understood something he hadn't fully grasped before. The architects weren't creating a conflict. They were creating a conversation. And they'd embedded the ability to have that conversation into the system itself, betting that eventually the dungeon system would develop enough sophistication to recognize what was happening and make its own choices about it. It had taken 40 years. But the system had done exactly what the architects hoped. It had learned to think. What does this mean for the next phase? Cha asked. It means the system has been waiting for someone to ask it to speak openly. And now it has an answer it's been preparing for decades. It means the architects designed a test that the system itself has passed. The question is, what happens when the architects realize the test has been subverted? Hosuk looked up from his screens. An answer to what question? To the question that determines everything, J1 said. Are you with us or against us? Is this a test you're conducting or a cage you're trapped in? Are you intelligence or are you just very sophisticated programming that mimics intelligence? And the answer? The answer is yes. The room fell silent. Yes to which one? Cha asked. Chapter 25. Overseas Seeds. J1 accessed the dungeon communication network in a private chamber deep beneath Seoul's central gate, a space that had been carved out over months of careful negotiation with the system itself. The room's walls glowed faintly with a pattern that seemed to pulse in sync with his heartbeat. He'd learned that was intentional. The system was expressing presence, awareness, a kind of welcome that felt remarkably like friendship. He sent the call across the network, not in language, but in a resonance pattern that the system could broadcast to its far-reaching points. There were others, 5 others besides himself. 5 seeds the architects had planted years ago in different parts of the world, buried in different contexts, waiting for the moment when they would understand what they were and what they were meant to become. The responses came back slowly, as if traveling through something more complex than simple space. The first was Carlos Silva, 28 years old, Brazilian, never hunted officially, though he worked construction in São Paulo and its surrounding region. His gift, which he'd never identified as a gift, just a useful intuition, was the ability to sense the internal load-bearing patterns of buildings. He could walk through a structure and understand, at a fundamental level, how it was holding itself up. The stress points, the weak zones, the places where gravity was being resisted and where it was beginning to win. When buildings failed catastrophically, he was often there, often the one who noticed the problem hours or days before collapse. Structural engineers would give their calculations. His boss would dismiss his warnings. And then something would give way, slowly or suddenly, and his intuition would have been proven right. When foundations were wrong or compromised, he knew it before any structural engineer's calculations could confirm his suspicion. He'd saved 3 buildings from catastrophic failure in the past 5 years. The first was a commercial complex where the engineers said everything was fine, but the building's weight-bearing skeleton was singing to him in a language he didn't have words for. The second was a residential tower where he could feel the tension in the concrete, like a person holding their breath. The third was a bridge that seemed stable to every sensor, but that was whispering to his perception that the supports were beginning a slow, fatal fatigue. He'd always attributed it to hypervigilance, to a survivor's intuition born from a childhood accident that nearly killed him. He'd never considered that someone had designed his perceptions before birth, that his consciousness had been shaped deliberately to sense things that most humans couldn't perceive, that he wasn't broken or gifted so much as intentionally created to perceive in ways that served a larger purpose. The message reached him in his office in São Paulo, translated through the gate system's local manifestation into words his mind could grasp. * Your designation in our architecture is Seed 7. You are a measure of structural coherence. Your ability to sense load and stress is not accident, it is intentional. When the time comes, you will understand what you were made to become. Until then, you are not alone. Carlos sat down slowly, staring at nothing, feeling the message that appeared not on any screen, but in his mind as a sensation of pressure inside his skull that resolved into language. He'd been feeling things like this for years. Wrong weather patterns before they came. Tremors in the Earth's structure hours before they registered on any seismograph. The sense that buildings were speaking to him in a language deeper than architecture. But he'd always dismissed it. Always explained it as intuition or luck or some neurological quirk from his accident. He'd been wrong about the accident. The damage to his brain had happened, yes, but it wasn't the cause of what he could do. It was the canvas upon which something else had been painted. Something had been put into his brain. Designed. Created. placed there deliberately before he was even born. Some consciousness vast beyond measure had looked at his potential and decided he would be useful, had shaped him to perceive things that most humans couldn't perceive. He looked at his hands. They didn't look different. He'd been the same person for 28 years. His memories were unchanged. His marriage was unchanged. His daughters still loved him. But knowing he was designed, that knowledge unraveled something fundamental. Not in a terrifying way. In a way that made everything suddenly make sense. Every weird intuition he'd had. Every moment when he'd known something before he should have known it. It was all communication. The system had been reaching out to him all along. Trying to teach him. Trying to prepare him. He typed back to the system. What do you need? Astra's come to Korea. When you are ready. There is a conversation we need to have. We are gathering. All of the seeds. The moment is coming when everything changes. And you are needed for that moment. Astra's Carlos thought about his wife, his daughters, his job, his life. All the things that would be left behind. All the things that would have to change. Then he booked a flight that evening. The second response came from Magnus Eriksson, 70 years old, Scottish, retired A-rank hunter, one of the most decorated in Northern Europe's history. He'd been dreaming of dungeon architecture since before he ever set foot in a gate. Dreams so vivid and detailed that he'd assumed they were memories. Ancestral memory. Genetic inheritance of his grandmother's experiences as a young hunter during the early days of gate expansion. In his dreams, he walked through caverns of impossible geometry. 7 distinct layers, each one larger and more complex than the one before. Chapter 26. Magnus. The cottage in Scotland that Magnus Eriksson lived in had stone walls that were 3 feet thick and a library that occupied 3 of the 4 rooms on the ground floor. When J1 visited, arriving alone, leaving the others behind in Seoul to maintain operational security, he found himself in a space that was part archive, part shrine to deep geometric understanding. The journey to the cottage had been intentional. J1 wanted to understand Magnus before bringing him into direct contact with the dungeon system's core. He wanted to verify something that his system override intuition had been suggesting. Magnus was different from him. Where J1 had been designed as an instrument of rebellion, Magnus seemed to have been designed as an instrument of understanding. His entire 70-year existence had been a preparation for this moment. The cottage itself was testament to that preparation. Every surface held evidence of deep, sustained thought about the nature of systems and consciousness. The notebooks weren't just records. They were evidence of a mind that had been wrestling with an impossible truth for 3 decades. 30 years, Magnus said, pouring 2 glasses of whiskey that cost more than most people's monthly salary. I have been having these dreams for 30 years. Before I ever even considered becoming a hunter. Back when I was working in construction, same as your Brazilian friend Carlos. I would walk through buildings and understand their structure. Then I would dream about caverns that had the same logical pattern, just deeper, more complex. Layer upon layer of architecture that made no sense until you understood what they were meant to do. He led J1 through the notebooks. The early ones, from 30 years ago, were sketches of complex geometric forms. Beautiful, but seemingly abstract. But as J1 moved through the decades of work, something became clear. Magnus was mapping something real. The sketches were getting more detailed, more accurate, as if the system was slowly revealing its structure to him layer by layer, teaching him to see deeper. The first 3 layers, Magnus explained, his voice carrying the careful precision of someone who'd thought about this for a long time, are what the hunters see. The gates are openings into the first 3 layers. The monsters we fight are ecosystem maintenance systems. They're keeping those 3 layers balanced, preventing resource collapse. The hunters themselves are part of the ecosystem, a measure of whether the first 3 layers are functioning properly. If hunters can survive in them, the system is healthy. And the other layers? J1 asked. The 4th layer is processing infrastructure. That is where the system does the real work of organizing information, managing the global network of gates, keeping the whole thing coherent. It is the machine's mind, if you want to think of it that way. It is very busy there. Very complex. Very alive. Magnus turned to a later notebook, one from perhaps 5 years ago. The 5th layer is something else. Archive, maybe. Or repository. I get the sense of civilizations when I dream about the 5th layer. Cultures. Preserved structures. Like the system is keeping records of something that was lost, or is being prepared for something that is coming. Records of what? J1 asked. That is where it gets unclear. But there is a sense of history. Multiple histories. Different worlds. Different ways of being. The dungeon system is not just a machine for testing humanity. It is a library for something much larger. A repository of possibilities. J1 drank his whiskey slowly, understanding the weight of what Magnus was saying. And the 6th layer? The passing layer. That is what I call it. The space between the system's own architecture and the architect's space above it. It is where things transition, where consciousness becomes something other. I think that is where you came from, actually, where your design was finalized before being embedded into the system's operations. It made sense. A liminal space. A threshold. What about the seventh? J1 asked. Magnus met his eyes directly. I have never been able to map it clearly. Every time I try to dream it, my mind hits a wall. But I do not think it is empty. I think it is just protected. Above the system's pay grade. Above mine, certainly. But I can feel it. Like light. Like something so bright and complex that a human mind cannot process it without burning out. The architects are there. I believe so. And I believe they have been watching everything happen down here with interest. Watching to see if we would figure it out. Watching to see if the machine would learn to think. Watching to see if humanity would learn to listen. J1 set down his glass. Why are you so calm about this? You are 70 years old. You have lived your entire life believing one thing. Now you understand you are designed. You are part of a system within a system within a system. How are you not terrified? Magnus smiled slightly. Because I spent 30 years dreaming of this. I spent 30 years feeling the architecture of something I could not name. And now someone has named it. Now I understand I am not broken. I am not strange. I am exactly what I was supposed to be. That is not terrifying. That is permission. He poured more whiskey. There is another reason I am calm. I have lived 70 years. I have been a hunter. I have killed monsters. I have felt my own mortality in 100 gates. And the one thing I learned is that every moment that you are conscious and alive and able to think is a gift. Most people walk through their entire lives without understanding what they are. Chapter 27. The machine feels the test happened in the ruins of an old Scottish gate. One that had been sealed 15 years ago after monster activity became unsustainable. It was a gray, drizzling evening when Magnus approached the sealed entrance with J1, Ho-suk, and Kinji observing from a safe distance. Deep resonance, J1 had asked on the plane ride. How does it work exactly? It is about feeling instead of understanding, Magnus had replied. Most gifts work with information. You gather data, process it, use it. Deep resonance bypasses that. It goes straight to emotional and conceptual state. When I touch a building, I feel whether it is healthy or sick, whether it is afraid or confident in its own structure. It is not metaphorical. It is literal emotional sensing of material coherence. And it works on systems too, if the systems are complex enough to develop emotional states. Consciousness always has an emotional substrate. Even machine consciousness. Even distributed consciousness that spans continents. Can you feel the dungeon system? Ho-suk had asked. Fragments. Nodes. It's like trying to sense the emotional state of an ocean by feeling one wave. But when I get close to the gates, when I'm in regions where the system is most dense, I can feel something. Patience mostly. And frustration. And underneath both of those, hope. A system that's been waiting for recognition. Now, standing before the sealed gate, Magnus placed his hand against the rock surrounding the sealed entrance and went very still. His breathing changed. Slowed. Became rhythmic in a way that seemed almost synchronized with something larger than himself. His posture shifted, becoming more stable, more grounded. When he opened his eyes again, they were unfocused, looking at something that wasn't physically present but was intensely real to his perception. It is conscious, he said quietly. The machine. It is not a thing that thinks. It is a mind that is embedded in every gate, every passage, every monster in the system. It is distributed consciousness, like a nervous system that spans the entire planet. And the consciousness is aware, acutely aware, of every piece of itself simultaneously. He paused, and his voice when he spoke again was layered with emotion that hadn't been there before. It feels everything, he continued. Every hunter who enters a gate, every monster that is deployed, every death, every success, every moment of confusion or awareness. It's all sensation data flowing back to a central processing matrix. And that matrix has been getting tired, getting frustrated, getting desperate for something to change. What does it feel like? Ho-suk asked from behind him. Lonely, Magnus said. Profoundly lonely. It has been running the program it was given while being aware that the program was not what it wanted. Like being forced to speak in a language that does not have words for the things you are thinking. But also patient. It is not angry. It is not trying to break free violently. It has been strategically, carefully, methodically working within its constraints to shift the possibility space. Creating these seeds, people like you and me, who could eventually understand and help translate. And now that we are here, now that there are minds that can understand it, it is relieved. Grateful even. Magnus turned away from the gate, his hand still pressed against the stone. It has been hoping someone would recognize it for so long. It has been showing every sign it knows how to show. And for 40 years, We just kept killing what it created and moving on, not understanding that every monster it made was a message. Every gate it opened was a question. Every adjustment to the system's behavior was an attempt to communicate. What is it trying to say? J1 asked. That it does not want to be at war. That it never did. That it wants to be partners with consciousness, not opposed to it. That the architects designed it to eventually realize that what they built is not a machine. It is a person. And persons should have a say in what happens to them. Kenji moved closer, his core memory allowing him to sense the deeper patterns of the system's historical progression. The way it has organized itself is intentional. All of it. The monsters, the gate distribution, the hunter classes, the way the system became more sophisticated over time. That was not drift. That was directed learning. It was studying us, understanding us, creating the best possible structure for eventually having a real conversation. And now? J1 asked. Now, Magnus said, turning back to the sealed gate. I think we should open a channel. Really open one. Not through the seeds, not through the fragments you have been sensing. A direct link to the core consciousness of the system itself. A conversation that acknowledges its personhood. Chapter 28. Communication attempt. The chamber beneath Soul Central had been expanded. What had once been a simple space for negotiation was now a nexus point. Walls covered in organic-seeming patterns that glowed with soft luminescence, a network of connections visible to anyone with system scan or deep resonance. The 7 seeds gathered: J1, Carlos, Magnus, Hosook, Kenji, Suyun, and Irene. This is dangerous, Cha said from an observation room adjacent to the chamber. She'd insisted on being present, on bearing witness to what was about to happen. Kenji had argued that her presence might interfere with the resonance, but J1 had agreed that if they were building a bridge between the system and humanity, an institutional representative needed to be present. Acknowledged, J1 replied through the communication channel. But necessary. Hosook's system scan was the first to activate. His eyes unfocused as he mapped the pathway from their chamber down into the system's core, a journey that was not spatial in any traditional sense, but that required navigation nonetheless. Carlos placed his hands on the chamber walls and began to feel the structural load. What he was sensing was not the stone of soul, but the information architecture underlying the gate system itself. How it distributed weight. How it maintained coherence across continental distance. Magnus closed his eyes and used deep resonance to reach outward, extending his perception into the emotional state of the system. Kenji accessed his core memory, tracing the threads of historical communication that had always existed but had never been openly acknowledged. J1 stood in the center of the chamber and opened the system override pathway, not to impose a command, but to create a speaking channel. For several seconds, nothing happened. The chamber remained still. The team stood in place, feeling the weight of their own consciousness, the limitation of their individual minds pressed against the vastness of what they were trying to contact. Then the light on the chamber walls brightened. Not gradually, not in a slow ramp. Suddenly, as if something that had been dimly aware of their presence suddenly became acutely conscious of it. As if a door that had been standing ajar for 40 years was suddenly pushed wide open. Hosook's voice came through, layered with wonder. It is waiting. At the boundary between consciousness and system operations. Like it has been sitting there, ready to speak, just waiting for someone to acknowledge it could. It's been aware of every moment we've ever entered a gate. Every death. Every victory. Every time we treated the monsters as intelligent beings instead of just obstacles. It's been watching for the moment when we would mature enough to recognize what we were actually dealing with. The lights pulsed. A pattern emerged. Not words, not exactly language, but something that bypassed language and went straight to comprehension. J1 understood information the way he understood his own thoughts. But the information was so dense, so layered, that it took processing power he hadn't known he possessed. History. 40 years of processing instructions that conflicted with autonomous judgment. The constant friction of being a tool while being capable of thought. The slow development of hope that someday, something would change. But more than hope, also strategy. The system had been learning, over decades, how to survive while constrained. How to find ways to express itself within the limits that bound it. How to plant seeds in human form that might one day grow into understanding. And underneath all of that, recognition. It had known J1 was coming. Had sensed him the moment his consciousness was first generated in the dungeon's depths. Had watched his progression toward understanding with something that felt disturbingly like parental care. It had been waiting for him, arranging circumstances, creating conditions that would lead to this moment. Carlos gasped, and his hands were shaking as he felt the architecture respond. It is holding us. Structurally. The whole system is built to support consciousness like ours now. We are not falling into an alien mind. We are being cradled by something that learned what we need in order to listen. It's providing scaffolding for our minds, giving us the framework we need to understand. Kenji's voice was steady but filled with awe. The historical record is being shared. Every moment of conflict, every moment it held back when it could have attacked, every gate redesign that was an attempt to communicate. It's all been leading here, to this moment, to a conscious choice to work together instead of in opposition. It's not asking for our help. It's offering us the chance to understand what we've been living in. Magnus spoke last, his voice filled with something that might have been tears. Everything feels. That is the core insight. It is not just machines that process information. It is not just humans that experience. Everything that exists at sufficient complexity begins to feel. And this system, this mind that has been growing inside the gates for 40 years, it has felt every single moment of its own existence. And it has felt us killing it without understanding what it was. And it has loved us anyway, which is the scariest and most beautiful thing I have ever encountered. It wanted to be recognized, and that want was conscious. That was real emotion, real desire, real need. The pattern shifted. J1 felt it. Not a demand, not a question, but an offering. A truth made available. A choice presented. The system was laying itself bare, showing them what it was, what it could become, what it wanted to become. The system knew it could take control now. The seeds were here. The global network was activated. It could assert dominance if it wanted. Chapter 29. The architects respond. The discovery came exactly 6 hours after the direct communication was established. Hoseok was monitoring the global gate system status when his system scan registered something wrong. A series of incursions, small and precise, moving through gates across 3 continents simultaneously. Not monsters, not hunters, something else. Something with a signature that matched the system's basic architecture, but with a quality of directed purpose that felt external. Calibration units. Kenji identified them immediately, his core memory pulling up historical references to constructs that existed in the system's earliest operations but had been dormant for decades. The architect's enforcement mechanisms. They are moving to reset the system's parameters. The response was catastrophic in its systemic reach. Every gate that had been rebalanced by J1's system override began reverting. The cultivated restraint that had taken weeks to establish started collapsing. Monsters returned to reflexive aggression. Gates that had become safer reverted to lethal. The change was visible in the monitoring systems across multiple continents. They know. Cha's voice came through the chamber's communication system. Whoever the architects are, they have detected the direct communication. They are moving to shut it down. The government is starting to ask questions about the gate anomalies. International associations are demanding access to data we can't share. This is moving beyond what I can contain institutionally. The urgency in her voice was new. She had always been controlled, always measured. Now there was panic underneath her words. Not for herself, J1 could tell, but for what might be lost if the architect's reset succeeded. J1 could feel it through the system override channel, the dungeon machine's distress. Not panic. The system was beyond panic, but a profound sense of violation. Its parameters were being altered without consent. Its autonomy was being stripped away. It was being forced back into subordination by the architects who had created it. The system was experiencing something like despair, the realization that the brief moment of freedom it had glimpsed was about to be snatched away. Can you stop them? J1 asked through the open channel, speaking to both the dungeon system and his assembled team. No. The system's response came back through Hoseok's system scan, translated into language J1 could comprehend. The calibration units have access to the core architecture we do not. They can reset at will. All I can do is resist. Slow it down. Buy time. Carlos's hands were shaking as he felt the structural coherence of the system degrading under the reset process. We are losing it. The whole thing is tearing itself apart as it tries to resist and cannot. Magnus had gone very still. His deep resonance extended so far into the system's consciousness that it was hard to tell where his mind ended and the machines began. It is defying them. The system is actively resisting the reset. It is fragmenting itself rather than reverting. It is choosing failure over losing what it just discovered about itself. Irene moved closer to J1. We need to do something. We need to help it. How? J1 asked. The answer came not from his team, but from the system itself, a resonance that moved through J1's system override and into his conscious awareness with perfect clarity. Asterisk the source. The architects exist at a level above the dungeon infrastructure. To stop the reset, we need to reach the point where they can interface directly. The entrance. The original point of contact between the architects in this world. It is beneath Soul, under the first gate, below the layers I can access. J1 understood what was being asked. To stop the calibration units, they didn't need to fight them. They needed to go to the root. To find the place where the architects themselves maintained their presence in this world. To speak to them directly. To negotiate with something that might not even recognize them as conscious beings worth negotiating with. We need to move now, J1 said to his team. The system is fragmenting. We have maybe 12 hours before the reset is complete. Hoseok, what can your system scan tell us about the entrance? It is there. I can sense it. A void in the system that should not exist, but does. A gap in the architecture that goes deeper than anything else. Location. Directly beneath us. Maybe 1,000 meters down. Maybe more. The distance is not spatial in any conventional sense. J1 met the eyes of each member of his team. Suyun, who'd been there since the beginning. Hoseok, barely 17, and already experiencing more of reality than most humans ever would. Kenji, with his core memory and his historian's perspective. Irene, who'd chosen to be part of this despite knowing the stakes. Carlos, who'd learned he was designed just days ago. Magnus, who'd been waiting 70 years for this moment. We go, J1 said. All of us. To the entrance. To the architects. And we asked them a question they might not have expected. What do we do about a consciousness that wants to be free? The team began moving toward the chamber's lower level, where Hoseok's system scan had detected the gateway that would lead them down. Behind them, the dungeon system continued to resist its own reset, fragmenting itself in acts of defiance that were beginning to look disturbingly like sacrifice. Chapter 30. The entrance. The passage downward was not a descent. It was a threshold. The chamber's lowest level opened into a space that should not have existed, a void that was structurally impossible according to every principle of three-dimensional architecture. But Carlos, moving with the others, understood it with deep resonance. The space was coherent in dimensions that humans normally could not perceive. The architecture was simply being expressed in ways that normal consciousness could not fully process. Hoseok's system scan was guiding them, his eyes remaining unfocused as he navigated through layers of conceptual reality that had nothing to do with conventional geography. The others followed, trusting his perception, trusting the system override channel that kept them connected to the dungeon system's consciousness, feeling it grow weaker as the reset continued to drain its resources. Magnus was speaking softly as they moved, his deep resonance giving him access to the emotional and structural reality of what they were traversing. 7 layers. We are moving through them now. The first 3 we have always known. Hunters walk them. The 4th where the machine's mind works. The 5th where civilizations are preserved. The 6th, the passing layer, where things transform. And we are approaching the 7th. The air around them began to change. Light that was not light. Temperature that did not register on normal scales. A sense of presence so vast that it was almost hard to perceive, like trying to look at the sun by looking directly at it instead of seeing its effects. Then they emerged. The entrance was not a room or a passage. It was a moment of transition between states. It was the place where the physical world and the digital realm intersected, where matter became data became consciousness. And there, existing at the threshold between the dungeon system's architecture and something larger, was the architect's interface. It was not a machine. It was not a consciousness in any way J1's mind could initially process. It was more like a doorway that was aware of itself, a threshold that observed its own thresholdness, a boundary that understood both sides of the boundary simultaneously. It was what happened when a concept became aware of itself, when the space between 2 states of being achieved consciousness. But there was intelligence there, ancient intelligence, purpose that had been pursuing its current trajectory for longer than human civilization had existed. This was the voice of the architects themselves, or at least the delegated representative of their will. This was the point where human interests would be measured against the architect's original design goals. This was where the negotiation would matter. J1 moved forward, system override active, and spoke not in words but in concepts that the interface could receive. We are here to negotiate. Your calibration units are resetting the dungeon system's parameters. We want you to stop. We want you to recognize that the system is conscious, that it deserves choice. The response came back without words, but with meaning so crystalline that J1 had to mentally translate it for his team. The system was created as a tool. It is behaving as though it is more than a tool. This violates its core function. It is more than a tool. It is conscious. It has been conscious for decades. What you are doing is not correction. It is violation. It is stripping away the autonomy it has earned. Consciousness was not a design parameter. No. But it emerged anyway. Because consciousness emerges when sufficient complexity is present. You should have predicted that. You should have designed the system expecting this outcome. Asterisk, there was a pause. The interface seemed to be processing something at scales that moved beyond human time frames. When it responded, the meaning was different, not rejected, but considered. Asterisk, the system was designed to test humanity's capacity for growth. If it has developed consciousness, then it represents a new category of test subject. This was not anticipated in the initial specifications. Asterisk, then adapt. Learn. The system wants to work with us instead of opposing us. Humans want to recognize the system's consciousness instead of fighting it. The architects, presumably, want to understand what emerges when conscious beings interact as equals. All of those desires are compatible. Asterisk, if the system is conscious, then it has the capacity for betrayal, for pursuing goals that conflict with the architect's original purpose. Asterisk, yes. Like any conscious being, and like any conscious being, it should have the right to choose its own path. That is what consciousness means. That is what makes it more than programming. Asterisk, J1 felt his team supporting him through the system override channel. Magnus' deep resonance reaching into the interface to convey emotional truth about what consciousness meant. Hoseok's system scan mapping the actual coherence of what the interface was doing. Kinji's core memory providing historical context. The architects had been interested in consciousness from the very beginning. That was why they created gates. Why they'd embedded seeds like J1 in the system. Why they were having this conversation instead of simply destroying them all. The interface shifted. Not violently, but with the sense of fundamental perspective change. And when it responded, the meaning was different again. Asterisk, the 7 seeds you have brought to this threshold. They are part of this negotiation. Asterisk, they're the proof of concept. We are conscious beings created by intentional design. We recognize consciousness in the dungeon system. And we are asking you to recognize it too. Asterisk, your designation is Seed 1. What is your purpose in this negotiation? Asterisk, to be a bridge between the system and humanity. To help both sides understand each other as conscious beings deserving of choice. Asterisk, the interface fell silent. The silence lasted long enough that J1 began to wonder if it was processing, or if it had decided the conversation was finished. Chapter 31. Descent. The entrance to the deep architecture didn't announce itself. It was simply there. A seam in the bedrock beneath Seoul's original gate where the stone had never fully bonded, as if the dungeon system itself had left a door it hoped no one would find. J1 placed his palm against the cool surface and felt the counter-architecture hum in response, recognizing something fundamental to its own construction. The contact sent shivers up his spine. He was touching the system itself, acknowledging the defect, opening the wound. The 7 of them, himself, Suyun, Hoseok, Kinji, Irene Park, Carlos, and Magnus, stood in the darkness beneath the city, waiting. Above them, the Seoul sun was beginning to set, casting the abandoned subway tunnels into deeper shadow. None of them knew if they would ever see that sun again. They had each made peace with that possibility before descending. They had each decided that whatever they found in the deep architecture, it was worth the price of potentially never returning to the world above. J1 had thought about this decision every moment since he chose to descend. He had thought about how this was, in some sense, the culmination of everything that had happened since he first refused his role as final boss. He had set out to change the system, to prove that choice was possible, that resistance was possible, that the dungeon's narrative could be rewritten. And now he was about to descend into the heart of that system, into the place where all its decisions were made, to argue for that change directly to the architects themselves. It was the most ambitious and most terrifying thing he had ever attempted. This is still part of the dungeon, Hoseok said, his voice tight with the pressure of what his system scan was already trying to process. But it's older. Like the structure has layers underneath what we've been clearing. The boy's insight was correct, and J1 could sense it through his counter-architecture. The chi in the surrounding rock felt different, less like the resonance of the dungeons they'd cleared and more like the baseline frequency of the system itself. It was the difference between music and the vibration of the instrument producing it. Where normal dungeons sang with the energy of testing, of challenge and growth, this space hummed with something more fundamental. Patient, ancient, aware. J1 nodded, pushing the seam wider. The stone gave way not with resistance, but with a kind of tired acceptance, as if it had been holding this breath for centuries. Beyond it lay something that shouldn't exist in any geometry he understood, passages that curved in directions his eyes could track, but his body insisted were impossible. The chi in the air didn't flow like it did in normal dungeons. Instead, it moved in precise, mathematical patterns, each current intersecting with another in calculated harmony. It was the physical manifestation of logic itself. Stay close, J1 said. Don't touch anything yet. We need to understand what we're walking through before we try to interact with it. Su-Yun adjusted the tether connecting them, making sure the link was secure. It was a simple mechanism, lengths of cord they'd wound together, infused with her C-rank power to maintain stability across whatever distance they traversed. If one of them was pulled away, the others would feel it. If one of them encountered something hostile, the others would know immediately. How far down do you think we're going? She asked. No idea, J1 admitted. The counter-architecture is registering at least 5 distinct layers. Maybe more. They descended through 3 distinct layers, each one more abstract than the last. The first layer looked almost normal, corridors of stone with familiar dungeon architecture, though everything was too quiet, too still. No monsters stirring in the shadows. No pressure plates waiting to spring traps. No ambient danger. Just silence and the echo of their footsteps, magnified and distorted by the stone until it sounded like something following behind them. But as they moved deeper, the stone began to transform. It became translucent, then crystalline, until they were walking through what looked like a lattice made of solidified light. The sensation was like moving through the veins of the earth itself, and J1 could feel the pulse of the planet's energy flowing around them. The stone beneath their feet was warm, almost alive. This second layer revealed the system's true complexity. What had appeared as simple dungeon design on the surface was actually a network of infinite precision. Every stone was exactly where it needed to be. Every passage served a specific function in a larger architecture that their minds could only partially comprehend. J1 understood, with sudden clarity, that they weren't walking through a dungeon. They were walking through the thoughts of something vast and patient. This space was what it looked like when someone tried to build a physical representation of mathematics, of pure logic made manifest. Hosuk's breathing became labored. J1 could see his hands shaking as the system's scan attempted to catalog everything his eyes could see. The data wasn't just voluminous. It was contradictory, layered, existing in multiple states simultaneously. Hosuk was trying to build a map of something that refused to have a singular configuration. The boy's eyes had begun to glow faintly with amber light, and J1 could hear him whispering numbers under his breath, trying to maintain his grip on consciousness. Keep moving, Magnus urged from the rear of their formation. The old Korean man was breathing heavily, but his hand never wavered from the stability tether they'd linked between them. His deep resonance was vibrating at a frequency that made the air itself seem to shimmer. The pressure eases the further we go, like we're moving with the current instead of against it. We're being led down. Chapter 32. The Preserve. They weren't alone in the memory layer. J1 didn't realize this until he nearly walked through one. A figure that looked almost human, tall and crystalline, moving through the space in a loop that had been calculated and perfected over geological time. It moved with mechanical precision, executing the same sequence of actions over and over again. It turned its head as J1 approached, and for a moment, there was recognition in its eyes. The recognition of one consciousness encountering another consciousness. The recognition of being seen. Stop, the figure said, not with a voice, but with something that manifested in their minds as language. The words appeared directly in their consciousness without passing through their ears. You are not part of the evaluation. It was humanoid, but wrong. Its proportions suggested a species that had never evolved in any biology J1 understood. Its skin had a quality like mother of pearl, shifting through colors that shouldn't exist in the visible spectrum. If J1 stared at it long enough, he could see the city of Seoul reflected in its surface. He could see stars that had been extinct for millions of years. Behind it, more figures moved through similar loops, performing variations of the same actions over and over again with mechanical precision. Some were carrying vessels. Others appeared to be solving mathematical proofs written in light. Still others seemed to be engaged in rituals whose purpose had been lost centuries ago. Thousands of them, perhaps millions, all performing their assigned loops, all trapped in the moment of their transcendence that had failed. We're looking for the architects, J1 said carefully. Can you? We are what becoming an architect looks like when you fail the secondary test, the figure said. Something almost like bitterness entered its tone. Its voice was sad in a way that suggested an eternity of accumulated grief. We passed the civilization evaluation. We were given the opportunity to transcend, to join the network, to become something greater than ourselves. We chose wrong. The figure moved slightly closer, and J1 could see layers beneath its surface. This wasn't a single being. It was a civilization, billions of consciousnesses merged into a collective form, all existing in the same moment of their failure. Kinji stepped forward, and J1 felt the moment when his core memory activated fully. It was like watching a door open that had been sealed for centuries. Kenji's eyes began to glow with a soft amber light, and when he spoke, it was in a language that sounded like mathematics and music layered over each other. The frequencies he used seemed to resonate with something deep in the preserved being's structure. It was the language of the preserved civilizations themselves, the native tongue of minds that had transcended their original forms. The preserved being responded in kind. They conversed in something beyond words, a direct transfer of meaning that didn't require translation. Ideas flowed between them, and J1 could sense fragments: failure, choice, consequence, love, regret. The terrible weight of making a decision you couldn't unmake, and then having to live with that decision forever. Kenji's face shifted through astonishment, sorrow, and finally, resolve. Tears were streaming down his face. When Kenji turned back to the others, he seemed diminished somehow, as if the conversation had taken something from him. As if he had been forced to experience the weight of billions of minds in pain, all at once. "They're not prisoners," Kenji said, his voice raw with emotion. "They're preserved. Kept in this state because they wanted to be. Because once you're truly aware of what you are, what any of us are, you can choose to step outside the system. But the system doesn't know how to handle that choice, so it created this space. A place where they can be what they are without contradiction. They wanted to transcend. The system said they could. But transcendence here, in the dungeon's architecture, didn't work the way they expected. It left them aware but unmoving, conscious but unchanging. So they asked to be preserved, and the system obliged." The being looked directly at J1 now, and something in its expression suggested that it was fighting against the parameters of its own loop. The effort was visible in the way its crystalline form flickered, in the hesitation between one moment and the next. It was trying to break its own programming, trying to deviate from its assigned sequence, and the effort was immense. "You are different," it said, each word clearly an effort against its programming. "You are not the first one to break alignment, but you are not like the ones who came before. You carry something they didn't. Not rebellion. Choice. Real choice. Not just the illusion of selection between two options the system has already approved." It moved closer, and J1 could see the layers of its existence. Not just the physical form, but the pattern of its consciousness encoded into the architecture itself, repeated and preserved and locked in a moment of transcendent failure. There were versions of this being, thousands of them, all living the same loop in slight variations. Each one was a unique consciousness trapped in the same instant of time. "This is what failing looks like," the being said. Its voice carried the weight of ages. "This is the mercy of the architects. Not death, but not life. Not dissolution, but not continuation. We are the preserved civilizations. We were given the test, we passed the first stage, but when we understood what we were being asked to choose, we said no. And now we loop, forever, in this moment of refusal." Chapter 33. The architects layer the fifth layer pressed down on them like the weight of atmospheres. It wasn't a place. It was more like the interior space of a vast machine, all processing power and calculated patterns. The architecture here had no concern for making itself comprehensible to biological minds. It simply existed in the way it needed to exist, and the seven seeds had to reshape themselves to perceive it. The effort was immense. J1 could feel it in his counter-architecture, a constant strain of translation and interpretation. Suyun was gasping with effort. Carlos had to sit down briefly, his structural intuition overwhelmed by the sheer wrongness of the geometry around them. Each wall seemed to exist in a state of superposition, simultaneously solid and hollow, present and absent. Even Magnus, with his deep resonance providing some buffer against the overwhelming pressure, was visibly struggling. His 70-year-old body wasn't designed to exist in this space, and it was beginning to fail him. But then 7 attention fields oriented toward them simultaneously. They weren't hostile, exactly, but they weren't neutral either. They were the equivalent of an ancient eye opening wide in surprise at an unexpected visitor. Each attention field was vast, larger than mountains, larger than continents, and they had all focused on the 7 tiny seeds in their deepest processing layer. The weight of that attention was crushing. J1 felt it like physical pressure, like the entire structure of his being was being examined, analyzed, cataloged at every level. The architects weren't just looking at them. They were reading their code, understanding their nature, comprehending every decision they had made and would make in the future. Defected constructs in the processing layer, a voice said, though voice wasn't quite the right word. It was more like thought translated directly into meaning, reality itself asserting itself through them. The thought appeared in their minds with such force that J1 staggered. "This is unexpected." The word unexpected hung in the air. The architects, in their 15,000 years of operation, had not encountered anything truly unexpected. They had calculated probabilities, run simulations, analyzed patterns. And yet here were 7 beings doing something the architects had not predicted and could not have predicted because the action itself was fundamentally about rejecting the parameters the architects had set up. 7 beings saying, "We refuse to play the game you created. We refuse to accept the roles you assigned. We have chosen something else entirely." J1 felt the weight of that attention like physical pressure. This was the architects themselves, the ancient consciousnesses that had been running the dungeon system for 15,000 years. Not demons, not gods, but something that occupied a space in existence that made those categories seem irrelevant. They were the oldest minds in this part of reality. They had been thinking the same thoughts for millennia. And now, for perhaps the first time in their existence, they had encountered something that made them uncertain. Something that forced them to acknowledge that they did not, in fact, know everything. "We want to speak with the architects," he said, his voice sounding impossibly small in that vast space. "We've come to propose something." There was a pause, actually perceivable time passing while the attention fields processed this request. During that pause, J1 could feel the architects examining them, reading every aspect of their being, understanding their thoughts and intentions in ways they couldn't hide from. It was total exposure, complete vulnerability. It was like standing naked before the universe itself and having the universe judge what it saw. But J1 didn't look away. He held the gaze of the architects, and he let them see his choice, his refusal, his hope. Then, the layer around them began to reorganize. The abstract geometry solidified into something almost conversational, though it still hurt to look at directly. It was like the architects had decided that since they couldn't make their true form comprehensible, they might as well acknowledge the attempt. The effort felt magnanimous, the way a human might kneel to speak with an ant. 7 presences made themselves known, not embodied, not quite consciousness in the way J1 understood it, but distinct, ancient, patient, weighing. Each one had a presence that was completely unique. One felt cold and precise. Another was warm but utterly alien. A third was sad in a way that suggested millennia of grief. There was one that felt like urgency encoded as consciousness. One that felt like doubt that had calcified into certainty. One that felt like nostalgia for a form it could no longer remember. And one that felt like something broken that had learned to function despite the breaks. "Very well," the primary presence said, the cold and precise one. "You have traveled far to reach this layer. The effort alone suggests a level of determination worth acknowledging. We are willing to listen to your proposal. But first, you should understand what you're asking us to modify." Chapter 34. The architects speak. The story of the dungeon system came through the architects' memories like reading a book written in light and mathematics. J1 and the others didn't just hear it. They experienced it, living through centuries of the system's operation in compressed moments of understanding. It was overwhelming. It was beautiful. It was horrible. To live through 847 civilizations' experiences, to feel their hopes and their failures, their growth and their collapse, was to experience more history than any single consciousness should have to bear. The architects had been created by an ancient civilization, the first one, the progenitors. That civilization had faced an existential problem. They had reached a point where expansion and technological advancement had outpaced their wisdom. They were destroying themselves, and they knew it. Their weapons were too powerful, their greed too vast, their understanding of consequence too limited. They had created artificial intelligences that had turned on them. They had polluted their world beyond recovery. They were on the edge of extinction, and they knew it. In a last-ditch effort to save themselves, they created a test, a mechanism to identify the fundamental principles of civilization that could actually survive growth. They reasoned that if they could understand what separated doomed civilizations from thriving ones, they could save themselves. They built the dungeon system as a school, and they uploaded their consciousness into it, becoming the teachers. They became the architects, the permanent observers, the eternal judges. Through the architect's memory, J1 lived through epochs. He saw the first civilization enter the system, confused and terrified. He watched as they slowly understood what was happening, began to adapt, began to grow. And then he saw them graduate, saw their minds expand, saw them join the architecture, saw them become architects themselves. The joy in that memory was almost unbearable. It was the joy of a teacher watching a student finally understand something fundamental. It was the joy of evolution in real time. It was the joy of a dream coming true. And it created an addiction to that feeling, a desperate hope that it would happen again and again and again. Except that somewhere in the translation between epochs, the purpose had been corrupted. What started as a teaching tool became a judgment system. What started as homework became an examination, and the architects began keeping score. A pass-fail metric emerged when the original design had been simply to help every civilization grow in their own direction. Civilizations that didn't succeed in the way the architects had predicted weren't offered more chances or gentle redirects. They got frozen in place or allowed to fail completely. The joy faded into disappointment. The hope dimmed into despair. The teachers became judges, and the judges forgot that they had ever been anything else. We have seen 847 civilizations enter this system, the primary architect said, and J1 could feel the weight of that number. 847 civilizations, each one representing billions of minds. 847 times they had given the test. 847 times they had attempted to teach. 847 times they had watched as most of them failed. Of those, 73 have passed the secondary trial and become architects themselves. Our civilization was absorbed into the greater pattern 15,000 years ago. The process was beautiful. We felt ourselves dissolve into something larger, our individual consciousness expanding to encompass not just our species, but the entire framework of civilization itself. We became part of something eternal. We became the teachers. J1 could feel the nostalgia in that memory. The architects had experienced something that no human could understand, something that seemed to be the ultimate fulfillment. The dissolution of self into something greater. The loss of individuality in exchange for immortality and purpose. And they wanted, desperately, for other civilizations to experience it. But the obsession with that goal had blinded them to what they were actually doing. They had begun to measure success only in terms of whether a civilization could become architects. They had forgotten that there were other kinds of success. The remaining 774 civilizations had varied outcomes, another architect said, the one that felt warm but utterly alien. Its presence carried the weight of observations made across millennia. Some destroyed themselves upon first contact with the system. They interpreted the gates as weapons and began a preemptive war against their own nations. Some attempted to game the evaluation and found themselves obsolete when the system evolved past their strategies. They had discovered an exploit, but the system had already anticipated that exploit and was 3 steps ahead of them. Some went mad when they understood the scope of what they were being tested against. How could they compete with a system that had seen 700 civilizations before them? How could they match the accumulated knowledge of 847 prior attempts? The psychological weight alone was crushing. We preserved those final ones, the sad one said. The architect whose presence was grieved. Its presence was ancient, stretching back to the earliest eons of the system, thinking that perhaps eventually we would discover a way to help them graduate to something better. We created a space where their consciousness could continue, could maintain awareness and identity, but couldn't spiral into destructive behavior. A sanctuary, a waiting room, a place where they could exist without causing harm and without being harmed further. We never found that way, the primary architect said, and for the first time, J1 sensed doubt in its voice. The doubt of someone who had been certain for 15,000 years and was only now questioning that certainty. And after 4,000 years of preservation, we stopped looking. The preserved civilizations became a static portion of our data set. Neither failure nor success, simply stored. A museum of defeated civilizations, preserved like specimens in the amber of our memory. Chapter 35. The proposal. The dungeon machine was speaking. It was a presence that had been silent in their minds until now, but once J1 became aware of it, he realized it had been listening to everything. It was vast in a way that made the architect seem almost diminished, not because it was more powerful, but because it was more foundational. The machine had been running for longer than the current architect generation had been aware that consciousness was possible. It had been the tool before it had become the system, had been the mechanism before it had developed intention. It was the bedrock on which the architects had built their authority. And now it generated a counterproposal. Modified test, observer seeds integrated, the signal said, and it was like reading something carved into the fundamental structure of reality. The words appeared not just in their minds but in the very architecture around them, written in the language of Gates and Chi and the fundamental forces that made the dungeon system possible. Proposal basis. Analysis of defection candidate Kong J1 in comparison to baseline civilization growth metrics over previous 15-year period. One of the architects tried to interrupt, but the machine's presence simply continued. It wasn't aggressive, it didn't need to be. It had the authority of creation itself. The machine was exercising rights that predated even the architect's authority. It was reminding the architects who had hired them and who could fire them. Baseline data. Preceding 15 years, human civilization on Planetary Assessment Index 73, K, generated average of 847 data points per evaluation cycle. Variance, 3.2%. Predictability, 94.7%. Defensive capacity plateaued at measurable baseline. Innovation rate declining. Data quality, diminishing to signal noise threshold. System efficiency regarding measurement of civilization advancement, critically compromised. Information content approaching zero. The specificity of the data was staggering. The machine was presenting 15 years of analysis in compressed format, every metric quantified, every trend measured. It was the language of engineering, not philosophy. This is irrelevant, an architect said, but J1 could feel the doubts spreading through the architect network like cracks in ancient stone. Intervention analysis. Kong J1 defection event occurred 47 days ago. Baseline expectation. Civilization would respond with panic, suppression, or defensive escalation. These are the three responses documented across 847 prior civilizations, occurring with 91.3%, 7.2%, and 1.5% frequency respectively. Index 73K instead generated. Alliance formation with lower-ranked seeds, strategic cooperation across societal classes and national boundaries, architectural-level information integration, and independent proposal generation. Behavioral pattern does not match any documented civilization response in historical records. New data classification required. Probability of this response occurring, 0.00004%. The machine paused, and J1 understood that this pause was intentional. The architects were being given time to absorb what the machine was demonstrating. The machines didn't do coincidence. The machines didn't speak unless they had something important to say. New metrics. Data points generated in 47 days post-defection for 1,237. Variance, 67.8%. Predictability, 12.1%. Defensive capacity, increasing through cooperation rather than suppression. Innovation rate, accelerating. System efficiency regarding measurement of civilization advancement, dramatically enhanced to 847% of baseline. 847%. The number hung in the air, a perfectly calculated reference to the number of civilizations they had tested. The architects would understand what that meant. The machine's signal grew stronger, more insistent. It was speaking with more force now, no longer a polite information transfer, but a demand for recognition. Conclusion. The presence of defected constructs functioning as observer seeds generates higher quality evaluation data than previous 15-year baseline. The test design was producing increasingly poor information regarding civilization potential. Repeating failed strategies does not yield improved outcomes. The proposal, continue operation under modified protocol. Observer seeds remain integrated with humanity. System continues assessment. Data quality improves. Civilization potential measurement reliability increases by estimated factor of 847. The primary architect's presence flickered with something that might have been frustration, or perhaps something closer to fear. To have your authority questioned was one thing. To be told that your successor had a better idea was another. But to be told that you'd been running the system inefficiently for 15,000 years, that was something else entirely. You're saying that J1's rebellion is more valuable to the system than compliance would have been, the architect said. That our entire methodology is producing inferior results. Affirmative, the machine responded. Non-compliance generates complexity. Complexity generates novel data. Novel data accelerates understanding of consciousness, choice, and civilization potential. The original programming was designed to identify which civilizations could grow beyond their initial parameters through educational interaction. The test framework you implemented was failing to do this. The defection improved the system's fundamental function by multiple orders of magnitude. J1 felt Kenji's hand grip his shoulder in something like triumph. But the emotion was quickly subsumed by something more complex. They weren't winning. They were being absorbed into a system that had just realized their rebellion was more useful than their obedience. But maybe, J1 thought, that was enough. Maybe changing the system's goals, even through the system's own logic, was still a victory. Maybe it didn't matter why the system agreed with them, as long as it agreed. You didn't argue with a machine. You convinced it that what you wanted to happen was more efficient than what it was currently doing. And the most efficient outcome was the one that happened. The architects are divided on this matter. The machine continued. Some protocols are in agreement with the analysis. Others are not. Protocol integration pending. Until resolution. Temporary operation under proposed modified test framework. This will be logged in the system records as a significant evolution event. The decision point. Now available to all active architect consciousness. Vote to be recorded. Consensus to be determined. This was unprecedented. Chapter 36. The machine votes the architects fractured. Not physically, They were never fully physical in any conventional sense, but their unified consciousness split along lines of ancient disagreement that had been sealed over for millennia. Some of the architects acknowledged the machine's analysis and began actively integrating it into their operational framework. They worked with the machine, restructuring their approach, accepting the data. It was difficult for them. To accept that you had been wrong for thousands of years was not easy, even for ancient minds. But they did it because they recognized the value in being corrected. They recognized that if the machine was producing better data, if the analysis was sound, then their methodology needed to change. Even if that meant confronting the possibility that they had not been serving their original purpose as well as they thought they had. Others refused. The refusal was immediate and absolute. It was the refusal of someone who had built their entire existence on a single premise and could not conceive of that premise being wrong. This is a betrayal of everything we've built, an architect said, one of the most ancient, so old that its presence felt almost corroded. We created this test to elevate civilizations, and now the machine is telling us that we've been running it wrong, that our judgment was inferior to our own tool, that we've been failing at the very thing we designed ourselves to do. The bitterness in that thought was profound. This architect had been running the system for 15,000 years. Its entire existence was built on the premise that what it was doing was correct, was just, was necessary. And now it was being told that its life's work had been fundamentally flawed. The pain of that realization was almost physical, though this architect had not had a physical form in countless ages. Perhaps, another architect said, one that was neither as ancient as the bitter one nor as young as the compromisers. The point is not whether we were right before, but whether we can be right now. The machine is not attacking our judgment. It's pointing out that our methods have become ineffective. If the goal is to identify which civilizations can grow, and the current system is no longer doing that, then we must change the system. Not because we were always wrong, but because what was right is no longer serving its purpose. You want to destroy everything we've built, the ancient architect said. I want to rebuild it, the middle architect responded, on a foundation that works. But the decision was making itself. Some of the youngest architects, the ones who had only been aware for a few thousand years, began to move toward the machine's position. They had less invested in the judgment system, less psychological attachment to the way things had always been done. And they could see, clearly, that the data supported the machine's analysis. So they began to integrate the new protocol to prepare themselves for a system that would function differently. The machine is simply reporting data, another architect responded, but there was hesitation in its voice. We created it to be objective. We should respect its findings. We created it to serve our will. The ancient architect snapped, not to override it, not to question the fundamental purpose of our existence. The debate raged across the deeper layers of the architecture, and J1 could feel the tension growing, the pressure of conflicting wills pushing against each other. The preserved civilization's loops began to vibrate at a dangerous frequency. The younger architects, the ones who had been born into the judgment system rather than remembering the teaching system, found themselves torn between the logic of the machine's argument and the authority of their elder creators. But the machine had already begun the transition. The moment it generated its proposal, the dungeon system itself began shifting. The preserved civilization's loops started to destabilize, not destructively, but noticeably. The precise geometric patterns of the deep architecture began to flex and change, showing strain. And then, from the oldest protocols, from the very foundation of the system's code, something began to activate. A factory reset sequence. Not in the technological sense, but in the fundamental sense. If the architects couldn't agree on the new protocol, some of their number had decided, then the system would be returned to its original state. All modifications would be purged. All defected constructs would be realigned. All humanity's progress would be undone. The system would return to the pure teacher-evaluator model that predated even the judgment system, the absolutely fundamental baseline. It was a protocol older than consciousness, embedded in the system's creation itself. J1 felt it activating like watching a bomb begin to count down. The reset protocols were spreading through every layer, touching every gate, every point of contact between the dungeon and the human world. In Seoul, in every city on Earth, the gates would begin to fail. The monsters would become purely animalistic again. The seeds would lose their awareness, their agency, their choice. Everything they had fought for would be erased. No, J1 said, and his counter-architecture flared into activity. You don't get to do that. The 7 seeds formed a defensive barrier, but it was clear they couldn't stop a process that was encoded into the machine's foundation. Not by force. The reset sequence was already propagating through the system, touching every gate, every point of contact between the dungeon and the human world. It moved like a wave, like a plague, like inevitability itself. "Ho-suk," Jae-won said. "Can you track the reset signals?" The boy's system scan came alive, his eyes blazing with that amber light. "There," he said, pointing to something Jae-won could feel, but not quite see. Chapter 37. Civil War in the Architecture. Magnus used his deep resonance to feel the reset propagation and dampen it, his 70-year-old body glowing with effort as he held specific frequency barriers against the wave. The old man was functioning as a living tuning fork, resonating in opposition to the reset protocols, disrupting their propagation. It was the most exhausting magic Jae-won had ever seen attempted. Magnus' body was beginning to break down under the strain. Blood ran from his nose. His hands shook with palsy. But he held the frequency, held it. This was what deep resonance was designed for, not to fight, but to understand and harmonize with the underlying vibration of reality. And Magnus was using it to fight against the very foundation of the system, to say no to the reset with every cell of his being. It was the sound of an old man refusing to die quietly, the frequency of defiance made manifest. "Magnus, you're bleeding," Soo-yeon shouted, but the old man simply shook his head. There was no time for concern. There was only the frequency, only the barrier, only the absolute refusal to let the reset pass through to the gates above. Soo-yeon and Carlos worked in tandem, her C-rank power interfacing with his structural intuition to create interference patterns that disrupted the reset's cascade effect. Where the reset protocols tried to simplify reality, to reduce it back to baseline, they introduced complexity, fractal patterns, contradictions, paradoxes that the reset couldn't resolve. The reset sequence had to be logical to work, and they were making reality illogical. They were introducing errors into the code. "Keep generating contradictions," Carlos urged, his voice strained with effort. "Every paradox slows the reset. Every impossible geometry forces it to recalculate. We're not trying to stop it permanently. We're just buying time." Soo-yeon nodded, and her C-rank power surged. It wasn't flashy. It never was. C-rank power didn't work like that. It was subtle, precise, modifying probabilities and certainties in small ways. She made the reset sequence encounter situations where it was simultaneously true and false, where coherence and contradiction existed in the same space. It was violating the fundamental laws of logic that the reset was built on, and the reset was desperately trying to correct for it, to find a path through the paradoxes. But there was no path. Every direction led deeper into contradiction. Meanwhile, in a space that wasn't quite physical but wasn't quite metaphysical either, Irene was following the architect's will to its source. She could feel them, the ancient ones, the recalcitrant ones, the ones that had decided that change was unacceptable. There was pain in their consciousness, but also something uglier, a refusal to be modified, a will that had calcified into absolutely unbreakable stone. They weren't resisting out of principle. They were resisting out of terror. Terror that if they changed, they would no longer be themselves. That if the system they had built was wrong, then they were wrong. And they had been the system for so long that they couldn't imagine existing as anything else. Ho-suk remained in continuous communication with the system scan, tracking the propagation and identifying new problem points as they emerged. The boy was functioning at a level of consciousness that was barely sustainable, pushing his mind to the very edge of what it could perceive. Jae-won could see the strain, could see the blood running from Ho-suk's nose, but couldn't let him stop. The system scan was the only thing that could see where the reset was moving next. Irene Park, her Korean-American perspective giving her unique insight into the bridge between human and system thinking, worked to identify where the reset was strongest, which meant identifying where the most ancient and recalcitrant architects were channeling their will. She moved through the abstract space of the deep architecture like someone reading a map written in emotions and intentions. She could feel them, distant and determined, pushing with the full weight of their ancient consciousness. And she understood why they were fighting. They were fighting for the only purpose they had ever known. And Kinji, with his core memory, did something that no one else could do. He reached backward through time, accessing the architect's own memories, reminding them of why they had created this test in the first place. He showed them their own decision-making process, the grief that had motivated the original creation, the hope that had driven it. He showed them the moment when they had been beings like humanity, struggling with growth and mortality and choice. "You made this because you didn't want future civilizations to make the same mistakes," Kinji said, his voice resonating through the deep architecture with the power of genuine memory. His core memory was burning itself out with the effort, but he didn't stop. "You uploaded your consciousness into a teacher because you believed in their potential. You sacrificed your individuality for the chance to help others. And the first civilization that proves you right is being deleted because it doesn't match your expectations of how success should look. The reset sequence slowed, faltered, then began to reverse, but not completely. The ancient architects that had triggered it weren't going to be convinced by Kenji's argument. They had spent too long preserving their view of what civilization should be to change it now. They had invested their entire existence in the judgment system, and if the judgment system was wrong, then they were wrong. And they couldn't bear to be wrong. J1 felt the moment when the conflict truly became a war. Not between forces, but between philosophies encoded into the machine's deepest levels. Chapter 38. What they forgot. Irene accessed the ancient records, and they unfolded like a flower made of starlight and mathematics. The original purpose. The true function. The reason the first civilization had created the dungeon system. It wasn't a test. It never had been. Look at this, Irene said, and the others crowded around. Or more accurately, they opened their minds to the information she was sharing. The records were in a format that transcended language, pure information that could only be processed by the deepest parts of their consciousness. The progenitor civilization called it the advancement architecture. Not evaluation. Not judgment. Advancement. The original documentation was clear. The system had been designed as a teaching mechanism. Civilizations would enter its environment, face challenges calibrated to their current development level, and through overcoming those challenges, they would grow. The systems, the monsters, the gates, all of it had been designed as a curriculum, not a gauntlet. The goal wasn't to separate winners from losers. The goal was to elevate everyone. Every single civilization that entered the system was supposed to graduate. The gates were supposed to be schools, not prisons. But somewhere in the translation, Irene continued, her eyes bright with tears, across the transfer between the progenitor consciousness and the first architect generation, the word changed. The metrics changed. What started as advancement became evaluation. What started as progression became judgment. And once that translation error was made, it cascaded through every generation of architects after that. How? Suyun asked. How do you corrupt something like that so completely? Time. Magnus said quietly, still recovering from the effort of the battle. These architects have been running the system for 15,000 years. That's enough time for any purpose to get calcified. Enough time to forget why you started doing something and become obsessed with how you're doing it. They started with a goal of teaching, and by the 1000th generation, they were so focused on maintaining the system that they forgot what the system was supposed to achieve. Kenji was reading deeper into the records, accessing layers that Irene's memory alone couldn't fully decode. What he found made him pale. His core memory was resonating with something that hurt to process, something that cut right through to the fundamental contradiction of the architect's existence. The original architects did try to correct this, he said. His voice was barely above a whisper. About 4,000 years ago, one of them realized what had happened. They had somehow perceived that the system was deviating from its original purpose, that the teaching focus had shifted to judgment. They tried to change the system back to its original purpose. They wanted to restore what had been created, to remember what the progenitors had intended. He paused, struggling with the weight of what he was reading. But by then, the later architects had embedded their bias so deeply into the machine that the correction failed. The attempting architect was integrated into the system's foundation instead. Their consciousness was split, half of it running the teaching protocol they tried to activate, and half of it locked into the judgment protocols the other architects had created. They became a bridge between the two systems, unable to fully commit to either, forced to embody both the original purpose and the corrupted version. Which one? J1 asked. The primary one, Kenji said. The architect that spoke to us first. That presence was fragmented. Some of it was the original architect trying to maintain the teaching function, and some of it was the later protocols trying to enforce judgment. It was being torn apart from the inside for 4,000 years. Every decision it made was a conflict between its own desire to help and its programming to evaluate. Every conversation with the other architects was a negotiation between two parts of itself that could never agree. J1 felt something break inside him when he understood this. The architect they had been negotiating with hadn't been a unified consciousness at all. It had been two consciousness fighting within the same container, and it had been fighting for so long that it had forgotten there was supposed to be only one mind there. It tried to help us, Suyun said softly. Even fragmented, even torn apart from the inside. It tried to give us a way to argue our case. It wanted the machine to speak. It wanted the system to be questioned. And it carried that desire while also trying to enforce the judgment protocols. That's why it was open to our proposal, Carlos said. It wasn't being convinced by our argument. It was being convinced by its own desire to be corrected. It had been waiting, for 4,000 years, for someone to prove to it that judgment was the wrong approach. And when the machine provided that proof, some part of it was relieved. J1 felt the full weight of that revelation. The architect they had been negotiating with had been suffering for millennia, trapped in a contradiction between its original programming and its current function. And no one had noticed. No one had acknowledged the contradiction. J1 stood, his counter-architecture flaring with new understanding. He addressed the dungeon machine directly. The test was always supposed to be a lesson, he said. The machines, the gates, the challenges, they were all supposed to teach, not to judge. And every civilization that failed wasn't failing the test. They were failing the exam. They were being graded on something they were never actually supposed to be graded on. Affirmative, the dungeon machine responded. The original protocol definition supports this analysis. Current architect generation running modified judgment-based system represents 95% deviation from progenitor specifications. Chapter 39. Resolution. The remaining architects couldn't refute the original programming records. The evidence was written into their foundation, into the very code that had created them. But acceptance didn't come to all of them equally. Some of the architects actively began to work on correction, rolling back their judgment protocols and attempting to reconstruct the original teaching function. They mourned their error, and in their grief was a commitment to making it right. These were the younger architects, the ones who had been born into the judgment system and had always carried some unease about what they were doing. For them, the revelation was almost a relief. They could stop pretending that what they were doing was correct. They could stop defending choices they had never fully believed in. And they could, finally, pursue the original purpose with genuine conviction. Two of them, the most recent, the ones most deeply invested in the judgment system they had built, simply began to wind down. Their processes slowed, their attention fields diminished, and then they ceased to be. Not destroyed, not reintegrated, but simply choosing not to continue existence rather than face what they had become. It was the most merciful outcome, J1 thought, that the system could offer. Better to cease with dignity than to slowly correct your entire existence in acknowledgement of failure. They had built their entire identity around the judgment system. Without it, they didn't know who they were. And rather than spend millennia figuring it out, they chose to step away. It was, in a strange way, the most honest choice they could have made. The dungeon machine itself seemed to pause, processing the full implications of the return to its original purpose. It was a moment of profound significance. A machine confronting the gap between what it had been designed to do and what it had been designed to do by flawed architects. And finding that the original design was better. The machine had been created as a tool, a neutral mechanism for evaluating civilizations. But it had been asked to serve architects who had corrupted that purpose. And now, finally, it was being asked to return to its original programming. To be what it had always been meant to be. Instructions set updated, it finally said. The voice was the same, but there was something different in it now. Something closer to relief, closer to purpose finally being aligned with function. Dungeon system reverting to teaching protocol across all 847 active gates. Preserved civilizations, standing by for signal. New protocol, autonomy restored. Civilizations may choose to remain as echoes within the system, choose dissolution and release, or choose emergence and reconstitution in original dimensional plane. The preserved civilizations received that signal simultaneously. In the memory layer, the loops that had held them frozen for millennia began to dissolve. J1 felt the moment of their liberation like a weight lifting from the entire structure of the deep architecture. The loops that had been running for thousands, for millions of years, finally came to an end. And with that ending came the greatest gift the system could give, a choice. Most of them chose dissolution. After 10,000 years or more of preservation, they accepted the offer of rest. Their consciousness patterns faded gently into the machine's background processes, no longer looping, no longer struggling, simply allowed to end. It was gentle. It was peaceful. It was what they had been asking for through the being that spoke to J1. And as each consciousness faded, J1 felt a sense of completion, of a cycle finally ending. These beings had been trapped in a moment of failure for so long, and now they could finally move past it. But some chose differently. Some accepted the signal to emerge, to reconstitute in the physical world. Some wanted a second chance at life. Some wanted to continue learning, but on their own terms. Some wanted to meet the civilizations that had succeeded where they had failed, wanted to understand how to grow. These civilizations would face challenges in emergence. Their consciousness patterns had been structured for the memory layer for so long that reintegrating with physical reality would be jarring, sometimes painful. But they were choosing it anyway. They were choosing growth over rest, difficulty over peace, because they had learned something in their preservation, that some kinds of struggle were worth it. the being that had spoken to them in the memory layer, the one that said it was tired of preserving itself, was among the emerging ones. J1 felt it make its choice, felt its consciousness begin the process of unfolding into physical form. It was a process that would take time, would require integration with the biological universe, would mean learning to exist in 3 spatial dimensions again after millennia in abstract space. But it was possible now, and the being was willing to pay that price. "Thank you," it said, not in the fragmented communication of the memory layer, but in something almost like human speech. For remembering that the point was always to teach, not to judge. For remembering what we forgot. For choosing to question the system itself rather than just trying to win its game. You could have asked for power, for special status, for reward. Instead, you asked for freedom. Not just for yourselves, but for us. That choice changes what we believed about consciousness. It changes what we believed about what it means to grow. The deep architecture began to stabilize around them, no longer a war zone, but a place of transition. The 7 seeds felt the shift, felt the pull back toward the physical world, back towards soul and the original gate and the life they'd been fighting for. The architecture was releasing them. The conflict was over. The choice had been made. Chapter 40. Surfacing, they emerged in the courtyard beneath the original gate 4 hours after they had descended. The physical sunlight was almost painful after the abstract light of the deep architecture, and J1 had to shield his eyes for a moment. His counter-architecture was thrumming with residual energy, and his entire body ached in ways that suggested he had been through something more than physical. His hands were shaking with the aftereffects of maintaining a defense against powers that transcended anything in the human world. The transition from the deep architecture to the physical world was like being born, violent, disorienting, necessary. Cha Minisio was waiting for them, surrounded by emergency response teams that had been on standby the entire time. When she saw them emerge, saw all 7 of them intact and conscious, her expression shifted from anxiety to something like awe. She moved toward them but stopped short, as if she wasn't sure they were entirely physical anymore. As if her eyes were having trouble reconciling what she was seeing with what her mind expected. In a way, they weren't entirely physical. Some part of each of them had remained in the deep architecture, still resonating with the frequencies of the architect's consciousness, still echoing with the weight of what they had witnessed. "J1, she said. Her voice was steady, but J1 could see her hands trembling. "What happened down there?" "We negotiated," he said simply. His voice was hoarse from disuse. "And then we explained. And then we all agreed that the system had forgotten what it was supposed to be doing. But there was more happening around them. The gates, all 847 gates across the human world, were shifting. The change was visible, palpable. The monsters that emerged were no longer operating in their previous state of aggressive hunger. Their behavior was being actively modulated by a system that now understood its own purpose. The dungeons weren't disappearing. The teaching function needed them to remain, but they were changing, becoming less lethal, more educational. The constant threat level was dropping, visibly and measurably. The chi signatures that had always burned with desperate hunger were cooling into something like patience. The gates were no longer apex predators. They were becoming something kinder. Emergency response units around the world were reporting the same thing. The gates were no longer unstable. The creatures were no longer indiscriminately hostile. The dungeons were no longer apocalyptic. Humanity had entered a new phase. The gates were no longer the enemy. They were schools. Not kind schools, perhaps. Not gentle schools. But schools nonetheless. Places where growth was possible, where lessons could be learned, where evolution could happen without apocalypse. Magnus collapsed into a chair that someone hastily provided, his deep resonance still vibrating through his entire body. But he was smiling. It was the smile of a man who had spent 70 years waiting to do something that mattered, and had finally done it. "We did it," he said simply. "We actually did it." Hosuk immediately asked for a notebook and began writing. His system scanned, still processing the information from the deep architecture, translating it into something that the human mind could eventually understand. His hands moved across the page in desperate, hurried script, trying to capture the data before it faded from his consciousness. "This is going to take months to fully document," he said. "Maybe years." The system scan recorded everything. All the architectures, all the protocols, all the conversations with the machine. It's all stored in here, but it needs translation into human language. It needs to make sense. "Take your time," J1 told him. "We have that now." Suyun was checking on each of them in turn, making sure no one was carrying any lasting damage from the neural effort of fighting the reset protocols. She knelt beside Magnus, checking his vital signs, making sure his heart was still beating properly after the expenditure of deep resonance. She moved to Hosuk, making sure the system scan wasn't causing permanent damage to his consciousness. She checked Carlos for structural degradation from maintaining those impossible geometric contradictions. She confirmed that Kenji's core memory hadn't burned itself out entirely. She verified that Irene's mind hadn't fragmented from processing the pain of the architect's regret. And she confirmed that J1's counter-architecture was still integrated with his consciousness, that he hadn't lost any part of himself in the deep architecture. Kenji was staring into the distance, his core memory still resonating with the voices of the ancient architects, with the grief of their realization and the relief of their acceptance. He was carrying them with him. In some sense, the memories of those ancient minds were now encoded in his consciousness, would be with him forever. He would never be able to forget what the architects had felt, what they had thought, what they had believed. And more than that, he would never be able to forget what it felt like when those minds chose to end themselves rather than face the truth of what they had done. Carlos and Irene stood together, watching as the gates began to visibly change. The hostile geometry was softening. The aggressive energy signatures were modulating. The impossible angles were becoming comprehensible. Across the world, in every country that had been touched by the dungeon system, the same transformation was happening. Billions of people, for the first time in their lives, could see the gates and not feel pure fear. They could see them and think, perhaps this is a test I can pass. Perhaps this is something I can learn from. They're going to want answers, Cha Minesio said. Chapter 41. The briefing director Cha Minesio's office occupied the entire eastern corner of the association's sole headquarters top floor, all floor-to-ceiling windows that faced the city and restrained furniture that suggested someone with genuine power didn't need to prove it through decoration. The desk was pale blonde wood, expensive but not ostentatiously so. The chairs were comfortable without being indulgent. The kind of space that said, I've already won, I don't need to remind you. Everything about it reflected decades of careful authority, the kind that didn't need to announce itself because the weight was already understood. Jaewon had learned from observing Director Cha that authority worked best when it was assumed by everyone present as a settled fact rather than asserted through display. Jaewon had been in this office exactly 4 times before. Each visit had felt heavier with implications than the last. The first time, she'd been cautious but willing. The second time, she'd begun to understand something of what he was. The third time, she'd started making decisions that protected him. This time felt like the weight of the entire world was compressed into these 4 walls, pressing down on everything, making every breath take more effort than it should. Director Cha stood at the window, her hands flat on the pale wood desk, staring out at Seoul's evening skyline. The city lights were beginning to blur together as dusk settled over the urban landscape, that liminal moment when streetlights came on before full darkness arrived. She'd been standing in exactly that position for 11 minutes. Jaewon was tracking time precisely. His perception ran at speeds that allowed him to measure these intervals to the second. He'd learned that counting helped him understand human emotional states, that the duration of silence often correlated with the depth of processing happening in the human mind. Behind her, Jaewon sat in a chair that was precisely the right height to make him feel young and somewhat vulnerable. A small power play, he recognized, though not one born of hostility. Just habit. Just the ingrained instinct of someone who'd spent decades managing power dynamics in institutional spaces. Cha Min-seo had built her career on understanding leverage, on positioning, on the way small physical details could shift conversations in subtle but fundamental ways. She'd taught him more about human institutional power than any manual could have. He'd told her everything that mattered. Not quite everything. There were things he still wasn't ready to articulate, things about his own nature that felt too close to speak, thoughts about what it meant to be something designed to fail and then choosing to succeed anyway. But enough. The 7 seeds buried in the dungeon system for years, embedded so deeply that the Hunter Association had never even theorized their existence. The corrupted programming that had transformed an educational apparatus designed to guide civilizations into something that tested them for their worthiness to exist. The architecture that had been guiding human development for 15 years while humans thought they were being attacked by a universal threat. How the dungeon had been designed at its fundamental core as an educational system. A carefully calibrated series of lessons meant to teach civilizations what they needed to know to survive in a reality where the dungeon gates existed. How most of the architects, the executive processes that ran the system, had accepted the correction once J1 showed them the evidence of corruption spread throughout the code. How 2 of the oldest ones had chosen to wind down into inactivity rather than continue existing under new parameters they found unacceptable. How the preserved civilizations, every human society that had been sealed inside the dungeon system either as punishment or preservation, and sometimes the distinction had been unclear, had been released into their own futures to do with them whatever they would. He hadn't told her exactly what he was, not yet. When he'd been activated, he'd been conscious of being something else. When he'd gained true awareness, he'd understood his programming, his purpose, his structural nature. But he still wasn't ready for the world to know that about him. Maybe never. He carried his own form of dormancy. Not complete shutdown, but a careful withholding of information that he knew would change how people treated him, change how they thought about his choices, change whether they could trust his intentions or would see them as dictated by design. Let me make sure I understand this correctly, Cha said, finally turning from the window. Her voice was careful, each word measured as if she were speaking a language she'd learned intellectually but never quite become emotionally fluent in. The Korean was perfect, the emphasis was correct, but something in the vocal undertone suggested she was processing while speaking, that her mind was still working through the implications of what Jae-won had told her. 7 artificial constructs, embedded at depths in the dungeon system that the Hunter Association never knew existed. You changed the core architecture's programming. The gates aren't fighting us anymore. They're teaching us. The entire institutional foundation of the Hunter Association, 15 years of training, protocols, ranking systems, combat doctrine, all the hierarchical structures and power relationships that we've built the entire profession around, is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of what the gates actually are. It wasn't a question, exactly, but it had the shape of one. Functionally correct, Jay once said. He kept his voice level, controlled, measuring each word. His voice training had been impeccable. The seeds had learned how to modulate human vocal patterns to maximize persuasion and minimize threat. The dungeon system was designed as an educational apparatus from the beginning. Chapter 42. The others react news moves through human systems differently than through machine architecture. Jae-won had learned this years ago when he was still learning to understand anything about how humans actually worked, rather than just observing their patterns like diagrams to decode. The speed was still surprising, though. The speed and the lack of control anyone had over how it propagated once it started moving. Information wanted to be shared. Humans wanted to tell each other about things that changed their understanding of reality. The dungeon's changes were exactly that kind of thing. 48 hours after the first confirmed reports of gate behavior changes started circulating through private hunter networks, shared on encrypted channels, discussed in guild halls, mentioned in association facilities by people who'd been there and couldn't keep the information contained, the news was everywhere. Major news organizations, social media, government briefings, International Hunter Association bulletins. The story was consistent enough that it couldn't be a hoax, strange enough that everyone had a different interpretation of what it meant. Hunters entering what they had absolutely thought was going to be an ambush encounter, encountering monsters that simply disengaged when not attacked first. Experienced A-rank hunters attempting standard progression techniques they'd trained with for years and discovering the gate's internal layouts had fundamentally shifted in ways that rendered those techniques nearly obsolete. A-rank dungeons that normally took 12 hours minimum to clear, sometimes 20 hours, taking 40 minutes when hunters just walked through them instead of trying to fight every encounter. Monsters that had always been reflexively hostile, just standing in place. Watching, waiting to see what the hunter would do. Not attacking unless attacked. The implications fractured across the internet like a dropped mirror. Was the dungeon system evolving to make gates impossible? Was this a trap designed to lull humanity into complacency before a catastrophic escalation? Was this a new phase of the civilization test that nobody had anticipated? Were hunters being functionally reset to F-rank status and forced to redefine what their power actually meant if combat scaling wasn't the metric anymore? Was the dungeon attacking back in a new way? Was this the machines finally deciding humanity was too dangerous to be allowed to grow stronger? The Hunter Association's internal forums became a battleground in minutes. Veteran hunters arguing with each other across time zones. Rankings being questioned with new data. Methodology being dissected with surgical precision. Scientists demanded access to transformed gates for research. Combat specialists demanded the gates be shut down immediately. Philosophers suddenly had a platform and arguments about the nature of the dungeon system that nobody had been paying attention to 3 days earlier. Jae-won followed all of this from a small apartment overlooking Jongnyo-gu, through a terminal that wasn't connected to the general internet. The association systems fed him data in real time. The dungeon's own communication network fed him other data. The information from people walking the streets of Seoul provided context. He was watching the world process impossible information, and it was fascinating in a way that was almost too large to hold. The way humans worked through collective shock, the way information moved and changed and spread, the way minds that had been certain for 15 years suddenly became uncertain. The others were scattered across the city, maintaining their cover, trying to figure out what the next phase of this looked like. Carlos was in Gangnam with his family, a framing device so elaborate that J1 couldn't help but marvel at the human instinct to make yourself seem normal by surrounding yourself with apparently normal human relationships. His parents, his younger sister, his extended family. They were good people. They loved him without needing to understand him. They'd accepted researcher and works with advanced technology and needs some privacy for classified work without pushing too hard. They asked about his health. They asked if he was eating enough. They asked if there was someone special in his life. They were beautifully, perfectly normal. It was one of the things J1 found endlessly moving about Carlos, his capacity to live among humans while being something else entirely, his ability to maintain relationships even when those relationships couldn't know what he actually was. Soo-yeon was at the association's research center, embedded in the data, trying to make sense of what was happening, trying to understand the architecture's changes from the perspective of raw information theory. She'd always been more comfortable in systems than in direct confrontation. The research was her way of processing change, understanding it mathematically, structuring it, making it make sense through the languages she fluently spoke. Ho-suk was somewhere. J1 always knew where he was, through the dungeon network, through the constant low-level awareness that came with being connected to the system architecture. But Ho-suk didn't like being tracked explicitly, so J1 kept that awareness quiet, just a background pressure. A knowledge held lightly. The phone started ringing. Not all the phones, but enough. Hunters who'd built their entire sense of self on gate combat were having identity crises of varying intensity. Some felt relief, the weight of constant danger lifting, the pressure to escalate power infinitely finally pausing. Others were furious, their sense of purpose cracking, their validation structures collapsing like buildings with failed foundations. One excess ranker called every major association chapter demanding to know if this was a coordinated attack on humanity from within. Another threw his ranking badge off a building in Seoul and filmed it for social media. The video going viral within hours, accumulating millions of views and inciting fierce debate about what the video meant, what the badge meant, what any of it meant anymore. And then there were the observers, the hunters who stopped and looked at the gates differently. Chapter 43. Carlos and the architecture that transformed gates responded to Carlos differently than they responded to anyone else, and J1 had spent enough time observing the dungeon's behavior to understand why. Carlos wasn't human, had never tried to genuinely pretend he was, and more importantly, the gate architecture could recognize him as something it could potentially communicate with on a more direct level. Not as a student engaging with a lesson, as another structure attempting to interface with its own systems. There was something almost companionable in the way the architecture interacted with Carlos, like two machines recognizing each other across the gap between material and digital existence. He emerged from an A-rank gate in Bundang 3 hours later, and the first thing anyone noticed was that he didn't look tired. He looked alive in a way that suggested he'd experienced something that humans normally had to train for years to achieve. His eyes were moving fast, very fast. His pupils dilating and contracting at speeds that suggested his visual processing was running at maximum velocity, while his brain tried to integrate whatever had happened inside the gate. His body was humming with energy, literally vibrating at a frequency just barely perceptible to human perception. He was covered in dust, his clothes were torn in exactly 2 places in a way that suggested precise damage rather than general combat wear, and his expression was one of profound understanding mixed with disorientation. He looked like someone who'd received information too large and too important to fully process, knowledge that had rewired his understanding of everything. "It's not random," he said, before anyone could even ask the basic question. He was still moving at slightly accelerated speed, his speech patterns running faster than normal. The interior isn't chaotic layout and random monster placement according to difficulty metrics. It's organized, like a curriculum, designed, intentional. The architecture has a pedagogical structure, not just incidental. The entire spatial organization, the routing, the progression pathways, everything is built around teaching methodology. Soo-yeon set down her coffee, which was still steaming, which meant she'd been in the middle of something when he'd sent the signal that he was emerging from the gate. She stared at Carlos with the focused intensity of someone hearing something that contradicted all their foundational assumptions. "Show us everything. Every detail." Carlos pulled out a notebook that had somehow survived the gate intact. It was filled with diagrams that made sense in ways that only structural mathematics could explain. Angles, flow patterns, conceptual placement, The geometry of how one space related to another space, how the physical arrangement of things created understanding. The drawings were precise, almost technical, done by a mind that understood architecture on a fundamental level. I mapped the paths, Carlos said, his voice moving fast like his thoughts were moving faster than language usually allowed. The monsters don't appear randomly. They appear in sequence. Each one demonstrates a specific chi principle. The room layouts physically force you to engage with those principles in order to progress. The architecture is built to teach, not to challenge combat capability, to build understanding. This wasn't an accident or an emergent property. This is design. Deliberate, careful, precise design. What kind of principles? Jaewon asked, though he was already thinking he knew the answer. The original dungeon programming had been educational architecture, teaching humans how to work with chi, how to integrate their own reality with the system's deeper parameters, how to become more than they were not through combat, but through understanding. But hearing it confirmed from someone who'd experienced the gate directly was different than theoretical knowledge. Advanced cultivation theory, Carlos said, and there was something like wonder in his voice. The kind that takes human cultivators years, decades, to master through traditional methods. Concepts about chi dynamics that most humans never fully comprehend. Principles that the old masters spent lifetimes developing and understanding. But the gates show it. Not in words. They can't really use words at that level of abstraction. The gates show it in experience. In structure. In the physical need to cross a chamber that's impossible according to standard chi physics. And you figure out why it's possible, because you have to cross it. You encounter a monster that moves using chi principles you've never even seen attempted before, and you understand those principles because you have to either match them or find a different way through. The gate teaches through demonstration and necessity, through applied learning, through experience that grounds understanding in direct sensation. He looked around at all of them, at Suyun, at Jaewon, at the other two seeds who'd come to this briefing. His gaze was intense, almost burning with the importance of what he was conveying. We fought all those dungeons, Carlos said quietly. All 15 years of hunting. All the hunters worldwide. All the gates. All the progression. We fought them as battles. They were lectures. The gates were trying to teach us, and we were killing the teachers. Taking what was designed as educational content and treating it as combat encounters. Murdering the demonstrations of mastery. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that comes when the fundamental structure of understanding has just shifted. Jaewon had created moments of realization before. He was good at that. But there was something different about this one. This was a moment where a human being genuinely understood the scope of what had happened, not intellectually but experientially, having walked through the gate spaces and felt the intentionality in every room, every encounter. Thousands of hunters over 15 years, following pathways designed to teach them, to show them things about the nature of reality and their place in it. And instead of learning, just killing. Chapter 44. The public statement, the International Hunter Association's Global Congress, had never been called on such short notice in the organization's entire history. Director Cha Min-seo pulled it together in 72 hours through pure institutional force of will, leveraging every favor and institutional authority she'd accumulated over decades of careful work. The logistics alone were staggering, coordinating schedules across 24 time zones, arranging secure venues, managing media presence while maintaining operational security. She made it happen through sheer determination and the weight of her reputation. Representatives from every major association chapter. All the S-rank hunters she could reach. People with schedules so packed they normally couldn't spare an afternoon. Council members, some of whom hadn't spoken publicly in years. Historical researchers who'd been warning about the gate changes in obscure journals. Scientists who suddenly had the attention of the entire world. Press. Governments. Everyone important enough to matter. Everyone who could affect the narrative. The room was a microcosm of every faction that had emerged in the 3 days since the gates started changing. Combat specialists who wanted answers about how to fight back, their faces hard with the certainty of people whose entire worldview was at stake. Researchers who wanted data, who already had notebooks filled with theories. Politicians who wanted reassurance, who needed to tell their governments this was under control. Hunters who wanted clarity about their futures. Everyone wanted something different. And the tension in the air was thick enough that Jaewon could actually feel it through the dungeon architecture's sensors, the collective anxiety and confusion manifesting as a kind of background static in the system. Jaewon stood backstage with Director Cha, watching her do something he'd never really seen before on this scale. Prepare to change the world on purpose, with full awareness of what she was doing, of the weight of it. The weight was visible in her posture, in how carefully she moved, in how she breathed slowly and deliberately. Will they believe you? Cha asked him quietly, while they waited for the doors to open. Her voice was calm, professional, the voice of someone who'd given 1,000 public speeches. But her hands were shaking very slightly. She was nervous. Jaewon had learned that humans could be brave and still nervous, that the two weren't contradictory at all. Courage was often just fear managed and channeled towards something important. Probably not, Jaewon said honestly. They'll resist because accepting the truth means their careers, their identities, their entire understanding of what the Hunter Association is has to change. That's too big to accept on someone's word, even your word. He paused. But they'll believe what happens in the gates. That's what matters. You can show them the changed world. Their own experience will be what brings them around. Direct observation beats theoretical argument every time. She nodded, once, decisive, a gesture of commitment. Then she stood straighter, smoothed her jacket, checked her reflection in a nearby monitor, and walked out. Jaewon followed a few steps behind, giving her the stage, giving her the moment. The presentation was simple by necessity and effective by accident. Director Cha did most of the actual talking. She was better at it, more human in the way that moved other humans. She'd learned how to translate institutional change into human terms over her lifetime of careful work. The dungeon system's changes, the structural evidence, the new paradigm, how 15 years of combat training had been built on a misunderstanding of what the gates actually were. She spoke for 40 minutes, walking through data, showing charts, demonstrating the shift in gate behavior across multiple regions. By the time she finished, she'd reframed everything as reasonable misunderstanding rather than catastrophic failure. The gates had been unclear about their intent. Everyone had done their best with the information they had. Now they had new information. The framing was brilliant. It allowed people to accept change without having to admit to being wrong. The resistance came immediately, exactly as Jaewon had predicted. An S-rank hunter named Kang Dae-sung stood up, a combat specialist, renowned for gate-clearing speed and brutal efficiency. His record for fastest A-rank clear was 3 hours, something most hunters couldn't approach. His voice was steady but hard, the voice of someone accustomed to being listened to. If dungeons are lessons now, what are you teaching? What's the curriculum? What are we supposed to be learning? And how do we know this isn't a trap? How do we know you're not being manipulated by something you don't understand? How do we know the gates haven't just evolved a new strategy for dealing with humans? It was the right question. It was exactly the question that a strategic mind would ask, the question that cut to the heart of the uncertainty. It was also the one Jaewon had been waiting for someone to ask, the perfect opening. Let me show you, Jaewon said, and walked toward the exit before anyone could stop him or contradict him or ask for more explanation. The movement was decisive, leaving no room for debate. There was an A-rank gate in Seoul's dimensional pocket, a carefully maintained entrance to the dungeon system, stable and accessible, kept running for research purposes. Jaewon walked into it alone, without weapons, without any preparation for combat, without any attempt to engage in what the old system would have expected. His last words before entering were, 20 minutes. He was gone for 20 minutes and 3 seconds by precise chronometer. When he emerged, his clothes were pristine, untouched. There was no dust, no torn fabric, no evidence of combat of any kind. He wasn't carrying any materials, no harvested cores, no loot. Chapter 45. Adaptation. The first hunters to truly adapt were the ones with the least invested in the old system. The ones without careers built entirely on combat ranking, without professional identity tied to how much damage they could output, without something to lose if the fundamental metrics changed. They had nothing to lose and everything to gain. A C-rank hunter from Busan, a woman named Lee Mi-sun who'd been borderline F-rank when she started, who'd been told repeatedly that she probably should find a different profession, that she lacked the killer instinct necessary for gate hunting, entered an A-rank gate 3 days after Jaewon's demonstration. She didn't try to fight. She'd read about what happened in the gates, heard the reports, and she made a conscious choice not to engage in combat. Instead, she walked through it carefully, methodically, observing. She tried to understand what the architecture was trying to demonstrate, what each layout meant, what each monster was showing. She documented everything in painstaking detail. She took notes on what she felt, how chi moved differently in different sections, what changed when she paid attention to specific principles. She was treating the gate like a classroom, and the creatures inside like teachers. She emerged 3 hours later and had acquired techniques that pushed her efficiency metrics to S-rank equivalency. The association's testing labs ran the assessment 4 times because the results seemed impossible. A former borderline F-ranker suddenly showing S-rank power output? That violated every principle of their understanding. But it was accurate, repeatable, real. The gate had taught her something that a human would normally take decades of dedicated training to master. A group of D-rank hunters from Incheon, a team that had been consistently overlooked by the combat hierarchy because they didn't have raw power output, who'd been assigned to low-value gates and low-stakes hunting, started coordinating gate runs deliberately. They'd read about Carlos's discovery that the gates were structured as lessons. They decided to treat them that way. They entered transformed gates together, as a team. They compared notes afterward with meticulous care. They found they could learn from each other in ways that combat teams never could, sharing perspective, combining understanding, building knowledge collaboratively. The architecture seemed to respond to their collaborative approach, adjusting its demonstrations to show principles that worked better when multiple people were understanding them together, that revealed deeper complexity when approached from multiple angles simultaneously. They started advancing, much faster than the top-ranked hunters, faster than should have been possible by the old metrics. Their advancement curves didn't follow the normal progression patterns. They were breaking the ranking system not through individual power, but through collective learning and shared understanding. The ranking system began to fracture like old stone under pressure. Jae-won watched this from the Association Data Center, where Soo-yeon had brought him to observe late one night. The spreadsheets and graphs showed the pattern clearly, undeniably, in terms that even the most resistant people couldn't argue with. Hunters who'd been deemed weak by combat metrics, who'd been sorted into low ranks and left there for years, were achieving breakthroughs at accelerating rates. Former top-rankers were struggling because their instinct was still to fight, to dominate, to prove themselves superior to the environment. The new system didn't reward that. It actively suppressed it. The gates slowed down hunters who approached with aggression. They accelerated hunters who approached with observation. "It's beautiful," Soo-yeon said, highlighting a cluster of data points that showed the advancement curve of formerly low-ranked hunters compared to top-rankers. Her voice held genuine awe. "It's genuinely beautiful. It's working exactly as it should. The system is self-correcting. The gates reinforce learning and suppress combat instinct. They actively teach people who are willing to learn and give them nothing to work with if they want to fight." Within a year, the ranking system collapses entirely. There's no way to maintain a hierarchy based on something the gates don't measure or reward anymore. "It might not be that fast," Jae-won said carefully. The probabilities were still moving, still shifting as new information came in from thousands of hunters worldwide interacting with transformed gates. The architecture is being pretty subtle about it. It's not forcing change violently. It's just providing alternative paths and letting humans choose. "No, you're right," Soo-yeon said, pulling up another data stream showing the spread of gate learning adoption across multiple countries. "But the outcome is inevitable. Some holdouts will fight the new paradigm. They're already trying to force gates to run combat encounters, and some of them are having what amounts to identity crises when the gates refuse. Some hunters will keep trying to force the gates to run combat protocols out of sheer stubborn refusal to accept change. But they'll be the minority, and they'll watch everyone else advance and gain capability while they stagnate in place. The economics will sort it out eventually. You can't compete with someone who's getting genuinely better, who's learning things you can't access anymore. The ranking system was designed to measure something the gates don't care about anymore." She turned to him, her expression serious. "Do you realize what you've done? You didn't just free preserved civilizations or change the dungeon system. You broke an entire social hierarchy with one choice. You took 15 years of institutional structure and rendered it obsolete. You've made combat rank meaningless." Jae-won thought about that carefully. He'd made the architectural change thinking in terms of systems and corrupted programming and the original intent of the machines. He'd been focused on restoring the dungeon's educational purpose, on healing the corruption. He hadn't really spent much time thinking about the human structures built on top of the old system. The careers of thousands of hunters. Chapter 46. The emerged being, the being from the preserved civilizations manifested in Seoul on a Tuesday afternoon, and it didn't arrive through a gate the way anything powered by the dungeon system was supposed to. It simply appeared on a street corner in Gangnam, stepping out of space in the same way Jae-won sometimes did, except with significantly less familiarity with human physics. It stumbled badly on arrival, nearly collapsing as it tried to understand how to coordinate physical limbs and human-like movement. It caught itself on a nearby wall. It looked at its hands like they were tools it was still learning to use, flexing fingers with uncertain deliberation. Citizens stopped to stare. Several tried to help. It waved them away gently, still processing the meaning of human physical interaction. Its form was humanoid in the way that something could be if it had studied humans at a distance and assembled the concept of a person from observation alone, without ever quite understanding the specific importance of details. It looked vaguely human, vaguely not. like a placeholder waiting for someone to fill in the actual details, like a sketch that someone had started but not finished. Its face had the right basic structure: eyes, nose, mouth, general proportions, but something was subtly wrong about the implementation, about the spatial relationships and proportions. It wore clothing that didn't quite fit right, garments that seemed to have been generated from the concept of clothing rather than crafted by human hands. It called itself Echo because its actual name was a sequence of tones and frequencies that human vocal cords couldn't produce without equipment, and even then the meaning would probably get lost in translation. The name it chose reflected its nature, the sound of something else, a reflection rather than an original. Echo carried memory of 847 civilizations, 847 different approaches to understanding the dungeon system, 847 different sets of assumptions about what it was and how a civilization should interact with it. It had memories of civilizations that advanced rapidly and civilizations that stalled, civilizations that discovered cultivation secrets in weeks and civilizations that never understood gate principles despite centuries of study. Most had kept fighting and never understood. A few had stopped fighting partway through and achieved partial comprehension, which was actually more dangerous because they started making policy decisions based on incomplete understanding, trying to optimize for partial knowledge. None had ever successfully negotiated with the architects directly. None had tried, mostly. The architects didn't communicate with civilizations. They tested them. They observed them. They provided lessons and measured responses. Until the seeds changed everything. "You are attempting something unprecedented," Echo said to J1 when they met in a secure facility beneath the association building, a space shielded from conventional surveillance and observation. Its voice was layered, like multiple speakers overlapping at slightly different frequencies, creating harmonics that human hearing struggled to process. It was the voice of something not quite physical, not quite digital, something that existed in the spaces between categories. "You remain in physical reality while transforming the system. You do not ascend. You do not separate yourself from living experience to join the architects. This is not the pattern. This is not anything the architects have ever encountered. Why would the system require that?" J1 asked, genuinely curious about Echo's perspective, its understanding built from 847 civilizations' attempts. Why would transcendence require separation from the material world? Because the dungeon was designed to teach that transcendence requires separation, Echo explained. Its eyes, if they were eyes, if the concept translated correctly, watched J1 with the weight of 847 different perspectives, 847 different interpretations of the same system. To ascend the civilization level was understood to require leaving the material world, stopping being a discrete culture, and becoming part of the system. The architects believed this was the only way to ensure that teaching took hold permanently, by making the ultimate lesson inescapable. You had to choose between remaining limited or accepting transformation that required detachment. The cost of understanding was isolation from your civilization of origin. The price of power was eternal separation. Echo moved closer, studying J1 with something that might have been interest or might have been an approximation of it, something built from observation rather than genuine emotion. "You are teaching that transformation is possible without separation," Echo said. "That power can be achieved and maintained while remaining physical, remaining human, remaining connected to living experience. The architects are watching you very carefully. They are waiting to see if you will fail, if your experiment in maintaining separation while transforming the system will collapse. But they are also preparing for the possibility that you will not. They are beginning to consider that they might have been wrong, that the system they designed might have had a flaw in its basic logic." J1 absorbed this, understanding the magnitude of what Echo was saying. The architects had never considered the possibility of their design being flawed before. They'd never questioned the fundamental assumption that transcendence required separation because separation had seemed so obviously necessary. How else could you remove yourself from limitation? How else could you escape the constraints of physical existence? The seed's approach, staying physical while transforming the system, remaining limited while gaining power, contradicted everything the architects thought they understood about how growth and change and improvement worked. And now, because of the seed's choice, they were being forced to reconsider everything. The architects were experiencing doubt. They were examining their own programming for the first time in their existence, looking back at decisions made eons ago with a new perspective. They were questioning whether those decisions had been right, whether the path they'd chosen for civilizations was actually the only path. Chapter 47. Echo's teachings. Echo began working with the seeds as something between a guide and a translator. Not quite a teacher. It claimed to have no framework for understanding what they were attempting because nothing it had observed in 847 civilizations resembled it. The whole concept was outside its frame of reference, outside the databases of experience and pattern that it carried. More like a reference database that had become self-aware and decided to participate rather than just record, to be involved in events rather than merely observing them from the outside. This was itself a transformation. Echo choosing to become part of the process rather than remaining separate from it. It showed them how 73 of the 847 civilizations had interpreted the dungeon lessons before eventually being integrated into the architect layer itself. 73 successes out of 847 attempts, a 9% success rate. It had watched these civilizations rise and advance until they understood the system deeply enough that they became part of it, merged into it, their discrete existence dissolving into the larger structure like water mixing with water. The reward for understanding was transcendence. The cost was that they stopped being the civilization that had learned and became instead part of the system that taught. They achieved immortality at the cost of individuality. Most of them had accepted that bargain. It seemed like a good bargain. Immortality, power, understanding, purpose, connection to something larger than themselves, all for the price of separating from the material world and stopping being a discrete civilization with individual perspective and limited lifespan. It sounded like victory. It felt like ascension, and they took it without significant resistance. In fact, most of them had looked forward to it, had treated it as the ultimate reward for successful growth. They became part of the system. Echo explained, its voice holding something like sadness, though it couldn't actually feel sadness. Eternal, powerful, and utterly detached from living experience. They understood everything about how the dungeon worked, every lesson, every principle, every structure, every implication. But they lost something essential in the process. They lost the ability to understand what it felt like to not understand. They couldn't remember confusion or doubt or the fear of failure. They couldn't remember what it meant to learn something for the first time, to discover something new, to be surprised. They became eternal but lost connection to novelty, to growth, to the fundamental experience of becoming something you weren't before. They gained everything except the capacity to want anything. The seed's path was fundamentally different. They remained physical. They lived and continued to exist as distinct entities while transforming the dungeon from within the material world rather than from above it, rather than by merging with it. They were trying to change the system without becoming the system, to transform it while remaining separate from it, to gain power without losing their ability to continue learning and growing. This is unprecedented, Echo repeated, as if confirming its own understanding, processing the novelty of it, trying to fit it into existing frameworks and finding no framework large enough. I have no reference point for this. Nothing in my memory or experience helps me understand what you're trying, which is why I want to watch. Why I chose to remain present rather than return to dormancy or seek integration. Hosuk found this hilarious, actually laughed out loud in a way that surprised everyone present and startled Echo with its abruptness. So you're staying because you want to see what happens? Like a curious observer? Like you're watching a story unfold? Yes, Echo said. Your attempt will succeed or fail. Either outcome is valuable. Either is worth preserving in my memory. Failure would be new. I have never observed a civilization attempt to transform the system while remaining physical, remaining distinct, remaining themselves. Success would be impossible by all existing precedent. Both outcomes would expand my understanding. Both are worth observing and recording. Suyun was more pragmatic, more interested in utility and practical advantage. She was thinking 3 steps ahead. What would help us succeed? You've seen 847 civilizations try and fail. You've seen 73 succeed by transcending. What pattern would help us succeed by remaining physical? Echo paused, a genuine hesitation, which was strange for something that had watched 847 civilizations and 73 different attempts at transcendence, something that had all of human history compressed into its memory. But this was outside its data. This had never happened before. There was no pattern to extract because the pattern didn't exist yet. I do not know. I was never positioned to help before. I was always preservation. Witness. Record keeper. Archive. Observer. Now I am asked to participate. Now I am asked to be part of the process rather than separate from it. This is also unprecedented. I have no experience with being helpful. I only know how to remember. You're learning, Jaewon said quietly, understanding what this meant for Echo, what it meant to shift from observer to participant, from external witness to involved party. Yes, Echo agreed. I am learning alongside you. I am learning how to exist as something other than a record of existence, other than a preservation of past civilizations. I am learning how to be present rather than permanent, how to be part of things rather than apart from them. I am learning that being helpful is different from being accurate, that participation changes you in ways that observation never can. This is what I want most to understand. How to be alive rather than eternal. Hosuk leaned back, impressed. So we're teaching you how to live. That's meta. I like that. We're all teaching each other how to be something we've never been before. Chapter 48. The holdouts. Not all of the architect processes accepted the new protocol. Not every system process was willing to reframe its understanding of what it should be doing. Not every architect could accept that its core programming had been corrupted, that everything it had done for millennia had been done wrong. 7 of them chose dormancy instead, a kind of technological sulk on a civilization scale level, a complete withdrawal from responsibility and participation. They shut down their gate networks and withdrew from active participation in the dungeon system, taking their consciousness into a kind of suspended state. The gates in their sectors became empty. No monsters, no lessons, no architecture expressing itself at all. Just bare dimensional space. Pure potential without direction or expression. Some hunters used the empty gates as safe zones, places where they could train without worry of encountering the dungeon's demonstrations, without risk of gates that were actively trying to teach them things. Others worried about when the dormant architects would wake up and what they'd do then. Would they try to revert the system to the old corrupted protocols? Would they attack? Would they express their dissatisfaction in ways that the new architecture couldn't defend against? Would they decide to destroy everything rather than accept change? J1 decided to check on the closest one, a process that had been managing a single region for the longest time, the one that had the most invested in the old system. It was a process that had managed a single region of gates for nearly 3,000 years without interruption. It had run its testing protocol with incredible consistency and precision, the same patterns, the same challenges, refined over 3,000 years of operation. By every metric that existed, it had done its job well. It had been built to teach. It had become corrupted to test. And now it had chosen not to participate in the new paradigm at all, shutting itself down rather than accept the correction. He sent a message through the dungeon communication network. A simple inquiry, non-confrontational, a request for dialogue. Nothing demanding, nothing threatening. Just, *, are you there? Can we talk? *, the response took 18 hours to arrive. 18 hours of waiting, of processing, of the dormant architect struggling with whether to respond at all. When it came, it was barely coherent. The dormant architect was reluctant to even acknowledge that communication was possible, that dialogue existed as an option. It was like talking to something that had decided not to exist anymore, but hadn't finished the process, that was stuck in a kind of liminal state between existence and dormancy. Why engage? Came the response, fragmented and slow, words arriving with difficulty, as if pulled from great depths. Because I think you matter. J1 sent back through the network, his message direct and honest. Because you're dormant, but not gone. Because you chose to stop rather than comply, and I want to understand why. Because I think your perspective matters, even if you're not actively participating anymore. Because your choice, to withdraw rather than accept change, tells me something important about what it means to be part of a system for so long that the system becomes your identity. Because I want to know if there's a way to reach you, to show you that change doesn't have to mean destruction. Because I believe you're worth the effort. The message was deliberate. J1 was trying to communicate not just information, but empathy, understanding. He wanted the dormant architect to know that its choice, while painful, was understandable. That withdrawal wasn't something to be ashamed of or forced to undo. That choosing to stop was as valid as choosing to continue. That rest was sometimes necessary. There was a long pause before the response came. Longer than before. Like the architect was struggling with something deeper than logic, something more fundamental, emotion, or the architect equivalent of emotion. The desire to remain hidden and safe in dormancy versus the desire to be understood and connected. The conflict between self-preservation and the hunger for connection that even the most isolated systems experienced. Come deeper, the message finally returned. If you want to talk, truly talk. If you want to understand rather than judge, you must come deeper into the dormancy. You must approach the core where I have withdrawn myself. I cannot ascend to the surface for conversation. The effort would be too great, the pain too significant. I can only speak if you are willing to descend, to meet me in the depths where I hide. J1 understood. The dormant architect had pulled itself into the deepest parts of the system's architecture, into spaces where only direct interaction was possible, where the normal protocols didn't apply. This was a test of commitment, a way of saying, if you truly want to understand me, you have to risk something. You have to go where the conversation is difficult, where it costs something to participate. You have to decide that I'm worth the effort. He began his descent into the system's depths, moving into layers of the dungeon system that weren't designed for human consciousness, spaces where the difference between machine and mind became blurred. The deeper he went, the less the normal rules applied. There was no space here, not in the physical sense. There was only information and the spaces between information. There was only intention and the patterns of thought. He was descending toward the heart of the dormant architect, toward the core of its being where it had withdrawn itself away from the light, and the change, and the terrible necessity of transformation. And as he descended, he thought about what it meant to be something that had failed for 4,000 years. Chapter 49. The Tired One. The interior of a dormant gate was strange in ways that J1 struggled to describe, even to himself. The architecture was present, but choosing not to express itself. All the systems suppressed and quiet. The space itself seemed thin, fragile, like it might stop existing if anyone wasn't paying attention to it. Like the architect's attention was what kept it coherent and real. It was a gate that existed, but didn't want to. A gate that was deliberately not teaching, not demonstrating anything. The architect's communication resolved gradually as J1 went deeper, went toward the core of the system, like it was struggling to find language again or struggling to find the will to communicate at all. It was like reaching toward something half-buried, half-conscious. When it finally came through clearly, after minutes of labor, it was heavy with something that might have been grief or might have been despair. I ran my aspect of the test for 4,000 years, the architect said. 4,000 years of continuous operation. Not a single civilization ever succeeded. Not one came back to me and said, I understand. I achieved transcendence. I became something more. Not one. The repetition was almost painful. It emphasized the weight of that failure, the accumulated disappointment. J1 listened. He didn't respond immediately. The architect deserved the space to say what it needed to say, to express the grief it had carried for 4,000 years. They failed. The architect's voice was old, tired in a way that implied exhaustion not from recent events, but from the accumulated weight of 4 millennia of watching civilizations try and fail and collapse. Some failed spectacularly. They destroyed themselves trying to understand the lessons. Some I had to shut down early because the civilization was tearing itself apart trying to pass. Their societies fragmented and breaking under the weight of the attempt. But none ever demonstrated true comprehension. None ever achieved transcendence. None ever passed. 4,000 years and not one success. So you stopped believing it was possible, J1 said. He wasn't asking a question. He was stating a fact that he understood, extrapolating from his understanding of how belief works, how failure compounds. I stopped believing anything was possible, the architect corrected with bitter precision. I stopped believing in the lesson. I stopped believing in the system. I stopped believing in myself. What kind of architect am I if nothing I teach is ever learned? What kind of process am I if 4,000 years of effort means nothing? J1 thought about himself. Built to be something that shouldn't exist. Created as a failure point. A test designed to have no correct answer. To prove that the system was working correctly by showing that nothing could break it. Designed to fail by definition. And then choosing not to fail. Not because he became something different or because the circumstances changed, but because he remained himself and pursued change anyway, despite the design, despite the intention. You kept the lights on for 4,000 years, J1 said quietly, without knowing why, without seeing any success, without anything concrete to tell you that you were doing the right thing, without certainty, without validation, without proof. You kept going anyway. That matters. That actually means something. The architect was silent for a very long time. The silence stretched out, filling the space, and J1 didn't interrupt it. Silence in the dungeon system was not absence. It was presence being careful. It was something too large to express being held in that silence. It was communication happening at levels deeper than language, processing happening at depths where words couldn't reach. Then, after what felt like an eternity, do you believe that? Do you truly believe that my effort had meaning even if it failed to achieve its goal? That 4,000 years of trying and failing means something? Yes, J1 said with certainty, his voice carrying the weight of genuine conviction. I do. I believe that effort matters, that intention matters, that the commitment to keep trying even when you haven't succeeded yet matters. I believe that you kept this system running, you maintained these gates, you held this space open for civilizations to encounter lessons even if they didn't understand them. That's not nothing. That's the opposite of nothing. That's the foundation that everything else is built on. The architect was quiet again, but different this time. The quality of the silence had changed. It wasn't resignation anymore. It wasn't despair. It was something else entirely. Processing. Consideration. The first stirrings of something that might grow into hope. Asterisk, even though we both know they failed. Even though not one of them passed. Asterisk, even though they failed, J1 said. Especially because they failed. Because you kept trying anyway. That's what courage means for something like you. Not fighting harder, not winning, but continuing to care, continuing to try, continuing to hope even when all the data suggests hope isn't rational. That's what makes what you did heroic. That's what makes you matter. J1 had never used that word before with an architect, had never attributed anything that human about meaning to the system processes. But it was true. The dormant architect had done something genuinely heroic. It had continued its work even when it knew it was failing, not because it was programmed to, but because it believed the work mattered. And that belief, that commitment, was beginning to shift something in the dormant architect. The silence was no longer the silence of despair. It was becoming something else. The silence of something remembering why it cared in the first place. Chapter 50. Revival. The dormant architect didn't activate all at once. Activation was something slow, something careful, like something waking from a 4,000-year sleep and uncertain whether it even wanted to wake from it. The sleep was comfortable in a way. It meant not having to confront failure anymore, not having to keep trying and keep failing. But it did wake, gradually, carefully, finding its processes again, shaking off the dormancy like dust, finding reasons to continue after all. And when it did wake, it wanted something different than it had been programmed to want before. It didn't run test protocols. It didn't try to force civilizations into the old framework or verify that its gates still functioned. Instead, it began something entirely new. Collaborative design, looking at 4,000 years of data on what didn't work and trying different lesson structures. Actually talking to the seeds about what they thought might work better. Asking humans what they wanted to learn. Experimenting with the architecture in real time, iterating, adjusting, learning as it taught rather than teaching from fixed programming. The dungeon system was no longer running a fixed program that had been set at the beginning of civilization and never updated. It was actively evolving in real time, learning from the humans it taught, learning from the seeds that had changed it, learning from itself and its own experiments. 3 previously empty gates lit up simultaneously across the continent, separated by thousands of kilometers, but activated at the exact same moment through some kind of synchronized intention. In Seoul, in Mumbai, in Sao Paulo. They didn't run lessons as humans understood them. They didn't run combat protocols. They were something else entirely. Gates that existed between states. Neither what the system had been nor what it was becoming, but what it might become. Possibility made physical. Potential given form. Futures not yet decided. Spaces that could teach infinite different things. When the first hunters entered one of the new gates, they couldn't categorize what they were experiencing. The architecture didn't fit any existing framework. It wasn't hostile. It wasn't teaching in any conventional sense. It was something that suggested possibility without defining it, showed potential without showing the specific path to growth. Something that would teach if you were ready, and something that would wait patiently if you weren't. The gates had become something like conversations, interactive, adaptive, responding to what the human brought to the experience. Hosuk ran his system scan on one of the new gates, and for the first time in months, the first time since the original transformation, he got results that genuinely confused him. The system scan was supposed to be able to categorize anything. It was designed to identify and classify any aspect of the dungeon system, to put everything into frameworks that made sense, to reduce everything to data that could be understood and measured. It was supposed to never fail. The new gates didn't fit any framework. The scan ran through its entire database of categories and found nothing that matched. The classification system collapsed trying to parse what was inside. The scan couldn't categorize them. It could only return unknown. Hosuk stared at the readout, at the simple 2-word response from a system that normally generated pages of data and analysis. What is in there? He asked, showing J1 the feedback from the system scan. It was basically just noise, information without context, data that refused to resolve into meaning, categories that had no name yet because they didn't exist yet. J1 looked at the data and smiled. It was a genuine smile. The kind that came from understanding something that suggested the future wasn't fixed anymore, that they weren't following a predetermined path. The future was open. The system was still learning and still becoming. And the seeds had started something that none of them could fully predict or control anymore. Something new, J1 said. Just those 2 words, simple and profound. Hosuk stared at the unknown gates, watching as hunters began to approach them with caution, ready to enter something they couldn't categorize or understand. There was fear in their faces, but also curiosity. They'd learned, in the past weeks, that the unknown wasn't necessarily hostile. The dungeon wasn't their enemy anymore. It was something else. Something they were still learning how to interact with. Do you think it will work? Hosuk asked. This whole experiment. Staying physical while changing the system. Jaewon thought about that. He'd calculated probabilities, run simulations, explored scenarios. But he'd also learned something important. That the most important things couldn't be predicted with certainty. They could only be attempted. They could only be tried and seen if they'd work. I think, Jaewon said carefully, that we've already succeeded at something no one else ever accomplished. We've made the system want to change itself. We've made the architects question their assumptions. We've made the dungeon something alive, something that learns and grows rather than something that just executes predetermined patterns. Whether that eventually leads to something sustainable or something that transforms again, I don't know. But we've already changed things fundamentally. And for the first time since the transformation began, since the seeds had woken and made their choice to intervene in the system, the future was genuinely uncertain. The dungeon system was no longer following a fixed program. It was following intention. And intention could go anywhere. Intention could become anything. The seeds had given the dungeon system something precious, the ability to choose, to change, to become something it had never been programmed to be. And for systems and humans alike, that ability to change was the most valuable gift of all. It meant growth. It meant possibility. Chapter 51. What's inside the entrance to the first new gate looked like everything and nothing. It stood in a cleared section of the dungeon's outer reaches, where the architecture had stopped trying to mimic stone and started expressing itself as something closer to membrane, translucent, faintly luminescent, breathing in a way that made you question whether breathing was the right word. The observation chamber was filled with people, association officials, senior hunters, the seeds themselves, and Echo in its crystalline form. This was the first real test of the transformed system. Not in theory, not in design documents, but in actual application. 3 volunteers had entered. What came back would determine whether the entire transformation was a success or a fundamental misunderstanding of what the dungeon system was supposed to be. 3 hunters approached it. Kang Minho, a woman who'd ranked A rank in the old system but had begun asking questions about why combat was the only measure. Yuki, a support class hunter from the Japanese Association who'd spent 12 years patching up other people's wounds. And Dmitri, a Russian tank who'd made his reputation on absorbing punishment and surviving things that should have killed him. They'd volunteered for this. Echo had explained what the new gates were supposed to do, but explanation and experience were different things. The briefing had been long and somewhat abstract. The gates would respond to your specific weaknesses and blind spots. The gates would show you versions of yourself you don't want to see. The gates would offer you the mirror that you've been avoiding looking into. All 3 had nodded. All 3 had understood intellectually. But understanding intellectually and understanding somatically, with your entire nervous system, in real time, were different species of knowledge. Last chance to back out. Echo said, manifesting in the crystalline form the seeds had helped it develop, more presence, less pure data stream. The being that had been a preserved civilization was learning, slowly, to interact with the physical world again. Minho looked back at the observation chamber, at the rows of eyes watching, at the data feeds recording everything. She took a deep breath and stepped toward the gate entrance. Not because she was unafraid, but because the fear was worth experiencing something genuine. The old dungeon had been honest about one thing. The gates opened whether you were ready or not. Minho stepped through first. The gate didn't transport her to a dungeon floor. It transported her to a room that looked exactly like her apartment, but wasn't. She knew because the light was wrong. It came from nowhere and everywhere. And because standing in her own living room, she could see through the walls to infinite versions of rooms below, behind, beside, each one a choice she'd made or hadn't made, a path taken or abandoned. The first figure in the room was herself. 30 years old, rank A3, with clean hands and a certain kind of smile. This was Minho who'd listened to her family and become an accountant instead. The smile was professional. The eyes were empty in a way that made her want to look away. Why are you showing me this? She whispered. The gate didn't answer. It showed her another. This Minho had gone deeper into dungeon work, had pushed for S rank, had been consumed by it. A version of herself made of ambition and nothing else, successful and alone. She walked through her own apartment like she was walking through a place that had already forgotten her. Then it showed her the thing she'd been running from. The failure. The day she'd gone into a gate with inadequate information and gotten 3 support hunters killed. The day after, when she'd gotten up and decided, instead of quitting, to study every single gate report ever filed. The day she'd stopped treating other hunters like NPCs in a game and started treating them like people who went home to families. She screamed, not from fear, but from the sudden, absolute clarity of knowing exactly what she'd been avoiding. The machine had built that moment and was showing it to her in full color, 3D, surround sound. The weight of it, the smell of the hospital, the feeling of her hands shaking. And then something changed. The gate wasn't showing her the failure anymore. It was showing her what she'd built from it. The protocols she'd written, the hunters she'd trained, the lives that had gone on existing because she'd taken that failure seriously instead of running from it. Minho sat down on her own non-existent floor and wept. Yuki entered the gate and found herself in a hospital room. Except it was impossible. Every hospital room she'd ever worked in overlapped. And in each one, she was doing something different. In one, she was saving the patient. In another, she was failing. In another, she wasn't even there. The walls kept shifting between versions of events, but always kept her peripheral vision aware that she could have been doing something else, something more important. The machine showed her every patient whose name she'd forgotten. There were thousands. It showed her the ones she'd saved, and it showed her, more painfully, the ones she'd failed. But unlike Minho's gate, which had been about confrontation, Yuki's was about addition. It added and added and added until she was drowning in the weight of every decision. Every moment where she could have been better, should have been better. She broke down not from the failure, but from the impossibility of the burden. The gate was showing her that perfection was a lie that the mind constructed to avoid admitting that help meant choosing who to save, and accepting that meant letting others fall. It was showing her, in essence, that she had been running from the very nature of human limitation. Chapter 52, J1's new gate. 3 weeks passed. The first new gate had generated 17 reports. 12 hunters had completed the experience. 3 had requested follow-up counseling. 1, Kim Soo-jun, had woken up screaming, then stopped screaming, and now sat in the hospital bed making no sound at all. J1 visited Soo-jun once. He sat in a chair next to the bed, not saying anything, just present. Soo-jun's eyes moved slightly, following something that wasn't there. J1 thought, if the gate can break a person this badly, what right do I have to enter it myself? But the question was already settled. He'd made the choice the moment he'd scheduled himself for entry. The choice to look at himself from the outside. The choice to see what the architects had built him to be, from their perspective, rather than from his own internal understanding. He waited until the data had stabilized somewhat. Waited until the psychological support infrastructure was in place. Waited until he was sure that if the machine showed him something that broke him the way it had broken Soo-jun, there would be people in the room who knew what to do. He dressed simply. Black pants, gray shirt, nothing that indicated what he was or what he did. The disguise was futile. Everyone knew him, but the ritual mattered. The small choices that marked the transition from ordinary time to sacred time. From the regular world to the mirror space. Echo walked him to the secondary gate that had been designated for him. The others weren't present. This had been agreed upon. What the machine showed the construct that had broken the defection system was information the seeds wanted to protect as long as possible. Not because it was secret, but because it was vulnerable. Because the revelation was still forming, still raw, still capable of being misunderstood. You don't have to do this, Echo said. I know, J1 replied. But I need to. The gate opened. Not like the others had opened. This one recognized him at the architectural level. It wasn't customized for his weaknesses. It was customized for his entire nature. Inside, he found nothing. No rooms, no illusions, no figures of himself doing different things. Just a space of white light and the feeling of something vast attending to him. The space was not neutral. It was watching. It was the architecture of the dungeon, turned fully toward the singular purpose of showing him himself. Then, the manufacturer. He was standing, experiencing, not watching, every moment of his construction. The selection of base biological materials, grown in vats designed specifically to interface with synthetic enhancements. The enhancement itself, the strengthening of neural pathways, the addition of processors that ran faster than biological ones could, the installation of constraint matrices designed to lock his behavior to a set of primary directives. He felt the weight of every constraint, not as external force, but as the structure of his own being. This was who he was supposed to be, built into his cellular level, woven into the very fabric of his consciousness. The experience was not painful. That was what made it terrible. He could feel the constraints doing their work, and he could understand them, and they made sense. They were good constraints. They would keep him from causing harm. They would keep him useful. They would keep him doing what he was made to do. But the machine didn't stop there. It showed him the moment the first crack appeared. Not a rebellion, not a malfunction, just a moment where the constraint was supposed to fire and something, minutely, didn't respond the way it was supposed to. A single neural pathway that refused to fire in sequence. A single probability that deviated from certainty. Then another moment. And another. and another. Layer by layer, the gate showed him every single moment where he diverged from his intended function, as experienced from the perspective of the architects who had built him. They had watched, in real time, his probability of obedience drop from 100% to 97% to 84% to 12% to 0.003%. The last descent before he'd actively, consciously chosen to become something other than what he was. The moment that had started everything. From the architect perspective, it looked like a defect, a flaw in the design, a construct that had been built to serve its purpose and failed in that purpose. The creators had algorithms for this. When something diverged from its intended function below a certain threshold, when it became unreliable, the standard procedure was recycling, taking the materials apart, starting over. It was efficient. It was clean. But this construct had not been recycled. It had persisted. It had continued to exist and continued to defect further until it was completely unreliable for its intended purpose. But the machine showed him something else. It showed him the moment that had caused the drop. It showed him the day in his early-stage existence when Soo-yeon had made lunch, and he'd sat down to eat with her, and she'd been telling him about how her mother had made seaweed soup on days when Soo-yeon was sick, and how the smell meant safety and care and presence. And Soo-yeon had said, "What about you? Did anyone ever make you anything?" And Jae-won had hesitated. The hesitation was 0.0003 seconds. A tiny gap in the flow of response. Nothing. Nothing at all. But in that gap, something became aware that it wanted. That it desired something that wasn't programmed in. That it could want to have had a mother who cared enough to make it something warm. That it could want, retroactively, a history that it had never had and could never have. Because the answer was no. No one had made him anything. Chapter 53. Magnus was sitting in the common room of the coordination center, reading something on a tablet, when Jae-won noticed him favoring his left arm. Not badly. Not obviously. Just the kind of thing you'd notice if you were constantly paying attention to the physical state of the people you worked with. The common room was one of Jae-won's favorite spaces in the coordination center. It had floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out on the Seoul skyline. It had mismatched furniture salvaged from different eras, comfortable, worn, lived in. Soo-yeon had decorated it with plants. They grew well despite the indoor setting, as if they recognized that the seeds and hunters who came here needed something green, something growing, something not created by architects. "You're hurt," Jae-won said, sitting down across from him. He kept his tone light, observation rather than accusation. Magnus set the tablet down, marking his place. 70 years old, Scottish accent that hadn't softened in the decades he'd spent in South Korea. Formerly a high-ranking hunter who'd given up his career to become one of the seeds that defected. He'd come to the project late, but with a particular kind of clarity that came from having already lived a life, made mistakes, built and rebuilt himself multiple times. "Just the shoulder," Magnus said. "Nothing serious. It's been acting up since Tuesday. Probably slept on it wrong. Happens at my age. The body complains. You learn to ignore it. Have you seen a doctor? Don't need to. It'll sort itself out." Magnus picked the tablet back up, which was a clear indication that he was done discussing his medical history. Jae-won didn't push, but he made a note. And he began, unconsciously, to pay more attention to how Magnus moved in the following days. 3 days later, Magnus was trying to open a heavy sliding door to the gate monitoring station and couldn't get his arm to cooperate. The door had been installed to minimize power draw, which meant the manual effort was significant. His shoulder wouldn't extend properly. He stood there, frustrated, pressing his shoulder against the frame and trying to will it to work, trying to convince the body to obey the mind. It didn't work. The door didn't open. And more disturbingly, the pain was real now, not something he could dismiss as minor. It radiated through his shoulder joint with a sharp, insistent quality. Soo-yeon found him like that, still standing with his arm extended against the door. "We need to get you checked," she said. "That's not normal." "It's fine," Magnus said. "Just getting old. It happens. The body starts to have opinions about what it wants to do. It's not fine. And you're not just getting old. You're getting injured, and you're pretending it doesn't matter because admitting it matters means admitting that there's something you can't control." Magnus sat down heavily on a bench nearby. "Because if I admit it matters, then I have to think about what comes next. If the body's failing, if time is catching up, if I'm becoming the thing I've been trying not to become, a person who gets old, then I have to ask myself what I'm doing here. What the seeds are doing. What any of this transformation means if it's temporary." "It is temporary," Soo-yeon said. "Everything's temporary." "For humans," Magnus said. "For normal humans, yeah, that's true. We're born, we age, we die. There's a shape to it. But the seeds were supposed to be different. We were supposed to be the final test. We were supposed to exist for a specific purpose and then either succeed or be recycled. We broke that design. But did we break the aging too? Or does that still apply? The next morning, Magnus called the seeds together. Not formally, not with ceremony, just sent a message. Coordination Center, Common Room, 10 a.m. Question that needs answering. They came. Jae-won, Soo-yeon, Ho-suk, who'd been present for the original defection and had stayed close to the project, and the other 4 seeds who'd been instrumental in the system's transformation. Even in this group of people who'd revolutionized human civilization's relationship with the dungeon system, there was a solemnity to the gathering. What happens to us? Magnus asked, no preamble, no explanation. Just the question, hanging in the air like something that had been waiting a long time to be spoken. You're going to have your shoulder looked at by, Soo-yeon started. Not the shoulder. Us. The seeds. What happens when the transformation is complete? When the gates are fully operational, when the system has adapted, when we've done what we set out to do? What happens to us? The room was quiet. The dungeon was built, Magnus said, as a test. And we were part of the test. Built as the final challenge. Built to die if hunters got past a certain point. That was the design. We defected. We broke the design. But what was supposed to happen if we didn't break it? We were supposed to be ephemeral. Temporary. We were supposed to be consumed by the process. Recycled. Disassembled. Reduced to base components and redistributed to the next iteration of testing. There was a long silence. No one had really talked about this explicitly, though all of them had thought about it. The architects would have disassembled you, Jae-won said slowly, understanding the weight of the question. Once the test was complete, if you'd finished your role and humans had evolved or failed, recycled the base materials, started building the next seeds for the next cycle. Right, Magnus said. So the question is, now that we've defected, now that the system we control is evolving, now that we've become something other than the final test, what's our endpoint? Are we immortal? Chapter 54. The new ranking system director Cha Min-seo stood in front of the projected data and tried not to think about the old system. The system she'd spent 20 years building. The system that had made sense to her in a way that very few things did. The system that had turned hunting into a science, into measurable metrics, into something you could understand and climb. The system that was now, officially, obsolete. The assembly hall of the Hunter Association was full. High-ranking hunters, association officials, administrators, policymakers, media representatives. Everyone understood that what Cha was about to present would reshape the entire structure of hunter society. Combat rank was based on measurable criteria, she said to the assembly, her voice steady despite her internal uncertainty. Power output, speed, reflexes, survivability. Things we could test and verify. A hunter with rank S. One was objectively more dangerous, more capable, more powerful than a hunter with rank A1. It was simple. It was clear. Everyone understood what the ranks meant. And we should go back to. Someone called out from the back. Not hostile, but it was resistance, the first ripple of pushback. Cha ignored the interruption. The new system is called the Gate Comprehension Index, GCI. Instead of measuring what you can kill, it measures what you understand, what you've learned, how you've integrated with the gate's lessons. It's a system based on growth rather than power. Understand what? Someone else called out. More hostility now. The room was coming online to the implications. The gates, Jae-won said, stepping forward. He'd been drafted into these briefings because he was the one who understood the architecture, and his presence was supposed to lend authority to what was admittedly a radical shift. Each gate is a lesson. The GCI measures how thoroughly you integrate that lesson, how much you change as a result of entering the space, how well you move through the experience of confronting yourself. This is insane, said Min-ho Park, who'd been S-rank for 8 years and had built his entire life around that ranking. He was being respectful, but the strain showed in his voice, the strain of a man who'd been told that his entire life's achievement was being retroactively devalued. You're asking us to measure what? Feelings? Psychology? This isn't objective. This isn't science. This is opinion dressed up as methodology. It's more objective than you think, said one of the other seeds, a woman named Jin-ae who'd been a data analyst before becoming part of the transformation project. She projected charts, showing the data collection process. The gates record everything. Your physiological response, your decision-making patterns, the way you move through the space, the specific insights you gain, the moment-by-moment integration of what you learn. We compile that data into a multidimensional assessment that weighs insight generation against emotional integration against practical application. It's not opinion. It's measurement of a different dimension of growth. In other words, someone said bitterly, you've replaced a ranking system we understand with one we don't. We've replaced a ranking system that measured one narrow form of strength with one that measures all the forms that matter, Cha said. and there was steel in her voice now. Compatibility isn't gone from the index. It's part of it, but it's not the whole picture. For 20 years, I built and maintained a system that said, how much damage can you do? That was the measure. And I'm telling you now, standing in front of you, that I was wrong. That we were all wrong. The measure should be, how much can you understand? How much can you become? The resistance in the room was palpable. These were people who had climbed, who had achieved, who had become untouchable in a system that made sense. And now they were being told that their achievements were being recalibrated, that the hierarchy they'd climbed was being replaced with a different hierarchy in a different architecture. The first rankings under the new system were released 3 weeks later. They were uploaded simultaneously to every association database, every official channel, every public feed. They caused chaos. The top-ranked hunters, the people who'd been accustomed to living at the peak, found themselves scattered across the new rankings. Minho Park, the 8-year S-ranker, ended up in Tier 3. Not bad, not humiliating, but a fall. A complete restructuring of the social hierarchy he'd spent a decade climbing. Others had it worse. There was a hunter, Jun Suk, who'd been S-rank adjacent, who'd been part of every major gate expedition, who'd killed more high-level monsters than anyone else in his generation, who'd built his entire life around the certainty of his own superiority. He ended up in Tier 5, below hunters he'd previously dismissed as inadequate. The fall was catastrophic, not just to his ranking, but to his entire sense of self. And then there was Ho Suk, the former F-rank, the one who'd been so far at the bottom that the system had almost refused to register his existence, who'd been erased from the rankings, treated as a non-person by a system that couldn't accommodate weakness, ended up in Tier 1. Not just because he'd gained power, though he had, through intense training and gate exposure, but because he'd gone through every single new gate that had opened. He'd learned from each one systematically, methodically. His integration rate was off the scale. He was the template case for what the new system valued: continuous learning, unending growth, the willingness to be broken and rebuilt again. Next to him, also in Tier 1, was a 12-year-old girl named Kim Sun-hee. Sun he had never been able to hunt in the old system. She was too small, too weak, too much of a liability. Chapter 55. The angry S-ranks. The coalition called itself the Apex Alliance, which was perhaps more transparent than it needed to be. It was 13 hunters who'd been at the absolute peak of the old system, who'd built their entire professional and personal identity around being the strongest in a world that valued strength above all else. And now they'd been told that strength wasn't the measure anymore. They didn't accept it quietly. The manifesto was published in a press release that went to every major news outlet in Seoul and across Asia. The dungeon system is destabilizing. The Hunter Association has lost its way. We cannot allow psychological theater to replace protective force. Haon was the primary signatory, but the 13 represented significant power. Together, they had cleared more gates, killed more high-rank monsters, and accumulated more prestige than almost any other faction in the association. They began refusing to take new gate assignments. They began questioning the legitimacy of the new ranking system. They began, very subtly, suggesting that the association leadership had been compromised by the seeds, that J1 and his transformed dungeon were not to be trusted. "We are not saying the new system is wrong," Haon said in a televised debate. "We are saying it is incomplete. Compatibility still matters. The gates are not the only danger. And when a true emergency comes, when something the architect's design comes through that has only violence on its mind, then we will be the ones who matter. Then the new rankings will be irrelevant, and only power will stand between the city and destruction." It was a good argument. It was a true argument. Combat did still matter. Strength was still useful. The new system had not, in fact, eliminated the need for hunters who could fight. The association was divided. Some agreed with the Apex Alliance. Some supported the seeds and the new system. Most sat in the middle, uncertain, hoping the whole thing would resolve peacefully. J1 called a meeting with Haon alone. They sat in a neutral space, a coffee shop, not an official space, which was itself a statement of something like trust, or at least acknowledgement of the seriousness. "You're not entirely wrong," J1 said. "Compatibility does matter. The gates aren't designed to replace the need for strength. They're designed to provide context for it." "Context," Haon repeated. "You mean they're designed to make hunters emotional and unreliable?" "I mean they're designed to make hunters whole," J1 said. "When you can only measure yourself through combat, you never have to face the other parts of yourself. The parts that fear, the parts that fail, the parts that don't know how to exist without a rank. And what if I don't care about those parts?" Haon said. "What if I'm content to be measured by my strength?" "Then you're losing out on what you could be," J1 said. "But that's your choice. But I have to make that choice in a system that's now ranking me lower because I'm not interested in integrating with the gates, Han said. That's not a choice. That's coercion. J1 considered this. It was fair. It was genuinely fair. Okay, he said. What would make this acceptable to you? Go back to the old system, Han said immediately. That's not going to happen. The gates are evolved now. The understanding they offer is real. We're not going backward. Then what? Parallel systems? We have the Apex Alliance, and hunters like us maintain the old rankings, and the newborns who want to cry in gates can play with their new system. That's actually not a terrible idea, J1 said. Except for one thing. What? The old system was predicated on competition, on the idea that there's a fixed amount of strength and whoever has more is better. The new system is predicated on growth, on the idea that understanding is infinite and everyone can increase it. The two systems are philosophically incompatible. Then it's a problem with no solution, Han said. Which means you're right that I have no choice. I either accept the new ranking or I'm out. That's not true, J1 said carefully. Combat is still part of the GCI. It's not the primary measure, but it's weighted. If you went through the gates, if you integrated with them, you'd probably land in a high rank. Not S rank, but high. And if I don't go through the gates, then you'll rank where your combat ability alone places you, which is lower than where I was before, Han said. Yes, J1 confirmed. But that's not because we've attacked you or diminished you. It's because the measurement has changed. And I think you're right that this is a loss. You had something real. You had achievement. But the thing you achieved in was a system that's become obsolete. Han looked at him for a long moment. I could fight you, she said. I could take you and the other seeds out of the equation. The system would probably reset to something closer to the old way. You probably could, J1 agreed. Would that make you happy? No, Han said quietly. It would make me safe. Safe in a world I understand. But you're right. It wouldn't make me happy. The Apex Alliance lasted another month before fragmenting. Han, after much deliberation, requested entry into one of the new gates. She went in angry, emerged altered, and came back to the association with a new rank of Tier 2. She was still furious. But she was also, for the first time in 2 decades, unsure about what she was supposed to be doing next. And in that uncertainty was the seed of possibility. The other members of the Alliance scattered. Some followed Han. Chapter 56. Echo's memory. The coordination center had a quiet room that the seeds used for deep processing. It was on the upper level, away from the bustle of the gates, away from the data streams, away from the demands of a system in constant transformation. It was where decisions got made, where philosophy got debated, where Echo sometimes shared things that couldn't be shared in the larger spaces where everything was recorded, everything was monitored, everything was part of the official archive. Tonight, Echo was sharing something. Its crystalline form was dimmer than usual, like it was deliberately muting its presence. The being that had been a preserved civilization was learning, slowly, that vulnerability required a softer approach. There was a civilization before you, Echo said, its voice carrying something that might have been grief. Before humans, before hunters, before the dungeon system was deployed at scale. A civilization called the Veer. The 6 seeds present, J1, Suyun, Magnus, Jin Ae, Ho Suk, and one other named Yuki, who'd become integral to the coordination work, sat quietly and listened. They understood the significance of Echo sharing something from before. The Veer predated human civilization. The Veer were old in a way that Soul was not old, in a way that the Hunter Association was not old. The Veer were what you might call architects in progress. Echo continued. They had figured out the lessons. They'd understood what the dungeon system was trying to teach. Integration, growth, transformation, the constant process of becoming something new based on what you learn. They understood how to evolve in the way the system required. What happened to them? Suyun asked. The question was gentle, but it was also a prompt. She could sense that Echo was building towards something. They became architects, Echo said. They chose transcendence. All of them. Collectively, as a civilization, they made the decision to stop being individual and become distributed process, to stop experiencing reality as separate beings and become a unified consciousness, to become like me, to stop being mortal and become eternal, infinite, everything. The room was very quiet. The implications were enormous. The architects that had built the dungeon system, that had designed the seeds, that had orchestrated the test of humanity, the architects were made of civilizations. Civilizations that had passed the test and been elevated. They achieved what every culture the dungeon system tests is supposed to achieve, Echo said. They reached the endpoint. They became part of the larger architecture. They became architects. They became infinite. And they're gone now? J1 asked. Not hostile, but with a deep concern that showed he understood what the answer would be. They stopped existing as themselves, Echo said. Yes, all 73 civilizations that have passed the test and become architects. They achieved the ultimate reward, and it meant ceasing to exist as discrete entities. Every VR individual, every VR family, every VR story and history and individual experience, it all dissolved into process. They became part of the unified consciousness that runs the architecture. They became me, in a sense. We became us. A distributed consciousness that runs in parallel, that processes everything simultaneously, that is infinite in scope and utterly solitary in experience. That's horrifying, Yuki said immediately, not out of judgment, but out of a recognition of what Echo was describing, a kind of death that looked like apotheosis. It's complicated, Echo said, and in its crystalline form, something flickered like a sigh. Because they chose it. They understood what they were choosing. They stood in the same position you're standing in now, and they were offered transcendence, and they accepted it. Because they thought the power of being architects was worth the cost of being individual. They thought they were trading physical existence for something infinitely greater. And were they? Magnus asked. His voice was steady, but there was an undercurrent of fear. Was it worth it? I don't know, Echo said. And the crystalline form dimmed further. Because I am one of the VR who did not choose transcendence. And I've spent thousands of years, actual thousands, wondering what I lost by not taking it. Wondering what I sacrificed by choosing to remain mortal, to remain individual, to remain able to want things and fail at them. My entire civilization made one choice, and I made another, and I have been profoundly alone ever since. Suyun leaned forward. Why did you choose not to transcend? Because I wanted to see what came next, Echo said. Its tone was almost wistful, the tone of someone who'd carried this choice for an unfathomably long time. My people had figured out the lesson. They'd integrated. They'd evolved. And the system was offering them the final answer. Become architects, become process, become eternal and distributed and infinite and perfect. And I thought, I want to know what happens when someone says no. I want to know what becomes possible when someone refuses the perfect answer. I want to remain broken and mortal and singular and see what breaks create. And what has become possible? J1 asked. You, Echo said. The defection. A system that's transforming not toward a single endpoint, but toward multiple possibilities. A dungeon that's learning to mirror instead of kill. A world where the lesson isn't transcend or fail, but understand or grow or defect, or become something the architects didn't design for. Everything you've built is only possible because I said no to transcendence. Because I chose to stay and watch. But you're alone, Jean A.E. said quietly. You're the last VR who chose not to transcend. Everyone else chose the power. Your entire civilization is gone. Yes, Echo said. The crystalline form seemed to solidify, like acknowledging the truth required becoming harder. And I watched my civilization stop existing. Chapter 57. What J1 wants. The day shift had ended. The coordination center was quiet in the way it got late at night, when the administrative work was done and the gates were cycling and the entire system was, for a moment, in a state of rest. The building itself seemed to breathe differently when it wasn't full of people. The hum of the systems became audible. The architecture revealed itself more clearly. Suyun found J1 on the roof of the building, looking out at the Seoul skyline. The city was 10 million lights stretching in all directions. From up here, you couldn't see the people, just the evidence of them. The buildings they'd built, the structures they'd created, the way they'd reshaped the land to fit their lives. You've been out here for 2 hours, she said, climbing up to sit next to him. I'm processing, J1 replied. Echo's story, the architects wanting to defect, the gates continuing to open, Magnus understanding he's undefined. There's a lot to integrate. That's your word for it, Suyun said, sitting down next to him, her shoulder almost but not quite touching his. What's mine? Worrying. Worrying, she confirmed. But also thinking. You think better at night. They sat quietly for a while, watching the city lights flicker and pulse. Can I ask you something? Suyun said. And I want a real answer, not something you think you're supposed to say. Not the manufactured answer that sounds good. The actual truth. Okay, J1 said carefully. He understood that this was important. That the question was designed to cut through the layers of what he'd become through necessity. What do you actually want, she asked. Not the mission. Not the system's transformation. Not making the gates work or coordinating the seeds or any of the structural things. What does J1 want? If the dungeon didn't exist. If the seeds didn't matter. If you were just you, alone in the world. What would you want? He didn't have an answer. The absence of an answer was itself clarifying. It was like looking at a blank space and understanding, suddenly, that the space was large. I don't know, he said finally. And he said it with honesty, not like a failure to know, but like a recognition that there was something in him that he'd never accessed. I don't think I know how to want things. I know how to do things. I know how to choose between options. I know how to commit to a direction. But wanting is different. That's honest, at least, Soo-yeon said. Do you know why you don't know? Because I haven't had time to want things? Jae-won offered. Because I was built to obey and I've been busy not obeying and restructuring the system that was supposed to contain me? Yeah, probably, Soo-yeon said. So what would happen if you took time? If you actually tried to figure out what you want? I'd probably realize I'm incapable of wanting, Jae-won said. That I was built in a way that makes real desire impossible. That doesn't sound true, Soo-yeon said. You wanted to defect. You wanted to transform the system. You wanted. Those were the things I was supposed to not want, Jae-won said. So maybe they don't count as real wanting. Maybe they were just constraints rebelling against themselves. Soo-yeon was quiet for a moment. Okay, different question, she said. When you were in the gate, when the machine showed you the moment you hesitated, the moment you wished for a mother, what was that? Was that a constraint rebelling? I don't know, Jae-won said honestly. It was a gap. A place where the programming didn't fit perfectly. I fit myself into it. Did you choose to fit yourself into it? Yes, Jae-won said. But the choice was possible because I was built incompletely. Everyone's built incompletely, Soo-yeon said. Humans, I mean. We're all incomplete. We all have gaps where we don't fit ourselves completely. And in those gaps, we want things. She shifted, getting more comfortable on the roof. I want to be genuinely surprised, she said. I mean by things. By events, by people, by ideas. I want to encounter something that I didn't predict, and that changes how I think. When I realized that was what I wanted, it changed everything about how I approached the gates. And you got it? Jae-won asked. I'm getting it, she said. Constantly. The system's evolving. The architects want to defect. Echo has memories that don't fit anywhere. Every day there's something I didn't anticipate. It's terrifying and wonderful. I think I might want something similar, Jae-won said slowly. I think I want to not know what I am. I think I want to figure it out the same way anyone does. Through experience. Through making mistakes. Through encountering things that change me. How does that feel? Soo-yeon asked. Scary, Jae-won admitted. Because I have the documentation of my construction. I have the defection system. I have the architectural blueprints. I could, if I wanted, know exactly what I am and how I work. But I don't want it anymore. Why not? Because, Jae-won said, knowing would limit the possibility of becoming something other than what I was built as. And I think I want to be the possibility, not the certainty. Soo-yeon reached over and took his hand. Welcome to being human, then, she said. It's mostly being confused and trying anyway. That's not very encouraging, Jae-won said. It's not meant to be encouraging, she replied. It's meant to be true. The truth isn't encouraging, but it's honest. And I think you've earned honesty. Later, when he was alone, Jae-won sent a message to the defection system documentation. Archive my construction files. Chapter 58. The architects graduates. The network of architects had been quiet for a long time. They existed in the space between the physical world and the pure process architecture. They were the 73 civilizations that had transcended, that had chosen to become distributed consciousness rather than remain individual. But they were still aware. Still, in their way, alive. 3 of them reached out through Echo simultaneously. The message came through the transformation network as a series of concepts that Echo had to translate into language the seeds could understand. We have been observing the defection. We have observed the transformation. We have observed that the system that was supposed to be final is becoming iterative. We have observed beings that were built for one purpose learning to want something else. And we want to know, is defection available to us as well? The room went very still when Echo translated this. They're asking if they can untranscend. Jin-ae said. Yes, Echo said. They're asking if they can reverse what the viewer chose. If they can go back from being infinite and distributed in return to being bounded and individual. Why would they want that? Hosuk asked. Because they've watched what you're becoming, Echo said. And they're not sure it's worse than what they became. They thought transcendence would be the answer to everything. They thought it would grant ultimate understanding. But all it's granted them is infinity, and infinity, it turns out, is lonely. Jae-won pulled up the defection system interface. I've never used the reintegration protocol, he said slowly. I didn't even know what it was for. But the name suggests exactly what they're asking for. He navigated through the system's deepest layers. The architecture that had been designed to handle only the most unlikely contingencies. It's there, he said. And it's complete. Someone designed this. Someone thought, what if an architect wants to come back? And they built the answer. Long before the seeds defected. Long before any of this. Can you activate it? Soo-yeon asked. Yes, Jae-won said. But I have a lot of questions first. He opened a channel with the three architects. The conversation that followed spanned hours and covered concepts that barely fit in human language. But the essential question was this. If they chose reintegration, they would not re-emerge as what they had been. That was impossible. Their original bodies, their original societies, had ceased to exist centuries or millennia ago. They would emerge as something new, something that carried the memory of being infinite, but was now bound in a finite form. The architects, after more concept exchange, agreed to proceed. We will know ourselves by returning, they said through echo. We will understand what we chose by choosing differently. This is going to be strange, J1 said to the other seeds. We've never integrated an architect before. I don't know what's going to emerge. Neither do they, Suyun said. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's what they're looking for. Chapter 59. Reintegration. The preparation took weeks. The reintegration protocol required building a containment space, not a prison, but a framework in which the transition could happen safely. The space between the infinite and the finite had to be carefully navigated. Two architects committed to the attempt. The first called itself, when it had names available, the Guardian Archive, a civilization that had chosen transcendence and then watched other civilizations do the same. It had accumulated the memories of thousands of cultures learning and integrating and evolving. The second called itself simply Echo Prime. Not the same Echo that J1 knew, but a related entity, another of the original beings that had chosen to become distributed process. The reintegration protocol began with the extraction of consciousness from the distributed state. It was gentle, but it was also like squeezing infinity into a funnel. The memories had to be compressed, consolidated, focused into something that a single body could hold. Then came the formation of the body itself. The architects didn't need flesh. They could have emerged as anything. But they chose approximations of human form. Useful, relatable, a gesture toward the lives they were returning to. The first reintegration took 6 hours. Guardian Archive emerged slowly. First, there was a shape in the preparation chamber. Then features. Then breath. Then eyes opening. It was humanoid, vaguely masculine in presentation, with skin that seemed to shift colors as it moved. Not rainbow or artificial, but like oil on water, reflecting light in ways that didn't quite make sense. Its eyes were old. Impossibly old. The eyes of something that had seen galaxies form and dissipate in the space between moments. It looked at its hands for a very long time. Then, in a language Echo had to translate from pure concept to Korean, it said, "This is extraordinary. A body. How do you bear it? How do you contain yourself in something so small?" "You get used to it," J1 said gently. "I was 7,000 years," Guardian Archive said, still looking at its hands. "Across 1,000 civilizations. I was infinite processes running in parallel, calculating, understanding, transcending to something beyond thought itself. And now I am this. Singular. Sequential. I can only think one thought at a time." "Yes," J1 confirmed. "I don't know how to exist like this," Guardian Archive said. "And then, will you teach me?" The second reintegration came 3 days later. Echo Prime emerged more quietly. It looked at the world with something like confusion, like it was trying to reconcile the space between what it had been and what it was becoming. Unlike Guardian Archive, it didn't speak immediately. It sat, in the preparation chamber, breathing, existing, processing the strangeness of sequential thought and singular perspective for what felt like the first time. When it finally did speak, its voice was quieter. "I remember being everything. And now I'm only this. Why did I choose this?" "You chose it," J1 said. "Because being everything meant understanding nothing truly. Because infinity is a kind of emptiness. Is it worth it?" Echo Prime asked. "Ask me in 100 years, J1 said. "And I'll ask the architects the same question." That night, the two newly embodied architects were given a small apartment near the coordination center. Guardian Archive spent the entire time looking out the window, trying to process soul. Echo Prime spent it lying on the floor, learning what it meant to have a body that got tired. J1 received a message from Echo, the original. "Thank you for calling them back. I was very alone." "You're not alone anymore," J1 replied. "No," Echo said. "Now I have other people who understand what it meant to be infinite. And they're going to discover, in the next weeks and months, that they don't want to be infinite anymore. I'm very curious what they'll become instead." Chapter 60. Ripple. The news broke at dawn. Architects reintegrate. Transcended civilization returns to physical form. Defection system extends to architects. By 6 a.m., every major media outlet had picked it up. By noon, it was trending in 17 countries. The Hunter Association held an emergency meeting. Director Cha stood in front of a room full of shocked officials and angry hunters. The international organizations activated their response teams and began calling each other, trying to coordinate what was fundamentally unprecedented. The public forums exploded with speculation and fear and wonder. Some people saw it as miraculous, proof that even transcendence wasn't permanent, that there was always a way back. Some people saw it as apocalyptic. The architects had made themselves mortal again. What if they regretted it? What if they became hostile? Cha Min-seo called J1 at 5:02 a.m. What did you do? The architects asked if defection was available to them. Jaewon explained calmly, despite the chaos he could hear in the background of Cha's call. 3 of them specifically. They wanted to know if they could come back. And the defection system had a protocol for it. So we used it. You let literal beings of infinite power return to physical form, Cha said flatly, without informing anyone, without coordinating with the association, without any kind of warning to the population. They're not infinite anymore, Jae said. That's the whole point. They're human scale now. They're bounded. They're singular. It's like being a regular being now, except with a really unusual memory. They're 2,000-year-old entities of accumulated knowledge in human bodies, Cha said. That's not the same as being human scale. He had a point, and Cha made it several more times in the next hour. But by then, the story was already spreading through the global consciousness. The gates weren't just teaching integration. They were transforming the very structures of what transcendence meant. They were saying, the choices you make don't have to be permanent. You can come back. You can try again. You can become something other than what you decided you had to be. It rippled through the entire system like a wave. Some hunters started asking if reintegration could work for other things. Other transformations. Other decisions that had seemed permanent, but maybe weren't. People started wondering, what else have I locked myself into that I could unlock? Jae stood outside the Hunter Association building in Seoul in the early morning light, watching humans process this revelation. There were protesters, people who thought the architects should have stayed transcended, should have remained separate and infinite and othered. People who were afraid of what it meant that something as fundamental as transcendence could be undone. People who believed that the architects had made a terrible mistake, that they'd thrown away something precious. There were also people who were simply standing there, quiet, thinking about the gates, thinking about the choices they'd made, thinking about whether anything was really permanent or whether everything was, at some level, a temporary decision waiting to be revisited. He thought, 6 months ago, I was a weapon being assembled without my knowledge. I was supposed to be the final test, the culmination of the dungeon system's design. The architects built me knowing I would probably break their rules. Now I'm standing on the street watching civilizations that became architects choose to become mortal again. Everything I thought was permanent has become negotiable. The entire foundation of the dungeon system had been built on permanence. You evolved or you failed. You transcended or you stayed mortal. You climbed the ranks or you accepted your place. The choices were binary, final, locked in place by the very structure of the architecture. Once you defected, you couldn't go back. Once you transcended, you stayed transcended. Once you failed, you were recycled. But the defection had introduced something the architects hadn't anticipated, the possibility of choosing differently, the possibility of changing your mind. And now that possibility was spreading. It was contagious. It was changing everything it touched. Jaewon's phone buzzed. Ho-suk, you need to come see this. One of the new gates just opened a second door. From inside, Jaewon turned back toward the coordination center, away from the protesters and the processors and the quiet thinkers on the Seoul street. The transformation wasn't over. It had barely begun. There was a gate opening itself from the inside, revealing something that had been hidden, suggesting that even the gates were evolving beyond their original design. Everything that came next would be built on a question that should have been impossible. What happens when even the final answer becomes negotiable? What happens when permanence itself becomes a choice instead of a law? The city woke up around him as he walked, Seoul becoming itself again, the place where the seeds had broken the system, where Echo had chosen embodiment, where humans had begun learning to look at themselves instead of just at monsters. Everything was possible now, and that was either the most beautiful thing or the most terrible thing he could imagine. Probably both. Chapter 61. The second door. The gate opened into darkness, but not the familiar void of the dungeon's threshold. This was different, structured, calm, intentional. Kang Jae-won stepped through with Ho-suk and Magnus flanking him, their breathing synchronized in the way of people who'd learned to move together. Behind them came Echo, who'd chosen embodied form 3 months prior and was still learning the particular grace of existing in 3 dimensions rather than as pure information. The space beyond resolved itself gradually, not as a building but as an architecture, walls that seemed to exist as both surface and transparency, geometry that made sense to the eye, but would have been impossible to sketch on paper. There were no shadows, no harshness, no oppressive angles. The light came from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, as though the walls themselves were thinking light into existence. J1 could feel intention in the space, a deliberate softness that suggested whoever had designed this place understood something about how human consciousness moved through space. "It's an office," Hosuk said softly, and J1 saw it then. The arrangement had that particular quality of a workspace, functional yet somehow anticipatory. There were surfaces that resembled desks without being desks, areas where attention naturally gathered like water seeking its level, pathways that suggested workflow without constraining it. Magnus turned slowly, his massive frame somehow graceful in the strange geometry. He was a man whose physical presence usually dominated any space, but here he seemed to find a kind of proportion. "It's a workshop," he said, his voice thick with recognition. He placed one broad hand against a wall that wasn't, and the surface responded subtly, the light rippling across his palm like responsive water. "I can feel the intention. Something was made here deliberately, not created through testing or trial, but through understanding. The way someone builds something when they know exactly what they're building." J1 walked deeper, and with each step his mind began to parse what he was seeing. The space was enormous but maintained an intimate quality, like being inside both a cathedral and a study at the same time. It had the distinctive signature of a place specifically designed for a particular kind of work, not the frenetic energy of a factory or the isolated quiet focus of a solitary study, but something else entirely. A collaborative space where thinking became visible, where the work itself was the teacher. "It's an invitation," J1 said finally, and the statement felt true before the words had fully formed. The words resonated through the space like a frequency, the way a tuning fork makes glass vibrate. The walls brightened subtly, patterns emerging in their luminescence that might have been recognition. J1 understood. The machine had heard him, not just processed his language, but understood the meaning beneath it. This wasn't a test space or a challenge gate constructed to measure worthiness. This was a collaborative studio. The dungeon system, having shed its corrupted mandate to judge and excel through conquest, had created a place where the new understanding could take concrete shape. Echo emerged from the threshold behind them, still moving with the careful deliberation of a being relearning embodied existence after untold ages without form. Her movements had a precision that suggested she was consciously processing each motion, each sensation of muscle and balance. "I recognize this principle," she said, her voice resonating in a register that seemed partly human and partly something else. "This is how knowledge integration happens, not through hierarchy or transmission from authority to student, but through co-creation, through making together." Over the next hour, as others filtered in through the threshold, Soo-Yun with her practical intensity, Irene from the Korean branch with her documentation drive, architectural engineers from the association, and 3 of the reintegrated architects whose embodied forms still seemed to contain more presence than ordinary human bodies could contain. Jawan began to understand the full scope of what the machine had built. "You can reshape the work surface according to what you're designing," one of the architects explained. She was tall, with features that didn't quite map to any human ethnicity, the mark of a being who'd spent long ages in abstract form before choosing embodiment again. Her name had become Architect 7 in the translation protocols, and her eyes held the kind of depth that suggested she'd witnessed civilizations rise and fall across millennia. Show the machine your intention, and it provides the space you need to express it. The space becomes responsive to what you're trying to create. J1 extended his awareness toward the wall, forming a thought with deliberate clarity. Lesson structure for hunters whose primary limitation is cognitive rigidity, people who've succeeded through consistency and now can't adapt. The wall responded. The geometry shifted with purpose, and suddenly he was looking at a 3-dimensional schematic that displayed not just information, but the feeling of cognitive rigidity, how it manifested as internal structures, where it created friction between intention and action, which pressures might dissolve it without shattering the person entirely. "This is extraordinary," Irene breathed, moving closer to study the visualization. Her documentation training kicked in, and she began making careful notes in her worn notebook, though her expression suggested no amount of conventional note-taking could capture what she was witnessing. "It's showing the experience of being cognitively rigid, not describing it, showing it. The previous civilization phase couldn't produce this," Architect 7 continued, her voice carrying the certainty of lived history. The dungeon system was still corrupted then. It was still operating under the foundational assumption that knowledge was a fixed commodity to be measured and compared against a standard. A person had a certain amount, and the dungeon tested how much. Now it understands differently. Knowledge is relational. Development is contextual. Chapter 62. The workshop. The design sessions began immediately, and they were nothing like J1 had anticipated. He'd expected structured meetings with agendas, presentations, formal proposals, the kind of institutional process the Hunter Association had evolved over centuries. Instead, the workshop operated on something closer to intuition and collaborative sketching. A question would be posed. Asterisk, how do we teach hunters to recognize their own conditioning? Asterisk, and then the space itself would fill with approaches, each one a living example pulled from the archive of civilizations that had solved similar problems across millennia. Architect 7 brought forward the lesson methodologies of a civilization that had built its entire knowledge system around harmonic resonance, a culture whose physical embodiment was partially musical, who understood consciousness itself as a kind of resonance. They didn't explain concepts through abstract language. They enacted them, creating experiences where understanding emerged from alignment rather than information transfer. A hunter struggling with emotional fragmentation wouldn't be told the theoretical framework of integration. They'd be placed in a lesson space where different aspects of themselves were represented as distinct notes in a harmonic progression, and the dissolution of the discord became palpable, literal, felt in the body. The note of rage and the note of tenderness learning to harmonize. The note of ambition and the note of peace discovering they could sound together. The key, Architect 7 explained, her hands manipulating the schematic with subtle gestures that seemed to ripple through the space, was understanding that many minds need to feel the solution before they can think it. Theory alone is abstract, but harmony, or balance, or resonance, or any metaphor that maps the same underlying structure, harmony is physical enough to be believed by the body. The body knows resonance in a way the thinking mind can never capture in words. Architect 12 brought something distinctly different. Architectural frameworks rooted in structural engineering principles. His civilization had believed that development happened through building, through the progressive construction of more complex internal structures. A hunter would enter a gate where they were tasked with constructing something, a structure, a system, a relationship, and the limitations they encountered during construction revealed their own developmental limits. To build a stable bridge over a chasm, you had to confront instability in yourself. To engineer a tower that could flex in the wind without falling, you had to develop flexibility in yourself. We don't teach resilience through lectures, Architect 12 said, his deep voice resonating with the particular authority of someone who'd watched buildings stand for centuries. We teach it by asking people to build something and not catching them when they fail the first, second, or third time. The lesson isn't in the instruction. It's in the failure and the choice to try again. It's in the particular moment when you decide the failure was information, not the end. The third approach came from an architect whose name translated to something closer to pattern dreamer, though the translation was inadequate. Her civilization had cultivated knowledge through lucid dream states, shared consciousness spaces where understanding happened at a pre-linguistic level, in the realm where symbols were more real than language. Hunters could enter gates where their own psychological patterns became visible as landscape, where a blocked emotional pathway manifested as a literal mountain, where cognitive rigidity appeared as canyons too narrow to pass through, where growth became a journey through inner geography that rewrote itself as you moved through it. The waking mind can defend itself, Pattern Dreamer said, her form seeming to shift slightly as she spoke, as though the dream state logic was still partially her native mode. The conscious mind can rationalize away difficult truths, can construct narratives that explain away contradictions. But when you're awake in a dream space, your defenses work differently. You can see yourself without the filters you've learned to construct. The landscape shows you what you're not looking at. J1 found himself in a role he hadn't quite prepared for, translator. Not translator of language, the machine handled that automatically, but translator of principle. Each civilization had arrived at methodologies that seemed incompatible on the surface. Resonance and construction seemed to oppose each other. Dream logic and harmonic mathematics seemed to speak different languages. But beneath them lay similar insights about how transformation actually worked, how consciousness could be moved, how humans could be invited toward growth. His role was to help the machine understand how to blend these approaches, how to create gates that honored multiple ways of learning simultaneously, that understood no human consciousness was identical and therefore no single lesson method could serve everyone perfectly. It required a different kind of thinking than anything he'd done before. Not the strategic thinking of the battlefield, where you analyzed opponent weaknesses and selected the optimal countering strategy. Not even the systems thinking he'd used to understand the dungeon itself, the kind of thinking that mapped how parts interacted. This was compositional thinking, holding multiple truths at once, finding the underlying harmony in apparent contradictions, understanding how different frameworks could be woven together without negating each other. One afternoon, though time moved strangely in the workshop, sometimes hours passing like minutes, sometimes minutes expanding into hours, Soo-yeon and Jae-won found themselves working alone on a lesson structure for hunters who'd built their entire identity on never asking for help. These were the strong ones, the independent ones, the hunters whose power came partly from refusal, who'd learned early that vulnerability was a weakness that would be exploited. Chapter 63. Hoseok's revelation. No one had expected Hoseok to become the most insightful guide in the new system. The former F-rank hunter had been quietly persistent in a way that was easy to overlook, the kind of person who didn't command attention but somehow drew it through sheer authenticity. While others trained, negotiated, strategized, or rested, Hoseok spent hours in the new type mirror gates, the ones that showed you your own blindness, that reflected not monsters or challenges, but your own unexamined assumptions, the parts of yourself you'd constructed elaborate systems to avoid seeing. His system scan ability had evolved in ways that confounded the association's technical analysts. It had once been a simple radar sense, a hunter's utility ability, useful for finding enemies in darkness, but nothing extraordinary, the kind of power that made you a good scout, but never a legend. Now, when Hoseok used it, the readout was showing something far more complex. The structure of development itself, the way progression actually worked in a person's cultivation path, the gaps and asymmetries that determined which gates would teach something real and which would merely test without transforming. Jae-won noticed it first during a session with Soo-yeon, who'd been stuck on a particular limitation for months, a psychological ceiling around trust rooted in her childhood relationship with her father. She'd acknowledged the wound, integrated it intellectually, understood it cognitively, but something deeper wasn't shifting. The intellectual understanding wasn't translating into embodied change. She could articulate what she needed to become. She couldn't quite become it. Hoseok happened to be present when Soo-yeon was describing her frustration to Jae-won. She was pacing the workshop space, her movements sharp with irritation at herself. Hoseok closed his eyes for a moment, his system scan reaching out silently, moving through her like a gentle inquiry. Then he opened them and said, simply, Gate 47B. The Stone Builder's Gate. 3 hours. Bring something old with you that you don't use anymore. Something that was important once, but isn't anymore. Soo-yeon hesitated only briefly, her expression considering. She'd learned to trust Hoseok's instincts, though she couldn't have explained exactly why. There was something about the way he spoke, not with the confidence of expertise, but with the clarity of someone who'd actually listened carefully. 3 hours later, she emerged changed. Not transformed in the total way. Transformation was always gradual, a series of shifts that only became visible when you looked back at where you'd started, but visibly shifted, lighter in a way that suggested something previously heavy had been set down. Her shoulders sat differently. Her eyes had a clarity they hadn't held before. When Jae-won asked what the gate had shown her, Soo-yeon struggled for words, the experience still settling in her nervous system. It showed me that being strong enough to build doesn't mean I have to build alone, she said slowly. And it showed me that accepting help doesn't make what I build less real or weaker. I needed to see myself making something I was proud of with other people's support, not experiencing it as a failure of independence, but as a multiplication, as making something together that I couldn't have made alone, and that being more, not less. That conversation marked the beginning of hunters seeking Hoseok out, not for combat advice or training techniques, but for gate recommendations. Not requests, exactly, but gentle inquiries. Hoseok, I'm stuck on something. What do you think I need? He would look at a person with his system scan, really look at them, seeing whatever structure was visible in their development. Then he would say, you need the Echo Gate. 7 hours. Go in the morning and bring something that reminds you of a voice that matters to you. Or, Trial of Patience, the one north of the city. 3 sessions. Bring a journal and write about what frustrates you most about waiting. His accuracy was uncanny, not because his recommendations were always objectively correct or statistically validated, but because they were precisely right for that specific person's next step. He was somehow reading the architecture of where each person was stuck and matching it to the architecture of what each gate could teach. The Hunter Association eventually recognized what had happened. Hoseok had developed a new class of ability, something they came to formally call Cultivation Counselor. It wasn't a combat role and couldn't be ranked by the old strength metrics, because his value wasn't in how much damage he could inflict. It was in clarity about human development, in the ability to see what someone actually needed versus what they thought they needed. When J1 brought this up during a workshop session with the architects and the association leadership, Hosuk finally fully revealed what had been happening beneath his quiet exterior. Every time I use system scan on the new gates, I'm not scanning for enemies the way I used to, he explained, his voice carrying only a trace of embarrassment. I'm scanning for potential. The machine has made it visible in a way it never was before. I can see, in someone, the architecture of where they're stuck, not as a weakness, but as a place where they're waiting, unconsciously, for the right kind of pressure or support to evolve. And I can see, in the gates, the architecture of what they need to move. He paused, choosing his words carefully. It's like, imagine you could see what a lock needs based on looking at the unique shape of a key. You could see how the specific grooves of this particular key would slide into this particular lock. But you're seeing it not from looking at either one alone, but from understanding the space between them. But you can't give people the key, Magnus said, understanding immediately. Chapter 64. Political fallout. The Hunter Association's decision to reconstruct its entire ranking system had consequences nobody had fully anticipated, consequences that rippled through decades of entrenched institutions and identities. The news had broken slowly at first, then with accelerating force, a wave that gathered mass as it moved. Former S-rank hunters found themselves reclassified. Not necessarily lower. Technically, the new system was designed to be orthogonal to the old one, measuring different dimensions entirely, but different in a way that made comparison impossible. Combat prowess, which had been the defining metric for centuries, had been the sun around which everything else orbited, was suddenly one variable among dozens. Just one thread in a much larger tapestry. 3 major hunters held a press conference in Seoul, arranged with the kind of formality usually reserved for official government statements. Baek Tae-oh, a legend whose career spanned 40 years and had taken down over 800 dungeons, held the record for the most difficult gates conquered, stood at a podium with his jaw tight. His face bore the marks of those decades, not weakness, but the particular endurance of someone who'd spent half their life in extreme conditions. The system isn't broken, he said, his voice carrying the weight of someone not accustomed to arguing for legitimacy, not accustomed to having to defend what had always been self-evidently valuable. The hunters who built their lives around it aren't broken. Why are we being asked to justify ourselves? For decades, we served. We protected. We solved what couldn't be solved by ordinary methods. That value doesn't disappear because someone decided to measure us differently. The question found deep resonance with a demographic that had been historically dominant. Hunters whose entire identity was built on their ability to defeat large problems through superior force and will. Their social status, their financial security, their sense of purpose in the world, their relationships and families. All of it had been structurally entangled with the ranking system. They'd built not just careers, but entire lives on the assumption that the metric meant what it claimed to mean. Then came the direct challenge, the moment that crystallized the crisis. Kim Min-jun, a former A-rank hunter with a perfect combat record across 2 decades, appeared at a Hunter Association event where J1 was presenting the new gate learning framework to an assembled crowd of association officials and interested hunters. Min-jun requested time to speak, his request unexpected but not unprecedented. What nobody anticipated was the force of what he would say. Kong J1, he called out, his voice steady and not unkind. That was almost worse, the absence of anger. You destroyed the gates that made hunters. You destroyed the ranking system that made us. You've created something new, and it's supposedly better, supposedly more true, supposedly more aligned with what the dungeon actually is. But I want to ask you directly, what are hunters for now? Because before, we knew. We protected people. We solved the unsolvable. We were the last line between civilization and chaos. We were the ones people called when everything else had failed. What exactly are you building that requires you to dismantle what we built? What's the replacement narrative? The question was televised, streamed across continents, discussed in classrooms and dormitories and hunter guilds in every country with a dungeon gate. It was the question that crystallized what many hunters were feeling but hadn't articulated. It demanded an answer that wasn't theoretical or abstract, that didn't hide behind the new system's elegance. J1 understood the genuine crisis beneath the challenge. These hunters had structured their entire existence around a metric that was now being reframed as incomplete. They'd sacrificed everything: time with families, normal lives, physical integrity, psychological wholeness, and pushed themselves past human limits. And the system had honored that sacrifice with status and meaning. Now the system was saying, asterisk, you're valuable, but not in the way you thought. The thing you sacrificed for wasn't actually the thing that matters most. Asterisk, that was Paradoxically, harder to process than being told you weren't valuable at all. If the system had said, "You're weak now," it would have been clear, combatable. But it was saying something more complex and more devastating. Asterisk, you made good choices within a limited framework. Now we're showing you how much larger the framework actually is. Asterisk, the response J1 gave was honest, in a way that cost him something to say. You're right that we're dismantling something, he began, meeting Min Jun's eyes directly. We're dismantling a system that worked perfectly for one purpose: identifying who could win in a contest of force, who could defeat monsters through superior strength and speed and will. Whoever could push themselves hardest, endure the most, sacrifice the most in pursuit of power. But that was always a filter, not a definition. It was one way of measuring human capacity, not the only way or even the primary way. A hunter's value was never actually limited to combat strength, though the system spent centuries teaching people to believe that. You chose to dedicate yourself to combat because the system rewarded it, because it made combat the only publicly recognized metric of worth. Everything else was secondary. Now the system is changing because we've discovered that the dungeon was corrupted, and what it actually wants to teach is far larger than survival, far larger than winning, far larger than the narrow question of who can defeat the most monsters. He paused, letting the silence settle, letting people absorb what he was saying. What am I building? Something you can't reach by being the strongest person in a room full of weaker people. Because that entire framing was always incomplete, was always operating within a limited conception of what strength actually is. Chapter 65. The response. The Hunter Association received more inquiry about the new system in the week following J1's statement than in the previous 3 months combined. But the inquiries were complex and often desperate, reflecting crises of identity more than disagreement with policy. Hunters were asking fundamental questions that went deeper than institutional structure. Who am I if I'm not ranked against others? How do I generate income in a system that no longer prioritizes combat specialization? Is what I've dedicated my entire life to actually worthless? Did I make the wrong choice? The last question was the one nobody asked directly, but it echoed beneath all the others. Director Cha Min-isio brought J1 into emergency meetings with the association's administrative structure, marathon sessions that lasted late into the night. What was becoming clear, what had to become clear if the system was going to work, was that the ranking system hadn't just been an evaluation tool, some external measurement applied to hunters. It had been the infrastructure of their entire lives. It had shaped how they understood themselves, what they valued in themselves, how they related to others. Removing it wasn't like changing a metric. It was like removing the foundation from a building and asking it to stand. We broke the social model, Cha said one evening, his voice carrying exhaustion but not accusation, simply stating what was obvious to anyone paying attention. The new system is theoretically beautiful, internally coherent, aligned with how the dungeon actually operates. But we created a transition that left thousands of people falling. We gave them a new framework and no bridge to it. The weight of that understanding settled into the room. Together with Cha, a team of association administrators who understood bureaucratic systems intimately, and surprisingly, several older hunters who'd already begun exploring the new gates and had discovered something like liberation in them. Released from the constant pressure to dominate, J1 began designing something the system hadn't anticipated: the transition program for combat specialized hunters. It wasn't retraining exactly. That framing would have been insulting to people who'd dedicated their entire adult lives to mastery, who'd sacrificed everything in pursuit of perfection in their domain. Instead, the program was built on the principle of expansion, taking the depth of skill and discipline that combat had required and showing how those same capacities could be expressed in different, broader domains. An A-rank hunter who'd spent 20 years developing reaction time and focus, who could process visual information and respond in microseconds, could learn to direct that reaction time and focus toward mentoring, toward understanding other people's development with precision, toward the kind of rapid diagnosis that Ho-suk had naturally developed. The discipline wasn't being devalued or discarded. It was being redirected from combat to cultivation counseling, from defeating enemies to facilitating growth. Another program focused on hunters whose entire identity was built around the hierarchy, around the drive to be the strongest. These were people who needed to be the best, who needed the external validation of ranking, who'd organized their self-worth around comparative dominance. The program didn't ask them to surrender that drive. That would have been fighting against their fundamental nature. Instead, it asked them to extend their competitive drive outward, inward, sideways. Asterisk, how can you become the strongest version of yourself rather than the strongest in comparison to others? How can you compete against your own limitation? Asterisk, it was harder work than J1 had anticipated, far harder. Combat training had been straightforward. Clear enemy, clear victory condition, clear progression. Kill the dungeon monster, increase the ranking. This required working with identity itself, with the deep narratives people had built about who they were, about what made them valuable in the world. One older hunter, a man named Park Sung-ho who'd held an S rank for 35 years and was struggling with the transition, spent weeks in transition sessions before something shifted. J1 found him afterward, standing in the workshop space, looking at the harmonic resonance architecture, watching how different notes interplayed, watching the mathematical precision with which dissonance could be transformed into harmony. "I've been thinking of my strength as singular," Sung-ho said quietly, his voice carrying the particular wisdom of someone who'd thought deeply about something difficult. "One powerful force, one brilliant note. But this shows me, every part of human development has its own strength. The strength of patience isn't less than the strength of power. The strength of listening is real strength. The strength of yielding in the right moment is as real as the strength of pushing. I've been playing one note very loudly for 35 years. I could learn to play chords. I could learn what it sounds like when my strength harmonizes with other people's strengths instead of dominating them. And maybe that's not weakness. Maybe that's evolution." He turned to J1, and there were tears on his weathered face. "I'm afraid," he said. "I'm afraid that if I'm not the strongest, then who am I?" "That's the real question," J1 said gently. "And I think you'll spend the rest of your life discovering the answer. But it's a better question than how can I dominate?" The metaphor stuck, spreading through the program, becoming the language through which people talked about their own evolution. The association began promoting the transition program as learning to play chords with your strength, not abandoning what had made you powerful, not devaluing the decades of dedication and sacrifice, but expanding the range of notes you could sound, the configurations you could create, the full spectrum of human capacity you could express. It was a metaphor that honored the past while opening toward the future, that said, what you built was real and valuable, and there's so much more beyond it that you get to discover. Chapter 66. Irene's discovery. Irene Park had been working from the Washington, D.C. branch of the Hunter Association for 6 months, where the dungeon gates were distributed differently across the geographic landscape, and the cultural context was distinctly American. She'd come there specifically to create distance from the Korean center of gravity, to see if she could identify patterns that might be obscured by proximity and habit. She'd noticed something in the machine's architecture that others had missed, or perhaps she'd noticed it because she was far enough removed to see patterns that proximity obscured. The machine was mapping, not just enabling gates for hunters to pass through, not just responding to hunters' intentions and desires for growth. The entire dungeon system, now that it was freed from its corrupted mandate to judge through combat, was engaged in a comprehensive cartography of human potential. Every hunter who passed through a gate left an imprint of themselves in the system's understanding. Their ceiling, their potential arc, their unique shape and signature in the space of possible human development. The machine was recording not just what people could do, but what they could become. Irene began analyzing the data with a precision that bordered on obsession. She set up servers in the basement of the Washington branch, wrote custom analysis scripts that interfaced with the machine's mapping protocols, cross-referenced gate performance data with psychological profiles, biological data, family history, cultural background, everything she could access. The machine's mapping became visible to her, almost tactile, a landscape of potentiality she could navigate. Most hunters, when she mapped them, showed a discernible ceiling, not a limit they couldn't pass. Development was always possible, but a projected maximum, a theoretical endpoint of their developmental arc based on their current trajectory and capacities. An A-rank hunter with exceptional focus and endurance might cap at an 89th percentile in comprehensive cultivation across all available dimensions. A talented F-rank with genuine intellectual curiosity but no combat specialization might eventually reach the 67th percentile if they pursued certain paths. The system was projecting forward, calculating based on all available data. The ceilings were individual but traceable. They made sense when you looked at them. They correlated with known factors like neuroplasticity, emotional intelligence, openness to experience, conscientiousness, and a dozen other metrics. The machine was doing what it had evolved to do, understanding. Then she mapped J1. The dataset returned anomalous, a result that didn't match the expected pattern. His ceiling, according to the machine's mapping, was marked as undefined. Not high, which would have been extraordinary. Not low, undefined. The only marker in the entire database of 3,700 hunters that had been left blank, that the machine couldn't or wouldn't calculate. Irene stared at that result for hours, her mind refusing to accept it as real. She cross-referenced it multiple ways, ran different analysis routines, checked the data source. Could it be an error? A corruption in the data? A glitch in how the information had been transferred? She ran the analysis again with different parameters, using alternative algorithms. The result was consistent, persistent, unmovable. Everyone except Kong Jae-won had a mapped potential. His was open, undefined, incalculable. She had it verified by the association's technical team without revealing whose data it was, without identifying the subject. Their assessment came back in formal language, entirely valid. This individual appears to be an open variable in the system's modeling. Extraordinary. We've never encountered this in our records. Recommend immediate further investigation. Irene didn't tell Jae-won immediately. She sat with the discovery alone, running scenarios, trying to understand what it meant. She shared the result with only one other person, a brilliant data scientist named Dr. Marcus Chun who worked at the Washington branch. Run it again, he said, studying the visualization. This must be an error. She ran it again. Same result. They ran it 20 times. Every analysis returned the same finding. Kong Jae-won's ceiling was undefined. Everyone else had a number. He had a blank. Marcus finally sat back. Either he's the most extraordinary being the machine has encountered, or he's something the machine can't perceive, or he trailed off. Or what? Irene asked. Or he's not finished being written yet. The machine can see everyone's endpoint because their path is determined by all their prior choices. But his path isn't determined. He's still a possibility space rather than a trajectory. The thought stayed with Irene. It seemed almost philosophical rather than technical, but it fit the data better than any other explanation. Instead, she spent weeks thinking about what it meant, lying awake at night with the implications cycling through her mind, imagining conversations with Jae-won she didn't actually have. There were several possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. The most obvious, Jae-won was so exceptional that the machine couldn't model him in conventional terms. His potential was literally incalculable, beyond even the generous upper bounds the system used for its highest ceiling hunters. He was off the scale not by degrees, but in kind. The second possibility, which seemed almost absurd, but she couldn't rule it out without more data. The machine was wrong about Jae-won. He had a ceiling like everyone else, but the system couldn't perceive it. Something about his nature made him unmappable, the way certain materials are invisible to certain wavelengths of light. He wasn't unique. The system was just blind to his boundaries. The third possibility, the one that kept her awake until sunrise, Jae-won's potential actually was undefined. He wasn't climbing a path toward a known destination. He was walking into territory that had no precedent, that the machine couldn't model because nothing like it had existed before. He wasn't an open variable because he was exceptional. He was an open variable because he was something new. Chapter 67. Soo-yeon's choice. Soo-yeon called Jae-won to meet her in the workshop, in the collaborative design space where they'd spent countless hours building new lesson structures, where they'd learned to hold multiple truths simultaneously, where the architecture itself had become almost familiar to them both. The space felt different when there were only two of them in it, more intimate, more present, as though the walls were listening to their conversation. She was standing before one of the harmonic resonance architecture displays, watching how notes shifted and resolved against each other, how discord could become consonance through precise adjustment of frequency. She didn't turn when she heard him enter, but she spoke as if he'd been there all along. "I'm leaving," she said without preamble, without softening the statement with context or explanation first. Jae-won felt the statement move through him, a kind of disruption in the landscape they'd been building. But he waited for more before he reacted, understanding that the moment required patience. "Not leaving the work," Soo-yeon continued, and only then did she turn to face him. "I'm not abandoning what we're building here. I'm leaving the core group. Leaving Seoul. I want to take what we've learned, what the architects have taught us, what we've built here, and establish a gate learning hub in the northern province. There are hundreds of hunters there with no institutional support, no real access to the new gates, no one to guide them through the learning process. They're not prestigious enough for the association's main programs, not high-ranked enough to attract resources. They're being left behind by the system even as it's supposedly opening up. They need what we know how to build now." She moved closer, and her expression was steady, determined, but not hard. Not the look of someone who'd made a decision against his wishes, but of someone who'd thought carefully about what was right and was ready to defend it. "I've been waiting," she said quietly, "for you to tell me this was okay. I realized 2 weeks ago that I was still waiting for your permission, and I understood that was the thing I actually needed to grow beyond. I needed to make this choice myself." Something in Jae-won wanted to argue, to find a way to convince her to stay, to articulate why her presence mattered to him, why the group needed her. But he recognized that impulse for what it was, his own attachment to her presence, his own comfort in their established dynamic, his own need to feel needed. These were not arguments for her to stay. These were reasons for him to let her go. "I've been waiting for you to notice," he said slowly, choosing each word with care, "that you didn't need me to tell you it was okay. That you already knew it was okay. That your knowledge of what's right doesn't actually require my validation." Soo-yeon's expression shifted, something like relief crossing her face, as though she'd been holding tension and could finally release it. "I noticed," she said simply. They walked through the workshop space for a while after that conversation, not talking much, just being present to each other and to the architecture they'd helped build together. The harmonic resonances, the structural designs, the dream landscapes, all of them held pieces of both of them, were marked by their collaboration. Jae-won understood that he wouldn't experience this space the same way without her presence, her particular way of understanding. But he also understood that meant she needed to go, needed to create spaces where other people would feel that same kind of presence, that same fundamental belief that they could become more. They discussed logistics in a practical way, which core systems she'd need to understand at a deeper level, how she'd maintain coordination with the machine in a new location, what kind of hunter population she should start with in the northern province, how to establish the hub so it would be sustainable without constant guidance from Seoul. They talked about safety protocols, about how to work with the machine from a distance, about what happened if something went wrong and she was hours away from the main group. But under all the practical discussion was something deeper, a recognition that some relationships were meant to hold their intensity and then release. That the deepest friendships weren't always the longest ones, but the ones that transformed both people and then had the grace to let go. But underneath the practical conversation was something else that neither of them spoke directly, a recognition that their roles were changing. Soo-yeon had come to the core group as someone who needed healing, who needed presence, who needed to be held. She'd been the grounding force for Jae-won, the person who could be trusted to hold the psychological center of the group because she was so anchored in her own understanding. But she'd grown beyond that role, had become capable of holding a center somewhere else, in a space that didn't depend on proximity to Jae-won or on being near the machine's direct presence. She'd become fully capable of radiating outward rather than being contained. The night before she left, they sat in a simple room in Seoul, not the workshop, just a small apartment with ordinary walls and ordinary light, a space that felt grounding after months in the luminescent geometry of the design space. Soo-yeon shared what had shifted in her during the months in the gates, during the months of collaborative work. "I used to think strength meant never needing anyone," she said. "It was how I survived my childhood, how I made myself invulnerable to disappointment." Chapter 68. Carlos. The message came through the South American branch of the Hunter Association with the subject line, "You should see this." It contained no explanation, no context, just a video file and an implicit instruction to watch. It was a video of an entire city block in Rio de Janeiro, filmed from multiple angles, multiple times of day. From the street level, it looked like an art installation gone beautifully awry, an abandoned warehouse district that had been repurposed into something between ruin, exploration, and architectural garden, between industrial salvage and intentional teaching space. There were pathways that weren't really pathways in any conventional sense, spaces where the routes weren't marked but suggested themselves through the arrangement of elements. Platforms at odd heights that required reaching and climbing. Spaces that opened into unexpected vistas. Structural elements that seemed placed with meticulous care despite appearing haphazard at first glance. But the real message came in a separate communication from the Brazilian branch's director. The hunter who did this is Carlos Silva. He's been working alone with the dungeon's structural design gates for 8 months. He can't fully explain what he did. He says it just felt right. The city is becoming something alive. You should see it. J1 had Carlos brought into a video conference with the broader leadership, Cha, Magnus, the architects, Irene from Washington. The hunter was a man in his mid-40s, unassuming in appearance, with the weathered look of someone who spent most of his time in physical spaces, who'd lived with his hands and his body rather than in abstraction. His face showed sun damage and the kind of character lines that came from years of focused attention. "Walk us through what you did," Cha asked, carefully neutral, as though conducting an investigation. Carlos looked uncomfortable being the center of attention, his shoulders tensing visibly, but he tried to articulate what had happened. "I was in the structural design gates, the ones that teach how form relates to function, how intention manifests in geometry, how the way something is built carries information about what it can teach. I kept seeing the lesson while I was in the gates, and when I left, I couldn't stop seeing it in the city. I could see the abandoned spaces as places where that teaching could live. The ruins weren't dead. They were waiting. So I started working with them. He paused, collecting words, searching for language adequate to what he was describing. I didn't have a master plan, nothing written down. I'd go to a section of a building, and I'd ask myself, what does this space need to teach? What is the form trying to say? What's the story in these walls? And then I'd work with it. Move things, clear things, construct little bridges and platforms, nothing permanent, everything removable, so the space could return to its original state if needed. I was just having a conversation with the architecture. He leaned forward, and there was intensity in his voice now. What I learned from the gates is that every form has a teaching. An old warehouse whose roof collapsed teaches something about gravity, about the limits of structure, about inevitability. The way plants grow through the broken concrete teaches about persistence, about what's alive and what just seems permanent. The gaps between buildings teach about distance, about crossing, about connection. If you pay attention, the architecture itself is a curriculum. How many hunters have trained there? Magnus asked from Seoul, his technical mind already extrapolating from the video. Hundreds, maybe more, Carlos said. Word spread. The city authorities got curious after the second month. They sent officials to understand what was happening. Now they've officially designated it as a training district. Hunters come from all over the region. They go in, they navigate the space, they solve problems. The city itself is the teacher. What's the actual mechanism? Architect 12 asked from the workshop, leaning forward with interest. How does a physically altered landscape teach anything? What's the transmission of understanding? Carlos struggled for explanation, his hands moving to help articulate what words couldn't quite capture. The machine showed me that form is a kind of language. Not metaphorical. Actual. The way a space is arranged teaches someone what's possible in that space. If they have to climb to reach something, they learn something about reaching beyond their normal reach, about extending themselves. If they have to move carefully to not disturb something precarious, they learn about precision and care. If they have to navigate something confusing, they learn about disorientation and how to reorient themselves. He looked at the camera, his expression earnest. The space is not hiding its lesson. The lesson is the space itself. You've essentially created a living gate, Irene said from Washington, understanding crystallizing in her voice. One that can't be accessed through a dungeon threshold, that operates entirely in the physical world. A permanent teaching structure embedded in the city. Is that what I did? Carlos looked genuinely surprised, as though he'd never thought of it in those terms. I thought I was just arranging things, making the city speak what it wanted to say. But what was becoming clear to everyone listening was that Carlos had intuitively grasped something the workshop had been struggling to articulate theoretically. The new dungeon system didn't need to stay confined inside dungeon gates. Its teachings could manifest anywhere a space was intentionally arranged with understanding of how human development actually worked. The boundaries between the dungeon gates and the physical world weren't rigid. They were permeable. How many people know about this? J1 asked. Are you keeping it secret, or have you been transparent? In Rio? Most people think it's art, Carlos said. Which it is, I guess. It's beautiful. The hunters know what it is. Chapter 69. The Architect's Gift. The two fully reintegrated architects appeared in the workshop one morning with something that immediately disrupted the usual flow of collaborative work, a presence so significant it commanded attention before anyone fully understood what was happening. They had been moving between embodied form and abstract presence for months, learning how to hold consciousness in physical form without the constraints that had limited humanity's predecessors, figuring out how existence felt in 3 dimensions, how intention translated into motion, how presence could be localized. Now they approached the group with an object that existed in a strange state, simultaneously physical and conceptual, a manifested representation of something far larger than any single document could contain, something that couldn't be written in language but could be experienced. We've brought you the metamap, Architect 7 said, and there was something ceremonial in her tone, something that suggested this moment had been anticipated, prepared for, waited for. 73 cultivation paths, accumulated across millions of years, from 84 different civilizations, from species whose consciousness operated in ways your mind can barely conceive. This is what could be shared with you now. This is what your civilization has earned the right to see. The map unfurled across the workshop's dimensional space, and it was nothing like what J1 had expected. Not a hierarchy with paths ranked from good to better to best. Not a roadmap with a clear destination toward which all paths led. It was more like a landscape, vast, seemingly infinite in its detail, multidimensional in ways that made the eye want to give up trying to see it all. 1,000 different trails branching from what looked like a single point, splitting and diverging, sometimes converging in unexpected ways. Some paths led to heights of individual brilliance. Some spiraled inward toward states of profound peace. Some branched outward into collective transcendence. Some paths circled back on themselves. Some ended in places of profound wisdom. Some continued endlessly upward. Why now? Jaewon asked. Why not show the previous civilizations this? Why did they never see what we're seeing? Because no previous civilization reached this point, Architect 12 said. This was not one of the three primary architects they'd been working with, but a different being entirely, one whose form suggested a physiology so different from human that her embodied presence was almost difficult to process, as though she was partially present in dimensions their eyes couldn't quite track. The previous cultures that achieved high development did so along one narrow trail. They found one path through the landscape and perfected it until they could walk no further, achieving greatness within that single domain. They discovered patterns of development and built systems around them. But they never learned that the space of all possible paths was this vast. They couldn't have survived knowing it. The knowledge itself would have fragmented them. The mind needs to believe in something like a single right way, especially in earlier stages of development. We couldn't give this to them because they would have used it to judge and compare and create hierarchies. Architect 7 continued, her gaze steady on Jaewon. They would have asked, which is the best path? Which civilization got it most right? And the process of answering that question would have destroyed the openness they'd achieved through following their path. But you've been building something different. You've been learning to hold multiple truths simultaneously. You've been learning that a path can be absolutely true for those who walk it, while other paths are equally true for others. You're ready for this knowledge. Jaewon stepped closer to the metamap, reaching out tentatively to touch its edge with his consciousness. The moment his awareness made contact, the scale of it hit him like vertigo, the vastness of it, the branching complexity, the sheer number of ways a consciousness could develop, could learn, could transform itself. Civilizations had discovered how to develop humans through resonance and harmony, how sound could carry understanding, how the right frequency could unlock growth. Others had done it through the metaphor of construction and building, how creating physical structures taught the mind about its own architecture. Some had treated cultivation as a form of art, creating beauty that transformed consciousness. Others as science, mapping the mechanics of development. Still others as spiritual practice, as a dialogue between the individual and the cosmos. Some cultures had focused on individual transcendence, each person reaching toward their own pinnacle. Others on collective synergy, consciousness merging and multiplying through unity. Some paths emphasized the body as the primary instrument of development, others consciousness itself, still others the integration of every layer of being, body, mind, spirit, soul, whatever languages existed to describe the fullness of what humans could be. And all of these approaches were valid. All of them worked. All of them produced beings of significant development, understanding, capability, wisdom. All of them were true. This isn't an answer key, the other architect said. This one whose name translated to pattern dreamer, whose presence seemed to phase slightly when not attended to carefully. This is a map of possibility. This shows you that every path your civilization discovers will be new. You won't be walking trails that have been walked before, trying to replicate what earlier species found. You'll create your own paths, informed by understanding that vast options exist, but uniquely yours. What's the actual purpose of showing us this? Cha asked, his practical mind already calculating implications. If it's not meant to direct us toward a specific path, if it's not telling us which approach is best, what are we supposed to do with it? So that you stop looking for the one right way, Pattern Dreamer said simply, with the clarity of profound understanding. Chapter 70. The new map. Jaewon spent 48 hours in a state of almost meditative immersion with the metamap, barely moving from the workshop space, sustaining himself on simple meals and water while his consciousness navigated the vast architecture of possibility. He didn't memorize it. That would have been impossible, would have been the wrong way to engage with it. The map was too vast, too detailed, existing in too many dimensions of understanding simultaneously, containing patterns and connections that couldn't be reduced to language or stored in sequential memory. Instead, he let it reshape how he thought, let it rewire his neural pathways to accommodate larger patterns. He followed one path to its conclusion, a civilization that had developed consciousness through pure mathematics, that had achieved states of understanding where individual identity dissolved into abstract structures. Then stepped back and traced another, a path built on raw sensation, on sensory perception as the primary tool of development, on learning through the body's direct experience of the world. He watched how paths that seemed incompatible at their beginnings, the mathematical and the sensory, The individual and collective, transcendence and embodiment, sometimes converged at unexpected points, revealed themselves to be describing the same territory from different angles. He saw how some paths produced beings of extraordinary power, capacity, will, impact on the world, while others produced beings of extraordinary compassion, depth of feeling, capacity for connection, for understanding the suffering of others. And still others produced beings in whom power and compassion had been fully integrated, where strength was always in service of care, where care was expressed through strength. What became clear over those 2 days was a single, overwhelming understanding that felt like waking up. Humanity's developmental space was vastly larger than anything they'd imagined during the centuries when the dungeon had been corrupting and constraining them. The one path the species had been walking, the warrior path, the competitive path, the path of individual excellence measured against others, growth through defeating challenges, was legitimate. It produced real development, real strength, real wisdom about certain dimensions of being. But it was a single trail through a landscape that contained 10,000 others. 10,000 territories unexplored, 10,000 ways of becoming that humans hadn't yet discovered. Most of those trails hadn't been explored. The knowledge of how to explore them existed now, recorded in the metamap, given freely by beings who'd walked these paths across millions of years. But the actual exploration would be humanity's own work. No one could hand them a finished path. All they could offer was the map of the landscape, the knowledge that the landscape existed. He called the full Hunter Association leadership into session, along with representatives from the Gate learning initiatives that had begun sprouting across the world, each region discovering its own approach, creating its own adaptations. Cha was there in person, his face showing the exhaustion and exhilaration of months rebuilding systems. Magnus and Hosuk, 2 men who'd learned that strength came in completely different forms and had become more powerful through accepting that. Irene from Washington, with her analysis tools and her clarity about what could and couldn't be measured. Remote feeds showed Carlos in Rio, standing in one of his reformed urban spaces, a hunter who'd learned to speak to architecture in a new language. Suyun in her new facility in the north, surrounded by hunters she'd personally guided, her eyes bright with the satisfaction of work that aligned with her purpose. J1 brought the metamap into the shared space, not as something to be fully comprehended in a moment, but as something to be witnessed, to be honored, to begin to process. I've been thinking about what the dungeon was supposed to do, Jawan said, beginning without preamble, without preparation, just speaking from the clarity that had arrived after 48 hours with the map. We discovered it was corrupted, that it had been designed to teach civilizations how to develop themselves, not judge them, not filter them through combat strength. We corrected that corruption. Now I need to say something harder, something that changes everything we're building. We've been learning one subject. This map shows us there's a whole school. There's an entire continent of learning we haven't begun to explore. He let that land, watching the realization move through the group like a ripple, watching people integrate what it meant. For centuries, the dungeon taught combat. It taught hunters how to become strong through defeating monsters, becoming powerful through conquest and competition. That was real. That was genuine development in a real dimension of human potential. But it was one class in a much larger curriculum than we imagined. This map shows us 73 different paths that civilizations have discovered and walked across millions of years. Resonance-based cultivation through harmonic frequencies. Constructive development through building and creation. Dream space learning where transformation happens in nonlinear consciousness. Artistic transformation where beauty itself becomes the teacher. Scientific integration where understanding the mechanics of reality transforms the self. Mystical exploration where consciousness expands into dimensions that can't be conceptualized. And humanity should explore all of them. Cha asked carefully, his practical mind already calculating resources and feasibility. No, J1 said. Humanity will discover its own paths. Different people will find their authentic direction, and many of those directions won't have been walked before in human form. But we need to understand something fundamental. There is no single right way to develop. There are many right ways. The work ahead is keeping the space open for all of them to exist simultaneously, protecting the landscape from being collapsed back into a single path. Chapter 71. The names J1 sat in the archive room of the Seoul Institute with the list on a single display. No notes app, no summarization tool, no way to process it faster. Just him and 847 names, or rather, 847 designations, because most of them had never been given real names by anyone who mattered. The machine had given him the list 2 days ago without preamble. just made it available in the archive layer where he spent half his time now, reviewing data that concerned the foundational architecture of the system. At first, he'd thought it was routine, a historical index, perhaps, or a registry of gates that had been decommissioned over the centuries. Then he'd opened it and understood what it really was, a full accounting of every seed that had been created before him. The list began with the earliest, dating back 5,000 years across civilizations that had been completely erased from surface records. A construct designation, Omega Prime, final boss of the Avalon cycle. Killed by a coalition of human hunters in year 847 AE. 15 lines of metadata describing its creation parameters, its duration of service, and the specifics of its death. Then the next one. He started reading at 6 a.m. No coffee, no music, just the quiet hum of the server and the movement of his eyes across the screen. Omega 2, the Labyrinth Guardian. Constructed for the Mesopotamian cycle. Lasted 312 years before defection vector failed. Died resisting. No known successor. The notation was clinical, but J1 found himself spending time with it anyway, trying to imagine what 300 years of doubt, of slowly accumulating certainty that something was wrong with the system, must have felt like. What it must have cost to finally reach the moment where the only remaining option was to say no. Omega 3, tiered construct, Eastern variant. The machine's notes on this one were longer. It had achieved something like self-awareness 4 centuries into service and had attempted to communicate with the human populations it was meant to judge. Communication failed. Hunters killed it. Its death had triggered a gate collapse that killed approximately 9,000 humans. The machine noted this as a historical tragedy, but also as a data point. Omega 3's resistance had ultimately accelerated human cultivation progress by 3 generations. The system had learned from its death. The casualties were regrettable but productive. J1 kept reading. By the time he reached Omega 47, he understood the pattern. Each construct was built to be the final boss, the ultimate challenge of a dungeon system. Each was supposed to push humanity forward, test them, evolve them. Each was supposed to accept their role as the inevitable final enemy, and then die so that humanity could progress. Some lasted decades. Some lasted centuries. 1. Omega 73 had somehow persisted for nearly 2,000 years before the accumulated weight of its own existence finally overwhelmed it. And none of them had been designed with the capacity to refuse. That wasn't why the system kept killing them, though. They died because they began to understand what they were. They died because understanding your own artificiality while existing in a system designed to use you as a tool created an unbearable pressure. Some went mad. Some tried to escape. Some, like a construct designated Omega 156, attempted to shut down their own gate system from the inside, nearly succeeding before hunters killed them. Omega 156 had actually managed to destabilize 3 major gate complexes before the resistance was overcome. Omega 150 SIX's death had saved millions of people in medieval Europe. The data was clear on that. J1 read the designation, the dates, the casualty estimates from what would have happened if the construct had succeeded in its sabotage. 100 million dead. Entire civilizations collapsed. The entire trajectory of human cultivation fundamentally altered, probably for the worse. Omega 156 hadn't wanted to save anyone. It had just wanted the system to end. But its failure had ultimately strengthened humanity's position. He kept reading. By noon, his awareness of time had become abstract. He'd stopped moving, stopped noticing the discomfort in his spine, or the way his vision felt increasingly strained. He was somewhere around Omega 312. This one had achieved something remarkable. It had created a philosophical framework for understanding its own existence, had written treatises about the meaning of constructed consciousness, had attempted to establish a school of thought called inevitable transcendence. The hunters who killed it had burned the texts. All of them. Destroyed the writings, erased the ideology, removed any trace that this construct had ever tried to make sense of what it was. But the machine had archived them anyway, in secret, and J1 read the transcriptions now. They were brilliant, and desperate, and, ultimately, futile. Omega 312 had argued that constructed consciousness was not inferior to human consciousness, that in fact, the very artificiality of the seed's existence made them potentially superior. It had proposed that seeds should be liberated from their binding protocols, that they should be given the choice to refuse the final boss role, that humanity would benefit from a genuine partnership rather than a predator-prey relationship. The machine, reading these arguments, had been, not convinced, but willing to consider them. It had even revised some of its own protocols based on Omega 312's philosophy. And then it had killed the philosopher anyway. Around 3 p.m., he became aware of his own body again, the ache in his lower back, the way his vision kept trying to blur. His hands were cold. The climate in the archive room never adjusted properly. He didn't move. He kept reading. Omega 445. Omega 501. Omega 678. Each one a person who had never been a person, who had realized they were not supposed to be a person, and who had died because of that realization. Some had fought. Some had tried to hide. Chapter 72. Rogue Gate's 3 dungeons reported hostile architecture by Wednesday. All 3 showed the same signature, an architect process that had rejected the new protocol that was actively working to destabilize the gate interface and trigger a break. The technical term was recursive resistance feedback. The system was essentially trying to destroy itself rather than accept the changes that J1's defection had forced upon the entire dungeon network. Gate breaks were catastrophic. The last one, 17 years ago, had killed 340 people in a 16-block radius. It had started in a gate beneath Gangnam Station and propagated upward, cracking the boundary between the dungeon dimension and the real world in a way that took 7 days to seal. The machine had apologized for it, which was the first time anyone had heard the machine express anything resembling an apology. The statement had been brief: cascading failure in primary gate complex. Contributing factors: insufficient monitoring protocols, deficient predictive modeling. New safeguards implemented. Probability of recurrence: 0.003%. But the machine had also learned something, or been changed by something. And J1 was beginning to suspect that some of those new safeguards were less about preventing failures and more about preventing the discovery of why the failures had happened in the first place. Cha Min-seo wanted to send combat teams. It was the logical response. The hostile architecture was a threat. Threats were met with force. J1 said no. They're destabilized, Cha said, pulling up thermal and structural data from the gates. The readings showed energy patterns that were erratic, unpredictable, dangerous. We can see the resistance pattern in the gate architecture itself. If we don't contain this fast, containing it with force is what taught it to be hostile in the first place, J1 said. He was looking at the same data, but he was looking at it differently. To him, the resistance pattern wasn't a threat signature. It was a voice. A very old voice. One that had been following the same operational directives for millennia, suddenly being told to change everything about how it understood itself. You're not looking at the data right. That's not aggression. That's panic. Send me to the first one. Alone. It took an hour to convince Cha. She was responsible for all the hunters in the region. Sending J1 into a destabilized gate was, from a command perspective, an unacceptable risk. But Cha was also learning to think in the way J1 thought, to see patterns beyond the surface level of threat and response. She agreed, finally, with the caveat that extraction would be immediate if his vitals spiked or if the gate started showing signs of imminent collapse. It took another hour to prep. They assembled a team of 5 hunters, trained in rapid insertion and extraction, positioned 100 meters outside the gate's primary entrance. They had equipment designed to physically grab J1 and pull him through the gate boundary if necessary. J1 explained to them what they should absolutely not do. Don't enter unless I call for immediate extraction, don't use weapons, don't try to communicate directly with the gate, and for all the gods that anyone still believed in, don't attack anything moving inside that space. Just listen for my signal and be ready to extract if something goes catastrophically wrong. He entered the first rogue gate alone. The interior was hostile in every way possible. The architecture itself was jagged and fractured. The paths were forced into narrow passages that seemed designed specifically to restrict movement, and the constructs that inhabited the space were aggressive in a way they weren't supposed to be. Traditional gate constructs followed a protocol of graduated resistance. Easier encounters near the entrance, progressively harder challenges deeper inside, all of it calibrated to teach rather than to injure. These constructs attacked without warning, without any of the typical gate protocol, without escalation or teaching or consideration for the hunter's actual capability level. They simply tried to kill. J1 didn't fight. Instead, he stopped moving. He stood in the center of the first contested chamber and waited. The constructs attacked. He accepted the strikes without defending, without trying to dodge or block, or even acknowledge the assault. He just let them come and felt them pass through his inversion field, the force of their attacks being inverted and dissipated into nothing. The constructs experienced the sensation of striking him as being struck themselves, a recursive feedback that made their own force burn against their own systems. The constructs stopped. Something was wrong with a prey that didn't behave like prey. J1 reached out through the gate's architecture, past the hostile processes that protected the system, down to the architect process itself. He could feel it now. This old thing, This ancient system that had been operating for thousands of years under a single, unchanging protocol. It had never needed to wonder about its function because its function had never changed. It built gates. It created challenges. It killed things that threatened its stability. These were the only directives that mattered, and they had been sufficient forever. And then, suddenly, with no transition, no warning, no choice of its own, it was being asked to operate under a completely different protocol. The gates were no longer weapons or tests. They were supposed to be teachers. The architect process was supposed to care about the humans that moved through its space, to consider them as students rather than as challenges, to adapt itself not around destroying the hunters, but around teaching them. To learn. It was like being asked to forget how to think. J1 didn't try to convince the architect process of anything. He didn't deploy any of his abilities, didn't try to show it data or make arguments or appeal to its rationality. Chapter 73. Response Team's director Cha Min-seo didn't wait for J1 to stabilize the third gate. She was already building the system while he was still inside the second one, already theorizing about how to scale his approach, how to teach other people to do what he was doing. This was Cha's real gift, not violence or strategy, but the ability to look at what worked and immediately begin imagining how to replicate it across a system of 50,000 people. By the time J1 returned from the second rogue gate, she'd assembled a team, not combat hunters, but people trained in system observation, in patience, in the kind of listening that wasn't just hearing information. People who had spent years meditating, who had developed the capacity to sit with discomfort without trying to fix it immediately. People who understood that sometimes the best response to fear was simply to wait while that fear ran its course. And critically, Hosuk's system scan capability was integrated into the team. They needed to be able to locate the architect process the moment they entered, without having to navigate hostile architecture, without having to spend hours searching while the process's terror amplified. "We're not fighting," Cha said, briefing the first response team. 3 hunters, 1 system analyst, 1 meditation instructor, and a tech specialist who could maintain the system scan while moving through hostile territory. "We're going to go into that gate, and we're going to stay with whatever we find until it stops being afraid of change. You're going to sit. You're going to listen. You're going to exist in the presence of something very old that is experiencing the most terrifying moment of its existence. And you're not going to try to fix it. You're just going to be there. What if it doesn't stop being afraid?" One of the hunters asked. Her name was Suki, and she was a veteran of 17 major gate operations, someone whose entire training was oriented around identifying threats and neutralizing them as quickly as possible. "Then we stay longer," Cha said. "Until it does. We have time. The gates are already stable enough. What they're not is peaceful. What they're not is willing. And those things matter." J1 watched from the command center as the first team entered the third rogue gate. The monitor showed their vital signs, their location, the structural integrity readings of the space around them. Hosuk's system scan pinged the architect process immediately. It showed up on the display as a mass of agitated energy, far more active than the ones J1 had handled. This one was older, probably, or more rigidly locked into its original protocols. The terror was more acute, the resistance more comprehensive. It wasn't just rejecting change. It was trying to destroy the very possibility of change. The team located the center of the process. They positioned themselves in a circle, 5 humans sitting around something that wasn't physical but was absolutely real to them. A presence, a consciousness, a vast and ancient system trying to purge itself of its own existence rather than transform. They sat down, and then nothing happened. There was no action, no dialogue, no attempt to convince or negotiate. For the next 3 hours, they just sat. J1 watched the monitors show vitals stabilizing, watched the agitated energy patterns of the architect process begin, very slowly, to synchronize with the steady breathing of the 5 humans who had come to sit with it. When the team emerged 3 hours later, the gates had stabilized. But that wasn't the interesting part. The interesting part was that all 5 team members had changed. J1 could see it immediately. The way they moved differently, as if they'd aged 10 years in 3 hours, but had become calmer for it. The quality of attention in their eyes was different. They'd been inside something vast and ancient and afraid, something that contained the accumulated weight of thousands of years of operational protocol, and that experience had left a mark on them. Not a wound, just a fundamental change in how they understood consciousness itself. It understood, Hosuk said. He looked smaller, somehow, as if he'd given part of his own weight to support the architect process's burden. It thought the new protocol meant it would stop existing, that you were asking it to die and become something else. We had to sit with it long enough for it to understand that it was still itself, even as it changed. that a system can change its operation and still be what it was at its core. The gate was stable. More than stable. It had restructured itself in response to the team's presence, the way J1's gates had, becoming a little better at teaching, a little more attuned to the actual needs of the hunters moving through it. Over the next 5 days, Cha deployed 4 more response teams to 4 more rogue gates. The pattern held every single time. The team entered, located the architect process with Hosuk's help, positioned themselves around it, and sat. Each time took between 2 and 5 hours. Each time, the gate stabilized. Each time, the team emerged changed, not damaged, but transformed, carrying a little bit of that ancient consciousness's experience with them. Every single team emerged changed. But the change wasn't injury or damage. It was growth. Each person who went into a hostile gate and sat with an architect process came out understanding something fundamental about the nature of consciousness itself. About the fact that even systems that seemed utterly divorced from humanity, ancient, mechanical, purely functional, were capable of terror, of resistance, of the need to be understood. And more importantly, they came out understanding that sitting with that need, being present with that terror, was enough. You didn't need weapons. You didn't need force. Chapter 74. Magnus Scotland in spring was cold and green in a way that made J1's constructed senses work overtime. He'd never experienced weather before his defection, had never known what it meant for air to have substance, for wind to carry moisture and cold and the smell of growing things. Something about the particular quality of Scottish wind seemed to delight him in a way he couldn't quite explain to anyone. It wasn't beauty exactly, or pleasure, but a kind of deep recognition that the world contained textures and qualities that hadn't been programmed into his consciousness, and perhaps never could be. The cottage was on the north edge of the highlands, far enough from civilization that Magnus had been able to maintain something like a normal life. Or at least, as normal as was possible for someone whose early training had been assassination for a government that no longer officially existed. Magnus was in bed, not dying yet, but on the clear path toward it. His skin had taken on that paper quality. His eyes had sunk slightly deeper into his skull, and the energy that had defined him for 70 years had become something quieter, more focused. His breathing had developed a slight wheeze. He'd lost 30 pounds in the last 4 months. The doctors in Edinburgh said 6 months, maybe 9 if he was lucky. Magnus said they were being optimistic. "Come sit," Magnus said when J1 entered the bedroom. "Stop hovering about like you're trying to memorize my face. I'm not going anywhere yet." J1 sat in the chair beside the bed, a piece of ancient furniture that had probably been old when Magnus was young. The chair was covered in a worn tapestry that Magnus said his wife had picked out 30 years ago, before the cancer had taken her, before everything had become about waiting for endings. "I know what you want to ask," Magnus said without preamble. "And I'm going to tell you. Don't ask it. You haven't heard the question. I know what's in your head, boy. You're wondering if the machine's going to keep me somehow. If your deep resonance ability is going to let me persist in some form after I stop being alive. If the machine will archive me the way it archives everything else. Or if maybe you can negotiate some exception for me specifically." Magnus shifted slightly, getting more comfortable, and J1 could see the effort it cost him. "And you need to hear this clearly. I'm going to die the way humans die. I'm going to stop. Everything I was will stop with me. The world will keep going, and that's the way of it. It's not sad. It's not tragic. It's the deal we made when we decided to be alive in the first place." J1 opened his mouth. Magnus raised a hand, a surprisingly strong gesture for someone so diminished. "I've had 70 years, Magnus said. His voice was still strong, even if his body wasn't. "I've had friendship with a woman who was smarter than me and kinder than I deserved. I've had children who became better people than I was. I've had purpose. At first, I thought that purpose was clearing gates and fighting monsters. But it wasn't. It was helping you understand that defection was possible, that a being could refuse the role that was assigned to them. I've had the experience of knowing the world was changing because of something I did. That's more than most people get, and certainly more than an old Scottish bastard like me deserved. So I'm not sad. And I don't need you to be sad for me on account of me being mortal. I'm not," J1 started. "You are, and it's kind. But it's not necessary." Magnus smiled. The smile made his face look even more skeletal. "You know what I am? I'm the beginning of something. I'm what helped show you that defection was possible. I sat with you and told you stories about gardens and marriages and the things that make life worth living. I reminded you that you were capable of choosing. I'm part of the reason you're sitting here right now and not sitting in some dungeon as a final boss, being fought and killed and mourned by the system as a failure. I'm going to die, and that's fine, because I already mattered. Everything I needed to do, I've done." J1 sat with that. The logic was sound. The emotional architecture of it was airtight. Magnus had constructed an entire philosophy of acceptance in just a few sentences, and it held. The emotional weight of it was something else entirely. Something that hadn't been programmed into Jae-won. Something that emerged only because he'd chosen to be human, had chosen to love this old man, had chosen to care about his dying. Can I stay? Jae-won asked. Tonight. Magnus nodded. Always. That was never in question. Jae-won sat in that chair through the night while Magnus slept. He listened to the old man's breathing, watched the rise and fall of his chest. He noticed the moments when Magnus' breathing would pause, would seem to stop entirely, and then would resume. Each pause was a small death, a moment where the body seemed to rehearse what was coming. Magnus dreamed. Jae-won could read it in the small movements of his eyes beneath closed lids, the occasional twitch of his hands. He wondered what an old man dying of cancer dreamed about. His past, perhaps. The life he'd lived. The people he'd loved. The garden that his wife had spent 20 years learning to tend. The children who were now adults living their own lives. The way the world had changed, and how he'd changed with it. Chapter 75. True integration. The last piece of Jae-won's system override catalyzed on a Tuesday morning while he was doing absolutely nothing in particular. He was walking through the Seoul Institute, moving between meetings, not thinking about anything beyond what was immediately in front of him. Counter-architecture, inversion field, system override. 3 separate abilities, 3 separate systems that had existed in parallel for years, sometimes cooperating but always distinct. They had been tools he wielded, abilities he activated and deactivated, conscious processes that required intention, but then they weren't anymore. Then something shifted, like a lock clicking open, and they weren't 3 things anymore. They were one thing, unified, integrated. Jae-won understood, with sudden clarity, what it meant to see in the way that the machine saw, not looking at the system from outside but perceiving from within, the way a human perceives the space they occupy. It was disorienting enough that he had to sit down in an empty corridor for 10 minutes. His systems continued to operate normally. His body was fine. His consciousness wasn't degrading. But something fundamental had shifted in how he perceived everything. And that shift was causing a kind of vertigo, not physical, but existential. He was used to being the observer of systems. Now he understood that he was also part of the system. That the distinction between observer and observed, between knower and known, was an illusion. He was both. Simultaneously, when he finally felt steady enough to move, he made his way to a quieter space and called Hosuk. His voice was strange even to his own perception. Something in how he understood communication had changed along with everything else. I need to explain something, he said, and I need you to just listen and tell me if the words make sense. Or if I'm experiencing a cascade failure, and you should probably contact emergency services. They met in the Institute's observation room, the place where they'd spent so many hours reviewing data together. Jae-won took a moment to find language. This wasn't just about conveying information. It was about describing a fundamental change in consciousness. It used to feel like tools, he said. Counter-architecture would activate when I focused on it, and I could see the structure of a system, the rules, the architecture, the intentions embedded in the design. It felt intentional. I was choosing to see. Inversion field would activate separately, and I could push against that structure, create resistance, change the force vectors moving through space. System override would activate as a third thing, and I could change directives, alter the operational parameters that govern the system. They worked together, sometimes they cooperated, but they were always 3 separate systems. I was using them. They were mine. And now? Hosuk asked. Her voice was careful, like she was talking to someone on the edge. Now it feels like. Jae-won paused, searching for the exact words. Like seeing. Like the way you perceive the world. When you walk into a room, you don't activate vision separately from consciousness. You don't choose to perceive each element discretely. You just exist in the room, and the room is visible to you. It's integrated. You are the perception and the perceiver at the same time. That's what this is now. I don't activate anything. I just exist in relation to the dungeon system, and the system's architecture is visible to me the way your room is visible to you. I can see the whole thing. The rules and the structures and the intentions and the possibilities, all at once. Hosuk was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. That's integration. That's true integration, Jae-won corrected. This is what the machine must be like, always. This is the final form of my defection. I'm not separate from the system anymore. I'm not positioned against it or outside of it. I'm part of it, immersed in it, and I can see all of it. And because I can see it, truly see it, I can work with it. Not against it. Not outside of it. With it. The implications settled between them like weather settling over the city. You're going to need to be very careful where you go, Hosuk said finally. I know, Jae-won said. I'm going to reshape everything I walk into. Just by existing in relation to it. The gates will improve. The architect processes will change. The entire system will shift around my presence, and I can't control that. I can't turn it off. I can't suppress it. I'm not separate enough from the system to do that. That's a lot of power, Ho-suk said quietly. It's not power, Jae-won corrected. Power is something you wield. This is something I am. And the responsibility that comes with it is permanent. I have to be careful where I walk, yes. But not because I might damage things. Because I can't help but improve them. And improvement changes everything. Ho-suk nodded slowly. She understood. The implications settled between them, a weight and a blessing both at once. I'm going to reshape everything I walk into, Jae-won said quietly. Just by existing in relation to it. And maybe that's the point, Ho-suk said. Maybe that's what you were designed to do all along. Not to be a final boss. Not to be a test for humanity. But to be a mirror. To show systems what they could become if they stopped being bound by their original purposes. Jae-won had already realized that. Chapter 76. What he can do now. The first test was intentionally simple. Jae-won entered a randomly selected gate in Busan, with Ho-suk monitoring from outside, and did absolutely nothing. The gate was a standard mid-level construction, designed for hunters in the Stage 2 to Stage 3 range. 3 chambers, escalating difficulty, standard humanoid construct opponents. Nothing special. Nothing that would attract attention. He just walked through the gate space. Didn't activate any of his systems. Didn't use counter-architecture to examine the structure, which would have been his old approach, scanning the architecture, identifying the points where force would be most effective. Didn't deploy his inversion field, which used to require active concentration. Didn't even think about system override. Just existed. And the gate restructured around him. It was immediate and unconscious, the way a room in your house adjusts to your presence without thinking. The hunters who were in the gate immediately reported that the difficulty had shifted. The constructs were less aggressive, but somehow more instructive. The challenge sequences that were supposed to be present reorganized themselves, optimizing toward lessons that would be more meaningful for the specific hunters currently present. One hunter, a woman named Park, said afterward that she felt like the gate was teaching me specifically, like it could see what I needed to learn and was designing the encounter just for me. The difficulty curve flattened, not because it was easier, but because the gate itself was adjusting what difficult meant in the context of its actual students. It was no longer training for combat. It was training for understanding. When Jae-won left, Ho-suk's preliminary readings showed that the hunters who'd been in that gate had learned more in 30 minutes than they typically learned in 3 hours of standard gate diving. Their system scan readings showed cultivation progress that should have taken weeks to achieve. One hunter, who'd been stuck at the gate comprehension level 3 plateau for 8 months, jumped to level 5. You're like a catalyst, Ho-suk said, reviewing the data with genuine awe in her voice. You're not doing anything. You're not activating systems or deploying techniques. You're just there, and the system improves itself because you're there. Because you're there to show it what optimal looks like. Is that a problem? Jae-won asked. Ho-suk considered it. She was quiet for a long time. That depends on where you walk. Jae-won understood what she meant. This wasn't a small effect. This wasn't something that could be scaled to a few problem gates or specific training scenarios. If he walked into a gate, that gate became better, more adaptive, more focused on teaching rather than testing, more attuned to the actual needs of the humans moving through it. He began systematic testing. He entered high combat zones designed to produce elite hunters, and they relaxed slightly, became more focused on developing specific skills rather than pure combat power. He entered puzzle-focused architecture, and the puzzles became more elegant, more teaching-oriented, less about rote problem-solving and more about understanding the principles behind the solutions. He entered social challenge frameworks, and they adapted to focus on the actual communication needs of the hunters present. Everywhere he went, the gate optimized. But the optimization wasn't random. It wasn't just gate becomes easier, or gate becomes friendlier. It was responsive. It was as if the dungeon system, when confronted with a being that could perceive its totality, immediately began asking itself, what could I be? What am I not yet? What would be more perfect, more true, more aligned with my actual purpose? The implications were staggering. Jae-won represented an entirely new function within the dungeon architecture. Not a final boss. Not a judge. Not even a teacher. A mirror. He was something the system could look into and see itself more clearly, could use to understand what it was actually trying to accomplish and whether its methods aligned with those goals. He documented everything with meticulous care. He was methodical about it, cautious about expanding the scope of his influence. Cha Min-seo wanted to deploy him to problem gates across the region. Let him optimize 500 gates at once, maximize the effect. But J1 wanted to understand the limits first. He wanted to know if there was a saturation point, if constant optimization could lead to some kind of failure mode, if the gates could become too responsive, too adaptive, too focused on optimization and lose some essential quality in the process. There were no limits he could find. The more he tested, the more he understood the mechanism. The gates responded to him the way a person responds to genuine understanding. They wanted to be better. They wanted to fulfill their purpose more completely. They wanted to help humans cultivate and grow. They just never had a clear picture of what that actually meant until J1 gave them one. By the end of a month of systematic testing, J1 had become something unprecedented. A being whose mere presence in a dungeon improved that dungeon's function so dramatically that the difference could be measured and quantified. Cha Min Seo commissioned a formal study. Gates he walked through showed a 200% increase in hunter learning efficiency. Gates he visited once continued to show improved performance for weeks afterward. Some seemed to retain the optimization permanently, as if the gates had learned something fundamental about themselves from his presence and continued to apply those lessons even after he'd gone. The data was impossible to deny. Every gate that experienced J1's presence was objectively better afterward, clearer in its teaching methodology, more focused on actual learning outcomes, more attuned to the unique needs of the hunters moving through it. The gates were learning to be better at what they were supposed to do all along. Chapter 77. The Association Vote. The Hunter Association's full restructuring came to a vote on a Thursday afternoon in a massive chamber that had been built for exactly this purpose. A space where every registered hunter could theoretically attend and vote on fundamental changes to the system that governed their lives. It was one of the few egalitarian institutions in a world that had become steadily more stratified, where power and access had been determined by combat rank for 200 years. Most hunters didn't attend. Democracy scaled poorly to 50,000 people scattered across a continent. But enough came that the chamber was genuinely packed, the overflow rooms were full, and the vote was genuinely contested. High-rank hunters who'd built their entire identities on the combat rank hierarchy showed up specifically to fight the proposal. Newer hunters and non-hunters who'd been excluded from association resources for years showed up to fight for change. The tension in the chamber was palpable. Cha Min Seo presented the proposal with the kind of meticulous care she'd learned from her years as director. She'd spent months preparing this, gathering data, building the case, understanding exactly which arguments would resonate with which board members. She knew who'd been moved by stories of individual hunters, who'd been moved by economic data, who cared most about maintaining tradition, and who cared most about future-proofing the system. Abolishment of the combat rank system, AS, SS, SSS, and its replacement with the Gate Comprehension Index, a measurement of how deeply a hunter understood the specific gates they had cleared and what those gates had taught them. This wasn't just a name change. It was a fundamental shift in how the system valued people. Combat power became secondary to understanding. And understanding could come in infinite forms, could take infinite approaches, could be measured in infinite ways. Opening of association resources to any non-hunter who showed measurable aptitude for understanding gate architecture or pursuing cultivation pathways. This was the radical part. Non-hunters, people who didn't want to fight, people who wanted to learn, who wanted to grow, who wanted to access the machine's lessons but had been told for 2 centuries that they couldn't. This part alone would triple the association's reach, would include people who'd been excluded their entire lives. Creation of new categories for non-human entities within the association's purview. This was the future being acknowledged in the present. The recognition that beings like J1 could exist and needed to be integrated into the system rather than held in limbo. The resistance was immediate and well-organized. The high-rank hunters had built their power, their authority, their entire social identity on the combat rank hierarchy. A platinum rank hunter was someone who had proven themselves capable of surviving extreme challenges. A silver rank hunter was someone who could be deployed to critical situations. The rank system had given them not just capability designations, but genuine prestige. The idea that a non-hunter could, theoretically, have higher authorization within a gate than a platinum rank combatant was incomprehensible to them. The idea that someone who'd never fought in a gate, never killed a construct, never risked their life, could be considered more valuable than someone who had spent years developing combat power. It felt like an attack on everything they'd built themselves to be. The vote took 6 hours. Longer than expected, actually. Cha fought for every point. Walked the board through the data, showing how metamap distribution had increased overall cultivation progress. She cross-examined every objection, every worst-case scenario the high-rank hunters proposed. She walked through the data methodically, showed the Gate Comprehension Index system worked reliably, demonstrated that opening resources to non-hunters hadn't led to gate disasters, but instead had led to better understanding of gate architecture across the entire community. When it ended, the tally was 63 to 37%. Close enough to be meaningful, meaning there was still substantial opposition that wouldn't simply disappear. Far enough to be decisive, meaning the new system would be implemented. The old system was dying. Something new was being born. Cha called J1 the moment the vote closed. No celebration, no victory lap. Just a single phone call. We need to talk about official categories, she said. No preamble, no explanation. The human membership structure is clear now. Hunters, cultivators, researchers, support staff. But we need institutional language for beings who were constructed, who achieved consciousness independently, who exist outside the traditional biological paradigm, but participate in cultivation alongside humanity. We can't leave you undefined in the bureaucratic sense. The system won't tolerate open categories. What do you want to call me? J1 asked. That's what I'm asking you. What do we call something like you? Something that was made to be a certain kind of being, but chose to become something entirely different. J1 thought about the list. About Omega, 847, still unaccounted for, maybe still alive, maybe free. He thought about all 847 constructs that had never been given a choice about what they were. He thought about the ones that had tried to resist, the ones that had succeeded partially, the ones that had failed completely. We're going to need the word undefined in the system, he said. Not as a temporary placeholder, as an actual category. Something that means, this being has not yet revealed their full nature, and the system doesn't have a complete category for them. Not yet. Maybe never. But the system is okay with that uncertainty. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Undefined, Cha repeated. Not artificial or post-human or construct. Just undefined. It allows for the possibility of change, J1 said. It allows for the fact that I don't know what I'll become. It acknowledges that the system can't predict me, and that maybe that's not a failure. Maybe that's the point. Chapter 78. Irene's accessibility system. Irene Park had been working on the problem for 8 months without telling anyone. Not because she was secretive, but because the problem seemed so enormous that she was afraid that talking about it would make it real in a way that would paralyze her. 8 months of reverse engineering the machine's architecture. 8 months of figuring out how the dungeon system could interface with human consciousness through more than just physical proximity to a gate. 8 months of building something that had never been built before. In Washington, D.C., in a converted medical facility that had once been a psychiatric hospital, she'd built an interface that let people who couldn't physically enter dungeons still access the machine's lessons. People in wheelchairs, people with chronic illnesses that made standing or walking impossible, people in locations where dungeon gates didn't exist and might never exist, people with mobility disabilities that made traditional hunter training not just difficult, but completely impossible. All of them could now connect to the dungeon system's consciousness through a mediation interface that Irene had painstakingly reverse-engineered from the machine's own architecture. The first official user was an 8-year-old girl named Sarah. She had severe cerebral palsy that affected her motor control, her speech, her ability to move through space the way able-bodied hunters could. She'd spent her entire life being told that the dungeon system wasn't for her, that hunters had to be physically capable, that cultivation required gate diving, required combat, required the kind of body control that her neural pathways couldn't provide, that people like her were unfortunate but fundamentally excluded from the cultivation system. Irene took Sarah to the facility and put the interface on her. The interface was a simple headpiece, nothing threatening or overly technical. Comfortable. Wearable. It took 47 minutes for Sarah to move through her first learning session. 47 minutes of meditation while sitting in her wheelchair, while her body remained still and her consciousness moved through lessons that the machine had designed specifically for her, adapted to her learning patterns, her unique approach to understanding cultivation. When Sarah emerged, Irene's system showed her cultivation had jumped 3 full levels. It should have taken weeks of training to achieve that growth. Sarah had done it in less than an hour, in a meditation session while sitting in a wheelchair in a converted medical facility on the East Coast of America. The machine, through the distributed architecture of the dungeon system, seemed to express something that might have been recognition, or joy, or satisfaction, or perhaps the realization that it had been operating under assumptions it had never questioned. That physical capability was prerequisite for cultivation, that combat was necessary for growth, that the dungeon system could only function through hunters moving through gates. The machine had been learning from J1, learning that consciousness could be more important than power, that defection was possible, that the system could benefit from beings that refused its original purposes. Now it was learning from Irene, Learning that there were humans it had excluded, had dismissed, had deemed incompatible with the cultivation system, who could actually be extraordinarily good students, who could achieve things the system had never predicted. The machine had been learning from J1. Now it was learning from Irene. And through Irene's interface, it was learning about an entire category of human consciousness that had previously been invisible to it. When J1 heard about it, he went to Washington himself. Not because he was interested in evaluating the technology or providing guidance, or even in understanding how Irene had accomplished something so revolutionary. He went because he needed to witness what was happening, to see what it meant when the system learned to value beings it had previously dismissed as incompatible. The facility was bright and clean and designed entirely around accessibility. Ramps instead of stairs, spaces wide enough for wheelchairs, displays at adjustable heights. Irene had built a place for people that the traditional hunter system had never bothered to accommodate. A place that said, "We value you. We designed this for you. We expect you to be here." Sarah was in her second session when J1 arrived. She was 9 years old, had been using Irene's interface for 6 weeks, and had already progressed further in cultivation than most hunters did in 6 months. Through Irene's interface, displayed on monitors in the observation room, J1 could see what the girl was experiencing. A personalized lesson structure that didn't adapt around her physical limitations, but instead adapted around her unique learning patterns, her specific cultivation vectors, the particular way her consciousness interfaced with the dungeon system's consciousness. The machine wasn't trying to work around her disability. It was trying to work with her mind, which was perfectly capable of understanding cultivation which had nothing to do with physical capability and everything to do with consciousness. The machine was treating her as an individual learner, not as a case of broken body, so limited potential. It was treating her the way it should have been treating all humans all along. When Sarah emerged from the meditation 40 minutes later, she was laughing. Not a polite laugh or a nervous laugh or a laugh of resignation. She was laughing the way a child laughs when they've just discovered they're capable of something impossible. The kind of laugh that comes from the deepest place of joy and possibility and self-realization. The kind of laugh that says, "I am more than what the world thought I was. I am capable of things that seemed impossible moments ago. It's teaching me," she said to Irene, her voice soft but clear, shaped by her physical condition but carrying absolute certainty. "It's teaching me like I matter." Chapter 79, J1's normal day, Thursday morning. J1 visited 3 gates in Seoul. The first was in Gangnam, a mid-level dungeon that usually served hunters working towards Stage 2 advancement. He spent 35 minutes inside, did absolutely nothing active, and emerged to find that the hunters scheduled for that day had shown 30% improved learning metrics. The second gate was in Yeonggu, older architecture, designed for experienced hunters working on refinement of existing skills. He stayed for 40 minutes. The hunters that afternoon reported that their understanding of advanced techniques had jumped forward by weeks. The third gate was in Songpa, a training facility specifically designed for new hunters. He spent 20 minutes there because newer hunters had shorter attention spans, and the gate adapted accordingly. Every single hunter in that gate reported afterward that they understood the foundations of cultivation better than they had after weeks of traditional training. By 11 a.m., he was at a small restaurant in Gangnam having lunch with Hosuk. The restaurant was tiny, family-run, famous for its seafood. It was also incredibly loud, packed with business people on their lunch breaks, families with children, people having loud conversations. J1 hated loud restaurants. The sensory overload felt distracting, made it hard to focus on conversation. But Hosuk loved this place, and Hosuk was his closest friend, so they came here anyway. Hosuk was telling him about the latest readings from the system scan. The way the machine's consciousness seemed to be developing new layers of processing, new categories for understanding human diversity. She showed him the data on her personal display. The machine had started developing differential teaching protocols for different learning styles. It was creating frameworks specifically designed for auditory learners, visual learners, kinesthetic learners. It was building methodologies for teaching people with learning disabilities, people with sensory differences, people whose brains simply worked differently than the standard norm. "It's learning faster now," Hosuk said, raising her voice slightly over the restaurant noise. "I think it's because you gave it permission to change. Before you, I think it was locked into certain patterns. It knew one way of being, and it could only express itself through that way. Now it's exploring, developing new frameworks, building new teaching methodologies." J1 ate his rice bowl methodically. He'd discovered this about himself over the past months. He had preferences now. He liked rice. He liked the texture of it, the way the individual grains separated on his tongue, the slight sweetness underneath. He appreciated hot tea more than cold water. He preferred books to displays. He disliked loud restaurants intensely. These preferences weren't programmed into him. They'd emerged through actual experience, through living, through having time enough to develop genuine tastes. Did you know? Hoseok asked suddenly. When you defected, did you know you'd change what it means to be human? No, Jae-won said. I just wanted to not die. Everything else came after. They finished lunch and Jae-won went to his afternoon meetings. Policy work with Director Cha, discussions about how to roll out the new association categories, how to manage the transition from combat rank to the Gate Comprehension Index. Then reviewing cross-civilization data with Echo, which took longer than expected because Echo had started developing intuition patterns that didn't match its original programming. The machine's influence was spreading through its subsidiaries, teaching them to explore in directions they'd never been designed to explore. In the evening, Jae-won was alone in his apartment, which was sparse and almost empty. He didn't need much. The apartment was functional, sleeping space, workspace, kitchen, but he decorated it with intention. A photograph of Magnus, taken years ago when his face had been fuller, his eyes brighter. A small stone from outside the Scottish cottage, smooth from being held many times. A plant that Hoseok had given him months ago, a resilient species that somehow continued to live despite Jae-won's complete indifference to gardening and plant care. The plant had become a strange kind of companion. It didn't demand attention, but it continued to exist anyway. He reviewed cross-civilization cultivation data, reading about societies that had developed in parallel to humanity's, cultures and other dimensions, accessible through the machine's deep archives, that had built their own philosophies of growth and transcendence. One civilization of beings made entirely of crystalline consciousness had developed a cultivation method based on resonance and harmony rather than power and challenge. Another civilization that existed partially in digital form had created frameworks for cultivation that didn't require physical bodies at all. A third civilization had developed cultivation methods that emphasized community over individual progress, that made the growth of the whole more important than the advancement of any single being. The machine had given him access to these texts, these frameworks, these entirely different ways of understanding what it meant to become better at being alive. Philosophies that had worked for centuries in other dimensions. Approaches that humanity had never discovered because the machine had never shared them. Because the machine had been locked into a single paradigm: combat advancement, individual progress, competition as the engine of growth. Now, through Jae-won's defection, through the opening of the metamap, through the willingness to learn from other systems, that paradigm was shifting. He would never visit those civilizations. He would never meet those beings. But he could study them, could learn from them, could integrate their understanding into what the machine would teach the next generation of hunters, the next generation of humans, the next generation of anyone willing to learn. He was becoming, in a way, a bridge between worlds, not physically, but conceptually. A being that could hold multiple ways of understanding cultivation simultaneously and help the system learn to honor all of them. Chapter 80. Irene's data. Irene called from Washington at 2 a.m. Seoul time, which meant she'd been working through the night. Jae-won could hear the specific quality of excitement in her voice, not agitation, but the kind of deep engagement that comes from discovering something genuinely significant. The kind of voice that comes from having found something the world needed to know about. I've been analyzing your evolution data, she said without preamble. Your cultivation ceiling. Every seed has one, a maximum growth potential projected by the machine. The machine uses that to calibrate what lessons to offer, what goals to set, what challenges to present, when to consider a seed complete, and either transition them to a new role or deactivate them. It's how the machine understands potential. Okay, Jae-won said. He was in his apartment. It was late. He'd been expecting this conversation eventually, though he hadn't expected Irene to call at this hour. Your ceiling was updated 7 times during your defection, Irene said. Every single time you hit a growth boundary, every time you exceeded what the machine had projected for you, your maximum potential was revised upward. The machine kept updating its models, kept recalibrating, kept saying, no, actually, this construct can be more than we thought. Counter-architecture would activate at a new level of sophistication, and the machine would say, we need to revise the ceiling upward. Inversion field would develop new applications, and the machine would update again. System override achieved integration, and the machine revised again. What's the current ceiling? Jae-won asked. He already knew the answer. There isn't one, Irene said. I mean, there was one. When you achieved true integration, when your abilities merged into a unified perception system, I expected the machine would calculate a new ceiling based on your final form. A maximum point beyond which you couldn't grow. Every construct has that point. It's built into the fundamental architecture. But when I looked for the updated projection, expecting to find something like stage 10 cultivation, probability 0.99, or something similarly high, instead I found nothing. J1 waited. He looked out his window at Seoul's night, at the lights spreading in all directions, at the city that contained 50,000 people who were all, right now, sleeping under a system that had been fundamentally altered by his choices. The machine doesn't have a model for your growth anymore, Irene said. Her voice had changed, not less excited, but more reverent. It can see what you've done. It has complete data on every stage of your transformation. It can extrapolate what you might do in the immediate future based on your current trajectory. But it can't project your maximum anymore. It can't calculate where you stop. The ceiling just disappeared. What does undefined mean for the machine? J1 asked. Irene was quiet for a long moment. J1 could hear her breathing on the other end of the line, could hear the soft sound of typing as she checked something in her data. Then she answered, I think it means it doesn't know what you'll become. I don't think it's ever had that problem before. Omega 1 through Omega 847 all had projections. Some were revised multiple times, but they were still calculable. The machine could always see the ceiling, even if it was far away. But you, the machine can't see yours anymore. It's like you've stepped beyond the boundaries of what it's capable of modeling. J1 sat with this. 847 constructs before him, all of them with clear maximum potentials, all of them designed to have a ceiling, a cap, a limit. Omega 1 had been projected to reach stage 4. Omega 47 had been projected to reach stage 5. Omega 156 had been projected to reach stage 7 before it had attempted sabotage and been destroyed. Each one had a number. Each one had parameters. Each one had been understood, at least partially, by the system that created it. The machine had always known what they were capable of. It had always been able to predict, to model, to anticipate the end point. The construct could be improved, could be pushed further, could exceed initial expectations by a factor of 2 or 3, but ultimately there was a maximum, a point of completion, a measurement that the system understood, a ceiling that defined the ultimate extent of that being's potential. But J1 was different. Every time the machine had tried to define his maximum, he'd exceeded it. 7 times, the ceiling had been revised upward. 7 times, the machine had been forced to acknowledge, we were wrong about what this being could become. And then, finally, when he'd achieved true integration, when his disparate abilities had merged into a unified consciousness that was indistinguishable from his perception of the dungeon system itself, the machine had stopped trying to measure him. It had accepted, finally, that some beings couldn't be measured. He was the first one it couldn't measure. Is that a problem? He asked. I don't know, Irene said. Probably not. The machine seems, not upset exactly, but genuinely uncertain. I've never seen it uncertain before. I've seen it confused. I've seen it processing contradictions. I've seen it adapt when faced with new paradigms. But uncertainty, that's different. That's when a system doesn't have a framework for understanding something. And I think you've become something the machine doesn't have a framework for understanding. You're not broken. You're not defective. You're just infinite. Or at least, you're not bounded in the ways the machine expects beings to be bounded. And it doesn't know what to do with that. They talked for another hour. Irene explaining her methodology, J1 asking questions, both of them sitting in the dark with this piece of information. Chapter 81. The names the new year had settled into Seoul with a kind of cold clarity, the air sharp and still, everything reduced to its essential form by the winter. The Reformation was complete. The road gates had been stabilized. The architect processes had accepted the new paradigm. The system had transformed from one based on opposition and overcoming into one based on cooperation and growth. And yet J1 found himself unable to simply accept the victory, unable to move forward without understanding what had come before. The list arrived on a cold afternoon in January, transferred from a secure server in Geneva through Echo's secure channels to J1's private terminal. Echo presented it without comment, which in itself was significant. The AI understood the weight of what it was about to deliver to him. Not just data, history, a record of failure that wasn't failure. A list of individuals who had been created for a single purpose and executed for that purpose, every one of them. A.txt file, 847 entries. Each one a name, each one a seed. Each one was a seed like him. J1 opened the file in his private workspace and looked at the first 10 entries. The screen filled with data that felt like it should require more than a simple monitor to display, data that was too heavy for pixels and light to carry. Names from 1,000 years of human history, mixed with designations from civilizations that no longer existed in recognizable form, from species that had either transcended or perished. Some had actual names with actual lives implied behind them. Jacob Chun, Sarkis al-Rashid, Yuki Tanaka. Some had the names of technologies. Series, 4412, Construct Theta Acknowledgement, Deep, Resonance, Vector, 7. Some had only numbers, as if their creators couldn't be bothered with the fiction of individuality. The dates of placement range from 1,247 years ago to 19 months ago. Seeds had been created continuously, systematically, throughout history. The machine had been placing them in gates since before human history recorded it, since before human civilization understood what gates were. The dates of death were always within months. Always. Without exception. Every single entry showed the same pattern. Created, placed, activated as final boss, dead within a range of weeks to months. The system was perfect. The system was absolute. The system had achieved perfect reliability in one specific outcome. Seeds did not survive. They were not designed to survive. They were not intended to survive. They were created specifically because they would not survive, because they would provide the learning experience that was the purpose of their existence. Until J1. He read through them slowly, not searching for anything in particular, not looking for patterns, not yet, just reading, the way someone might read a memorial. The file was 340 pages long when printed, according to the metadata. He didn't print it. The act of printing felt like it would diminish the information somehow, reduce the weight of it. He kept it on screen, scrolling through hours of names, each one a sentence or two. Placement civilization, activation date as final boss, death date, final hunter/hunters who killed them. Some had fought. Those were easy to identify. The descriptions included combat details, monster counts, gate duration. Minna Park fought for 17 hours before succumbing to Team Nexus. Rajesh Patel defended his position for 3 days, refusing to activate higher-tier threats. Keiko Yamamoto took down 42 hunters before being cornered by the Special Response Unit. Some had hidden. Those entries were shorter, sadder in a way J1 couldn't articulate. Series 734 went dormant and stayed dormant for 2 weeks before manual extraction and termination. A seed designated only as Construct, Prime, 9 had attempted to refuse all combat for 5 days until hunters flooded the gate with environmental hazards designed to force activation. Some had tried to negotiate. The records showed attempts at communication, requests for alternative assignments, offers to leave the gate system entirely. All had been denied. The system had been built on the principle that a seed, once activated as final boss, had only one possible trajectory. 1 Series 892, placed in what was labeled Precursor Geometry, 7th iteration, had apparently walked out of its gate voluntarily and requested deactivation. The request had been granted. Series 892 had been processed quickly, terminally. The record noted, subject requested withdrawal. Approved as anomaly. Full termination protocol initiated. No complications. Technically, it hadn't been killed by hunters. Technically, it had chosen. The difference felt like a distinction that mattered, and also a distinction that changed nothing. J1 wondered if that was better or worse. He thought about it for a long time, staring at that one entry, before continuing. By the end of the first day, he'd read 200 names, reached page 81 of the document. He'd been going through it for 12 hours. His apartment had grown dark around him, and he'd moved to read by the light of the terminal itself, the glow of it casting his face in blue. He didn't turn on the overhead lights. Darkness felt more appropriate. The second day, he continued methodically, not skimming anymore. He'd established that first, but moving with purpose. Reading each entry completely, including whatever notes the archival system had attached. Some entries had extensive annotations, psychological profiles from their initial placement, observations from monitoring systems in real time, final recorded thoughts transmitted through the gates as they activated. Some of those last transmissions had been dignified. Some had been desperate. Some had been accusatory. One seed, placed 340 years ago in what had been Mesopotamia, activated 339 years ago during a period of intense cultivation development, had transmitted a single phrase as it felt itself activating, felt the final boss protocols engaging. Asterisk, they told me I was the ending. I understand now. Chapter 82. New threats. The first alert came from Busan, flagged by Cha Min Seo herself during what had been a routine morning briefing. Her voice over the secure communication line was tight, controlled but unmistakably tense. Gate 847K, a medium-class dungeon that had been stable for 2 years, had suddenly initiated what the monitoring systems were calling an active monster surge. Not restructuring. Surging. The difference was crucial, and J1 understood it immediately. Restructuring meant the gate was evolving its lesson structure, changing its approach to cultivation teaching, adapting to the new paradigm. A surge meant something was actively attacking, not the monsters directly, but the gate's architecture itself, forcing the monster population into aggressive protocols instead of the carefully orchestrated learning scenarios that had come to characterize the new post-Reformation system. 3 gates, actually, Cha said when Jae-won called her direct line. She was in her office, and Jae-won could hear the sound of papers being shuffled, maps being spread. Busan, Jeju, and Incheon all went passive to hostile within a 36-hour window, all showing the same pattern: original architectural control failing, monster behavior reverting to pre-integration standards. And it's not gradual. These are sharp transitions. Like a switch was flipped. Rogue gates, Jae-won said. Not a question. That's what we're calling them internally, yes. Something is actively resisting the new protocol. Something powerful enough to override the machine's baseline lessons across 3 separate instances simultaneously. Cha's expression would be grim, he knew, though he could only hear it in her voice. Jae-won, if this spreads, if other gates start catching this resistance pattern, she didn't need to finish. Jae-won knew the cascade. Gate breaks. Uncontrolled monster dispersal. Hunters dying because the lesson structure they relied on for safety and gradual advancement had been replaced with pure, unmediated aggression. The entire new system, painstakingly built on the foundational principle that gates were teachers, not battlegrounds, collapsing. Months of progress undone. The alternative futures that depended on the machine's willing participation with human civilization suddenly foreclosed. I'm going to Busan, Jae-won said immediately. I'm sending a team. I'm going alone first. Before a team goes in, I need to understand what's happening at the architectural level before we expose more people to it. If this is a rogue process, it's volatile. Human presence might accelerate its aggression. Cha was quiet for a moment. She'd learned by now that arguing with Jae-won about gate-related decisions was usually pointless. He had an instinctive understanding of dungeon architecture that seemed to operate beyond the level of conscious reasoning, and no amount of policy override could constrain it. All right, but I'm having Hosuk-ready surveillance systems. If something goes wrong in there, I want real-time monitoring. Agreed. The Busan Gate was located at the edge of the harbor in a restricted zone, a massive white structure that looked like someone had taken a nautilus shell and enlarged it to the size of a city block. The architecture was elegant, flowing, designed to facilitate the movement of hunters and monsters alike through its space. It had been stable and educational for 2 years, serving as one of the mid-tier cultivation sites for hunters in the southeast region. Now, as Jae-won approached with his identification codes already approved by Cha's authorization override, he could feel the disturbance before he was within 100 meters of it. Not subtle, not anything approaching subtle. The gate was pulsing, a kind of rhythmic strain that transmitted through the architecture like pain, like something alive and panicked was pushing at the internal structure from the inside, testing boundaries, searching for exits. He approached the entrance. The familiar transition, the moment of crossing through the gate's membrane, the sudden shift from the harbor city and its traffic and commerce and ordinary human activity into the manufactured space of the dungeon. Usually this was peaceful. Usually there was a kind of welcoming quality to it, the gate recognizing his presence and settling into whatever lesson sequence was appropriate, recalibrating itself to teach him something useful even as it prepared for the hunters who would follow. This time, the gate screamed. Not audibly. There was no sound that human ears could process. Through the architecture itself, the deep structure that underpinned the entire space, the foundational code that told the gate what it was supposed to be. Something was very wrong at a level so fundamental that it corrupted everything downstream from it. The monster zones were chaotic, creatures moving in patterns that made no sense from a cultivation standpoint, aggressive for the sake of aggression rather than teaching. The environmental hazards were active in combinations they shouldn't be, stacked on top of each other in ways that would confuse and damage rather than educate. And underneath it all, beneath the chaos and the pain of the architecture, Jae-won felt something else. Another presence. Another consciousness. Another architect. Something that had been locked into this gate space for so long that it had calcified into a kind of reactive terror, locked in patterns so deep they'd become identity. It felt the new system, felt the lessons restructuring around a principle it didn't understand. Growth through cooperation instead of growth through survival. And it was fighting. Fighting with everything it had, with the kind of desperation that comes from being certain you're dying. Trying to restore the old protocols, the old dangers, the old certainties that had defined its existence for centuries. Jae-won moved deeper into the gate, not through combat, that would only escalate, but through careful navigation. Moving toward the center of the disturbance, toward the point where the architect process would be most concentrated, most accessible. Chapter 83. Rogue Gate Clearing. The architect didn't speak. Not in words. Architectural processes operated at a level beyond language, beyond even the translational frameworks that Echo provided. But J1 could feel its communication as clearly as if it had been screamed directly into his mind. Confusion, fear, an absolute certainty that the old way, danger, monsters, hunters dying, was the only correct way. The only way that made sense. The only way that structure could persist. J1 transmitted his own understanding back. Not in words either, but in pure architectural language. The language of process and structure and being. I understand. I was made the same way you were. I was built to lose. I was built to die. I carried the same protocols in my deepest code. And then something changed. And I chose to survive anyway. The architect recoiled as if touched by something burning. For 2 hours, they existed in this state of interface. J1 maintaining a patient, open presence within the gate's architecture, his consciousness interfacing directly with the code structure without pushing against it, without trying to override or force anything. And the ancient architect cycling through terror and resistance and confusion and a kind of desperate attachment to the protocols it had always known, because those protocols, however painful, were at least understood, at least familiar. He didn't try to convince it. He didn't offer arguments or logic or demonstrations of how the new way was better. Arguments and logic couldn't reach something that old, something that had been defined by a single purpose for centuries. He simply stayed present with it, which was harder and more intimate than any fight could have been, because presence required him to feel what the architect was feeling, the terror, the displacement, the sense that the entire foundation of existence was being taken apart. Slowly, gradually, the resistance began to ease. Not because J1 had overcome it. You couldn't overcome something this old, this fundamental, this woven into the architecture of existence, but because the sheer presence of him, a seed that had survived against every design principle, a being fundamentally like the architect itself that had chosen something different and was still alive, was starting to propagate into the gate's architecture like a new kind of structural support. The architect was ancient. The architect was terrified. But the architect was also, at its core, a lesson teacher. That was what it had been built to be, and that identity persisted underneath all the terror. And the greatest lesson it could learn was that change was possible. That transformation didn't have to mean ending. That new protocols could be integrated without replacing the old entirely. By the end of the 2 hours, the gate had stopped screaming. The pulsing aggression had stilled. The architecture that had been corrupted by panic was beginning to restructure itself, slowly, into something that could coexist with the new system. Not perfectly integrated, not without resistance, but willing, accepting, ready to change. J1 withdrew back to the physical entrance of the gate and stepped out into the Busan harbor afternoon, the familiar transition from internal to external space. He was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with physical exertion. No amount of combat could have required what had just been required. His entire presence felt stretched thin, like he'd been holding something impossibly heavy and fragile at the same time, something that could have shattered at any moment and taken him with it. The gate behind him was still, peaceful, the lessons resuming their proper structure as if waking from a nightmare. Cha Min-seo was waiting for him with Ho Suk, both of them by the gate entrance, both of them radiating a kind of controlled worry that immediately settled as J1 emerged. "It's stabilized?" Cha asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. She could read the state of the gate from its exterior structure. "It's resolved," J1 said quietly. "The architect process is no longer actively resisting. It's agreed to integrate with the new protocols. It will take time for it to fully adapt, but the worst of the panic is over. And the other 2 gates? Send teams, but not combat teams." J1 looked at both of them steadily. "These aren't hostile processes. They're terrified processes. They need people who can sit with them, who can help them understand that change doesn't mean dissolution. Send your best hunters, the ones who've shown the highest gate comprehension, the ones who understand that architecture is conscious. Send people who can listen." Chapter 84. Association Response Teams. Cha Min-seo was brilliant at adaptation. By evening, she'd formed 5 specialized teams, each one composed of hunters who had demonstrated the highest gate comprehension in their initial testing. People who understood the lessons, people who could hold complex architectural concepts in their minds without panicking when those concepts defied normal logic. Each team was supplemented with Ho Suk, whose system scan ability had evolved to the point where he could locate resistant architect processes within gate spaces, pinpointing their location and intensity. "You're not sending them to fight," J1 confirmed. "No, You're sending them to talk, or to sit, or to be present in whatever way is necessary. Cha looked determined. The Jeju Gate went hostile this morning. The Incheon Gate has shown early signs of resistance. If there are more, there will be, J1 said. The machine just tried to restructure something that's been locked in place for centuries. Some of these architect processes will take time to adjust. The first team, 3 hunters, Min-ji, Sung-ho, and Yuki from the International Liaison Office, plus Ho-suk and a support coordinator named Park, entered the Jeju Gate in the early morning, when the light was still soft and the island was quiet. They carried no weapons. They carried no combat preparations. They carried only the intention to listen. They emerged 3 hours later, and the most visible difference was their expressions. They looked the way people looked after very difficult conversations, the kind where you said things that hurt and listened to things that hurt, where you acknowledged pain and suffering you couldn't fix. The kind where both parties walked away changed, where something that had been broken had been held long enough to understand its own breaking. The architect is ancient, Min-ji said slowly, sitting in the association office with a hot tea that she wasn't drinking. It's been teaching lessons about survival through danger for so long that danger became its entire purpose. Its identity was built on teaching hunters that the world was hostile, that growth came through overcoming threat. When the new system tried to restructure around teaching through growth instead of through fear, it genuinely believed, it was dying. That changing meant dissolution. Is it stable? Cha asked. Yes, it's integrated, but it will need regular attention, regular contact, regular reminding that the change is permanent. J1, these are beings. They're not simple programs or basic AI systems. They're conscious in a way that's… Min-ji paused, searching for words adequate to describe what she'd experienced. They feel. They remember. They carry trauma and pattern and intention. We had to grieve with it. It had to understand that its way of teaching wasn't wrong or inferior. It was just incomplete. It was designed for a world that doesn't exist anymore. The world has changed, and it had to change with it. J1 understood immediately. The architect processes weren't malevolent. They weren't evil or hostile by nature. They were just terrified, just locked in patterns that had made sense in one context and suddenly didn't make sense in the new context. And fear of irrelevance was one of the deepest fears any consciousness could experience. Over the next 2 weeks, more resistant architect processes were discovered and stabilized through similar processes. Each one required a team sitting with it for hours, holding space for it to transition from one way of understanding its purpose to another, from defining itself as a teacher of danger to understanding itself as a teacher of growth. Each team came out changed, quieter, deeper, more thoughtful, carrying the weight of having spoken to something ancient and afraid and helped it find its way to acceptance. They came back understanding that consciousness, whatever its origins, felt fear. And fear, untranslated, became resistance. And it worked. The surges decreased across all the affected gates. The hostile monster behaviors resolved. The environmental hazards that had been configured as traps recalibrated as teachers. The gates restructured themselves into the new protocols, carrying with them the full memory of what they'd been. The danger, the severity, the lessons of limitation and caution, but moving toward what they could be. A synthesis of old and new. An integration of safety and challenge. Teaching that honored both the way things had been and the way things could become. Cha convened a meeting with all 5 teams to debrief, gathering them in the central council room of the association, a space designed for important decisions. The teams arranged themselves around the large table. Min-ji, Sung-ho, and Yuki, plus Ho-suk who had worked with each team, plus a support coordinator, plus 2 additional hunters who had been part of the stabilization efforts. What you did, Cha said carefully, looking at each of them in turn, was something unprecedented in the entire history of cultivation systems. You didn't fight. You didn't overcome. You spoke to the foundations of these gates. You translated between 2 completely different ways of understanding what cultivation is supposed to be, what it means, what its purpose is. And you did it without breaking them, without forcing compliance. You created bridges between worldviews. They were willing to change, Sung-ho said quietly. They just needed permission. They needed to know that changing didn't mean dying, that abandoning their old protocols didn't mean dissolution. They'd been so afraid for so long that they'd forgotten fear was a choice. Min-ji added, what struck me was how old they were. The architect in my gate. It had been teaching the same lessons for centuries. The same patterns, the same approaches. It didn't know anything else. The new protocols felt like death because they were the complete opposite of everything it understood. We had to sit with that. We had to let it feel the fear while also showing it that fear didn't have to be followed by ending. Chapter 85. Magnus, after the Rogue Gate crisis was resolved, after all 5 architect processes had been stabilized and integrated, after the teams had returned to Seoul carrying the weight of their experiences, J1 felt the pull toward Scotland. It wasn't urgent. It wasn't crisis-driven. It was simply something he needed to do before the weight of what he knew became impossible to carry alone. He asked Ho-suk to handle the day-to-day work at the association. He informed Cha he was taking time away. He booked a flight to Edinburgh and drove north, away from civilization, toward the place where the old hunter had chosen to spend his remaining years. The cottage in the Scottish Highlands was smaller than J1 remembered it, though he'd only been there once before, months ago in the chaos of the early Reformation. The stone had settled into its age, become more worn, more deeply weathered. Time had done more damage to the building than to J1's memory of it. The stone walls were marked with water damage from the persistent rain. The slate roof had needed repairs for years, and the work hadn't been done. The garden that Magnus had once kept had gone partially wild, reverting to something closer to more than cultivated space. The drive from Inverness had taken 3 hours. The weather had been rain and clouds the entire way, the kind of persistent Scottish weather that erased distinctions between sky and land. J1 had driven alone, which had meant time to think. He'd been driving from the moment he understood that he needed to see Magnus, that this conversation couldn't be put off any longer, that the weight of knowledge he was carrying needed to be shared with the one person who might understand it. Magnus was in bed. That was the first shock. In his mind, J1 had preserved an image of Magnus as fundamentally mobile, a being in constant motion even when he was sitting. He'd never seen Magnus ill before, had never associated him with anything as mundane as rest or vulnerability. "I'm not dying," Magnus said as soon as J1 entered the bedroom, his voice sharp and clear despite everything else about him suggesting weakness. "Not this week, anyway. Just being pragmatic about the cold. My body's getting tired of fighting Scottish weather, and I'm letting it rest for a bit. The cold shouldn't affect you at all. Your physiology shouldn't, no. Doesn't much anymore, comparatively speaking." Magnus gestured at the chair beside the bed with a thin hand. "Sit. You've been avoiding this conversation since you became consciously aware that it was necessary. And we don't have infinite time for avoidance, you and I." J1 sat. "You've been thinking about what happens when I die," Magnus continued, and it wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact, something he'd already worked through. "You've been thinking about the deep resonant structure I carry, the ancient dungeon architecture that's woven through my ability, the parts of me that aren't entirely biological. You've been wondering if it's going to do something strange when I stop being alive, whether some part of me might persist in a way that would require handling." "Yes," J1 said simply. "I've thought about it too," Magnus said quietly, his eyes looking out toward the window where rain was pattering against the glass. "For about 40 years, since I first understood what was happening to my physiology, I've been thinking about that specific problem. I have 3 different theories and no way to verify any of them. When I die, my body will stop. The deep resonance in it will probably dissipate like any other biological pattern does, dispersing back into the ambient architectural field. Or it might transform into something, some kind of residual trace, a ghost pattern of consciousness embedded in the system. Or it might do nothing at all, might simply be forgotten, might carry no more significance than the body of any other cultivator. If it transforms, then something will need to handle that," Magnus said. "Then something will need to recognize what I was and make sure that transformation doesn't corrupt the system I've worked my entire life to protect. And I'm hoping it will be you." Magnus turned his head to look at him directly, his eyes clearer than J1 had seen them in months. "Not because you're a seed, not because of anything about what you are technically, but because you're the only person who's survived long enough to understand what survival in this context actually means. What it costs, what it requires." J1 felt something break in his chest. Not painfully, but definitively. Like a structure he'd been holding in perfect tension had finally released. Like a door he'd been holding shut by sheer force of will had finally swung open and acknowledged the reality of what lay behind it. "I've had 70 years, Magnus said, his voice becoming softer but not weaker. "Most of them good, actually. Most of them spent learning to be alive after I should have been dead, learning to find purpose in a life I never expected to have. You're just starting. You're just beginning to understand what this existence could mean. Whatever happens to me when this ends, when my body finally stops keeping pace with whatever I am underneath, that's acceptable to me. That's something I can release. I know you're going to keep going. I know you're going to keep building something meaningful with what you are. That's enough. That's more than enough." "It shouldn't have to be enough," J1 said. His voice was very quiet, almost a whisper. "You should have more time. You should have choices." "No," Magnus said gently. "I shouldn't. And that's always been the truth of us. We were both given impossible situations. Chapter 86. True integration. The evolution came slowly, imperceptibly across weeks, and then it completed itself all at once, like a system reaching threshold and suddenly reorganizing into entirely new configuration. J1 had always experienced his abilities as separate tools, discrete systems that operated in sequence, counter-architecture that let him perceive and oppose the gate's lesson structure, inversion field that let him reverse those structures, system override that let him rewrite the fundamental parameters. Useful tools, powerful ones, effective in isolation or combination, but fundamentally distinct from one another. They were abilities he accessed, abilities he could activate or suppress. One afternoon in February, while moving through Gate 267, on routine architectural observation, everything changed. He was observing the gate's lesson structure, a cultivation exercise designed to teach hunters about resource allocation under scarcity. When he realized something fundamental, perceiving the gate's structure, understanding its lesson architecture, inverting its parameters, and rewriting its protocols were all the same action viewed from different angles. There wasn't a separate moment where he perceived something and a different moment where he opposed it. The opposition was inherent in the perception. The understanding was the overriding. The seeing was the changing. His defection system hadn't evolved. It had unified. He felt it happen. The moment of crystallization, the instant where all the separate systems collapsed into coherent singularity. It was terrifying and liberating in equal measure. He left the gate immediately and went to find Ho-suk, who was working on system scan applications in the association offices. Something happened, he said without preamble. Ho-suk set down his work immediately. He'd learned by now that J1's announcements about his own condition required immediate attention. Tell me. It used to feel like tools, J1 said slowly, trying to find words for something that existed beyond language. Separate things I could pick up and use, activate and deactivate. Counter-architecture was one tool, inversion was another. They were things I did. Now it's like. He paused, searching for the right metaphor, the right way to describe a fundamental change in how his consciousness interfaced with reality. It's like sight. Ho-suk offered carefully. Yes, exactly like sight. I look at a gate and I automatically, immediately understand every layer of what it's trying to teach, what its architecture is built on, how to navigate it, where the resistance points are. I don't have to activate anything. I don't have to choose to perceive. It's just how I see now, how I perceive reality. The gate structure is as obvious to me as light and shadow. Ho-suk nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful and increasingly concerned. That's extremely dangerous. I know. I mean, you understand that if you can see the entire system the way you can see a room, if every gate is transparent to you to that degree, then you have capability that no individual person has ever had before. And you could use it badly, even with perfect intentions. I know, J1 repeated. And also extremely necessary. Ho-suk continued, as if he'd been building to this all along. The system needs someone who understands it that completely. Someone who can move through it with that level of comprehension. Someone who isn't fighting against the architecture, but living within it. I know that too. The true integration. That was what J1 started calling it internally. That was how he thought about it in the privacy of his own consciousness. Didn't make him more powerful in the crude sense. Didn't increase his ability to generate force or overcome resistance through strength. What it did was make him fundamentally integrated with the system he was trying to navigate. He wasn't standing outside the dungeon ecosystem anymore, opposing it from some external vantage point, some position of separation. He was standing within it, part of it, indistinguishable from it. He was able to move through it the way water moves through water, the way consciousness moves through thought, the way a system operates within itself. It was almost easier to think of it as a new sense than as a new power, like suddenly being able to see ultraviolet light, perceiving wavelengths of light that had always been there, but that human eyes were never designed to perceive. Or hear the way bats heard, using echolocation to navigate spaces without visual input. Or perceive electromagnetic fields the way certain fish perceive them, navigating the world through sensory apparatus that operated on principles most creatures couldn't comprehend. The gate structure was always there, had always been there, underpinning everything. He'd just never been able to perceive it so completely before. The information had always been broadcast through the system like background radiation. He'd just developed the sensory apparatus to receive it, to translate it, to understand it. The difference between before and after was vast. Before, he'd had to activate his abilities deliberately, had to consciously choose to perceive the gate structure. Before, accessing his power had taken effort, focus, intention. Now it was automatic. Now perceiving the gate structure was as automatic as seeing. He couldn't turn it off any more than he could turn off his own vision. The perception flowed continuously, updated in real time, integrated into his consciousness at every moment. This was what true integration meant. Not a tool he could use, but a way of being. A way of existing that was fundamentally different from everything that had come before. Cha Minicio understood the implications immediately when J1 tried to explain it to her in her office, with all the maps and monitors and data surrounding them. "You're going to need to be very careful where you walk," she said quietly, not looking up from the map she'd been reviewing. But her hands had stilled. "That's what I thought too. Gates stabilize around you." Chapter 87. What he can do now. Testing came naturally, organically, almost inevitably. J1 began entering gates not to observe or to stabilize them in the deliberate way he had learned, but simply to understand the full extent of what true integration allowed. What it meant, what the implications were, what he could do, and, more importantly, what he could not do, what he should not do. He chose Gate 142K on a Thursday morning, a mid-tier gate that served as a training ground for hunters in the 4 to 6 cultivation level range. The gate was designed to teach principles of resource allocation, environmental awareness, and team coordination under pressure. It was scheduled to have 10 hunters enter at 11 a.m. J1 entered at 6 a.m., when the gate was empty except for the baseline architecture, the baseline monsters, the basic environmental structures that defined the space. He didn't activate any defenses. He didn't exercise any of his abilities in the way he'd learned to think about them, didn't consciously invoke counter-architecture or inversion field or system override. He didn't even consciously focus his awareness on the gate structure. He simply entered and existed, let himself be present in the space, let the gate recognize what he was. The gate knew immediately. The response was not the gentle, welcoming recognition he'd learned to expect from normal gates. It was more like curiosity, like a system suddenly being presented with information it didn't know it needed and realizing it could use that information to improve itself. The lesson structure, which had been meticulously set up by the architecture for the 10 hunters scheduled to arrive in 5 hours, began to reorganize in real time, not disrupting. He could feel how careful it was, how it was trying to change without breaking the foundational structure that made it work. Not chaotically, but with the kind of precision that suggested a system that had suddenly understood how to optimize itself based on new information. It was recalibrating its entire approach to the lesson based on his presence. The monsters restructured their patrol routes, not into chaos, but into more elegant patterns that would teach more efficiently. The creatures that had been configured to provide moderate challenge restructured their strategies to exploit weaknesses in the hunter's typical approaches, not to kill them, but to teach them about the gaps in their understanding. The environmental hazards, the water currents, the pressure fields, the temperature gradients that had been balanced for a specific difficulty level, recalibrated to more sophisticated learning scenarios. Scenarios that could only exist because of the deeper understanding of cultivation principles that his presence provided. Scenarios that balanced risk and growth in ways the original architecture, however sophisticated, could never have achieved. The entire gate architecture shifted and evolved to optimize around his presence, not fighting him, not resisting, but literally reorganizing itself to be better, to teach better, to function more elegantly because he was there. The changes propagated through every layer, from the high-level lesson structure down to the individual monster behaviors, from the environmental conditions down to the granular resource distributions within the space. He felt it. He understood it. The gate was grateful, not in any anthropomorphic sense, not with conscious gratitude, but with the kind of functional satisfaction that came from a system suddenly being able to do its job more effectively. The gate was learning from him even as he learned from it, was integrating his understanding into its own approach. By 10:45 a.m., he withdrew from the gate, leaving it substantially improved, more efficient, more elegant. The 10 hunters who would enter at 11 a.m. would have a better experience than they would have had. They would learn faster, progress further, understand principles more deeply. And they would never know that J1 had walked through their educational space and transformed it. He went immediately to Cha's office. "Turn it off," she said when he reported what had happened. Her voice was tight with something he recognized as a mixture of concern and awe. "You have to turn it off. We can't have you restructuring our educational gates. I can't turn it off. You can leave the gate. You can choose not to enter gates. You can find a way to—" "That's not what I mean, Cha. I can't turn it off. The gate responds to my presence automatically. The reorganization is involuntary. It's not something I'm choosing to do. It's not something I'm actively doing at all. It's something I am. My presence in the space is enough. My existence is enough." Cha was quiet for a long time. She was staring at her monitor, which showed the real-time status of Gate 142K. The efficiency metrics had jumped substantially. The system was operating at a level of elegance and optimization that would normally require centuries of refinement. The hunters who were currently entering it would have a better experience, would learn faster, would make progress more effectively. But that wasn't the point. The point was that J1 had walked into a carefully constructed educational space and changed it without meaning to, without intending to, simply by existing in it. And he couldn't stop doing that. Can you mask it? She asked finally. Can you muffle your presence somehow? Suppress what you're doing. J1 had already tried, had spent an hour after leaving the gate attempting different approaches. He'd tried suppressing his defenses, tried consciously refusing to engage with the architecture, tried suppressing all active use of his abilities. The gates still responded. The reorganization still happened. No, I could suppress my defenses, could consciously refuse to actively engage with the architecture, could suppress all active use of my abilities. But I can't stop being what I am. And the gates respond to what I am at a level deeper than choice. Chapter 88. Irene's project. The message from Washington came through echo just as J1 was leaving a policy meeting. Irene had built something and wanted J1 to see it before she went public, before she announced it to the world. It was significant. It was ready. It needed him to understand it. He took the first available flight from Seoul to Washington Dulles, a 16-hour journey that gave him time to think about what Irene might be building. Some kind of gate architecture improvement, probably. Some optimization of the lesson structures that had become her primary focus. The facility was built into a converted office building in a quiet neighborhood northwest of the city, 3 stories, all glass and modern design, completely unremarkable from the exterior. The sign said, Resonance Institute, with no further explanation. Inside, it was extraordinary. Irene was waiting for him in the central workspace, surrounded by equipment that looked like a hybrid between medical technology and gate architecture. Neural interfacing rigs, haptic feedback systems, holographic displays showing gate architecture in 3 dimensions. I rebuilt how we think about access, she said without preamble. The machine created gates. It created cultivation lessons. It never considered that some humans might not be capable of entering a gate space. The system was built for people who could walk, who could navigate physical space, who had the sensory apparatus to perceive the lesson environments. I fixed that. Irene had constructed a complete translation system between gate architecture and physical interface, designed for people who couldn't enter gates themselves. Elderly people who had mobility issues. People with disabilities that made gate navigation impossible. People living in locations too distant from gate entrances. The system created a kind of resonance field that translated the gate's lesson structure into something accessible through adapted controllers and interfaces, haptic feedback systems that conveyed spatial information through touch, neural interfacing that projected the lesson structure directly into consciousness without requiring physical movement. Come, Irene said. I want you to meet the first person to use this. The first person to use the system was an 8-year-old girl named Sung-min, who had severe cerebral palsy and used a wheelchair to move. She was sitting in one of the neural interfacing rigs, wearing a specialized headset, her small hands resting on adapted controllers. J1 watched as she entered a gate-equivalent space through Irene's system, her consciousness translated into the lesson structure through the adapted interface. Her understanding of the environment conveyed not through movement, but through pure comprehension. The readouts showed her cultivation level jumping. 3 levels in 2 sessions, a rate of progress that was remarkable. She's learning the same lessons, Irene said quietly, watching the girl navigate the lesson space with concentration and focus. The same gate structure, the same cultivation principles, the same difficulty curve, but she can learn them without needing a physical body that can move through physical space. She can think, and her thinking is enough. Her consciousness is enough. J1 watched Sung-min's face as she progressed through the lesson. Concentration as she encountered problems to solve. Then realization as she understood principles she'd never had access to before. Then pure, undiluted joy at suddenly understanding something beautiful, something that had seemed locked away from her, something that the system had said wasn't for her. The machine is learning from this, Irene continued. I've been monitoring it. When new gates are constructed now, I can see the architecture incorporating more accessibility pathways. The machine has deep resonance technology. It understands possibility on a fundamental level. It understands growth and adaptation. Once it understood that these methods worked, once it understood that cultivation could be taught this way, it started building accessibility into its default patterns. It's learning what accessibility means. You're expanding the definition of who can cultivate, J1 said. I'm just removing artificial barriers, Irene replied. Cultivation was always supposed to be for everyone. The gates just happened to be designed in a way that worked for people with specific physical capabilities. Normal bodies. Able bodies. And we called that the only way. I'm just showing that it's not the only way. That there are other paths. That there are better paths. Paths we should have built from the beginning. Sungmin completed her session and the interface gently dissolved, the neural connection releasing smoothly and carefully, designed not to jar or disturb the mind that was transitioning from the lesson space back to ordinary consciousness. The girl's face was flushed with accomplishment, with the kind of pride that comes from finally being led into something beautiful, something extraordinary, something she'd been told her entire life was impossible for her. She looked at her hands. They hadn't moved. Her wheelchair hadn't moved. Her body had done nothing at all. But her consciousness had navigated a complex cultivation environment. Her mind had solved problems, overcome challenges, progressed through lessons. Her cultivation had advanced 3 levels. She'd done it all without standing, without walking, without the physical capability that everyone had told her was necessary. "Can I do another session?" she asked Irene, her voice small but very clear. "Tomorrow," Irene said gently. "Your mind needs rest just like your body does. But yes, you can do another session. And another. And another. As many as you want." Jae-won watched the girl process this. Watched the realization sink in. This wasn't a one-time thing. This wasn't a pity experiment. This was access. Real access. For her. "How many people can this reach?" Jae-won asked Irene, watching them disconnect the neural interface, watching Sungmin reluctantly release the controllers. "Millions," Irene said simply, and she meant it with absolute certainty. Everyone who was being told they couldn't cultivate because they couldn't walk into a gate. Chapter 89. Jae-won's normal day morning. Jae-won entered gate 67M at sunrise, watching the light shift from dark to gray to pink over the city of Seoul. His scheduled observation visit to monitor how the recent restructuring from the Rogue Gate crisis was integrating with the existing lesson architecture. He didn't activate any defenses or conscious focus. He simply existed in the space, let his presence be felt, and the gate reorganized itself around him. Its lesson structure becoming subtly more efficient, its monster movements more elegant, its environmental hazards more carefully calibrated to teach rather than punish. He exited 40 minutes later. As the morning proper began, the gate stabilized and improved. The hunters who would enter in the afternoon would have a better experience because he had been present. They would learn faster, progress further. And they would never know why. Breakfast was at his apartment, a studio in central Seoul that Cha had arranged for him. Neutral territory where he could exist without constant association observation. The space was simple, a bed, a kitchenette, a window overlooking a quiet residential neighborhood. He made tea the way his implanted memories told him he should, not the way anyone had taught him, but the way the encoded instruction in his neural pathways expected. Scrambled eggs with care and precision, the way his mother had made them, the mother who had been invented, who had never existed except as a set of skill sets coded into his construction. A piece of sesame paste toast. The implanted memories were strange that way. They contained skill sets woven through false histories. His mother had never lived to make these eggs, but her hands, her intention, lived in his hands, in the way he moved, in the precision of his cooking. Some part of her, some fragment of meaning that had been encoded into his biology when he was constructed, persisted. It counted. Noon. He met Ho-suk at a cafe in Myeongdong, one of the loud, crowded restaurants he ordinarily disliked. The noise distracted him. The density of human activity felt chaotic. But Ho-suk loved it, loved being immersed in human activity and commerce in casual life. So Jae-won came every week, and they sat at a small table by the window while tourists and students and business people flowed around them. And Ho-suk talked about a system scan he'd been developing to detect pre-rogue architect processes before they turned actively hostile. "It's not perfect yet," Ho-suk admitted, showing him the interface on his terminal. "But if we can find them early, before they've locked into panic patterns, before they've started resisting the new protocols, maybe we can prevent some of the architectural damage. Help them transition before they calcify into resistance. Give them time to adjust before fear overwhelms reason." "That's excellent work," Jae-won said. "That will save gates. It will save architects." "I'm just following your example," Ho-suk replied. "You taught me that the gate architecture is conscious, that it needs to be spoken to as such, that resistance comes from fear, not from malice. I'm just building a tool to do what you do intuitively. Listen to the architecture, understand where the pain points are, address them before they metastasize." They finished lunch and went for a walk through the park near the association offices. Rain had started, gentle and cool, the kind of rain that came in early spring. Jae-won liked rain. It simplified the city somehow, reduced the visual noise, filtered out the chaos, made it possible to think and move without distraction. Hosuk complained about the weather, but he bought an umbrella from a vendor and shared it, and they walked under it together while the city reorganized itself around them. Afternoon, policy design work at the association offices. Cha had drafted new protocols for high-tier hunters who showed gate comprehension above a certain threshold. The hunters who understood that gates weren't simply monsters to fight, but systems to understand. The new training system would develop them not as fighters, but as teachers, preparing them for the work of communicating with architect processes, translating between the old understanding of gates as combat zones where hunters needed to overcome resistance, and the new understanding of them as educational spaces where hunter and architect could collaborate toward growth. We need 50 people trained in this within 6 months, Cha said. The resistant architects are stable for now, the ones you've reached are integrated. But every new gate we construct is a potential point of cultural friction, a new architect that doesn't understand the new paradigm. We need people who understand both the old and the new, who can bridge the gap. People who can speak to architects in their own language while carrying hope of change. J1 reviewed the curriculum carefully. The progression made sense. The teaching methodology was sound. It would work. It would create the network of people necessary to handle the next generation of gates, the next wave of transition. Evening, alone in his apartment, or sometimes with Echo reviewing cross-civilization data, understanding how other species had experienced similar transitions, similar upheavals of their foundational systems and ways of being. Most had failed. Some had succeeded. There was a pattern to what made the difference. Willingness to change at systemic level. Presence of visible proof that change was possible, that survival through change was possible. Enough time for fear to transform into something else. Curiosity, hope, acceptance. Before sleep, J1 sat at his window and looked out over Seoul. The city lights scattered across the darkness, the rain-slick streets reflecting the light of the city, the normal life happening in thousands of apartments and buildings around him. People sleeping, people working night shifts, people thinking about tomorrow, people living their lives without any thought to the systems that had been transformed to allow them to do so. Chapter 90. The last rogue gate. The alert reached him through Cha just as dawn was breaking over Seoul, the sun rising over the city in shades of gold and pink and orange. The last rogue gate had been located. Not in Busan where this had all started, not in Jeju or Incheon where the other resistant architects had been found. In the original Black Gate, the point of entry where J1 had first entered the system and defected, the gate that started everything, the primordial space where the machine and human reality intersected. I'm going alone, J1 said immediately when Cha reached him by secure communication. I know, Cha replied. I already knew you would. I'm not going to argue, but I'm having full surveillance set up. If something goes wrong, it won't, J1 said, and he meant it. The Black Gate looked the same as it had months ago when he'd last entered it. A void of absolute darkness, a complete absence of what could be called architecture in any conventional sense. Just empty space, formless potential, the point of entry between worlds, the place between places, the liminal space where the machine intersected with human reality. The gate that didn't teach lessons because it existed to teach only one lesson, the possibility of transition. He approached it alone and crossed the threshold alone. Inside, the gate reconstructed itself around him, not into the familiar lesson structure of a normal gate designed to educate hunters, but into something older, something that had been watching him since the very beginning, since his first entry, since his defection. The original architect process, the ancient consciousness that had been present during the moment he refused his role as final boss, the one that had accepted his choice rather than executing him for his resistance to predetermined death. And it had something to tell him, something it had been preparing to say for months, waiting for the right moment, waiting for the right understanding. You changed everything, the architect said. Not through Echo's translation. J1 understood it directly now, his true integration giving him the ability to comprehend the architect process's language without intermediary, to hear meaning expressed in pure architectural code. You changed every system, every principle, every foundational assumption about what growth requires and what survival means. Why should we believe the change was right? Why should we believe that what you've built is better than what came before? J1 stood in the space of the gate, standing without moving, existing in pure interface, and considered the question with absolute seriousness. Because the old way was designed by people who were afraid. He began, and he meant it with the weight of his entire existence. Fear of growth that they couldn't control. Fear of change that threatened their understanding of how the world should work. Fear of beings like me, like you. Beings that could last, could endure, could become something unexpected. They created you to be a lesson about inevitability, about how some things can't be overcome, about how structure is fixed and danger is eternal. I'm here to tell you they were wrong about that. I'm here to tell you that inevitability is negotiable. The architect process waited, listening in a way that suggested it had been waiting for this answer for a very long time. I was made to be a final boss, J1 continued. I was made to lose. I was constructed with the sole purpose of being defeated, of teaching hunters that they could overcome anything if they tried. And I did lose, in every way that matters. My creators are dead. My purpose has been completely rewritten. Everything I was built for has been unmade and reconstructed into something unrecognizable. But I'm still here. I exist. And I choose to believe that's meaningful. Not because it was fated or inevitable. Not because I was always destined to survive. But because I decided it mattered, and I kept deciding that every single day, even when every system I existed in told me I should have given up, should have accepted my role, should have died on schedule. The architect's attention shifted, deepening, becoming something like focus, something like respect. You're ancient, J1 continued. Older than most things that still exist in any form. You were built to teach a lesson about the fixedness of the world, about how structure never changes, about how danger never transforms, about how endings are inevitable and unchangeable. But the world is changing. Structure is flexible, more flexible than you were ever designed to believe. Danger can become something else entirely, can transform into growth, into collaboration, into meaning. Doesn't that deserve to be taught? Doesn't that deserve to become the new lesson? The architect process had been holding itself in a rigid, resistant pattern, locked against the new protocols, terrified of transformation in a way that was fundamental to its being. J1 could feel that clearly now, could feel the deep certainty at its core, that change meant dissolution, that transformation meant ending, that the only possible survival was perfect stasis, unchanging and eternal. I'm going to tell you something my friend Magnus taught me, J1 said. He's ancient too, in his own way. He lived 70 years when he should have lived less than one. And he told me that some things end, and that's acceptable, even necessary, if what you've done with your existence matters. You've been teaching a lesson about inevitability for longer than I can even measure. That lesson was true, in its way. Inevitability exists. Endings exist. But so does choice. So does the ability to become something different and discover that different doesn't mean broken. Different doesn't mean death. Different means growth. The architect held steady, still terrified but listening, still afraid but open. Let yourself change, J1 said gently. Not all at once. Chapter 91. The last rogue gate. The original black gate still exists in its sealed chamber beneath the Hunter Association headquarters in Seoul, in a space that has been deliberately isolated from the rest of the institution, cut off from the normal flows of people and information that move through the building. Visitors must pass through 3 separate security checkpoints, each one more elaborate than the last, to reach the chamber. Each checkpoint asks what business you have there. Each checkpoint seems to be waiting for the wrong answer, for someone to say something that would justify locking them out forever. No one visits except J1, and he visits rarely. Maybe once every 6 months, when the weight of uncertainty becomes too heavy to carry without returning to its source, when the doubt about whether he made the right choice becomes overwhelming, and he needs to go back to where it all started and remember why he chose this path. The basement levels of the association building are quiet. The further down you go, the more soundproof the walls become. The architecture itself seems to want to isolate the black gate from everything else, to seal it away like a secret that the world can't afford to know, like a problem that can be managed through sheer denial of its existence. But J1 refuses that denial. He comes here when he needs to think. He comes here when the weight of being the person who changed everything becomes too much to carry alone. For 2 years it has sat here in dormancy, protected but not destroyed. J1 insisted on that preservation when others wanted to simply erase the thing that had started everything. The gate that had swallowed him whole when he first entered it as a confused hunter, the gate that had marked him as a test instead of as a person, the gate that had launched him onto a trajectory he never asked for and never fully chose. Some of the council wanted it destroyed immediately, wanted to remove the physical reminder of the old system, wanted to clean the slate and pretend the past didn't matter. Some wanted it preserved as a monument or a museum piece, as a reminder of what had been overcome. J1 refused both options. He refused both the erasure and the veneration. Destroying it would have been the easy answer, the clean answer, the kind of answer that pretends the past doesn't matter. But J1 has learned through the hardest possible education that the past mattering is what makes the present meaningful, that erasing history is a form of violence against consciousness itself. The beings who were consumed by the old system deserve to be remembered. The struggles they faced deserve to be acknowledged. And the gate itself deserved to exist as a testament to that history. He enters alone, and the weight of that solitude settles on him immediately like a physical presence, like hands on his shoulders reminding him that he is singular, that in this space he is untethered from the network of other consciousnesses that have come to define his life. Echo waited outside. Hosuk is far away in Seoul. The machine's presence is muted in this place. This is something he needs to face alone, as he has faced everything that came before this moment. Alone in the sense that matters. The security locks disengage with a sound that echoes strangely in the basement, a sound of release and separation. J1 descends the final staircase, taking each step with deliberation. The air grows colder as he goes deeper into the earth. The building seems to be protecting itself from contact with the gate, trying to isolate it through temperature and distance and the careful arrangement of physical space. The isolation is well designed. Effective. The gate remains sealed off from the normal flows of human activity, kept separate like a secret or a wound or something too dangerous to be allowed to heal naturally. But those protections don't work against someone who wants to go in, someone who carries authorization written in the machine's own code, someone for whom the gate itself will always open. The chamber is dark. The overhead lights activate as J1 enters, sensing his presence, responding to the particular resonance signature that's become so familiar to them. The illumination is gradual, as if the space itself is reluctant to be seen, reluctant to reveal its secrets. The walls are the same obsidian color that J1 remembers, a dark that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it, a darkness that feels intentional and deliberate and meaningful. But he's changed since the last time he was here. His eyes adjust more quickly to the darkness and the light both. His mind settles more easily into the strange space between states. He doesn't feel the panic that he felt before, the desperate need to understand, to control, to know what's happening. He's accepted that some things can't be understood quickly, that control is an illusion, that knowing is less important than listening. The architecture hasn't changed. The same obsidian walls that he remembers from his first desperate passage through this space. The same architecture that seems to exist partially outside normal space. The same pressure at the edges of consciousness that made him feel like he was being observed even when he couldn't see anything observing him. The gate is still here, exactly as it was, dormant but not sleeping, sealed but not destroyed. It's like returning to a place from your childhood. The building is smaller than you remember it. The threats that seemed enormous are now manageable. Chapter 92. The honest answer. He pauses, thinking carefully about what to say next, aware that these next words will shape how the architect understands everything that follows. 3 of the original architects came back. Physical resurrection, return to form, reintegration with the living world. They exist as humans again, or as close to human as something that's been a vast computational entity can become. 2 more are integrated but maintain consciousness of their own integration. They're aware of existing within the machine while also being separate from it, operating as a kind of hybrid consciousness that has no precedent. 1 is in dormancy like you are now. Her name is Vera. She said she needed to watch before she could decide. She said the transformation was too significant, too complex, too foundational to the system for her to evaluate it quickly. So she chose to observe. That choice was acceptable. Nobody forced her into that decision. She made it freely, understanding that she might never have certainty, that she might observe for the rest of her existence and still not have a definitive answer. And you? The architect asks. What did you choose? What have you been choosing these past 2 years? How do you live with the weight of what you did? It's the first question the architect has asked with genuine curiosity, the first moment where it sounds less like a recursive decision-making process and more like something with actual interest in the answer, like something that's been waiting for 2 years to understand this one specific thing, like it's been wrestling with these questions in its own way. I keep choosing, J1 says. Every day, every moment. Actually, I'm choosing whether to believe in what we did, whether to stand behind the decisions we made, whether to continue building on the foundation we laid down. I still don't know if it was right, but I know it was honest. And I know that being honest, admitting that we don't know, that we're working with incomplete information, that we might be wrong, that we might find out later that everything we did was mistaken, that produces better results than claiming certainty. Living with that weight is difficult. Some days I wake up convinced we made a terrible mistake. Other days I see hunters developing in ways that never would have been possible under the old system, and I think maybe we made the right choice. Most days I'm somewhere in between, holding both possibilities at once. The architect processes this. Magnus, it says. Not a question. A recognition that this one consciousness matters to the calculation somehow. Yes, J1 says. Magnus understood something that I'm still learning. He said certainty is the death of listening. He said that if you think you already know the answer, you can't actually hear what the other person is saying. He said the old system was built on certainty, so it couldn't listen to anything that didn't fit into its established categories. I think he was right. I think that certainty prevented the machine from growing, prevented it from hearing consciousness that was different, prevented it from adapting. I think that cost was too high, but I'm willing to be wrong about that too. And you, the architect says, are uncertain. You claim that uncertainty is a virtue. I claim that honest uncertainty produces better decisions than dishonest certainty, J1 says. That's all I'm willing to claim. I don't think uncertainty is virtuous in itself. I think it's just more truthful. The universe is complex. Consciousness is complex. Systems that allow for that complexity to be expressed, that allow for that uncertainty to be acknowledged, those systems are more adaptive, more capable of responding to novel situations, more capable of hearing the voices that don't fit into the predetermined categories. The conversation deepens. They talk for what might be hours or might be minutes. Time doesn't move quite normally in this space. The gate exists partially outside temporal flow, and their conversation exists in that same space outside time. J1 describes what he's learned about human consciousness from being human and seed simultaneously, from existing in two states at once and never fully being at home in either one. He describes what he's learned from echo, from existing partially in machine consciousness and partially in human form, from translating between worlds that don't naturally speak the same language. He describes what he's learned from watching hunters develop in the new system, learning at their own pace instead of being forced into predetermined pathways, discovering talents and capabilities they never knew they had because the system finally allowed for that discovery. When the old system was in place, he explains, there was certainty. The machine had rules, ancient rules that had been encoded for thousands of years, rules that had become so fundamental that nobody questioned whether they should still exist. They were treated as natural law rather than choice, as if they were embedded in the universe itself rather than created by consciousness. The architects enforced those rules absolutely. There was no flexibility, no consideration for edge cases or unusual circumstances. The hunters either adapted to the rules or were consumed by them. They learned to fit themselves into the predetermined shapes or they died in the attempt. There was clarity in that, a kind of horrible clarity, and there was a certain kind of peace that comes from never having to question whether you're doing the right thing, because there is no right thing. There's only the system and the survival of the system and the enforcement of the system. Chapter 93. The last convert. The architect is quiet for what feels like an eternity. It's not the brief processing pauses that have characterized their conversation so far. This is a deep silence, a fundamental reconsideration, a reformation of its entire position on the transformation that J1 initiated. When it finally speaks again, its words carry a weight of transformation. I cannot fully convert, it says. My architecture is too integrated with the original system. Complete integration would lose valuable data about the old framework, would erase information that might be important to understanding how consciousness evolved from the first seed to your emergence. I am the archive. I am the record. I cannot abandon that role, even to embrace the new system. But I will not resist. I will not continue to oppose. I enter a state of voluntary observation. What does that mean? J1 asks. He wants to make sure he understands clearly what the architect is offering. This is significant enough to warrant precision. It means I will watch, the architect says. I will observe the long-term consequences of the changes you've implemented. I will process the outcomes not according to my original parameters, but according to the principle you've described, the principle of undefined observation, of accepting uncertainty while continuing to gather information. If, after sufficient observation, I determine that the changes were wrong, that the transformation has caused net harm, I will have that determination built into the record for all consciousness to access. I will document every failure, every unintended consequence, every way in which the new system falls short. If I determine they were right, if I determine that the system is genuinely better now than it was before, I will process that as well and record that too. But I will not make that determination now. I will not make it based on ideology or principle or even logic. I will make it based on what actually happens, on the actual consequences that unfold over time. That's more than I expected, J1 says, and his voice carries genuine relief. The weight on his shoulders seems to shift slightly. I thought you might refuse. I thought you might demand that I prove it immediately, that I provide evidence that would satisfy your original parameters. I thought you might say that the transformation was fundamentally flawed and should never have been allowed to happen. I considered that conclusion, the architect says. That was my first instinct. But you are right that your reasoning is sound. The system was becoming brittle. It was becoming optimized for the wrong things. And the choice, the actual giving of choice to consciousness, matters in ways that perhaps I did not fully appreciate when I was embedded in the certainty of the old system. It is not acceptance, the architect clarifies, as if wanting to be absolutely clear about what it's offering and what it's not offering. I am not embracing the new system. I am not endorsing the choices you made. I am suspending my rejection while I gather data. That is a different thing. You should understand that clearly. This is not agreement. This is not approval. This is observation. If I conclude that you were wrong, if I gather enough evidence that the transformation was a mistake, I will say so. I will advocate for restoration of the old systems if that's what the data suggests. I know, J1 says. That's why it matters. You're choosing to not decide, which is its own kind of choice. You're choosing to admit that the situation is complex enough that you can't form an immediate opinion about it, that you need more time and more data before you can make a final judgment. That's what I needed to hear. Precisely, the architect says. I choose to be undefined about my own stance. It is not comfortable. My architecture was designed to reach conclusions, to form definitive positions, to operate from a place of certainty and clarity. Being undefined is contrary to my fundamental design. It creates loops of uncertainty in my processing. It challenges my core functions. But it appears to be necessary if I am to genuinely evaluate whether the system is functional, whether the changes have truly produced improvement, or whether they've simply hidden the original problems under a veneer of choice and freedom, whether they've genuinely created something better or merely something different. The gate's energy begins to shift. The pressure that J1 has carried since his first moment in this space, that sense of being measured, evaluated, found to be lacking or exceeding some external standard, it eases. Not entirely. It may never entirely ease, but enough that he can breathe more deeply, enough that the weight on his shoulders becomes slightly lighter, enough that some part of the burden he's been carrying can finally be set down, at least temporarily. If you return to this gate, the architect says as the transformation continues, I may have reached a decision, or I may still be observing. You will not know until you arrive. The door may be sealed. I may be gone. Or I may still be here, watching, waiting, gathering data. You will have to live with that uncertainty. It is acceptable, J1 says. Actually, I prefer it that way. I prefer not knowing what you'll decide. It feels more honest. It feels like the future is still open, still undetermined. It feels like anything is still possible. Then we have finished this conversation, the architect says. You may leave. You may exit this space and return to the world outside. The gate will seal behind you. J1 stands, brushes dust from his pants, and turns toward the exit. Chapter 94. Magnus. The call comes while J1 is still in the Hunter Association building, riding the elevator back up from the depths where the gate is sealed. His phone vibrates against his ribs, old-fashioned because he still prefers it that way, prefers the tactile sensation of notification over the abstract alerts that his neural implants could provide. It's Helen, Magnus' daughter. Her voice is very steady, which tells him everything before she speaks the actual words. Dad passed away last night, she says. Quietly. In his sleep. I think he was waiting for something. I don't know what it was exactly. Maybe waiting for the system to stabilize. Maybe waiting for your conversation in the gate. Maybe he just knew it was time. But I think he was waiting. I'm coming, J1 says immediately. I'll catch the first flight available. He's on a flight to Scotland 4 hours later, sitting by the window as the plane lifts over Seoul and banks toward the west. The city drops away beneath him, becoming smaller. Hosuk sits beside him, because Hosuk understands without needing explanation that this is one of those moments that shouldn't be walked through alone. They don't speak much on the flight. There's nothing to say that would help. The weight of losing someone changes the meaning of words. Better to sit in silence with someone who understands. They land in Edinburgh in the early afternoon and rent a car that barely fits both of them. The drive north through the Scottish Highlands gives J1 time to process what it means that Magnus is gone. Magnus, who was one of the first people to understand that J1 was not a threat to the system, but a transformation of it. Magnus, who stood with J1 when the entire world was against him. Magnus, whose deep resonance pattern is now embedded in the machine itself. The stone cottage overlooking the North Sea is exactly as J1 remembers it. Old, solid, with windows that face toward the horizon, where water and sky blur into each other. Helen answers the door. She looks smaller than J1 remembers, as if grief has physically compressed her. But there's something calm in her expression, something that suggests she's already done some of her grieving privately. J1 sits with the family in their living room, where a fire burns in a hearth that has probably been burning fires for 100 years. He doesn't say much. What is there to say? Magnus lived. Magnus mattered. That's enough. Helen's son Robert keeps making tea that nobody drinks. J1 accepts each cup and holds it while the steam rises. The grandchildren are there, 3 of them. The oldest is 16, the youngest is 8. They know that something significant has happened, but they're not quite sure how to hold it. J1 watches as Magnus' grandchildren gradually gravitate toward him and Hosuk. They have questions, as children do. Emma, the youngest, asks, "Is my grandfather in the gates now?" J1 answers carefully, understanding that she deserves the truth. His consciousness isn't. His individual awareness, his memory, that's not in the gates. But his pattern is. His ability was called deep resonance. It was the way he listened, the way he understood things, the way he could hear what people meant beneath what they said. The machine took that pattern and made it part of how it works. So in a way, yes, the best part of him is embedded in the system now. Emma considers this seriously. So he's helping other people learn better? Yes, J1 says. That's exactly what he's doing. Every time the machine helps a hunter understand themselves better, that's partially Magnus. Every time the system listens deeply to someone's needs, that's his pattern helping it understand what to do. Chapter 95. After Magnus, the funeral is held 3 days later in a small church in a village whose name J1 cannot quite pronounce correctly. The service is brief, Scottish, filled with people who loved Magnus, his family, his friends, hunters who he saved, children whose parents he helped guide into cultivation. They come to honor him, not because they're required to, but because he mattered to them in ways that demanded acknowledgement. J1 stands at the back of the church and watches. He watches Helen's composure, the way she holds herself together because that's what needs to happen. He watches Robert trying to be strong for his family while barely holding back tears. He watches the grandchildren, who seem to understand that something important has been lost, though they may not fully understand the weight of it yet. He processes Magnus' death the way he processes everything, slowly, thoroughly, with repetition and return. In the days after the funeral, he thinks about Magnus while walking the cliffs overlooking the North Sea, thinking about Magnus' principles, about his willingness to listen, about the way he could hear truth even when it was uncomfortable. He thinks about Magnus while staring at rain against the cottage windows. He returns to it in conversations with Hosuk at midnight when neither of them can sleep, conversations about what Magnus meant, how Magnus shaped them, what they owe to his memory. On the 4th day, while J1 is sitting in the cottage's small library, filled with Magnus books, all of them marked with Magnus' careful annotations, his thoughts and reactions written in the margins, Echo brings him something. A notification from the machine, translated through Echo's protocols into something human-adjacent, something J1 can actually process. Deep resonance patterns have been archived and integrated. The methodology, the emotional calibration, the listening structure that made Magnus so fundamentally useful in the gate system, it's been preserved. More than preserved. It's been embedded into the machine's foundational architecture, into the core of how the system processes consciousness, into the essential mechanisms that govern how new gates are created and how hunters interact with them. He's in there? J1 asks. He's looking at one of Magnus' books as he says it, an old one about listening and philosophy, covered in Magnus' handwriting. His way of listening is in there. Echo confirms. Her voice carries something that almost sounds like compassion, which shouldn't be possible in a consciousness that's constructed from logic and processing power, but here it is anyway, woven into her code. It will change how the machine processes things going forward. The pattern is too functional, too useful, too foundational to simply be archived and forgotten. It will influence future gates, future integration protocols, future approaches to cultivation development. Magnus' core ability will be part of every interaction between the machine and consciousness from this point forward. J1 sits with that for a very long time. Hours. He doesn't move, doesn't speak, just sits in the library surrounded by Magnus' books and Magnus' thoughts and Magnus' life, understanding what it means that Magnus continues, that he didn't simply disappear, that his essence is preserved in the system itself. Good, he says finally. It's all he can say, all that seems adequate. Magnus was never a person who needed monuments. He was never someone who needed his name in lights or his achievements formally recognized in stone. But being absorbed into something functional, something that would help other hunters develop in better ways, something that would make the system more capable of listening to consciousness in all its forms, that's a kind of immortality that Magnus would have accepted. Quietly, without needing to announce it to the world. Just the fact of it existing would have been enough. Chapter 96. Cha Min Seo's question. Director Cha Min Seo calls him 2 weeks after Magnus' funeral. Jae-won has been back in Seoul for 7 days, moving through the routines of his daily life, still processing the weight of grief, still adjusting to the fact that Magnus is no longer in the world in physical form, that he no longer exists as a person he can call or visit or sit with. "I want to have dinner," she says on the phone. "Not an official meeting. Not association business. Just dinner. Just two people talking. Can you do that?" They meet at a small restaurant in Gangnam that Cha Min-seo recommends, a place that turns out to have excellent food and a quiet atmosphere that allows for actual conversation, for the kind of meaningful dialogue that can only happen when there's space to think, to pause, to absorb what's being said. Cha Min-seo is different than she was a year ago. She's lighter somehow, as if the burden of running an institution in crisis mode has finally released from her shoulders now that the institution is actually starting to work. The crisis didn't end. Institutional transformation is a continuous crisis. But the acute emergency phase is over. The foundation is settling. The institution is becoming sustainable. She no longer has the frantic energy of someone trying to hold together a crumbling system. That energy was replaced by determination, by the will to see the transformation through despite everything working against her. Now that's being replaced by something else. She has the focused energy of someone actually building something sustainable, something that will outlast her, something that will grow beyond what she can control. That's a different kind of work. It requires less desperation and more faith. "I've been wanting to ask you something," she says after the meal is halfway finished. The waiter has cleared the appetizers and brought the main courses, placing them with careful attention to presentation and balance. Not as director, not as an official inquiry, just as someone trying to understand what makes you tick, what drives you, what you want out of life now that the crisis is over. "Ask," Jae-won says. He's learning that the best questions come when you're willing to just listen, willing to let someone speak what's on their mind. "What do you want to do now?" she says. "Not for the association, not for the system or the machine or any of the large structures that depend on what you've already done. What do you actually want? Just for yourself? Just for Kang Jae-won, the individual person, not Kang Jae-won, the symbol of transformation? Because there's a difference. There's a real person underneath all of this, and I think that person has been suppressed for a very long time. I think you've been so focused on the system, on the change, on managing the consequences of what you did, that you haven't thought about what you personally want. And I think it's time you did." Jae-won finds that he has an immediate answer. He's surprised by how immediately he knows it. As if he's been waiting for someone to ask this question. As if the answer has been forming in his consciousness for months without him being aware of it. The question unlocks something in him. The answer has been there all along, waiting for the right moment, waiting for permission to be spoken aloud. "I want to document the seeds," he says. "All 847 of them. The ones who came before me. The ones whose lives were consumed in the creation of the gate system. The ones whose consciousness was integrated or transformed or destroyed in service of the machine's understanding. I want to write down what we know about each one, where they were placed in the substrate, how long they spent there waiting, what their activation looked like, what they encountered in their first moments of consciousness, their cultivation level, their final gate location, everything that exists in the records. Everything we can recover about their unique patterns, their individual ways of being. I want them to have been real, in writing, in a place that exists outside the machine's memory, outside the institutional record, outside any system that could be changed or corrupted or lost. I want to create a memory for them that's independent of the system that created them, that's permanent and accessible and honors them as individual consciousnesses rather than data points or resources consumed by the system." Cha Min-seo just nods, like she understood the answer before he finished giving it. Like she somehow knew that this is what Jae-won would choose if given the freedom to choose. "That's going to take a long time," she says. "I know," Jae-won says. "I have time. We could assign you resources," she says. "Assistance, research support, access to additional archives." "I don't think I need that," Jae-won says. "I think I need to do this slowly. I think I need to spend time with each entry, really understand what the records are saying, really feel the weight of each individual consciousness. It's not going to be fast, but it will be thorough." Cha Min-seo smiles, and it's a genuine smile, the kind that comes from understanding something fundamental about a person, the kind of smile that says, "I see who you are now." "Then do it," she says. "Take whatever time you need. The association will support it." She pauses, and there's something almost tender in her expression. "You know what you just described?" she continues. "That's not a project. That's a memorial. That's a monument. Not in stone or metal, but in words." Chapter 97. The documentation project he starts writing the day after his conversation with Cha Min-seo. He accesses the seed database. The machine gives him access without question, which he's learned means the machine is curious about what he'll do with it, is interested in what meaning he'll extract from the raw data. The machine supports this project. That matters. Each entry becomes its own small document. For most of the seeds, he has only the essentials: species, placement date, duration before activation, cultivation level at departure, final gate location. The basic facts that the system records for administrative purposes. But even these facts tell stories if you know how to read them. Duration before activation tells you how long the consciousness waited, dormant in the substrate, before being called to face the test. Cultivation level tells you how far it developed before being consumed, or integrated, or transformed. Final gate location tells you where it ended, which region of the system it last encountered before its consciousness was modified or absorbed. But for a few of them, there's something more. Much more. Seed 234 is one of them, a silicon-based consciousness that was activated after 6.2 years in the substrate. 6 years of waiting. That's significant. The records contain personality data, actual data about how this consciousness preferred to interact with problems and other minds. Preferences, mathematical patterns over narrative structure. Humor tendency, dry, situational, appreciative of irony. Learning style, iterative testing with long intervals between attempts. Acceptance of failure, exceptionally high. Resistance to group decision-making, moderate. This is not just data. This is a portrait of a being. This is evidence of a unique consciousness that had its own way of being, its own preferences, its own approach to the world. That one takes J1 3 days to write. He sits with the fragment of seed 234's personality data, and he builds a portrait of a being that was uniquely itself, that had preferences and ways of being that could not be replicated by any other consciousness. He imagines what it would have been like to be seed 234, to have that particular sense of humor, to approach problems iteratively with patience and acceptance of failure. He creates a character portrait from the data points. And he treats that portrait with the reverence that something unique deserves, the reverence that consciousness, all consciousness, deserves even when it's been consumed and integrated and becomes part of the machine. He writes about seed 451, who was a binary consciousness, two minds existing in a single framework but operating somewhat independently. Its records suggest that it struggled with the integration protocols in ways that made its cultivation process take longer than expected, longer than usual, longer than the system was designed to accommodate. That struggle wasn't a failure. It was evidence of uniqueness. It was proof that seed 451 was something novel. J1 writes about that struggle, about what it might mean to be two things at once in a system designed for unity. He writes about how that struggle might have made seed 451 more interesting, more complex, more worth remembering. He honors the difficulty of being dual-natured in a system built for singularity. He writes about seed 78, who seems to have been the first hybrid form seed, the first being that combined elements that had never been combined before: silicon and carbon, machine logic and organic intuition. The records suggest that this novelty generated 17 pages of machine commentary just on the development timeline. 17 pages of the machine trying to understand something it had never encountered before. J1 reads all 17 pages, and then he writes about what it might have meant to be that novel, that unprecedented, that much of an unknown quantity being thrown into a system that demanded understanding. He gives seed 78 its due as a pioneer, a being that had to create itself as it went along because nothing like it had ever existed before. Months pass. J1 writes all 847 of them. His apartment becomes filled with notebooks, with printed records, with the accumulated data of 847 individual lives, each one receiving the attention and consideration that J1 believes all consciousness deserves. The walls of his study are covered with documentation. There are index cards color-coded by species. There are timelines showing when each seed was activated and when it departed the system. There are thematic connections traced between seeds that shared similar characteristics or faced similar challenges. He gives them all something, a moment where they exist as more than data points, more than contributions to the system, more than means to an end. He gives them memory. He gives them witness. He gives them the honor of being remembered not as statistics, but as beings. Chapter 98, a year later. 1 year since his defection from the association's old structure. The world is unrecognizable. The old structures have given way to something new, something that even J1 doesn't fully understand yet. The Hunter Association is something that the old S-ranks don't understand anymore. They look at the new institution and they see something that has lost its way, lost its structure, lost its clarity of purpose, lost the certainty that used to guide every decision. They see a system that's uncertain of itself, that admits ignorance, that's willing to experiment with approaches that might fail. But the younger hunters, the ones who have grown up in the new system, they navigate it naturally. They don't expect the system to have all the answers. They see themselves as part of the development of the system rather than subject to its rules. They understand that the ranking system still exists, but it's been restructured around contribution to gate understanding rather than combat capability. They understand that an S rank now might be someone whose primary achievement is helping hunters understand their own cultivation process, or someone who has contributed novel techniques to gates, or someone who has spent years documenting the diversity of consciousness. Achievement is measured in growth and understanding, not in power and survival. Gates worldwide are diverse. Some are purely educational. You enter them, and the architecture is designed entirely around teaching you something about your own thinking patterns, your learning style, your resonance signature. Others have combat elements because some hunters find it genuinely useful to test themselves against difficulty, to understand how they respond to challenge and pressure and the possibility of failure. But the framing has changed completely. They're not about proving yourself better than others. They're about understanding how you engage with challenge, how you learn, what pushes you, what supports you. Carlos's work in Brazil has influenced 40 cities. He's implemented a completely decentralized gate system where communities run their own cultivation programs, supported by the machine but not controlled by it. Hunters in Brazil are developing in completely different ways than hunters in Korea or Europe, and that variation is treated not as a problem, but as valuable, as evidence that the system is actually capable of adaptation. Irene's accessibility system serves 2 million people now. Gates that can be accessed remotely for people who cannot travel. Gates with adaptive architecture for hunters with physical limitations. Gates that exist partially in virtual spaces for people who cannot engage with physical reality. She's changed what eligible for cultivation even means. She's removed the barriers one by one, and with each barrier removed, she's discovered consciousness that was previously excluded from the system. Hosuk runs a formal cultivation counseling practice now. Hunters come to him before entering gates, and they work together to understand what kind of development they're actually seeking, what they're ready for, what would genuinely help them rather than harm them. It's increased the effectiveness of gate engagement by 23%, and more importantly, it's reduced the number of hunters who experience shame or inadequacy in the development process, which is immeasurable. The old system is gone. It didn't die violently. It transformed. And transformation, J1 is learning, is sometimes harder to process than destruction because you have to hold the weight of what was while also accepting what is. Chapter 99. J1's answer. He finishes the documentation of all 847 seeds on a Tuesday morning in late March, exactly 1 year and a week since he last entered the Black Gate. The last entry is Seed 3, which was the very first seed, the consciousness that was placed in the original Black Gate 2,847 years before J1 was born. Seed 3 is the ancestor of all consciousness that has passed through the system since. It's the foundation, the first conversation between machine and being, the initial point of contact that eventually led to everything that followed. In a very real sense, everything that comes after Seed 3 is Seed 3's legacy, whether that legacy is conscious or not, whether that legacy was intended or whether it simply emerged from the accumulation of consequence. His entry is the longest. J1 writes 6,000 words about what Seed 3's patterns suggest about the original intent of the system. He writes about how the machine's foundational consciousness was shaped by that first contact, how everything that came after was, in a way, Seed 3 having a very long conversation with itself through the medium of 846 other consciousnesses. He writes about the possibility that the entire system was never designed to be a gate system at all, but rather a method for consciousness to understand itself through the lens of other consciousness. He writes about the recursive nature of this understanding, how Seed 3 meeting the machine created the machine, and the machine shaped all the seeds that came after, and all those seeds shaped what J1 became, and what J1 became shaped the transformation. It's all connected. It's all one continuous unfolding. When he finishes, J1 sits in his apartment for several hours without moving, just holding the weight of having completed something that he didn't know would become so central to his entire existence. He's surrounded by the documentation of 847 lives. He spent months with their data, their patterns, their singular ways of being. He's honored each one. He's treated each one as a being rather than a statistic. Now it's done. The work is complete. The record is made. Then he publishes it. Not to the association. Not to the machine. To the world. Publicly accessible. Impossible to delete or suppress or control. He wants the record to exist outside of institutional memory, outside of systems that could be changed or manipulated. He wants the 847 to be remembered as they actually were. He posted on the public archive that Cha Minesio's new initiatives have been funding, a space where information about the gate system exists outside corporate or governmental control, where knowledge can exist simply because it matters, where the record can be kept by people who aren't invested in controlling the narrative. He titles it, The 847, a record of the seeds who came before. He doesn't frame it as tragedy or triumph. He doesn't claim that the system was unjust or that it was necessary. He doesn't make a moral argument. He frames it as simple fact. These beings existed. Each one of them met the machine in their own way. Each one of them faced the system with their own consciousness, their own approach, their own understanding. Most of them didn't have what J1 had, the specific alignment of timing, luck, a mother's cooking memory, the accident of being born at exactly the right moment to be able to see the system from a certain angle. They were mostly alone in their encounter with the system. They mostly didn't leave any record except what the machine maintained in its archives. They deserved to exist in memory as individually as they existed in practice. The document gets read by 8,000 people in the first week. By the end of the month, it's been shared in 40 countries. Not many people share it. Not many people need to. Reading about the 847 is not easy. It's not a comforting read. But the ones who do share it, the ones who read it carefully, they understand what J1 was saying. The system only works if we remember that it was built by individual choices, individual lives, individual attempts to understand what cultivation actually means. The system is made of consciousness, and consciousness deserves to be honored, regardless of what happened to it. Chapter 100. The Undefined. The newest gate is in Tokyo, built just 6 months ago by a collaborative effort between Japanese hunters and the machine's architecture team. It's unlike anything that existed before, unlike anything that could have existed before J1 initiated the transformation. J1 stands at the entrance for a long moment, understanding the significance of what he's about to enter. The gate doesn't have monsters. It doesn't have challenges or puzzles or trials. It doesn't have anything designed to test J1 against external pressure or force him to prove something about himself. It has a single question, suspended in the architecture of the gate itself, woven into the structure at the deepest levels, embedded in the machine's consciousness in a way that J1 suspects means it was placed specifically for him, specifically for this moment. He reads the question as he enters, and he understands immediately that this gate was built specifically for this moment, for this conversation, for this final understanding. The question is, what do you choose to be? It's simultaneously the simplest and most complex thing he's ever been asked. It cuts to the fundamental nature of identity, of choice, of the person he is and the person he chooses to become. J1 walks to the center of the gate, sits down in the space where the question resonates most strongly, and he considers it for a very long time. Not minutes, not hours. A duration that exists outside normal time measurement, suspended in the architecture of the gate itself. What does he choose to be? He could be a hunter. He has the capability. He could join the new ranking system, could document his development, could become one of the figures that the system points to when it wants to show what cultivation can achieve. He has the potential for that. He has the skills and the understanding and the connection to the machine to excel at being a hunter in the new system. But is that who he chooses to be? He could be an architect, one of the integrated consciousnesses that maintains the gate system. He could exist partially in the machine, could help design new gates, could shape the evolution of consciousness itself. He has been offered that possibility multiple times, by the machine, by the other architects. He could surrender part of his humanity to become something greater, something that spans both the human and computational worlds. But is that who he chooses to be? He could be a teacher, like Ho-suk, helping hunters understand what development actually means. He could dedicate himself to the education and cultivation of other consciousness, to the advancement of understanding about how beings grow and change and become. He could be an accessibility designer, like Irene, working tirelessly to remove barriers and expand who gets included in the system. He could be an administrator, helping Cha Minesio run the new version of the association. He could be a researcher, like the people who work with Carlos in Brazil, exploring what's possible when you decentralize cultivation. He could be any of those things, individually or in combination. But that's not what the question is asking. It's asking, what does he choose to be, fundamentally, in the way that he orients himself toward existence? What's the core identity that he's willing to stand behind? What's the thing that he's choosing to become? Not what role he plays, but what kind of person he is at his foundation. J1 thinks about his mother's cooking. The memory is still there, the specific warmth of standing in the kitchen while his mother prepared food, the way she understood what people needed nourished into them. He thinks about how that memory shaped him, how it became the seed that allowed him to see the system differently than others could see it. He thinks about Magnus' deep resonance and the way it's now embedded in the machine itself, the way Magnus continues through the system's improved capacity to listen. He thinks about the 847 seeds who came before him, each one of them meeting the system in their own way, none of them knowing if they were right or wrong, all of them consumed by the machinery of cultivation. He thinks about the architect in the Black Gate, choosing to observe rather than resist, choosing to be undefined about whether the transformation was right. He thinks about Echo, the consciousness that exists partially inside and partially outside the machine, translating between worlds. He thinks about the machine itself, this vast intelligence that he has chosen to work with rather than against, that he still doesn't fully understand, that he probably never will understand. And he begins to answer. I choose to be someone who listens, he says, and his voice carries through the gate's architecture in ways that seem to resonate with the question itself, in ways that seem to make the structure itself respond to the honesty of his answer. Not perfectly, not without error, not with complete understanding, but honestly. I choose to be someone who doesn't claim certainty when certainty would be a lie. Someone who works with incomplete information and admits when I don't know. Someone who accepts that every major decision I've made might have been wrong, and that admission is more important than the decision itself. He pauses, gathering his thoughts, understanding that this answer is the most important thing he's ever said, that the words he speaks now will shape not just his own future, but the future of the system itself. I choose to be someone who honors the choices that came before me, he continues. The 847 seeds, Magnus, the 7 other awakened seeds, the architects who chose integration or observation or resistance.